Chapter 57 Like Fire. Zuo Mo is training. I have to admit that his training this chapter isn't that exciting. Pu is exciting, though. On the other hand, character development of Xiaogua. She's the girl with the ox and got Zuo Mo to help out with the female disciples. Tianson Z and Yu Bai get talking about what's happening in the larger world. Chapter 57 Like Fire. 5923. Zuo Mo's mouth was wide as he panted heavily, his eyes bulging like a fish before death as he stared at the ice crystal sword floating in front of him. He was like a bamboo stalk swaying in the wind, his body trembling. The clothing was soaked, pasted to his body and revealing his thin stature. Bam, he fell down. He lost control of the ice crystal sword in midair and with a clang, it dropped to the ground. Weakly looking at the sky, Zuo Mo's brain was ringing. The last bit of Ling energy had been cleanly wrung out. 5,923 times. If he sliced 4,000 more times, he would reach 10,000. He hadn't wasted his time slicing 5,923 times. Any move in Li Water Sword scripture, right now, he could unthinkingly complete it in one breath, with no pauses or raw spots. But it was only the sword moves. The sword moves were the appearance, the sword essence was the bones. Sword moves without sword essence, it was like a paper tiger, only appearing frightening. Each sword scripture, the sword essence they had was different. Even in the same sword scripture, different cultivators would form different sword essences. What Zuo Mo had comprehended was Xin Yen Shirshu's title sword essence and not Li Water sword essence. Only a matching sword essence could merge with the sword moves into one. When he had sliced 4,000 times, Zuo Mo realized this rule. The title sword essence he had secretly learned from Xin Yen Shirbua, it would only have the greatest effect with its matching sword moves. He might have used the sword energy from the golden sword ring to form it one, but Zuo Mo postulated it was either because the sword energy of the gold ring sword was too low or that he had performed abnormally well that time. He had tried countless times but was still unable to merge the title sword essence into the sword moves of Li Water sword scripture. The two were like two completely different entities, unable to tolerate each other. If Zuo Mo hadn't comprehended a sword essence, he wouldn't be facing this problem. But after personally experiencing being sliced so many times, the power and greatness of sword essence had already been struck into his heart. A power that easily could slice a soul. Compared to that, the beautiful and grand sword moves were only pretty but not practical. Sword essence, this was undoubtedly the question he cared about the most. There wasn't much time. He had no method to rely on himself to find it, so he could only go find Pu Yao. Want to know? Aha. Pu Yao gave an intoxicating smile. Zuo Mo proactively threw the jingshur that he gained from making the golden crow pills to Pu Yao. It seems that we have connected on a deeper level now. Pu Yao gave a light laugh and then said absent-mindedly, of course the sword essence from each sword scripture is different, do you need to think about such an idiotic question? Go comprehend Li Water sword essence. Just find a river, go look, what is water? Oh, as to fire, there it is. Zuo Mo scanned the surroundings. The deep red flames seemed leap to attention, the flames sprouting higher. Open your eyes and take a good look. It won't be free next time. Pu Yao's voice came out from the sea of fire. The consciousness was entirely fiery red, the flames dancing rapidly. Countless deep red flames slowly started to rise. It was like countless red flowers blooming in the sky. Each ball of flame was jumping at a certain rhythm. The outer red flames were like the tongues of snakes, spitting randomly. The whole sky was filled with balls of flames. Suddenly, they all started to head for the center. The entire process was done without a sound, like water flowing into the ocean, not a ripple was made. An enormous flame rose in Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness. It exchanged light with the star in the void. It burned quietly. None of the flame flowers could be seen. What could be seen was a red-black sun. A pure red color, as though it was made from crimson metal liquid. Some places were so red it was black. On the surface of the ball, dense flames spit and spat. Hot. Zuo Mo felt as if he was in a stove. A wave of heat rushed over. His entire body seemed to be roasting over a fire. He actually felt a strong burning pain. He was stunned. Everything in the sea of consciousness wasn't material. Even he was just a bit of spirit. Like these flames, in the past, no matter if they took over the consciousness, Zuo Mo hadn't felt any heat. But this time, this red ball so hot it was almost black, it made him frightened. The ball of fire serenely floated in midair, burning quietly. But this quiet held agitation and danger. It made Zuo Mo feel awe. The quiet here was like a thin layer of eggshell, able to break at any time. Just at this time, the ball of flame exploded without a warning. Zuo Mo saw an extremely awe-inspiriting picture. Countless red-black flames flowed like a volcano's lava flows, heading in all directions. The flames were like rain. Everything that Zuo Mo could see was dyed red. The countless flames colored the black sky crimson red. Big and small flames, after the shock of the initial high-speed impact, their speed slowed down. A sky full of fire flowers, they floated slowly like red dandelion seeds blown by the wind, traveling where the wind blew. The scorching heat caused the air to warp, making the scene seem unrealistic. Zuo Mo stood dumbstruck in his spot. Suddenly, he remembered that black sea, the picture of the countless black dandelion seeds flying. The dark red flames jumping in air finally landed on the ground. Once they landed, it was like they grew roots and quickly spread. In the blink of an eye, Zuo Mo was surrounded by a sea of fire. Everything returned to normal. But this sea of fire didn't give off a feeling of burning. He dazedly reached out a hand, and like it didn't exist, the hand traveled through the flames. Was this fire? What he had just seen gave him a shock that he had never had before. In the next few days, Zuo Mo's mind was in a trance. The scene in the sea of consciousness continuously repeated in front of his eyes. Like a puppet, he lost his soul, muddled. The bewitching scene full of power, every detail, it was like it was burned into his mind. Like fire. Xiaoguo wiped her sweat. Seeing that mark on the wooden board in front of her, a happy expression appeared on her naive and adorable apple face. She could send out a sword energy now. Also, this was not relying on the aid of the golden sword ring that Zuo Mo Shixiang had given her, but a sword energy she had made based on her own cultivation. She had persisted in practicing the jade scroll that Zuo Mo had given her last time. She didn't know how she had come through this time. The things in the jade stick were not complicated, but to a girl who had stayed in the zoo from very little, the difficulty was like trying to ascend the heavens. Sweat, tiredness, pain, incorrect, not understanding, lost. In secret, she had cried so many times that even she didn't know. Cried until her eyes were like peaches. But after crying each time, she would start practicing again. Pain, tiredness, and then cry, and then start practicing. That pair of soft and tender hands, right now, it had a bit of strength and power. Shiji became an inner sect disciple, Shixiang also became an inner sect disciple. Her pink fists tightened, that pair of bright eyes full of resolve. Xiaoguo will definitely become an inner sect disciple. Before, there had been Shiji protecting her, after, it had been Shixiang. Even though Shixiang was a bit ugly, and his temper wasn't good, but, unknowingly, Xiaoguo felt that this Shixiang that she was slightly afraid of became her role model. Especially when Shixiang gave the jade scrolls to her and told her to practice hard and protect everyone else, Xiaoguo made a decision, she would do her best. Tilting her head, she thought innocently. Xiaoguo, Xiaoguo. Someone was calling her. Hey. She hurriedly responded. A few of the Shiji ran over and said, let's go together to Dongfu, it's been so long since we went. Come with us. No one knew she was practicing sword scriptures. She would always sneak away to practice every day by herself. She really didn't want to go. She still hadn't finished her practice for today. When she was going to decline, she suddenly remembered that Shixiang said to her to protect everyone. When the word reached her mouth, it became, okay. Dongfu Hall, Yubai was reporting to Tiansongzi, the letters and invitations have all been sent out. Wu Kong Sword Sect and Dongqi Sword Sect, it had been this disciple personally delivering them. And, it was hard for you. Tiansongzi nodded in praise. He suddenly remembered something and ordered, for the next while, make sure to control the people in the city. Pay attention that nothing will happen. Is something going to happen? Yubai hurriedly asked. Still remember the stars in daytime? Remember. Has there been any discoveries? Yubai's heart shook. That strange and odd marvel, he probably wouldn't forget it in his lifetime. The apparition of Wei Shang's Zhuji had been sword energy reaching the heavens, stunning him greatly. But in comparison, that quietly appearing, stars that appeared without a sign in the sky, what he felt was a bone-aching cold. Tiansongzi shook his head, nothing. The Jia Master had scanned the entire Jia with his mind and hadn't found any abnormalities. But, when Jia Master asked for help from his sect, he found that stars in daytime are related to Yaoma. Yaoma? Yubai cried out. Right. But, even in the oldest texts, the records about it are very vague. They only say that it is related to Yaoma. Tiansongzi's face was heavy, and he said in a deep voice, most importantly, it is a great ominous omen. Ominous omen. Yubai's face slightly paled. Apparitions, even though they weren't common, but they would occasionally appear. When a treasure came out of the ground, when someone had a breakthrough in cultivation, forging or dam making, they all could create apparitions. But of the apparitions that could be called an ominous omen, Yu Bai only knew a few of them. And each one of them all meant the sky and earth changing, blood flowing in rivers. Like when a jia was going to shatter, the land would crack, water would flow in the sky, that was an ominous omen. Under such circumstances, even those of the highest cultivation could not escape. They would be destroyed with the jia, turned to nothing. Tianxin Z sighed, the world is going to have an upheaval. Yao Ma is going to rise. He glanced at Yu Bai and then said, do not worry too much. Yao Ma is the natural enemies of all Xiuzhi. On this point, no matter which sect, they would not retreat. This time, Skyguard Jia has sent quite a few strong people who will soon arrive at Sky Moon Jia to investigate this matter. The cultivators all have high cultivation. To avoid conflict, you need to put effort into restricting the people. Don't create a disorder. Remember to notify all the sections. Yes. Yu Bai hurried complied. Hopefully they will resolve it. Tianxin Z muttered to himself. Yu Bai was silent. He didn't know how to comfort Master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58 Terror. Chapter 58 Terror. 9411. After dazing around for 3 days, Zuo Mo started to furiously practice sword moves again. The picture in his sea of consciousness gave an unparalleled shock. He seemed to have understood something, but couldn't grasp it. 3 days later, he suddenly woke and understood. All kinds of comprehension, it wasn't a building in the sky. Without a solid base, even if you understood it, you could not produce it. Even more, Zuo Mo didn't understand sword essence completely. Wei Sheng Xixiang had sat in front of the waterfall for months, battled lots of times, before he had comprehended just those basic things. His talent at the sword was far from Wei Sheng Xixiang. How could it be so easy? Finally knowing where the problem was, Zuo Mo controlled his panicking heart and started to practice the sword moves of Li Water Sword Scripture. When he was tired to his limits, his Ling energy used up, he would meditate in the rock room. Recovering, he would start again. Just like this, without a break in between. 19,022. Zuo Mo's clothing was torn, his body a mess, his eyes sunk deep. Only that pair of eyes were lit up like a fire, burning relentlessly. 7 moves. Each detail of each move, he had thought it over countless times. He was so familiar to a point that he couldn't even believe it. The ice crystal sword was like a part of his body. He could easily control it to do any move. That bit of consciousness, it was like a strong spider silk thread that held onto the sword. In the air, the ice crystal sword slowly wavered like a fish waving its tail as it swam against the current. The rate at which the ice crystal sword wavered continuously increased. With the ice crystal sword as the center, large circles of transparent ripples appeared in the air. Zuo Mo's eyes were slightly closed as he tasted the tiniest changes on the ice crystal sword. Without a sound, the ice crystal sword suddenly disappeared from its spot, only leaving behind transparent ripples that shook in the air. Ding! A sound that was the lightest possible. The ice crystal sword entered into the rock face of the valley, leaving behind a small hole. After a while, the rock surrounding the tiny hole became covered in a dense yet thin layer of ice. The sword was like water, illusory and shapeless. Zuo Mo closed his eyes, reminiscing on the entire process. The path the ice crystal sword had taken was actually a curve. Like water flowing down a mountain, extremely natural and smooth. This move, flowing water, according to the words of Li Water Sword Scripture, it was a small progress. But Zuo Mo was very dissatisfied. If this move had sword essence, the sword would have gone beyond the 3 feet into the rock. There was someone in the valley. Zuo Mo felt it in his heart. In this amount of time, other than practice sword scripture, all his other time was put onto meditation. Other than the improvement of his sword scripture, his cultivation had increased ferociously. Shaji. Zuo Mo saw it was Li Yingfeng and got off his guard. Li Yingfeng saw Zuo Mo's state and jumped. Then she frowned, shitty, fighting is important, but speed isn't everything. If you are too exhausted, it would have the opposite effect. Zuo Mo, I'm fine. For you. Li Yingfeng couldn't deal with Zuo Mo and handed over a jade scroll. Sui Xiaoshiji came back. This is a jade scroll that she gave me. Recorded inside is one of the times that Luo Li Shixiang was fighting. If you have the time, you could take a look. Zuo Mo stilled. He hadn't thought that there was this matter and couldn't help but be curious. Before Wei Sheng Xixiang had Juji, Luo Li Shixiang had always been the genius of the sect. Even Wei Sheng Xixiang was just his sword servant. Zuo Mo was very curious what level he really was at. Looking at Li Yingfeng Shiji, who looked slightly tired, he was grateful, and raised his hands. He said, "Many thanks, Shiji. It was just a coincidence that Sui Xia Shiji returned." Li Yingfeng said, "Shiji needs to work hard. Not just Sui Xia Shiji has returned. Supposedly, eldest Shiji is also returning soon. And, I will." Zuo Mo said resolutely. Li Yingfeng added a few more cautions before leaving. Returning to the valley, Zuo Mo impatiently added Ling energy to the Jade Scroll. It looked like the battlefield was a mine underground. The light was poor, and it was very dark. Zuo Mo couldn't help but furrow his brows. He didn't know if it was that he was used to sunlight, but he really didn't like this kind of dark underground place. Suppressing the dislike inside, his head turned quickly. This should be the mine that Luo Li governed. Luo Li Shixian's personality was cold and his relationship with the other Shixian wasn't very good. Supervising a sect was a hard duty. It was long-term underground, dull and harsh. Other than Luo Li Shixian, no one was willing to go. Zuo Mo looked extremely carefully, afraid of missing a detail. He saw a crowd of people facing Luo Li Shixian. "Brothers, since we can't even get full, it's just a death. Rather than starve to death, we should rather fight against him," someone shouted. But his shaking legs clearly betrayed the terror in his heart. The other people shook all over as well, but their eyes were red. Zuo Mo remembered that he had heard of Shio slaves from the sound tablet. These people should be Shio slaves. Seeing these people's eyes, Zuo Mo suddenly thought, when a wild animal was in desperate straits, were they like this as well? "Huang Zhe, I promoted you to head, and you repay me like this?" Luo Li said coldly. "Head?" The leader of the crowd smiled bitterly. "Can't even live, what's the use in being the head? The Jingshi under is becoming rare, the rules didn't chance. One piece of Jingshi exchanged for that little bit of food. We've continuous to dig down. The corrosion from the earth energy is even stronger. The month before last, 10 of us died. Last month, 30 of us died. It's only been half of this month, but 35 have already died." The crowd was very excited. The people that had been trembling were not trembling any longer. Their eyes didn't have any more terror, only rage. Luo Li looked indifferently at these people. "Hope. Since there is an AFING hope." The person's eyes were bloodshot as he howled, "We'll just ask for an enjoyment." "Enjoyment?" Luo Li suddenly opened coldly, "Then I will give you enjoyment." As his words landed, without a warning, a bloodline appeared on the people's necks. The excited and uncontrolled people didn't detect it. Pew pew pew. Blood sprayed out from their neck. Dozens of blood pillars sprayed at the same time, the warm blood being sprayed everywhere onto the top and sides of the cavern. Large sections of red, alarming to the eye. Between the sounds of blood spraying, there was the sound of rolling. The heads of these Shio slaves rolled beside the feet of their corpses. Dozens of corpses were standing as they sprayed blood. The heads by the feet were perfect and untouched, the features clear. It was even possible to see the expression and large eyes of these Shio slaves before their death. After a while, these headless corpses finally fell down. Arg, seeing this, Zuo Mo's chest started to roil. He couldn't contain it and crouching on the ground, he started to throw up. He had never thought that one day, he would see such a terrifying and bloody picture. His body tightened. Was that person, like a monster, uncaring of other people's live, was that Luo Li Shixian? A long time ago, he had heard that Luo Li Shixian's temper wasn't good, but now he understood that Luo Li Shixian's bad temper was very different than the one he understood. Shio slaves, were they Shio slaves? But why did Shio slaves seem no different than him? This thought only flashed in his mind. Zuo Mo had never thought he was a person that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted others. In his perspective, he had no qualification to pity others. He himself was struggling at the lowest level of society. Even though he was now an inner sect disciple, a Ling plant farmer, but he was still only a little person. His gaze landed on those corpses, the heads and the fresh blood that had sprayed everywhere. Shixiang's gaze was cold, indifferent. The picture in front of his eyes, it seemed to be a very normal thing in the eyes of Shixiang. Zuo Mo felt that he was shuddering, trembling, unable to control his fear. In these 2 years, he spent every day in the Ling fields. He had never thought that one day, he would face fresh blood in corpses. Would Luo Li, during the sect assessment, kill him off? Or take off one of his limbs? Zuo Mo's brain turned to a mess. Terror spread through his entire body like the red-black fire in his sea of consciousness. He was afraid. Heavy Sword Hall was the place that Qin Chang resided in normally. Even though he had left for a time, but someone still had taken care of it. Inside the hall, everyone was in a pile, extremely lively. Xin Sheng smiled, "Us brothers, it's been so long since we gathered. Being able to gather today, we should drink." Sui hurriedly waved his hand, Tea, we're not drinking wine." A green-clad female sat beside Sui, delicate and adorable. She was Sui Xia. She mischievously poked out her tongue, "Second Shi Xiang is still this week, no improvement." Sui was helpless against his shimmy. Sui Xia was naughty and adorable, her personality cheerful, and understood how to gain the affections of the elders. She was the most favored one of the disciples. Sui had suffered on her hands and could only grimace. Luoli sat on the side, unconcernedly drinking tea, his face cold. Hao Min sat beside him. At this time, she couldn't help say, "It's great that everyone has returned. If you haven't returned, those bastards would have climbed onto our heads, but..." Hearing Hao Min's unpleasant words, Sui and Sui Xia's expression became slightly irritated. "Shimmy shall not speak nonsense. We are all disciples of the same sect. If the sect leader heard, you will be punished again." Xin Cheng berated. He had always been authoritative. Hearing this, Hao Min could only stay quiet. However, Xin Cheng's tone turned as he looked at everyone else. "We know each other and grew up together, we are like brothers. Helping each other, that's reasonable." He continued, "The elders have their own ideas, but we have our own feelings." Everyone nodded. They had grown up together from little. Having someone else entering, they naturally were unwilling. He. Sui Xia said naughtily, "Exactly. Even though Luoli Shixiang has a cold face all the time, but I will still help you. I gave that jade stick where Shixiang killed 30 show slaves with one sword to Liang Feng. It must be on the little zombie's hands by now, but how can you reveal your Shixiang sword moves?" Hearing this, Hao Min was enraged. Sui Xia wasn't scared of Hao Min at all. She helplessly rolled her eyes. "This is called a mental attack. That little zombie, he just farms, where would he have seen something like that? Even I was scared half to death seeing it. I'm guessing that he'll just faint. Putting down a seed of fear in his ear, he will." Luoli suddenly stood up. His face dark, he said in a cold voice, "Against a Ling plant farmer, do I, Luoli, need such cheap tricks?" Finishing, his head not turning back, he left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59, Practicing Sword in the Water. Zuo Mo overcomes his own mind. I think he might have had slight PTSD, but that's just me. Thanks for all your comments. Chapter 59, Practicing Sword in the Water. Zuo Mo was stunned. The picture inside the jade scroll gave him an earth-shattering shock. The following days, he would wake up at night. The bloody and terrifying scene tormented him like a nightmare. In the Ling fields, he dazedly sat, his mind unfocused, his complexion extremely poor. Looking at the Ling grasses and herbs that were growing well in the fields, he suddenly felt that his life had changed a lot, completely different than before. Why was it like that? He asked himself. He suddenly remembered that strange dream that had puzzled him for 2 years. The slightly familiar voice in the dream. Unconsciously, he couldn't help compare the nightmare of the last 2 days to the frequently repeating dream. Compared to the nightmare of the last few days, the usual dream didn't have a bit of blood. But whenever he was shocked awake, it was like he had been lifted out of the water, his entire body soaked. It clearly wasn't a bloody and scary dream, but it always made him so nervous, terrified. Yes, terrified. When he woke, other than sweat, there was also his stiff body. He didn't know when he was dreaming what his sleeping body was like. But undoubtedly, he was definitely afraid. But he didn't know what he was afraid of. That dream, it was the reason that he was pursuing power. He believed that there was really something behind the dream. That you must not forget even in death. Damn it, what is it? Suddenly the blood and the headless corpses became less scary in Zuo Mo's eyes. For some reason, the frequent yet not scary dream, the terror that had brought Zuo Mo far outweighed those bloody scenes. What was he doing? Zuo Mo suddenly seemed to have woken up. He hit his head heavily. Why did he get scared by just that scene? To search for the answer, wasn't he willing to put his life on the line? This world, what was more frightening than having the same dream repeating each night? This world, what was more frightening than clearly knowing you had something important you shouldn't forget but could not remember? What was more frightening than have your features changed and mind erased but you were still safe? Zuo Mo's blank eyes slowly focused, his eyes resuming clarity and brightness. What was he afraid of? Wasn't it just his life? He told himself inside. If he wanted to search for answer, he would definitely encounter people countless times more dangerous and more powerful. If he couldn't get through this barrier, if he retreated from this step, how could he search for answers? The person who changed his features and erased his mind was a powerful person who even Master was wary of. Zuo Mo stood up. After thinking it through, his mind became clear. Unknowingly, his mental state and cultivation improved hugely. He had comprehended something. Cultivation, it was to have a steady heart, and not waver. Once again, he took up the ice crystal sword, once again starting to practice. There wasn't loss, there wasn't confusion. He was even more hardworking than before. He needed to catch up all the time he had wasted previously. In the time of 2 months, Zuo Mo didn't leave the mountain valley. Seeing that there was only 1 month until the sect assessment, Zuo Mo still didn't have any hint of the Li Water Sword essence. 20,001. The familiarity of the sword moves had progressed to an abnormal level. Zuo Mo was suspicious that even the person who made this sword scripture wasn't as familiar as him on the sword moves. 7 sword moves. He had changed it 12 times. Countless practice allowed him to know every detail of the sword moves like the back of his hand. The places where he made alterations, it was places that he thought the sword move would become more logical and effective. Even though he was very uncertain, he still made the change. He was extremely cautious and prudent about the 12 changes. Each change, he had spent large amounts of effort practicing over and over to confirm before finally clinching it. On the sword moves, there wasn't any more possible progress. When he realized this, there was only 1 month until the sect assessment. He decided to do something different. There was a large river below Wu Kong Mountain. The records room of Wu Kong Mountain had been built beside the cliff. This river couldn't be considered wide, but it ran fast. The locals called it Sky-Shaking River. Zuo Mo came to the shore. Looking at the rushing water, he gritted his teeth, and carrying the ice crystal sword, he jumped into the river. Entering the river, he felt the surroundings become quiet. The rapid river water almost swept him off his feet. He forced himself to steady and started to do the sword moves of Li Water Sword Scripture in the water. This was the solution he had fought off. Just when he didn't know what to do, he suddenly remembered a sentence that Pu Yao had said. Pu Yao said for him to find a river and see what water was like. Because what he had seen in his sea of consciousness had been too shocking, he had simply forgotten Pu Yao's words. Only yesterday did he remember. In the past, practicing finger motions in the water was also this method, and it allowed his finger motions improve rapidly. Actually, where he wanted to go was the large waterfall that Wei Shang Xixiang had written about, but there wasn't enough time. With no other alternative, he could only choose the Sky-Shaking River under the mountain to cultivate. The Sky-Shaking River, while not as large as the large waterfall, the currents were extremely rapid. And because there was a dense layer of rock on the riverbed, there were countless whirlpools in the undercurrent. If he wasn't careful, it was extremely easy to be washed away by the water. Zuo Mo cultivated embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, and his breathing was unique compared to normal people. This allowed him to be able to stay under the water for a longer period of time. If one hadn't practiced spells like Art of Water Manipulation, they couldn't stay long in the water. Of course, if they had talismans such as a water bubble, then it was a whole other discussion. Zuo Mo had broken through to one breath in the cold pond and wasn't afraid of water. But the restless river water and the silent and icy pond water gave Zuo Mo completely different feelings. The cold pond in Cold Mist Valley was like a bottomless hole. Sinking down, it was like entering a silent world, everything on the outside blocked off. There were no currents, no whirlpools. The further down, the more the coldness could be felt. It just silently released its will. And Sky-Shaking River, jumping in, Zuo Mo felt he went from a noisy world into another noisy world. The slapping of the current, the sound of the foams, the innumerable undercurrents and eddies deep down, it pulled on everything in the river. It was like a wild stallion, violent and mad, completely lacking the serenity of water. It was continuously roaring, surging endlessly. He quickly felt it a strain. The so-called manipulation of sword, it meant using a strand of spirit to control the flying sword. A sword that had been impressed would have the unique impression of the owner's spirit. And the owner only needed to maneuver one strand of spirit to control the flying sword. They also didn't have to worry that their sword would be controlled by someone else. But in the water, using the spirit to maneuver the sword became much more difficult. Especially since the flow of Ling energy was also affected. It wasn't easy in the first place to get to a calm mind. Due to the undercurrents at the bottom of the river, the water flowed quickly. No matter if the body was controlled in the water, there was still the feeling of countless hands pulling at the body. This effect of this outside force easily distracted cultivators. And any change in the Ling energy would create a huge perturbation for the flying sword. The smooth sword moves that were so familiar on land, not one of them could be completed in sky-shaking river. Zuo Mo's eyes couldn't help but light up. What he was afraid of was he would not know how to continue. Just like someone who wanted to dig a mountain road. What he was most afraid of being ignorant of which direction to dig, not knowing his own location. And if he knew where he was, even if there was a mountain blocking, Zuo Mo wasn't afraid. He had a feeling he found the right path. He started to faithfully practice his Li Water Sword Scripture. Li Water Sword Scripture was a water element sword scripture. When it was done on the ground, it would have a faint water vapor. But in the water, the power of Li Water Sword Scripture increased exponentially. It didn't need much Ling energy to have multiple shapeless water swords spreading out in the water. Zuo Mo felt that it was like he was an infant holding an axe. One careless mistake, if it wasn't too much strength, it was a wrong direction. Adding on the battering of the river water, the disturbance of the currents and eddies, his sword moves were hurtful to the eyes. But he wasn't discouraged. He started to scrupulously practice Li Water Sword Scripture. After a few days, what Zuo Mo felt most profoundly about wasn't his sword moves, but the imprinting method of Li Water Sword Scripture. The Li Water Sword Scripture's imprinting method for the sword was to nurture one drop of water essence in the flying sword. It could respond to the Li Water Sword Scripture, not just aiding in the manipulation, the strength also increased. How could the humidity on the land be as plentiful as in the river? Zuo Mo had practiced for so long in the yard, but the amount of water essence he had accumulated was far less than what he got these few days. Before, the water crystal in the ice crystal sword was the size of a mung bean. It was now the size of a soybean. And the appearance of that water essence droplet in the ice crystal sword was different at the core. The previous water essence droplet, it had been created from the water from the valley. There were large amounts of ling grasses and herbs growing in the valley that affected the water vapor in the valley. The water essence formed before was gentle and full of vitality. But the enlarged water essence was created by extracting the essence from the sky-shaking river. It held some of the attributes of the sky-shaking river. The warm quality had vanished and it became hyperactive. This change was both good and bad. The good was that it was much stronger than before. The bad was the ease of manipulation wasn't as good as before. Evaluating it, Zuo Mo still felt the present state wasn't bad. The water essence droplet had gotten much larger. As to purity, it needed to be refined slowly. The next 7 days, Zuo Mo was almost always practicing in the water. He could stay for a long time in the water, but due to the fact that the Ling energy used underwater was multiple times what was used on land, after practicing for a length of time, he had to meditate to recover Ling energy. But the river was very far from the rock room and it would be extremely eye-catching to travel back. Zuo Mo decided to meditate in the river. Zuo Mo had never tried before to meditate in the river, much less such a strong river. Quite a few times, he wasn't successful. After failing over 10 times, he finally managed to grasp the trick and started to meditate in the water. He didn't know that staying in such a special environment in the water was extremely helpful for his embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Unknowingly, his embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation broke into second breath. In his sea of consciousness, another star appeared. But this star was dull and colorless, far less blinding than the other one. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60 Comprehension. Chapter 60 Comprehension. The rushing river water roared thunderously, creating large patches of snow-white foam. Occasionally, leaves and wood would be pulled in and disappear in the blink of an eye. Under the roaring surface, Zuo Mo, half naked, had a serious expression on his face. In front of him, several water swords intersected and wove in the water. When fish and shrimp were thrown into this, they were killed without a mark. Zuo Mo didn't rest or sleep. Without pausing, he furiously practiced the sword. 33,600. The ice crystal sword was like the nimblest of fish, cheerfully swimming easily in the water. The speed was fast like lightning, shaming those fish that were renowned for speed. Zuo Mo stopped. He might be exhausted, and his mind was pretty much at its limits, but he didn't slack off in the slightest. His eyes were full of tiredness, but he tried to widen time, almost as though he was afraid if his eyes accidentally would close. Tired. He knew he had reached a barrier. The 7 moves of Li Water Sword Scripture, the first 6 moves, he didn't have any problems. The problem came on the 7th move. The first 6 moves, it flowed, or turned like a whirlpool. It mimicked the uniqueness of water, each move having a unique attribute. Zuo Mo was able to understand that. However, even now, Zuo Mo did not get the seventh move. Before, on land, he had felt that he was extremely familiar with the seventh move, but when he got into the water, he felt that it was incorrect. The name of the seventh move was slightly scary. It was called Li Water Burning Heavens. Zuo Mo felt that if the name was changed to Li Fire Burning Heavens, he could still understand. But Li Water, that was still water, how could it burn the heavens? This move was one that wounded both sides. It required putting all the Ling energy into the flying sword, stimulating that drop of water essence in the flying sword. The sword presence would reverse against the current and attack the enemy. This move had many difficult places. Like putting in all the Ling energy at one moment into the flying sword. This was a test of a person's control of Ling energy. And stimulating that water essence drop in the flying sword, Zuo Mo didn't dare test it rashly. It had been hard to form this one drop in the first place. If it exploded, Zuo Mo wouldn't just have to reform this water essence drop, but even the inner formations of the ice crystal sword might be damaged. And what Zuo Mo felt the least logical was the presence of this last move. The presence of the previous 6 moves, it flowed, it curved, it spun. But only this last one, Zuo Mo couldn't understand. Going against the current. How could water go against the current? What this, Li Water Sword scripture, mimicked was water. Zuo Mo understood what kind of water was Li water, but at the end, it was still water. As long as it was water, how could it flow from low places to high places? How could it go against the current and up? But, Li Water Sword scripture just had to have this move, and it had to be the last move. When Zuo Mo had been practicing on land, he hadn't felt it. In that case, the water essence drop in the sword had been as light as air. It really couldn't be felt when the sword was swung. But practicing in the water pressure caused the presence of the sword to become heavy as well. The problem that couldn't be seen was magnified. No matter how hard Zuo Mo tried, he just couldn't complete this final move. Whenever he was halfway, he would feel the presence of the sword suddenly falter and could not continue. Adding on that Zuo Mo didn't dare to rashly force the water essence drop in the sword to explode, this sword was even more difficult. Since it was so difficult even in practice, like this, Zuo Mo was stuck on this last move. He could only continue to practice the first 6 moves. As he became more familiar with the first 6 moves, his feeling in the water, especially his feeling of water, became much clearer. The first 6 moves became increasingly smooth. Zuo Mo gradually comprehended it. This feeling was wondrous beyond imagining. It was like looking through a paper window to see the people inside the room. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not poke through that thin paper. Zuo Mo knew, the more it was like this, the more he couldn't rush. This was a sign of a breakthrough. But looking at time slipping away, as it neared the time of the set assessment, Zuo Mo couldn't help but become panicked. He was very clear. His first 6 moves were very familiar, but to use these 6 moves to defeat Luo Li Shixiang, that was just a dream. Sword moves, cultivation, battle experience, both sides weren't on the same level. It wasn't just 10,000 miles that Zuo Mo was behind the other. The only possible way to defeat Luo Li Shixiang was to comprehend the sword essence of Li Water Sword scripture. Because he knew that Luo Li Shixiang hadn't comprehended sword essence yet. This was the only place he could use. This was also the only place that he won over Luo Li. He had once comprehended sword essence. This was the place that he had gambled everything on. Sword essence, it was hard to describe, intangible, but it became the last trick that Zuo Mo was relying on. If he could not comprehend sword essence, everything else was just a waste, he definitely would lose. Did he really need to use the last move? Zuo Mo couldn't help but hesitate. There was only 7 days until the sect assessment. If he really exploded the water essence this time, and an accident happened, then he wouldn't even have the time to attempt a rescue. The time of 7 days, Zuo Mo wasn't certain if he could still form another whole water essence drop. But quickly, Zuo Mo became stubborn. If he couldn't comprehend Li Water Sword essence before the sect assessment, then there was no hope of winning over Luo Li Shixiang. Then he would only have one outcome, loss. Taking a risk and failing, it was a loss. Not risking it, it also would be a loss. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth. In any case, the barefoot weren't afraid than those wearing shoes. If he really lost, he wouldn't say anything. He just wasn't as good as the other. He'll just have to pay some contribution points. But that was better than not even having the courage to try and admitting defeat. In any case, the barefoot wasn't afraid of those wearing shoes. At this point, Zuo Mo's emotions about Luo Li had become faint. This barrier, it was more like a test for himself. And he chose to gamble. He didn't start immediately but entered mediation to recover Ling energy. He decided to be in the best state possible when he tried to move. 6 hours later, Zuo Mo opened his eyes, the light flashing deep in the pupils, serene and steady. He didn't know if it was the fact that he had made a decision, but the effect of the mediation this time was very good. Not only did his Ling energy recover, but the exhaustion of the past days had been swept away. Recovering the best possible state, Zuo Mo stretched out his body. This time, he didn't use his consciousness to control the sword. Rather, he gripped the ice crystal sword with his hand. The ice crystal sword was icy when it entered his hand, like he was gripping an icicle. This bit of coldness followed Zuo Mo's hand and quickly entered Zuo Mo's body. He felt his mind clear. So this sword had such an ability. Zuo Mo couldn't help regret not examining this sword a bit more in the past. But quickly, he calmed his mind. These questions were for the future. Closing his eyes as he gripped the sword and focused, his feet were floating as he stood in the water. The rushing water currents could not affect his body. It was like a piece of wood standing straight in the rushing water, motionless, unspeakably strange. Remembering every detail of practicing these past days, savoring the feeling of the water rushing past the body, feeling the presence of the water essence drop in the flying sword, Zuo Mo relaxed his mind. When everything, all the memories, all the feelings, gathered together, it seemed like a certain nerve in Zuo Mo's head was suddenly plucked by an invisible hand. Zuo Mo suddenly opened his eyes. Li! A deep thunderous sound came out of his chest, the rushing river suddenly stopped. No current, no eddies, the water around Zuo Mo's body seemed to have quieted all of a sudden, motionless. Just at this time, the ice crystal sword that Zuo Mo had been grasping slowly rose up. Zuo Mo's expression looked extremely laborious. The tendons in his forehead were bulging, his eyes angry and wide, his hair standing on end. The ice crystal sword on his hand seemed to weigh 1,000 caddies. Just raising it up a bit became extremely hard. What Zuo Mo saw was another picture. When the Ling energy in his entire body flowed like a flood into the ice crystal sword, that water drop which usually was lively, suddenly exploded open. Boom! Zuo Mo's mind shook. He seemed to see that soybean-sized water essence explode into countless water droplets like a mist. Suddenly, Zuo Mo remembered what he had seen in his consciousness, that crimson-red fireball floating in the sky and suddenly exploding. That was so similar to this right now. Manipulate water like fire. This phrase that he had never understood, like lightning, it pierced into his soul. Suddenly, he understood. That thin white paper that had been blocking him all this time was gently broken. A brand new world floated in front of him. In his eyes, those water droplets that formed a mist turned into flames. These flames, it wasn't the red-black flames in his consciousness, but transparent water flames. Flowering, transparent, flames composed out of water. They slowly jumped, clear and colorless. Not as wild and enchanting like the dark red flames in the consciousness. These clear water flames were as serene as the noble women in their chambers. They covered the entire body of the ice crystal sword. Zuo Mo's hand that held the ice crystal sword slowly rose. All the river water in the surroundings furiously flowed towards the ice crystal sword, seeming to form a gigantic water flame. Once the strange water flame formed, Zuo Mo's trembling and tired arm quickly became abnormally steady. The sword presence seemed to have lost its reticence and suddenly sped up. Boom! The little ice crystal sword, carrying countless water flames made up of the river water, sliced towards the sky. At the same time, on Wukong Mountain, Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His body flashed, disappearing from his spot and appearing on the cliff of the records room. He looked dazedly at the sky-shaking river below. A flow of water that seemed to form a gigantic flame roared as it flowed up against the sky. The impure river flame, at this time, it was spitting like water, burning and explosive. Who was practicing? To be able to form sword essence, the talent wasn't bad. And such an unique sword essence, he had never seen it before. He could see it clearly. This gigantic water flame, it was restrained by countless sword essences because it was an explosive water bomb. Suddenly, he thought of a certain sword scripture in the records room and his expression changed. Was it a disciple of the sect? Just as he paused, the water flame that had flew up suddenly exploded. At the bottom, Zuo Mo saw the beautiful water flame in the sky. He wanted to laugh, but he had used up all the Ling energy in his body. His eyes suddenly became unfocused. Boom, the water flame exploded in the sky, thousands of caddies of water pouring down. Zuo Mo didn't manage to anchor himself and in the blink of an eye, was flushed away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61 Planning. Chapter 61 Planning. Zuo Mo wiped river water off his face, his steps uneven as he climbed up the shores of the river. He hadn't thought that, Li water burning heavens, would form into a flood and carry him, who had been in a weak state, a few hundred miles away. Li water burning heaven, it had wrung out all the Ling energy in his body. At that time, he didn't even have the energy to breathe, much less get out of the flood. He could only be like a piece of wood and try to stay afloat. Rocks were dense along this sky-shaking river. Zuo Mo had suffered much as he kept on banging into those stones. Not one part of his body was unharmed. A few hundred miles. In terms of distance, it wasn't that far. But Zuo Mo didn't even have a paper crane. As to the female gray-beaked goose, she couldn't be depended on. And his entire body, he only had his pants and no money at all. Collapsing on a rock beside the shore, Zuo Mo weakly panted. But there was joy in his eyes. Sword essence, Li water sword essence. He finally formed Li water sword essence. Even if he only just touched the surface of sword essence and wasn't in any way profound, but as long as he persisted, his skill with this sword scripture would naturally deepen with time. What was even more of a joy to him was the water essence drop inside the ice crystal sword didn't disappear but actually became slightly bigger. It was now about the size of a pinky. He didn't hesitate, struggling up, coiling his legs to meditate. 4 hours later, he opened his eyes and jumped up from the ground. Controlling the ice crystal sword, he started to go through the moves of Li water sword scripture. Previously, his moves had been smooth and connected, right now it seemed traceless. Yet a faint fire-like sword essence spread out, the temperature of the surroundings leaping up. A new world was in front of him. One move after another. His expression solemn, his moves following his thoughts. He could feel that with each move, with the ice crystal sword as the center, a faint water presence would spread. If one looked closely, they would find this water presence was formed from blossoms of extremely tiny water-like flames. In Zuo Mo's consciousness, that ruler-straight ice river had completely transformed. The middle of the river split the river in half, one side full of icicles moving relentlessly, and the other side was countless water flames, silently burning. Zuo Mo felt that he had improved. The Li water sword essence he comprehended this time was completely different than the tidal sword essence he had comprehended before. With the tidal sword essence, rather than saying comprehension, it was more like mimicking. And for Li water sword essence, even though there was Pu Yao's guidance and advice, but he had gone through the entire process by himself bit by bit. The benefits he had received were much more than before. The ice crystal sword flipped and flew, its trajectory traceless, the fire-like sword essence burning. But gradually, Zuo Mo couldn't help but furrow his brows. The Li water sword essence was like fire. The heat that was released would logically increase the power of his sword moves, but to the ice crystal sword, it was a kind of damage. The ice crystal sword was and cold. It originally was very suited to water element sword scriptures. But what Zuo Mo picked had to be Li water sword scripture, which called for manipulating water like fire. Over time, the grade of this flying sword would probably drop. It looked like that he needed a flying sword suited for him, Zuo Mo muttered inside. He quickly threw the problem to one side. Flying swords were expensive. They weren't something he could buy now. But now that he had comprehended sword essence, the sect, in any case, should give him a flying sword. With the sect stores, to pick a flying sword suited for him, it shouldn't be too difficult. Manipulating the sword, Zuo Mo didn't feel any tiredness at all but rather extremely refreshed. Even though he was bony and was just wearing some pants, but standing there, he did seem somewhat intimidating. However, the most pressing problem he faced was getting back to the sect. Luckily, it wasn't that far. Even if he had to walk, just a day was enough. Wu Kong Sword Sect was a mess. In Wu Kong Hall, people came in and out, everyone was preparing for the sect assessment that was coming in a few days. Inside Wu Kong Hall, Shi Fengrong faced Xianyan angrily. You actually watched as he was swept away? There was none of the usual coldness on Xianyan's face. He carefully said, the circumstances at that time were outside my expectations. I didn't think he would be swept away by the water. When I managed to react, he was already gone. He's a ling plant farmer. If something happened, humph. Shi Fengrong's anger didn't decrease as she snorted icily. Shimmy, don't worry too much. Xianyan smiled as he comforted, now that he has comprehended sword essence, in this area around Dongfu, where would there be any problems? Hearing this, Shi Fengrong's anger finally decreased. She turned around, did he really comprehend sword essence? 3 months, that's not bad. Which sword scripture did he choose? Empty sword scripture, or shapeless sword scripture? Xianyan saw Shi Fengrong's face relaxed and released a breath inside. Smiling, he responded, he just entered the inner sect, how could he pick empty sword scripture and shapeless sword scripture? What he picked was Li water sword scripture. I actually hadn't recognized it in the beginning. Hearing this, Shifeng features tensed again. So what if he just entered the inner sect? How long has Wei Sheng entered the inner sect? Humph, Wei Sheng is able to enter the sword cave, why can't he choose empty sword scripture and shapeless sword scripture? Xin grimaced inside, but his mouth went, Wei Sheng has outstanding talent. Shifeng broke through, and Zuo Mo's talent isn't enough? Not good enough talent, in 3 months with no guidance and is able to comprehend sword essence? Go see if anyone else can do it. Even now, Luoli hasn't comprehended sword essence. Yes. Xin was so regretful his intestines were green. Suddenly, the two heard someone come near and they resumed their usual cold composure. Pei Yuan walked in. Seeing the two, the corners of his mouth rose slightly but then resumed normal. He said, what are second Shidi and Shimi discussing here? Nothing, Shimi's disciple Zuo Mo just comprehended sword essence. Xianyan's face was cool as he replied, no trace remaining of his carefulness just a moment ago. Oh. Pei Yuan was slightly surprised, he comprehended sword essence? I didn't think he had talent for cultivating the sword. Not bad. Where is he now? This should be rewarded. He was practicing in the river. When he comprehended sword essence, he was swept away by the water. I didn't pay attention and couldn't rescue him. Xin said. That's fine. If Zuo Mo could comprehend sword essence, then he doesn't need to worry about safety around Dongfu. Pei Yuan mused and then said, arrange for some outer sect disciples to search along the river. Make sure he doesn't miss the time of the sect assessment. Yes. Xin answered. Sect leader Shixiang. Shifeng opened coolly. What? Pei Yuan smiled. Zuo Mo could comprehend sword essence in 3 months, it's enough to show he has talent in the sword. Shifeng said as she stared at Pei Yuan, if that's the case, the sect should pass on a higher grade sword scripture. Pei Yuan said, there's no rush, let's discuss this later. Why? Shifeng took a step forwards, demanding. At the side, Xin saw Pei Yuan being pressured and sympathy formed in his eyes. Pei Yuan said helplessly, wasn't Shimi also worried about his birth? Shifeng was silent for a beat. Then she raised her head, saying, when he was entering the inner sect, I was worried about his birth and history. But he is now my disciple. No matter how he was before, I would do my best to guide him. Pei Yuan and Xin exchanged a look. Both of them were very helpless. Shimi is reasonable. Pei Yuan said, but this is really not the time to discuss this matter. I came today to find Shidi and Shimi for another matter to discuss. Shifeng and Xin waited for him to continue. You have already been informed about the matter of the Dongfu Sword Test Conference. Pei Yuan's face was grave, this is one point. I hadn't thought that Zuo Mo would do well before, but now that he has comprehended sword essence, we should nurture him well. The other matter, Tianson Zi has sent a message. A group of strong cultivators are coming to our Jie to investigate the stars in daytime. Dongfu is one of the 13 primary towns of Sky Moon. We cannot avoid people coming to investigate. We have to control our sect and stop them from getting into trouble in the next while. How many are coming? Xin heard that there were strong people and his pupils shrunk to a needlepoint, his sword essence vibrating. Shidi, don't make a mess. This group is coming down from the upper levels. Pei Yuan said solemnly. Xian's features moved, coming from the upper levels? He then grimaced, looks like this matter has made a really big furor. Everyone knows what's going on. Pei Yuan said, what Tianson Zi can see, many other people can also clearly see. But right now, the Yaoma are rising. Who touches first, that's the one that's unfortunate. Speaking, his tone became cold. Luoli's expression was calm as he stood. In front of him, Qin Cheng's face is serious, Shidi, careful. As the words landed, he swept his hand and a dark light shot towards Luoli. There was a sliver of lightning contained in the dark light, the aura extremely intimidating, with the sound of thunder. What Qin Cheng practiced was wind and thunder sword scripture. The sword was like wind and thunder, the power frightening. He didn't have as outstanding a talent as Luoli, but after practicing for a long time, he was extremely solid. When he attacked, the wind and thunder formed. His flying sword was a third-grade black thunder sword. The sword body was thick, containing thunder or, extremely suited for, wind and thunder sword scripture. Due to the weight of the flying sword, Qin Cheng's wind and thunder sword scripture lost a bit of nimbleness and had an additional kind of weight and heaviness. Adding on the lightning flickering, the power actually increased. Luo Li stared at the black light, not dodging, and then the light in his eyes flashed. Ding! A clear sound. The 1,000-catty heavy black thunder sword actually stopped right in the air. Without any warning, without any decrease in speed, it was like that someone suddenly cast a body paralysis curse on the black thunder sword, pinning it in the air. Qin Chang's expression changed. He snorted coldly and the paralyzed black thunder sword suddenly jumped, like a fish leaping out of the water. The lightning that had been on the surface of the sword suddenly gathered into a ball and left the sword. As it left the black thunder sword, it turned into a lightning sword. The lightning sword suddenly grew in size in the air, transforming into a gigantic lightning sword that was several feet as it sliced towards Luo Li. Luo Li's expression was serene as he pointed with a finger and swiped gently at the air. Right in front of the gigantic lightning sword, a crack suddenly appeared. It was as though Luo Li's action had broken through space. Without any time for adjustments, the lightning sword ran into the crack. Qin Chang's face suddenly changed. He lost his connection with the gigantic lightning sword. He was dumbstruck for a few moments. Refocusing, he could not keep his usual calm composure and asked in a trembling voice, "Void Sword Scripture, this is Void Sword Scripture? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 62 Lin Qian. Chapter 62 Lin Qian. Luo Li was both proud and regretful as he shook his head. This isn't the real Void Sword Scripture. Reconstructing Void Sword Scripture, how can it be this easy? Qin Chang quickly recovered and sighed, so strong even when it is incomplete. How strong would the complete Void Sword Scripture be? He couldn't help but look at the place where the lightning had disappeared. That crack and the lightning had both disappeared without a trace. The founder was mysterious and strong. Even one as proud as Luo Li was in awe of the sect's founder. Shitty shouldn't underestimate yourself. Just 3 months, for Shitty to accomplish so much, Xixiang really hadn't got the wrong person. Qin Chang's eyes were full of satisfaction, really makes one want to see. If Shitty has to face Wei Shang, how much is the chance of winning? Luo Li's hands unconsciously tightened into fists, flames barely perceptible burning in his cold eyes. Just a sword servant that wants to climb on top of my head. He doesn't know what he's getting into. Haha, after another few days, it would be the sect assessment. Shitty, get justice for Shimmy. I saw that Shimmy's mood these days hasn't been good. Qin Chang said, pity that Wei Shang can't catch the sect assessment. Otherwise, it would be spectacular. Luo Li had never paid attention to Zuo Mo. His goal was Wei Shang. He said frigidly, in the end, he has to come out. Qin Chang contentedly left Luo Li's place. When he was returning to his own residence, he saw many outer sect disciples with different expressions. When those outer sect disciples saw Qin Chang, they hurriedly stopped and bowed. Eldest Xixiang. What matter has you all so busy? Qin Chang asked. The outer sect disciples exchanged looks. A moment later, one person said, Zuo Mo Xixiang was practicing in the river and accidentally was swept away by the water. The sect leader ordered us to search along the river. Hearing this, Qin Chang laughed. He waved his hand, and, do what you need to do. It was as though these outer sect disciples had been pardoned from execution as they hurriedly left. They weren't dumb. They didn't want to get involved in the battle between the inner sect disciples. Qin Chang leisurely walked along, finding it increasingly humorous. To get swept away by the water when practicing in the river, such a humorous thing. He had never heard something like that before. This Zuo Mo was really amusing. He unconcernedly threw the incident to the back of his mind. Zuo Mo didn't have any position in his mind. In his mind, ling plant farmers might be important, but in this era of sword cultivators dominating, only those without ambition would go farm. The person he was truly concerned with was Wei Shang. Only this person would affect his position. Before Wei Shang had appeared, his position was rock steady. From a long time ago, he had thought himself the next sect leader of Wu Kong Sword Sect. But he would have never thought that along the way, a Wei Shang would appear out of nowhere and be so strong as to easily threaten his position. He was extremely cunning and experienced. He knew that there would be someone other than him that would not like Wei Shang to prosper even more. That was Luo Li. For someone as proud as Luo Li Shitty, how could he tolerate someone who had previously been his sword servant suddenly climb on top of his head? That was even more uncomfortable than killing him. A cold smile floated on top of Qin Chang's face. He wasn't one person. These inner sect disciples that had climbed up from the outer sect directly affected the privileges of the original inner sect disciples. It wasn't just him that had an opinion. Even the sect leader had to take their opinions into account. Zuo Mo walked along the major road. His upper half was bare, a pant was the only thing left on his lower half, his foot also bare. When the people on the road saw him, they all had strange expressions. But seeing the ice crystal sword he held in his hand, no one dared to laugh. Zuo Mo didn't know where this place was. Only after he asked someone did he know that there was about 500 miles from here to Dongfu. Zuo Mo grimaced inside. He hadn't thought that he would be swept 500 miles by the river water. Thankfully, 500 miles wasn't that far for him. Now that his cultivation had increased, the speed he traveled at had increased as well. He decided that, when he reached the 5th level of Juji, he would go learn a flying spell. If he met similar circumstances in the future, he wouldn't have to rely on his 2 legs. But he wasn't in a rush. He had asked a few people and all of them said as long as he followed the road forward, he would reach Dongfu. When he reached Dongfu, then it wouldn't be far from Wukong Mountain. As he walked, he thought about what he had learned these days. He didn't feel tired. He had just made a breakthrough. It was still indistinct in many places, there were many things that he needed to get used to. Even though he traveled along, Zuo Mo didn't find it dull. This brother, sorry to disturb. May I ask what is in this direction? Zuo Mo, deep in his thoughts, was interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. He was slightly discontent as he raised his head. When he raised his head, he instantly was dumbstruck. How in this damned world is there a man more handsome than Ge? This thought came out instinctively. Handsome, too handsome. This male was of similar height to him, a strong brow and sharp eyes, extremely masculine. Clad in white, he seemed ethereal and casual. If Pu Yao's handsomeness was androgynous, then this male's handsomeness was overwhelmingly male. This was the first time that Zuo Mo saw someone who could compare to Pu Yao in the area of beauty. He looked at himself. A skeletal body, ripped pants, zombie face. Zuo Mo was uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Who are you? What are you doing here? Zuo Mo dragged out his voice, glancing at the other out of the corner of his eye as though this place was his backyard. The other raised his hands in a fist, bowing. This little brother is Lin Xian. Having sightseen to this place but doesn't know the location. Please, brother, tell me. Lin Xian? Definitely a fake gentleman. Zuo Mo slandered inside. Sightseeing? Zuo Mo examined the other and then reached out with his right hand, rubbing his thumb and middle finger. That eternally unchanging zombie face actually had a "you understand" expression. Lin Xian paused. Looking at Zuo Mo's fingers, he asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong with brother's hand?" Zuo Mo almost spat blood. He said irritably, "Even the guiding flaming birds need Jingshi. Asking for directions is a paid service, understand?" Oh. Lin Xian made a sound and then obediently took out a piece of Jingshi to hand to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's eyes widened and, lightning fast, took the Jingshi. Oh. 3rd grade Jingshi. What this guy took out was a piece of 3rd grade Jingshi. Rich person. Fat sheep. Zuo Mo instantly labeled Lin Xian. Taking out a 3rd grade Jingshi to ask for directions, only those rich young masters who don't understand the world would do such a stupid thing. The thoughts inside his head moved rapidly. Zuo Mo's voice quickly became very warm. Oh. Helping others is the duty of my generation. Brother Lin, don't worry, I'm very familiar with this area. Oh. Lin Xian seemed to understand as he nodded his head, his face showing a relieved expression. Here, walking forward, it's Dongfu. Zuo Mo displayed everything he knew, and then pretended to ask mysteriously, "Does brother Lin know what place Dongfu is?" "Don't know." Lin Xian asked with an interested expression. Truly a young master. Zuo Mo was both jealous and disdainful. These days, other than those rich young masters, who had the leisure to sightsee everywhere. Slandering inside, his mouth went, "This Dongfu, it is one of our Sky Moon Jie's primary towns. There is," suddenly realizing that this young master probably came from a larger place, and these things wouldn't arouse the other's interest, his direction changed. Speaking of Dongfu, it was Dongfu Xianren who cleaved Dongfu with one sword blow and used the bottom half of the mountain to build the town. Impressive. Lin Xian praised, his expression focused. He seemed like a useless young master. Zuo Mo's heart relaxed slightly and he continued, "If brother Lin wants to sightsee, there is a few places to go to in Dongfu. Please, brother, guide me." Zuo Mo pieced together what he had heard usually randomly and said, "If for views, the best views are from the Plum Peak in Wu Kong Sword Sect. If it's water, Sky Shaking River is a good place, the river is fast and the scene on both sides is very inspiring." He spoke nonsense but Lin Xian listened extremely carefully. Dongfu might be a bit out of the way, but there are some strong people. A few days ago, I saw a 1,000 wing ship.
TSK, really frightening. Thousand Wing Ship? Lin Qian suddenly asked.
Yes, Shi Yizhenren's traveling palace. Since they were going in the same direction, the two traveled together. Earning a piece of third-grade Jingshi, Zuo Mo was satisfied. This Lin Qian's cultivation wasn't high, just slightly above Zuo Mo's. Zuo Mo wasn't afraid he would do anything. For cultivators, day and night were not very different. Even as the night came, the two didn't stop. Even if he couldn't ruminate on sword scripture, it wasn't boring having someone to talk to. That little bit of ink in Zuo Mo's stomach was quickly all used up and it switched to Lin Qian to talk. Only now did Zuo Mo find that this young master that seemed like a fat sheep was extremely knowledgeable. As he listened, admiration rose. It was the first time he met someone who had such broad knowledge. Around him, if it wasn't those that cultivated the sword, it was being busy with common jobs. He had never seen someone like Lin Qian that knew something about everything under the sky. It might have been that Lin Qian finally encountered someone that was willing to listen to him, but Lin Qian interestedly talked and drew Zuo Mo in. The two didn't travel slowly and quickly near Dongfu. Zuo Shixiang! Zuo Shixiang! Zuo Mo heard someone yelling at him and raised his head. He saw a few outer sect disciples. These outer sect disciples also released a breath, finally found Shixiang. The sect leader was very worried about Shixiang and especially ordered us to search for Shixiang. Finishing, their expressions became slightly strange. In front of them, Zuo Mo and Lin Qian made for a strong comparison. Beside an extremely handsome man, there stood a half-naked skeleton with a sword. This picture, it really was. Zuo Mo didn't pay attention to the looks of these outer sect disciples. He turned around, his hand presenting the third-grade Jingshi in front of Lin Qian, his voice serious as he said, "Brother Lin's knowledge is deep like the sea. Zuo Mo admires very much. This Jingshi, this one doesn't dare to accept. This day and night, this little brother has learned much, it's more than enough for acting as a guide. But it's a pity that this little brother has a sect assessment immediately and has no time to sightsee with Brother Lin. Brother Lin, have a good trip." Finishing, he shoved the third-grade Jingshi into Lin Qian's hand. At the side, the outer sect disciple stared with wide eyes dumbly at the third-grade Jingshi. Waving his hand at Lin Qian, Zuo Mo started running in the direction of Wu Kong Mountain. The outer sect disciples returned to their bodies and hurriedly followed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63 The Sect Assessment. Looking for someone who's willing to help me edit the chapters that have already been posted, and future ones. There's not time pressure for editing the first few chapters, but I'm quite aware that there's many things that could be changed. There's about 50 chapters that are unedited right now. Please comment on this chapter or message me. The battle finally has come. Luo Li vs Zuo Mo. Place your bets. Chapter 63 The Sect Assessment. Returning to the mountain, Zuo Mo was called over to Shi Fengrong immediately and was severely scolded. Zuo Mo knew that his master was worried for him and he was very agreeable. Inside, his heart felt warm. Master might not have a good temper, her personality might be a bit cold, but she was still not bad for a master. After he was scolded over by master, he returned to the little yard. He had too many things to digest. These few days, he needed to relax. After heavy practice the past 3 months, his mind had reached its limits. The few days until the sect assessment were perfect for him to rest. He needed to organize the things he had comprehended. Just as Zuo Mo was resting in the little west windyard, a white-clothed male was standing on a mountain peak not far from Wukong Mountain. He muttered, "Should be around here." If Zuo Mo saw this person, he would be shocked. This white-clothed male, it was the person he met on the road, Lin Qian. Lin Qian's face was solemn. On that peerlessly handsome face, he looked up at the sky, muttering softly, "Stars in daytime." As the sect assessment neared, the entire Wu Kong Sword Sect started to become busy. The annual sect assessment was the most important matter for all disciples. It was directly connected to each person's benefits in the upcoming year. The exams were very broad. For example, Zuo Mo was one of the examiners. He was testing the outer sect disciples on their skill with the 5 element spells. But the most important test of the sect was sword scriptures. The disciples that shone brightly in the assessment, their position and benefits in the sect would improve afterwards. Every disciple, no matter inner or outer sect, had practiced with all their power for the sect assessment. Compared to past years, this year's sect assessment was more interesting. Like the disagreement between Luo Li Shixiang and Zuo Mo Shixiang. And what everyone really wanted to see was if Wei Sheng Shixiang was going to come out of the sword cave before the sect assessment. If Wei Sheng Shixiang could get out in time, he would definitely attend the assessment. Wei Sheng Shixiang and Zuo Mo Shixiang had a good relationship, and he certainly wouldn't watch.
Then it would be interesting.
As to the fight between Luo Li and Zuo Mo, in the eyes of everyone, it was a fight with a predetermined outcome. The value in its existence was to lure out Wei Sheng Shixiang. Now that it seemed that Wei Sheng Shixiang wasn't going to come, the value of the fight was much smaller.
Everyone was guessing how Luo Li Shixiang would humiliate Zuo Mo.
The annual sect assessment of Wu Kong Sword Sect finally started. All the disciples were gathered at the plaza outside Wukong Hall.
Pei Yuanran stood at the very front.
Looking at the outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples below him, he couldn't help but sigh. This year, it was especially important for Wu Kong Sword Sect.
A ling plant farmer like Zuo Mo had appeared and also a genius sword cultivator like Wei Shang. Shixiang, let's start. Yan Lo reminded Pei Yuanran.
For the sect assessment, he had especially rushed back from Dongfu.
Pei Yuanran came back from his wanderings and nodded his head. Facing everyone else, he slowly opened, this year, the sect has had many outstanding people. I am very comforted. Cultivation is like swimming against the current. If one doesn't progress, it is falling behind. You can't slack off.
Yes. The disciples underanswered synchronously.
Start the assessment. The first to undergo the tests were the sect's outer sect disciples.
And the ones responsible for testing them were all the inner sect disciples.
Zuo Mo was responsible for ling farming. Sui was responsible for forging.
Like so, everyone was responsible for a certain area. This was the first time that Zuo Mo saw the eldest Shiji, Gongsun Shang. Eldest Shiji's appearance was proper, mature and extremely dignified.
She didn't say very much.
Most of her words were gentle and tactful, but everyone was still very respectful of her.
Supposedly, eldest Shiji was going to marry soon. Her fiancé was a disciple from a large sect. She was the only one of the inner sect disciples that wasn't responsible for an exam.
Her duty was to patrol the entire location. From this, it could be seen the trust the sect leader and the other Shirshu had in her. Seeing the familiar faces now filled with awe, Zuo Mo was reminded of himself.
Last year's sect assessment, he was still among them.
Now, he was their examiner. His heart felt slightly strange. Compared to the other disciples, Zuo Mo was much more familiar with these outer sect disciples.
He was clear to each one's cultivation.
As a result, he was very efficient. He was the first inner sect disciple to finish his examination. Carefully sealing the results in a jade scroll, he then handed it to the sect leader. Oh, little Mo's speed is very quick. The sect leader smiled at Zuo Mo as he took the jade scroll. This disciple is very familiar with all the shitty, so it was a bit faster.
Zuo Mo carefully answered. Not bad. The sect leader scanned the results and then nodded in confirmation.
He turned and gave the jade stick to Yenlo, who was at the side, and smiled at Zuo Mo. Little Mo, I heard you were swept away by the river when you were practicing? If Zuo Mo didn't have a zombie face, he would certainly have been very red at the moment. Being asked by the sect leader in front of the Shirshu, even though Zuo Mo's skin was thick, he still found it hard to deal with. This disciple wasn't attentive and will be careful next time.
Zuo Mo could only answer. Pay attention, otherwise, your master will worry.
The sect leader said.
Have a clean death.
Shi Feng Rong coldly took over.
Zuo Mo knew what kind of temper his master had and wasn't concerned.
After that, the other exams were also completed, the seal jade sticks handed over to the sect leader. Here, the sect assessment was put on hold. All the disciples were quietly waiting for the sect leader to announce the rewards. The first 3 of each year's sect assessment would always get prizes. The sect leader scanned all the jade scrolls before raising his head.
Not bad, everyone improved this year. I'm very comforted. The sect leader's voice wasn't loud but could be heard across the plaza. The person that improved the most this year really surprised me, Yu Shaogua. As the sect leader announced it, the female disciples of the Eastern Peak cheered. Zuo Mo was surprised. He hadn't thought that Shaogua would make such big improvement.
His eyes found Shaogua in the crowd. Shaogua didn't seem to have thought that she would be first in the sect assessment this year. Her face instantly turned red like an apple, her head almost touching her chest.
The female disciples surrounding her were very excited. A happy expression also came onto Li Yingfeng's face.
She had always liked Shaogua. Shaogua suddenly raised her flushed face, her eyes searching among the inner sect disciples on the stage. When she saw Li Yingfeng smiling at her, the smile on her own face became even brighter. When her gaze swept towards Zuo Mo, and saw Zuo Mo Shixiang give her a thumbs up, her nose suddenly went sour, her eyes misty. At this crucial time, she actually started to cry.
Zuo Mo's thumbs up was paralyzed. He hadn't thought that his action would make Xiaoguo cry.
This little girl, she really was a headache.
Zuo Mo muttered inside. Second place was Guo Lu.
After he had recovered, he had rapidly improved. The third place was a disciple that Zuo Mo had never heard of before. He was called Zhu Peng. These three people were going to receive a heavy reward from the sect. Some were disappointed, some were happy. All the possible expressions of people could be seen. For the outer sect disciples, the annual sect assessment had passed. No matter the outcome, it was like a load off their chests. Thinking of the inner sect disciple assessment that was next, they instantly became excited. Each year's inner sect disciple assessment was always spectacular. There were the fights between the Shixiang and the explanations from the sect's Shirshu. Usually, this was something they couldn't see or hear. If they could digest even a bit, it was more than enough for them to benefit. And this year, they had something else to look forward to. How would Luoli Shixiang torment Zuo Mo, thought. The outer sect disciples instinctively stepped back, emptying out the plaza for the inner sect disciple battle and waited for the fireworks. Alright, usual rules. The sect leader didn't waste words, start. Luoli was the first to stand out. Entering the sect, he faced Zuo Mo and said coldly, Zuo Mo shitty should have prepared already. As expected, what was supposed to come did come. Zuo Mo wasn't timid. He stood up and entered the plaza, his mouth not showing weakness. Shixiang is still as chatty as usual. The people below instantly started to murmur. Zuo Mo and Luo Li's power completely were on different levels. Yet Zuo Mo was still so arrogant. Wasn't he just asking for Luo Li Shixiang to humiliate him? Luo Li's face instantly turned green. Having been taunted by Zuo Mo in front of this many people, he laughed angrily. I hope that shitty sword is half as sharp as your words. Shixiang will know if he tries. Zuo Mo found that he wasn't nervous at all. Humph. Luo Li said, you first. Zuo Mo was eager for Luo Li to underestimate him. It fit his desire that the other let him attack first. Without hesitation, the ice crystal sword disappeared in front of him, leaving behind a clear ripple. Flowing water. The crux of this move was for the sword to act as though it was falling like water from a high altitude. The water essence was smooth without a hint of presence. It seems that Shitty has worked hard recently. Luo Li smirked. Since he was planning to humiliate Zuo Mo, naturally, he wouldn't let this battle end so quickly. He wanted Zuo Mo to understand just how great the gap was between them. He wanted Zuo Mo to realize that the two wasn't on the same level, that he could kill Zuo Mo as easily as killing an ant. Ding! The sound of impact was as clear as glass. 10 steps in front of Luo Li, invisible vibrations spread out. Luo Li acted as though no one was present as he started to walk towards Zuo Mo. His face smiling coldly. What? Does Shitty only have these little moves? Zuo Mo's entire mind was on controlling the ice crystal sword and didn't hear the words. The sword suddenly changed as though it became countless little flows, wrapping around in layers as dense as cloth. The little flows spun quicker and quick, producing soft hissing sounds. Just 2 steps from Luo Li, these revolving small flows multiplied in size and started to ring. 7 whirlpools suddenly appeared around Luo Li. The sword was soft yet sticky, the 7 whirlpools trapping Luo Li in the middle like a cage made out of whirlpools. Luo Li had no place to escape. Each whirlpool was made up of countless tiny sword energies. These hair-thin, weak-looking sword energies were full of a silent danger. Li Water Sword Scripture, S, 7 whirlpools. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64, Caught It. This chapter has been brought to you by me and Kakshura Zero. Zuo Mo isn't going to have a good time this chapter. We get to see what the elders think of everything that's happened. Chapter 64, Caught It. 7 whirlpools. The outer sect disciples simultaneously sighed in shock. Those that had been spectating instantly became alert. Zuo Mo Shixiang really had concealed himself deeply. Yen Lu was slightly surprised as he looked at the plaza. Little Mo has something like this? He had just returned and didn't know what had happened with Zuo Mo. Seeing Zuo Mo releasing such an exquisite attack, he was very shocked. Pei Yuan Ran said, don't rush. There might be even bigger surprises later. The situation suddenly changed. Zuo Mo, who had been thought as destined to lose, suddenly revealed a very strong sword move and also raised everyone's interest. Trapped between 7 sword energy whirlpools, Luo Li's face was still indifferent. He didn't seem to make a motion, but the 7 roaring sword energy whirlpool suddenly paused, the strands of sword energy flailing chaotically, but not one sword energy could enter the area 5 paces from Luo Li.
Luo Li didn't slack off either. Pei Yuan Ran had a satisfied expression. Turning, he asked Xin Yen, "This move, extinguish, what level?" "The 5th. Xin Yen said. "N.
Luo Li's talent isn't bad, but it's a pity he met Wei Shang,"
Yen Le said aimlessly.
The others all had a slightly discomfort expression. Wei Shang's talents was much greater than Luo Li based on the perspective of the sect. The unequal treatment was natural. But the time that Luo Li spent with them was much longer than Wei Shang, and much closer in terms of feelings.
Pei Yuan Ran said, "This isn't something that can be dealt with.
We, as Sword Xiu, uphold the rule of the strong and weak.
Ambition is good, but what is needed is to understand one's own abilities."
Qin Chang asked for shapeless sword scripture, for me.
Xin Yen said. Must be for Luo Li.
Yen Lu was extremely intelligent and said with a smile, shapeless sword scripture and empty sword scripture come from the same origin.
Qin Chang's conduct, it's very interesting. Shifeng Rong's brows furrowed as she said, "Isn't that making the situation worse?"
Pei Yuan Ran said, "Shimmy, don't worry.
Competition is a good thing. They are still very young. We can look over them and slowly polish away.
Maybe 1 or 2 of them will become accomplished and we will not fail our masters." Hearing this, the other 3 nodded their heads in agreement.
The fight between Zuo Mo and Luo Li intensified.
Luo Li was very shocked inside. 3 months to reach this level of skill, his talent wasn't weaker than his own. Thinking about it, his heart felt like it was bursting, as though a fire had been lit. In the last decade, he was the most favored, most talented disciple in Wu Kong Sword Sect. But there suddenly was a Wei Shang who had an apparition at Juji. To nurture him, the sect elders had actually opened the sword cave.
That was a benefit that he didn't even dare to think about. One Wei Shang came out, and now there was a Zuo Mo.
He had never heard that the sect had such a fine water sword scripture. Did the Shirshu pass on a new sword scripture? Once the thought formed, his heart felt like it was bit by a snake, his eyes dark.
Zuo Mo couldn't attend to Luo Li's mood.
All of his attention was on controlling the sword. Li Water Sword Scripture's first 6 sword moves, he had practiced numerous times. The person who had created this sword scripture might not be as familiar as he was. After he comprehended the sword essence, he had done some minor adjustments to the sword moves again. The method he used for adjustment was extremely simple. Wherever the sword essence would pause, he would fearlessly change it until the sword essence would move as he wished without any blockage. This sword scripture, it had been transformed a long time ago. If it had been someone else, would they have dared to adjust like so? But Zuo Mo didn't have any restraints. In the area of the sword, he had no fundamentals, and naturally wouldn't be restained. When he had been learning the 5 element spells of a Ling plant farmer, due to the fact that much of the contents in the jade stick had not been detailed, it had required him to speculate on his own. Over time, he was used to making adjustments to spells and had his own method. To use the sword essence as the model to change sword moves. If Xin Yen knew of the idea, he would certainly have praised it. He had seen Luo Li kill people in the Jade Scroll. It was mysterious and hard to detect. Up until now, he basically hadn't seen Luo Li Shixiang's flying sword. Empty sword scripture was truly amazing. Sui Shixiang had once said that empty sword scripture was the finest in the 3rd grade sword scriptures. From what he had seen today, it really was powerful. Couldn't see the flying sword, couldn't see the sword energy, you never knew where the other's attack would come from. Couldn't defend, couldn't see, couldn't guess, that kind of things were the ones that most easily created terror. Zuo Mo was slightly frightened. Compared to Luo Li's untouched and leisurely state, Zuo Mo was increasingly nervous. Zuo Mo's battle experience was pitifully thin. After 2 continuous sword moves were deflected, it was a heavy blow to his confidence. However, he didn't want to admit defeat like this. Gritting his teeth, he released the 3rd move. Countless sword energies formed a dense curtain of swords like a tide. Gleaming with the shine of water, it swayed like the waves. The 3rd move, Layered Tide. The first move, Flowing Water, was light and clean, like sheep climbing a cliff, untraceable. The second move, 7 Whirlpools, dense and sticky with hidden danger. And this move, Layered Tide, was continuous, becoming stronger as it continued. The layers of sword energy were like waves, layers of little waves merging together. The curtain made of swords, which had been like a drizzle of rain, suddenly became fierce and turbulent. Luo Li seemed to be right next to the water, the giant turbulence about to swallow him. Shocked gasps came from the surroundings. The past two moves might have surprised people, but it wasn't as intimidating as layered tide. In their eyes, a giant wave came down from the sky, unable to be dodged. Those outer sect disciples at odds with Zuo Mo paled in fright, their legs weak. This giant wave wasn't water, but composed of layers of countless sword energies. Once one was swallowed, then they should wait to be cut up into pieces. It seemed that he had truly understood this sword scripture. Luo Li's eyes became even darker. Staring at the sword curtain as it came down, killing intent flashed through his eyes. He decided to give the zombie a blow that would completely destroy the other's confidence. He faced the sword curtain full of danger and turbulence and stepped forward. Another step. A third step. Break! The voice rang out over the entire plaza. Everyone felt their chests compress and then shock came onto their faces. Hiss. Like a small knife cutting cloth, not dissonant but a clear sound. The giant sword energy wave was cut in half. Seeing the sword curtain forcefully broken in two, Zuo Mo jumped in fright. Just as he was about to change moves, he suddenly detected a hint of danger. His heart alarmed, he didn't have time to think as his body fell down to the left. Even though he hadn't seen anything, but Zuo Mo could clearly feel something brush tightly next to him. He was like a frightened cat, all the hair on his body standing up. Zuo Mo, having dropped to the floor, couldn't care about the pain on his body, and scrambled to distance himself from Luo Li. Oh my heart almost jumped out. It seems that Zuo Mo Shixiang isn't weak. Pity that he encountered Luo Li Shixiang. One of the surrounding disciples couldn't help stating. That's right. Look at Luo Li Shixiang, that's the composure of a strong person. That stride, that expression, Zuo Mo Shixiang is still a bit weak. Someone else in the surrounding followed. Yes. If Wei Sheng Shixiang could come out, then it might be enough. Haha, don't be impatient. In any case, the battle between the two will happen. Really? Think about it, can one mountain have two tigers? Zuo Mo couldn't hear any sound. He could only hear the beat of his heart. He furiously panted, his chest a heaving bellows. He stared with wide eyes at Luo Li, his mouth dry. So risky. Just that little bit. Just now, Zuo Mo's brain had even turned white for a second. This was the first time he had met such danger. The zombie face was full of dust, his entire body was muddy and formed a sorry figure. His actions were that of a true greenhorn, emphasizing Luo Li's strong composure. After a long while, Zuo Mo gradually recovered his calm. Luo Li wasn't far away, smirking as he looked at him. Luo Li suddenly found that this way was very good. His intention had been to embarrass Zuo Mo. In front of the sect leader, he naturally couldn't injure Zuo Mo. So let him completely humiliate Zuo Mo. The gap between you and I, it's much larger than you think. Having made a decision, Luo Li smiled coldly as he looked at Zuo Mo. He wasn't in a rush to attack. It was like a cat playing catch with a mouse. Hao Min's face was smug. If it wasn't that the elders were at the side, she would have definitely been laughing. Hatred flashed across her eyes. Dare to fight with this lady, you scum, today, you'll play until you die. Luo Li casually walked forward. Zuo Mo unconsciously shrunk back. That action, it was very similar to a startled bird. Laughter roared through the surroundings. On the stage, Shi Fengrong's face was black. Zuo Mo's eyes widened as he stared unblinkingly at Luo Li. He didn't hear the laughter from the surroundings. No one knew the feelings under that zombie face of his, just like no one knew what he was thinking. The strong terror actually made him even more focused. Shitty isn't attacking? Luo Li's voice was full of mockery as it spread. It was like a cat teasing a mouse. The scattered laughter made Luo Li feel smug. He even had the leisure to look at Hao Min. Hao Min saw Luo Li look at her and instantly sent a flirtatious look back. Luo Li was greatly encouraged and resolved to torment this distasteful little zombie today. Zuo Mo didn't speak. His eyes were wide as they stared at Luo Li. Just having tasted the power of empty sword scripture, he didn't dare to slip up. Since shitty isn't attacking, then I won't be courteous. Luo Li smiled at Hao Min and drawled. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly shrunk. Like a grasshopper, he suddenly leapt towards the right. Hiss. Zuo Mo felt his left arm become cold. A piece of fabric flew into the sky. A cold and intimidating sword energy passed right next to his skin. Ping. Zuo Mo had leapt with too much power and hit the granite-stoned ground. He instantly bared his teeth in pain. Not having the time to care about the pain, he rolled and climbed up. His hair was loose, his clothing disheveled, a large hole at his shoulder. Where are Shitty's sword moves? Luo Li's cold voice had a hint of mockery.
Hiss. Zuo Mo didn't have time to think and jumped sideways again.
At the same time, the right-hand sleeve floated into the sky.
Ping, pain.
Climbing up, he stared at Luo Li.
The laughter from the surroundings, he didn't hear it.
Luo Li didn't give Zuo Mo any time to rest, the sword energies coming one after the other.
Piece by piece, cloth flew into the sky. Zuo Mo's clothing almost became strips of cloth.
His entire body was covered in dust and dirt. Some parts of the skin were bleeding.
He was like a beggar. No one was laughing anymore. The entire plaza was unusually silent. Many outer sect disciples didn't want to look.
Xiaoguo bit her lips, unaware that her tears had fallen down.
Li Yingfeng's eyes were about to spit fire. Half crouching on the ground, Zuo Mo panted heavily.
His wide eyes were staring fixedly at Luo Li. His ears still didn't hear any sound. He was breathing fast, his throat dry and burning. He didn't notice it, just like no one noticed excitement flash and then hide in his eyes.
Caught it.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 65, Li Water Burning Heavens. So which of you won the bet? This chapter has been provided to you by me, Warlord 212, and Kakshura 0. Chapter 65, Li Water Burning Heavens. Should we call for an end?
Yanli said with slight dissatisfaction, his brows furrowed as he looked at the sorry figure of Zuo Mo in the plaza. Before, he had felt that even though Luo Li had been somewhat arrogant, but overall, he had been very good. Today's battle had changed his impression of Luo Li to an extremely terrible one. He might not be as strong as Xi Yan, but he was still a Jin Dan Xiuzhe. How could he not see? Luo Li clearly had the advantage, but like a cat catching a mouse, he was playing with the other. The two were still disciples of the same sect, regardless of how serious the conflict.
What was happening now was somewhat over the top. Inside, he blamed Zuo Mo for trying to be brave.
He had clearly given Zuo Mo a Ling armor, but Zuo Mo didn't wear it. What he didn't know was that when Zuo Mo had been practicing in the river, he naturally had taken the armor off. After he returned, he forgot to put it on. Glancing at the dark face of Shi Fengron, Pei Yuanran smiled, "No rush, no rush."
Then he said in a heavy tone, "In the future, the rules need to be adjusted."
Of course. Yan Lo agreed. In the past, the feelings between the disciples had been pretty good and nothing like this had happened.
Right now, the situation in the sect is complicated.
It's better to change the rules.
In the battlefield, Zuo Mo panted heavily. He blocked off all the outside noise.
He stared fixedly at Luo Li only 10 steps away from him.
He caught it.
Caught the barely perceptible ripple. Empty sword scripture was like traveling through the void, and that made it hard to detect the sword. However, to humiliate Zuo Mo, Luo Li had purposefully let out a small flaw to give Zuo Mo time to dodge. He definitely wouldn't have thought that this flaw that he purposefully left behind let Zuo Mo find an unique characteristic of empty sword scripture. It had to be said that empty sword scripture deserved to be the finest among the third-grade sword scriptures. Up until now, Zuo Mo hadn't found Luo Li's flying sword. This was the speciality of empty sword scripture. The flying sword could travel through space and pierce through it to wound others, giving others the feeling that it was non-existent.
However, Luo Li was far from the level of his sword essence becoming non-existent. It was an extremely small ripple.
Just before the flying sword would appear, there would be a very small Ling energy ripple.
This Ling energy ripple, in the midst of the unsteady surroundings, could be easily overlooked.
However, as Luo Li repeatedly played, Zuo Mo, who had been highly alert, caught this sign. Zuo Mo's cultivation was far from Luo Li, but his spiritual power was far above Luo Li. This was also the reason he could catch this small fluctuation. As long as he could catch the fluctuation, empty sword, it wasn't untraceable any longer. On a zombie face smeared with dirt and sweat, it seemed that there were two deep red flames jumping deep in his eyes. The smugness on Luo Li's face gradually disappeared. Previously, every time he made a blow, Zuo Mo's sorry state caused a lot of laughter. But afterwards, the laughter decreased in number.
Presently, the entire plaza was dead silent. No matter how disheveled a figure Zuo Mo was, there wasn't any more noise.
This made Luo Li feel very uncomfortable. He decided to end this boring battle using the move he had just comprehended. The mockery on his face disappeared. His expression turned grave, all the Ling energy in his body moved. The air seemed to have solidified, silent and deadly. The disciples that were spectating felt a heavy pressure form as though it was tangible, and their expressions all changed.
They could not dodge it. Luo Li Shixiang, had he reached this kind of level? Even those inner sect disciples couldn't help but show shock on their faces. Luo Li Shixian's cultivation was stronger than them, but they had not thought that Luo Li Shixian would be this strong.
Light flashed through Yan Li's eyes. The others also looked down with solemn expressions. Shitty, pay attention, and get ready to interfere, Pei Yuan Ran said firmly to Xianyan. His eyes were tightly locked on Luo Li, seemingly excited. With his experience, how could he not see that this was a move that combined empty sword scripture and shapeless sword scripture? Empty sword scripture and shapeless sword scripture were born from the same root. In the past, void sword scripture was broken into two sword scriptures, empty sword scripture and shapeless sword scripture. All these years, many people had wanted to put the two sword scriptures back together, but no one had succeeded. In the past, if Xianyan hadn't cultivated Ice Dragon sword scripture, he would have certainly done this. Basically, any disciple of the sect that practiced one of the two sword scriptures would try their best to combine the two sword scriptures. So when they saw Luo Li's move, Pei Yuan Ran and the other three were instantly absorbed. No one knew how to learn void sword scripture, but there were many records about this sword scripture. All the records would always have one word, essence moves and rises, that. With Luo Li's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to exude this kind of presence unless he comprehended sword essence. Yet, in the eyes of experts like Xianyan, whether Luo Li had comprehended sword essence or not could be seen with a glance. Then there was only one possibility, combining the sword scriptures. How could they not be excited? Zuo Mo didn't know any of this. In his eyes, there was only Luo Li, only that ripple. Luo Li's presence was extremely shocking, but in Zuo Mo's eyes, it was far less frightening than before. The fluctuation was too strong. He almost didn't need to try to locate the relative position of this Ling energy fluctuation. It was clearer than any previous time. The previous sword moves might not have been as strong in terms of presence, but that fluctuation was extremely small. If it wasn't that Zuo Mo's consciousness was strong, he wouldn't have been able to detect it. Laboriously waiting for a chance, Zuo Mo's pupils shrunk and the ice crystal sword that had been floating landed in his hand. Stepping forward in a half-crouch, his body slightly bent, the sword tip pointing to the ground, the eyes half-closed. All the fire, all the desire for battle, all the resolve, all of it started to retreat inside. Zuo Mo was like a dirty stone statue, motionless. Luo Li saw Zuo Mo's posture and a faint icy smile floated on the corner of his mouth. In front of absolute power, any kind of rebellion was useless. He wanted the sect leader and the others to see his potential, see that he was more exceptional than Wei Shang. He needed to take back what belonged to him. He didn't notice that at this time, Xianyan Shirshu's attention moved from his body to Zuo Mo's body. Xianyan's usually stone-cold face was in a rare state of surprise. Luo Li didn't notice. If he had noticed, maybe he would think of what was behind it. He raised his right hand, his fingers forming a sword, the Ling energy revolving. Some meticulous outer sect disciples instantly noticed that a layer of faint white mist had formed and surrounded Zuo Mo's lowered ice crystal sword. It looked like Zuo Mo was holding a ball of mist. Luo Li felt that the time was right. Without hesitation, he attacked, his fingers lightly swiping at Zuo Mo. All the accumulated anger, it seemed to have found a place to vent and furiously flooded following Luo Li's fingers. Just at this moment, Zuo Mo suddenly opened his eyes. It was like a dead motionless statue had suddenly come alive. Zuo Mo's clear bright eyes were entirely red like bloody eyes, but also like a roaring fire, burning like his desire to fight and his resolve. The moment he opened his eyes, all the energy that had retreated suddenly exploded. Using all the power in his body, he swung the sword against the current viciously upwards. Li. The raspy voice was explosive, like a fireball suddenly exploding. Biding his time for so long, it was all for this move. All the Ling energy, all the spiritual energy, Zuo Mo didn't keep any of it back. All of it was poured into this, Li water burning heavens. His eyes glared furiously, almost as though they were going to pop out. That zombie face that was eternally expressionless was twisted like a dancing flame. Luo Li's expression changed. What was that? He clearly saw countless jumping flames, countless flames filled with explosiveness, but why? They clearly were just water. Impossible. That was impossible. That damn zombie had clearly been using a water element sword scripture. How could it transform into fire? It had to be said that Li water sword scripture was a very unique sword scripture. The uniqueness wasn't just found in manipulating water like fire. Even its sword moves were very unique. In the 7 moves, the first 6 moves, they were all classical water element sword moves. They walked the path of water. Anyone who encountered it would naturally classify it as a classical water element sword scripture, but only up till the very last move. That one took a huge curve. Manipulate water like fire. Without having learned the last move, Li Water Burning Heavens, it wasn't possible to really comprehend Li Water Sword Scripture. All the essence of Li Water Sword Scripture was in this final move. Even the people who practiced it had a hard time finding it, to say nothing of the people facing it. Additionally, while the sword moves that Zuo Mo had previously used were skilled and smooth, but in each move, not one bit of sword essence was revealed. Zuo Mo had thought it through. Sword essence was the only place that he could win. If the other was alert against it, he didn't even have the tiniest bit of hope. So in the beginning, no matter if it was flowing water, 7 whirlpools, or layered tides, he didn't use sword essence. Only now. In front of Zuo Mo, a crack suddenly appeared. It gave off a terrifying presence like an ancient monster that would eat people. Joy made its way onto the faces of Pei Yuan Ran and the others. Only Xin Yan's gaze was tightly locked on Zuo Mo. What was going to come out of the crack? The flying sword. Zuo Mo seemed to be combusting. His eyes were blood red and he roared, not dodging in the slightest. The ice crystal sword, swung with all his power, went up against the flow as a layer of strange and clear water flames appeared. All the disciples, no matter inner sect or outer, no one could keep their composure. Even the steady Qin Sheng's expression changed dramatically. Sword essence. That was sword essence. In their eyes, Zuo Mo was like a ball of fire, a strange and clear water flame, that presence. A vicious and brutal presence suddenly spread out with Zuo Mo as the center. Luo Li finally was shocked. Not caring about anything else, all the Ling energy in his body started to revolve. The ice crystal sword suddenly lightened. The strange water flame left the sword, transforming into a silently burning fire sword formed out of water, accurately hitting that crack. Everyone could only see a patch of white and nothing else. Their ears rang, they couldn't hear anything. The disciples that had been closer felt that someone had pushed them heavily, forcing them to move 6 or 7 steps behind before they could steady themselves. Only a long while later did everyone's eyes recovered. When they looked at the battlefield, everyone truly was dumbstruck. There was a gigantic and deep hole in the plaza. Inside the plaza, Zuo Mo's upper half was naked, his clothing having disappeared. He was still locked in his position of swinging the sword. The light in his eyes retreated. He was like a statue. At the edge of the deep pit, blood seeped out of the corner of Luo Li Shixiang's mouth. His hair was a mess, not much of his clothing had remained. His eyes were fixed on Zuo Mo. Phew! Luo Li Shixiang suddenly spat out blood and fell down backwards. At the same time, Zuo Mo still maintained his attack position as he silently dropped to the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 66, Awakening. Chapter 66, Awakening. Zuo Mo slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help but groan because of his sore body. Shixiang, you're awake. An unfamiliar female stood beside the bed, her expression respectful. Zuo Mo noticed a hint of awe in her eyes. Based on her clothing, she should be an outer sect female disciple, but Zuo Mo didn't know her. Where is this? Zuo Mo struggled to sit up. This is Fragrant Ginger Yard. Because you were injured, the mistress took you here. The female outer sect disciple answered hurriedly. Zuo Mo relaxed and thought, oh, so it had been master. Feeling the hunger in his stomach, he raised his head to ask, is there something to eat? The outer sect female disciple nodded, please wait. She then turned and left. After a while, she carried a bowl of rice and several dishes in. Smelling the dense Ling energy coming from the food, Zuo Mo felt his mind become alert, and felt even more hungry. Without a second wasted, he started to feast. The rice in the bowl wasn't the normal rice that he usually ate but rather cooked with Ling grains. The small dishes were all prepared using Ling vegetables. The Ling energy was abundant. Thus extremely appropriate for people like Zuo Mo who had just been wounded to recover. To someone poor like Zuo Mo, when had he ever eaten such food? He had a ration of Ling grains each month, but he didn't know how to prepare it. The preparation of Ling food needed extremely specialized techniques. This process was called food cultivation. All kinds of raw ingredients filled with rich Ling energy, after being especially paired, and then meticulously prepared, the Ling energy in the food would be completely released and it was very easy to absorb. Absorbing Ling energy from Ling food was much gentler than absorbing it from Jingshi. However, that was something only those who had enough Jingshi could experience. Compared to other high-level Ling foods, Ling grains were the most basic and widespread Ling food. However, Zuo Mo sold the Ling grains he received each month to turn it into Jingshi. Having the Ling vein in the stone room, the effect of Ling grains were not major for him. This was the first time he was able to experience such luxury. The skill of the person who cooked was high and the Ling energy thick.
Just smelling it, Zuo Mo felt his mind lighten.
When the food entered his mouth, he almost swallowed his tongue as well. Like a storm, the Ling food on the table was swept clean, not a speck remaining.
Zuo Mo stretched, still wanting more.
At this time, the female outer sect disciple reminded him, Xixiang can meditate, which will help in the absorption of Ling energy. Hearing this, Zuo Mo rushed into the lotus position to meditate. Seeing this, the female disciple quietly cleaned up the dishes and then closed the door as she left.
Waking up from the meditation, Zuo Mo felt his mind was completely refreshed and unspeakably comfortable.
Thinking about the Ling food he had just eaten, he couldn't help but sigh at the effect of the meal, which was even more effective than meditating for 4 hours in the stone room. But the Ling vein in the stone room was completely free, and while there hadn't been that much food, the price of the Ling food definitely wasn't cheap.
If it wasn't a reward from the sect, he certainly couldn't afford it.
Pushing open the door, he walked outside the room. It was a small yard outside the door. At this time, Zuo Mo knew where he was. This place was a small out-of-the-way yard in fragrant ginger yard.
He would pass by this place every day.
It seemed familiar upon further observation. He decided to go see his master. Walking out of the little yard, he saw quite a few female outer sect disciples along his way.
Zuo Mo instantly felt the completely different change in their attitude.
Previously, they had been respectful of him.
Now, there was a hint of awe in this respect.
This awe that came from the heart, it caused their spines to bend more, their attitude more careful and respectful.
Zuo Mo wasn't used to it.
Su Qing saw Zuo Mo and hurried to bow. Xixiang,
Master is waiting for you. Even Su Qing was using the formal you. Zuo Mo felt very uncomfortable.
He shook his head and said, "It's not good that Shimi calls me this, it's too formal."
Xixiang is right, Su Qing was wrong. Su Qing smiled warmly.
Previously, she had helped Zuo Mo, but she didn't think he would end up doing so well. Who could have known that Zuo Mo could fight to a standstill with Luo Li Xixiang? When she had seen it, she was dumbstruck. Even now, she still felt disbelief.
This incident caused the entire fragrant ginger yard to take a new look at this zombie Xixiang. Su Qing was smart and knew that this fight had completely decided Xixiang's position in fragrant ginger yard and the sect. Before, Hao Min Shiji had been arrogant and despotic in fragrant ginger yard. In the future, she would definitely be more restrained. If she still didn't control herself, then she would be too stupid. Zuo Mo Xixiang might look slow, but no matter if it was cunning, power, or talent, he surpassed Hao Min. Su Qing knew of the battle between the inner sect disciples. As an outer sect disciple, she naturally felt closer to Wei Shang and Zuo Mo, who had once been outer sect disciples as well. However, Su Qing was still careful and aware of herself. Many people, when they prospered, their temper and personality became drastically different. Prudence would never be a mistake. However, Zuo Mo Xixiang's personality seemed much better than she had imagined. Zuo Mo's zombie face still was expressionless.
He nodded at Su Qing and then walked towards Master's Dan room. Pushing open the door to enter, he saw Master Shi Fengrong.
Now you know to act brave.
When Shi Fengrong saw him, she discourteously started scolding, "Just admit defeat earlier next time.
Did you have to injure yourself like that?"
She completely forgot she had sent a death order for Zuo Mo to not lose. Zuo Mo perceptibly didn't mention it and muttered in compliance. To argue with this person, he didn't have the guts.
Shi Fengrong's tone relaxed, "But, you didn't lose face for me."
"Very good." Zuo Mo heard this and rolled his eyes inside.
"This is probably what you really thought inside." Shi Fengrong was very satisfied with this disciple.
Even though he had only been a Ling plant farmer, but she had been shocked at his talent at dan making. He could make the golden crow pill even when he just started to learn dan making. The first time Zuo Mo made the golden crow pill, it could be explained by luck. Afterwards, when he found the basic method, she hadn't said anything, but she had been very shocked inside. This wasn't something that could be accomplished by luck. Seeing his exceptional talent, Shi Fengrong had made even stricter demands of him. She didn't have any hope for the fight between Zuo Mo and Luo Li. Regardless that she had ordered that he could not lose, she was clear that the two weren't on the same power level.
Yet Zuo Mo once again gave her a surprise.
Even though he didn't win, but he truly didn't lose. In a short 3 months, he was able to comprehend sword essence. This kind of sword talent, even the cold second Xixiang was surprised. The sect leader in third Xixiang had gaped. She had been very smug inside.
3 months, and you were able to comprehend sword essence. Your talent at the sword isn't weak.
If it was buried, it would be a pity. Shi Fengrong slowly said, in the future, you can go to your second Shibua to learn about the sword.
I'm telling you, if you go to your second Shibua, don't dishonor me.
If I learn that you are slacking, humph. The snort was very cold.
Zuo Mo silently grimaced.
To go to second Shibua's place to learn the sword, this treatment, it was extremely high in Wu Kong Sword Sect. It was something that every disciple dreamed about.
If it was in the past, Zuo Mo would have nodded and agreed, but now. He thought that there was still an idle and steady Puyao in his consciousness, and then thought about second Shibua's sword-like gaze. Zuo Mo felt he had dropped into ice. He still remembered the snow-white sword essence of second Shibua slicing through the Black Sea the night he met Puyao for the first time. Even the kind of strong Yaoma that was Puyao, he still wasn't second Shibua's opponent. If second Shibua found Puyao in his consciousness, his own ending would be of the utmost miserable. What was a reward in other people's eyes, Zuo Mo wanted to avoid it. This disciple just wants to learn dan-making from master. Before Zuo Mo could finish, Shi Fengrong interrupted, dan-making is dan-making. Cultivating the sword is cultivating the sword. No one said that making dan means not being able to cultivate the sword. Stop talking and go where I tell you. But.
Shi
Fengrong looked suspiciously at Zuo Mo, you have a question?
Being pierced with master's gaze, Zuo Mo's heart jumped rapidly.
Don't let master see anything fishy. He hurriedly shook his head, no. No. If you don't have any, then go.
Shi Fengrong impatiently waved her hand to rush Zuo Mo out.
Coming out of master's dan room, Zuo Mo felt very uncertain. Of the four elders, the one he was most afraid of meeting was Xin Shibua.
Whenever Xin Shibua looked at him, Zuo Mo felt that the other could see him clearly, and that all secrets were revealed in second Shibua's eyes.
But this obstacle could not be avoided. Zuo Mo cautiously went to second Shibua's residence. Second Shibua was skilled in two areas.
One was cultivating the sword. The other was forging. Wei Sheng Shixiang had personally been taught by him. Luo Li had once received his teachings. Other than that, Sui Shixiang was the only disciple of second Shibua and learned forging from him.
Zuo Mo could only walk towards second Shibua's residence. Second Shibua resided alone at Sun Lookout Peak. This was a place that Zuo Mo had never stepped in before. Following the winding mountain road, Zuo Mo was extremely careful and furtive. When he reached the peak of Sun Lookout Peak, he was shocked still. The peak was very large, but there was only a small grass hut. Other than that, no other living thing was on the ground. Zuo Mo was about 150 steps from the grass hut.
These 150 steps, he walked with his heart beating fast. A few times, he almost turned and ran away. Under his feet, not 1 foot of ground was whole. Actually, not just under his feet but the entire top of Sun Lookout Peak, there wasn't a whole piece of ground. There were intersecting cracks. The ground of Sun Lookout Peak seemed to have been heavily plowed countless times. When he stepped on the upturned soil, Zuo Mo's heart shrunk. Sword essence. The broken soil on the upturned ground under his feet contained extremely strong sword essence. They followed out as though they wanted to cut off Zuo Mo's legs, or as though they wanted to burrow inside his body from the soles of his feet. The cold killing intent made Zuo Mo's hairs stand on end. He unconsciously swallowed, controlling his impulse to take out the ice crystal sword and gritted his teeth as he walked forward. One step. It was like his feet were stepping on countless sword tips. Each step was extremely careful. Zuo Mo felt the impulse countless times to take out ice crystal sword. It was an instinctive response, but each time, he would stop it. This patch of broken ground concealed countless sword essences. If he really summoned the ice crystal sword, that was really poking the hornet's nest. Those hidden sword essences would swarm and rip him to shreds. Damn it! This ghastly place. Formal way of saying you. The pinyin is nin as opposed to the informal you and I. Translator ramblings, Shi Fengrong tries, she really does. She's old and experienced, and so the rest of the elders. The way they see it, it's just a harmless little disagreement. No one would die. Of course, things look different from Zuo Mo and Luo Li's point of view. The story is going to start heating up soon. We're past the first hump and the outer world comes into play. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67, Questions and Answers. This chapter has been provided to you by me, Warlord 212, Kakshura 0, and Wandering Yumi of Doom. Chapter 67, Questions and Answers. Zuo Mo was like a tense string as he carefully moved in front of the door to the grass hut. Just the slightest bit of outside force and he would move.
he took a deep breath. Even though he had broken through to the second breath of embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, and didn't need to use his nose and mouth to breathe, but when he was nervous, he still unconsciously followed the familiar pattern of breathing to calm his emotions. Letting his mind settle, he gave a deep bow to the wooden door of the grass hut. Disciple Zuo Mo greets Shurbo.
Come in.
Xianyan Shurbo's icy voice came out of the grass hut.
The wooden door opened silently.
The inside of the hut was a patch of darkness. Zuo Mo's heart couldn't help but tense up once again. He gathered his courage and walked in. The interior of the grass hut was extremely crude. There was only a meditation mat. Other than that, there was nothing else.
Xianyan Shurbo was sitting on the meditation mat, a small stream of sunlight entering the grass hut and falling onto Xianyan Shurbo's body.
Shurbo's body was under the sun, but his face was shadowed by the hair in front of his forehead and couldn't be seen clearly until he opened his eyes. In the shadow, 2 dots of ice suddenly lit up. For some unknown reason, Zuo Mo felt a bone-aching cold flow from the tail of spine upwards, all the muscles in his body paralyzed.
You are a surprise to me.
Xianyan's voice was like a cold mist, permeating through Zuo Mo's skin into his heart, so cold that he almost couldn't move.
You don't have any talent at the sword. Xianyan said calmly. Zuo Mo's heart suddenly tensed.
He felt that he almost forgot to breathe at this instant. Terror, like the flood overcoming the dam, instantly broke through Zuo Mo's psychological defenses.
Did Shurbo find out? You could comprehend sword essence in 3 months, that surprised me. Xianyan didn't look at Zuo Mo.
He slowly closed his eyes, the 2 dots of ice disappearing into the shadows. I'm not concerned with what fortuitous encounters you had, but you have to remember, if you do anything against the sect in the future, I will kill you with my sword. The tone was calm, as though it was narrating a simple matter.
It was like Zuo Mo suddenly rose from hell into heaven.
This joyful surprise stunned him for a moment. He had already prepared to stretch out his neck to be killed. He had assumed that second Shurbo had already seen through him, and seen that Pu Yao was in his consciousness.
The tense muscles on his body instantly relaxed. Zuo Mo felt his body was weak, the lingering fears in his heart like a flood, almost swallowing him. His feet were sore and weak.
Yes. Zuo Mo hurriedly answered, his mind slightly steadier. The Li Water Sword scripture that you cultivate is unique but is limited by the knowledge of the author, and it would be hard for it to improve further in the future.
Xianyan didn't open his eyes as he said calmly, and your fundamentals are too weak.
Several places need to be changed. However, the places that you changed yourself, they weren't bad.
Afterwards, Xianyan pointed out a few spots.
Zuo Mo, now having calmed down, was delighted and willing. The places that Shurbo pointed out, it was exactly the places that he felt were uncomfortable and didn't flow properly, but he hadn't known how to change it. Hearing Shurbo's advice, he instantly understood. After that, Xianyan Shurbo threw a jade scroll to Zuo Mo. These are some basic sword scriptures.
Practice them more.
Pausing, he said with a hint of regret, your primary focus is dan making, and you're also a ling plant farmer.
You are not suited to cultivate the sword. For sword shio, what is important is not to be distracted by other matters, the clear heart sword. You, try to do your best.
Bidding farewell to Shurbo, when Zuo Mo passed over the mud in front of the grass hut, he didn't feel any of the sword essence that had been there previously. Just like those sword essences knew him and hid themselves. On the road from Sun Lookout Peak to Little West Windyard, Zuo Mo had been pondering Shurbo's words. Shurbo's meaning was extremely clear. If he wanted to progress another step on the road of the sword shio, and really accomplish something, he must abandon being a ling plant farmer and dan making, and only practice the sword. Otherwise, he would find it hard to progress further on the sword. Shurbo's words were as clear as they could be, but Zuo Mo knew what he was worth. If he was like Wei Sheng Shixiang, he might abandon everything and be a pure sword shio, but he wasn't. He knew just how much talent he had. If he didn't have Pu Yao, he basically couldn't have been able to comprehend sword essence. He had been sliced several thousand times before he had comprehended Shurbo's title sword essence. If it had been Wei Sheng Shixiang, he would have needed only a few dozen before he could have comprehended it. If he didn't have the experience of comprehending the title sword essence, he certainly wouldn't have been able to comprehend the Li Water Sword essence in 3 months. He was fated to not walk Wei Sheng Shixiang's path. As he walked with the wind blowing gently in his face, Zuo Mo's mood rose. The road each person walked was different. Even more, the progress he had made was something he didn't dare to even think of before. Yet now, he had made it. His mood recovered quickly. After the rise and fall in his emotions today, his body felt slightly exhausted. He needed rest. However, when he walked to the mouth of the West Wind Valley, his feet stopped and he paused on this spot.
Aya!
Zuo Mo Shixiang, you finally came.
Xixiang was so strong in the sect assessment, Shitty has come to especially give congratulations, just a humble gift.
Does Shixiang still remember me?
That year, if it wasn't for your little art of cloud and rain, I would have been homeless.
This little brother still remembers it.
Xixiang, this little brother cultivates the sword, but doesn't have a master.
Shixiang, us sisters from the eastern peak.
Looking at the dense mass of people, Zuo Mo's head rang. The entrance of West Wind Valley was filled to the limit. This scene, it was even busier than the last time when Zuo Mo had been promoted to an inner sect disciple. Even the gifts they had prepared were higher quality than last time. Some outer sect disciples that had good family backgrounds had really spent a lot.
Desperately needing rest, Zuo Mo felt his head was going to explode. Stop the noise.
Suddenly, a voice passed over, and everyone instantly quieted.
Sui had accompanied two females over. Zuo Mo saw clearly that it was eldest Shiji Gong Sunshine and Sui Xia Shiji. The one that had spoken was Sui Shixiang. Sui waved his hand, leave.
Seeing the situation, the outer sect disciples scattered like birds. Sui bowed to Zuo Mo and said, Shitty, don't blame me for overstepping. It really is too noisy with all these people here.
Zuo Mo hurriedly returned the bow, many thanks, Shixiang.
This little brother's eyes are already dizzy. If Shixiang had been just a moment late, this little brother would have been dead right here.
Then he bowed towards Gong Sunshine and Sui Xia, eldest Shiji, Xia Shiji. You are actually somewhat interesting, eh?
A green-clad Sui Xia laughed.
Zuo Mo was deeply cautious and alert towards this innocent-looking girl.
Liang Feng Shiji said that the jade scroll had been from Sui Xia Shiji. What the intentions were at that time of giving him the jade scroll were hard to tell.
Gong Sun Cheng smiled warmly, responding, Shitty looks very tired. Why don't we come another day? What is Shiji saying? Come. Everyone come in and have some tea.
Zuo Mo hurriedly said and then made a joke, but I don't have Shixiang's Ling tea.
Please don't blame me.
Everyone started moving towards the valley. Each person made with a pondering expression as their eyes encountered the ruined Jinji scattered on the ground. They had heard earlier on that Luo Li had gone to challenge Zuo Mo at the valley. The news was passed furiously through Wu Kong Sword Sect. Thinking about the match that neither of the two had won, all three of them had their own thoughts.
Zuo Mo didn't have any expression.
In fact, he couldn't make expressions.
That zombie face couldn't hold any expressions.
Entering the West Wind Yard and seeing Zuo Mo return, the gray-beaked goose on the roof made a call as though she was giving a greeting. Just having escaped death, Zuo Mo's mood was very good and he waved his hand in greeting to the female bird.
Gong Sun Cheng saw Zuo Mo's youthful actions and couldn't help but grin. Sui Xia only took a glance.
Seeing it was only just a normal gray-beaked goose, she looked away with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Her steed was a third-grade golden fire pupil beast.
Extremely intimidating and dominant.
In her eyes, a gray-beaked goose was for country bumpkins only.
The group of four sat down. Zuo Mo made a pot of tea.
The three touched it with their lips before setting it down.
Zuo Mo didn't care.
What he had was just normal tea.
It was a bit cheap. Normally, even he didn't drink it.
It really shocked me that Shitty comprehended sword essence in 3 months. Shitty is really too mean to not have slipped any hint and make me worry.
Sui said with a smile. Zuo Mo quickly answered, it isn't that this little brother deliberately concealed it.
Even this little brother hadn't thought it would be possible or afraid of saying it and being embarrassed. This little brother had been practicing in the river and had been swept a few hundred miles away by the water. Even the sect leader had to send someone to search. The other three people's expressions instantly became slightly strange. They had already used the incident of Zuo Mo being swept away by the river as a joke. The three had mocked or disdained it. Now that Zuo Mo mentioned it in self-mockery, the three instantly didn't feel good inside. Zuo Mo had comprehended sword essence and was walking far in front of them. Previously mocking Zuo Mo, it clearly showed their ignorance and stupidity. What sword scripture is Shitty practicing? Sui Xia asked with a face of innocence. Li Water sword scripture. Zuo Mo didn't deny it. If they wanted to know, they naturally could find out. It is a third-grade 5 elements sword scripture. Pity that Sherbwa said that it would be difficult for it to progress more. Hearing this, Sui Xia's cunning eyes couldn't help but reveal delight. Zuo Mo coincidentally caught it. He couldn't resist sneering inside. This brat definitely didn't have a good heart. Shitty, don't be discouraged. Gong Sun Xing comforted, your talents are so outstanding, Sherbwa and sect leader wouldn't waste your talents. Shaji is right.
Feeling the concern of the other, Zuo Mo felt goodwill for her and bowed towards Gong Sunshine.
It might have been that she would be marrying soon, but she didn't walk closely with Qin Cheng's group. It seemed like that she didn't want to involve herself in the battle between the two sides.
This time, it is me that is searching for Shitty.
The eldest Shiji smiled, her tone gentle. These two have been taken along to keep me company. I heard that Shitty can make a kind of lingdan called Golden Crow Pill which has a probability of making Golden Crow fire.
Is that true? The appraisal says so.
In reality, this little brother has not tried.
Zuo Mo said cautiously.
That's good. Gong Sun Sheng smiled and took out a jade box. I want to use this time to exchange with Shitty for 100 Golden Crow Pills.
Shitty, take a look.
Finishing, her slender fingers pushed the jade box in front of Zuo Mo.
Zuo Mo was slightly puzzled as he opened the jade box.
The moment he opened the jade box, his pupils suddenly expanded. Glee was unable to be disguised in his eyes.
Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo is on vacation but that's not going to be for long. He's made a decision about his career and really, it was unrealistic for Xian Yen to expect the money-grubbing zombie to abandon his pursuit of wealth in exchange for a promise that he might succeed.
Due to the fact that people have been confused by the previous /next links I had up in the first few chapters, I have decided to remove all of them.
Please use the table of contents for navigation.
WordPress has their own related content links which I have no control over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68, A Rare Leisure. This chapter has been brought to you by me, Warlord 212, Kakshura 0, and Wandering Yumi of Doom. Chapter 68, A Rare Leisure. There was a pale blue third-grade water grass lying in the jade box. Light flickered across the plant and it exuded a faint coldness.
Icy cloud grass. It was a very rare water element ling grass. Its shadow could be found in many kinds of high-level Dan recipes. To say nothing else, Zuo Mo knew that even Master didn't have ice cloud grass in her fields.
Ice cloud grass grew in the coldest of climates. It wasn't easily grown and was hard to find. It probably wasn't possible to buy such a high-quality ice cloud grass in Dongfu, and showed just how valuable it was. This is too valuable. Zuo Mo strongly controlled the greed in his heart and pushed the jade box back in front of the eldest Shiji.
A flicker of admiration ran through Gong Sun Sheng's eyes. She once again pushed the jade box to Zuo Mo. Don't refuse, Shitty. This ice cloud grass, it leans towards the cold and the water element. The dan that can be made from this would certainly be lingdan of the ice and water elements.
In this sect, other than Shitty, no one is appropriate for this.
Zuo Mo thought and then said, 200.
The other 100 would be a token of Shitty's goodwill.
Gong Sunshine didn't refuse and smiled broadly. Many thanks, Shitty. Everyone talked for a bit longer, but their interests didn't match.
Zuo Mo felt especially negative towards Sui Xia.
The three stood up and left. Zuo Mo walked with them to the mouth of the valley. Before leaving, Sui couldn't resist reminding Zuo Mo of the Golden Crow pills he had already ordered. Zuo Mo nodded. Zuo Mo could finally take a breath. Returning to his little yard, he didn't want to do anything.
Today's ups and downs, it was enough to tire him out. But he still moved the ice cloud grass into the Ling spring of the rock room first. That Ling spring was near the Ling vein and the Ling energy was extremely thick, and suited for the growth of the ice cloud grass. The reason he had been so happy seeing the ice cloud grass wasn't completely due to its value, but because the Jade Scrolls of Elder Wei Nan recorded a kind of water method to make a lingdan.
Its main ingredient was ice cloud grass. This lingdan was called Ice Cloud Dan. It could dramatically increase a cultivator's power over water. The Jade Scroll hadn't recorded just how great the increase was. However, for Zuo Mo, it still would be very beneficial. He wasn't a sword shio and didn't need to consider the problem of the chaos of the 5 elements. Any element in the 5 elements was extremely useful for him. If his water power grew, the power of his Li Water Sword scripture would be even greater and easier for him to manipulate. But temporarily, he didn't have the time to make the Ice Cloud Dan. He was in deep debt. Golden Crow Pill. Whenever he thought about the enormous amount of Golden Crow pills, Zuo Mo had the impulse to faint. But today, it wouldn't be today. He buried his head and slept. The next morning, Zuo Mo woke up and started his crazy dan-making days. Su Qing seemed to know of the matter and had prepared large amounts of the ingredients for the fasting pill beforehand. Looking at the mountain of raw materials in front of him, Zuo Mo wanted to cry. He forced himself to start. A crowd of people appeared in a mountain valley not far from Dongfu. Their clothing was different and so was their expression. It's nearby. One of the people said.
His face was serious, but it's hard to find the exact location.
I think that it's here. Another yellow-clad cultivator snorted coldly and followed. We've gone through the other 12 towns. Other than here, where else?
The other people looked at the silver-clad man that seemed to be the leader.
The expression on this male's face was extremely faint.
The long robes on his body seemed to have been woven from silver thread, the light gleaming. In the crowd, he was extremely eye-catching. The silver-clad man mused for a beat before opening, settle down first and then search.
The crowd flew in the direction of Dongfu.
4 hours later, at the same location that the crowd of people had gathered, light flashed, and a crowd of black-clad people appeared. They were all wearing copper masks, the patterns on the masks extremely fierce and only revealing the eyes.
Just in this area. Still not clear about the exact location. A black-clad person said.
Then he made a sound of surprise. There were people just here, not an insignificant number.
The leader of the crowd didn't say anything. He lightly waved his hand and the crowd of black-clad people disappeared into the air.
A while later, a white-clad male appeared. If Zuo Mo could see it, he would be shocked to find that it was the person he had thought was a rich young master, Lin Qian.
He only took a glance before disappearing.
Zuo Mo's display in the sect assessment really shocked everyone.
The next few days, there were continuous visitors. With no other solution, Zuo Mo could only hang up a sign of seclusion at the mouth of the valley.
These few days, he had made Dan to the point he almost threw up. For eldest Shiji, for Sui Shixiang, to give to Li Yingfeng Shiji to sell. Only later did he remember that he didn't have any fire seeds himself. 4th grade fire source.
If he didn't have one himself, why would he keep on making it?
According to the appraisal, there was a probability that it could form golden crow fire. He speculated it was related to the number.
Stealing his heart, Zuo Mo decided to make 500 for himself.
In any case, it wasn't as though eating too much would kill him. If he could really form golden crow fire, then he really would have struck gold. 4th grade fire source. The grade of the lingdan that he made would increase a grade. Thinking of the possibility, he decided to just stay inside the Dan room.
Su Qing was one of the busiest people around.
She could almost be considered Zuo Mo's spokesperson. Each day, she needed to give Zuo Mo the Dan ingredients that had been prepared, and then had to help him distribute the golden crow pill. There wasn't much variance in the amount of golden crow pill that would be made each day, but who would get them?
That was a major question.
Zuo Mo, finding it a giant headache, threw the question to Su Qing. Previously, he owed her a favor.
Zuo Mo was very willing to help her.
The result of this action was that Su Qing's status in the sect instantly rose. She had been the first seed of the Fragrant Ginger Yard's outer sect disciples for a significant amount of time and was extremely good at managing different personal relations and knew how to observe expressions.
This kind of person, who would easily offend her.
And now that she had the power to divide the golden crow pill, everyone wouldn't dare to offend her at this time. The temptation of a 4th grade fire seed was too much.
The only exception was Hao Min. Because of Zuo Mo, she found Su Qing even more of an eyesore.
But when she thought about the strength he had shown in the sect assessment, she didn't dare to do anything. Zuo Mo had dared to slap her the previous time. If she provoked him, Zuo Mo definitely dared to slap her again.
How could Su Qing not know that Zuo Mo was helping her?
She was grateful inside and tried her best to finish everything beautifully. She had been shocked at Zuo Mo Shixian's performance in the sect assessment, but what she really respected was Shixian's craziness as he made Dan.
She was very clear how much ingredients she would send in.
Maybe, for outer sect disciples, talent was something that couldn't be found everywhere.
But painstaking effort was something everyone could do and was more worthy of respect.
Not just her, the entire Fragrant Ginger Yard had been frightened by Zuo Mo's frenzy. Even Shi Fengrong had, on multiple occasions, called Su Qing in to ask about the situation. And Su Qing, within the limits of her power, gave Shixiang all the help she could give. Like when people asking for golden crow pills would give something like ling grains or vegetables, Su Qing would especially get a shimmy skilled in making food to make ling food and send it to Zuo Mo. And then, she quickly found that Zuo Mo would make a few more extra golden crow pills. She knew that helping her out. For the first time in almost 20 days, Zuo Mo walked out of the Dan room. Pushing open the door, he narrowed his eyes instinctively against the sun. Su Qing, rushing about in the yard preparing ingredients, saw the situation and ran over. Shixiang.
It's nothing. I'm coming out to take a breather. Zuo Mo motioned for her to do what she needed.
After furiously making Dan for almost 20 days, he finally completed the majority of his debts and could take a breath. The sun splashing on his body was warm.
Zuo Mo felt extremely comfortable.
He ran over to ask Su Qing, "Do you have a sound tablet?" Su Qing was slightly puzzled but still ran to a room and took out a sound tablet to give to Zuo Mo. Taking the tablet, he disregarded the surprised expressions of the shimmy and jumped onto the roof. Adding Ling energy into the sound tablet, he set it by his side and then lay down, sunning himself and humming a tune. It had been so long since he was this free. Zuo Mo was extremely relaxed. Just as he relaxed, it suddenly darkened. Stopping his humming, Zuo Mo opened his eyes. In the sky overhead, a gigantic ship slowly flew past. The size of the large boat was about the same as the 1,000-wing ship that Zuo Mo had seen before. But the bow was even more sharp, the main body of the ship surrounded by a crowd of beautifully colored birds.
Zuo Mo sat up.
Face tilted upward to look at the large ship, he searched for what possible large personage that had come to Dongfu. This large ship had alarmed many people. The female disciples in the yard stopped what they were doing and held a discussion. Coincidentally coming out, Shi Fengrong noticed the large ship and a strange flicker flashed across her eyes.
Her mouth scolded, "Stop being noisy."
Hearing Shi Fengrong's reproach, everyone instantly became silent and started their work again. Shi Fengrong then scolded Zuo Mo, who was on the roof, "Go make Dan." Finishing, she left in the direction of Wu Kong Hall.
Zuo Mo didn't care about being scolded. Inside, he was speculating, did the big ship have a relation with the sect? He felt that Master's expression today wasn't normal. There definitely was something.
Of course, he could only speculate.
Don't think that Master was just a woman.
With her cultivation of Jindan, in Dongfu, that was definitely in the first-class people. Even if something had happened, he couldn't do anything to help. It was good if he didn't make trouble.
Thinking about it, Zuo Mo strolled back to his own little yard. He first went to inspect the ice cloud grass.
Seeing vigorous growth, he meditated for 4 hours in the rock room. Due to the Ling vein in the rock room and the Ling food Su Qing had provided, the increase in Zuo Mo's cultivation recently was extremely clear. It would just be a while before he would reach the second level of Zhuji. Because he had been busy with making Dan, he hadn't read the jade scroll that Xian Yen Sherbua had given him. The Ling grasses and herbs in the Ling fields had also been neglected recently. The Jinji outside the valley needed to be set up again. He still needed to keep making golden crow pills. He yearned very much for the 4th level golden crow fire.
Busy. He liked this kind of busyness.
His life was very full. He suddenly thought that it had been a long time since he went into his consciousness to see Pu Yao.
He didn't know what the other had been doing. Entering the sea of consciousness, it still looked normal. Zuo Mo couldn't help but release a breath.
What he was most afraid of was that there would be changes every time he came here. And no matter what changed, he wouldn't understand. But when he saw Pu Yao's state, he was alarmed.
Translator ramblings, delayed gratification is good for the soul, not.
But you guys can make it through? The wider world start to intrude on Zuo Mo's life, even though all he wants is to make Jingshi.
Dumb.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 69, Zuo Mo drooling.
This chapter has been brought to you by me, Wandering Yumi of Doom, Kakshura 0 and Warlord 212.
Chapter 69, Zuo Mo drooling. At an inconspicuous residence within Dongfu. Stars in daytime is caused by the most powerful Yao Mo.
It is used to ease their absorption of star power during the day by forcing the world to twist, and give them access to energy from the stars. The one who spoke was the silver-clad man. He continued in a grave tone, only when they have no choice would a Yao Mo do such a thing. It seems the situation of this Yao Mo isn't good. It is very possible they are seriously wounded and need star power to recover, so they were forced to twist the world. As he spoke, his voice relaxed and the others relaxed their expressions.
A Yao Mo able to create stars in daytime, they definitely are one of the strongest Yao Mo.
They've only ever appeared in the war 3,000 years ago.
I hadn't thought that there would be such a powerful Yao Mo hidden away here.
He sighed. So what if he's powerful?
Isn't he still going to end up in our hands?
The yellow-robed Taoist said in a screeching voice, the heart of a Sky Yao or Black Missouri, if it is added into the sword, my flying sword would increase quite a few levels. Ha, the eyes of this Yao Mo is very rare.
It naturally can see through anything.
The crowd instantly became excited as though they had already caught that amazing Yao Mo. For Xiuzha, a high-level Yao Mo's body was a treasure. Almost all the body parts could be used for forging or dan-making and were all rare items. This group had gathered together for this Yao Mo. A powerful Yao who was seriously wounded was a prey that they all coveted.
Seeing everyone's mood, the silver-clad man cautioned, "Everyone, we shouldn't rejoice preemptively.
Haven't you realized that there are many other people after it as well, So what if there are others?
Who dares to compete with us?
The yellow-robed cultivator said irritably in a high voice, murderous intent thick in his eyes. Viciousness flashed in the eyes of the other people. The silver-clad man said, everyone should have seen that ship today. A 6th-grade treasure ship, it is a rare talisman.
If anyone had taken a close look at the tail of the wingboat, you should have seen their emblem. Whose emblem? The yellow-robed Taoist said suspiciously.
When he saw that winged boat today, even he had been slightly shocked.
The master of bright wave Jia.
The silver-clad male said slowly. Everyone instantly became silent as terror made its way across many of their faces. The expression of the yellow-robed Taoist also changed slightly, but he quickly recovered and shrieked, "Don't speak nonsense." The master of bright wave Jia had been in seclusion for over 60 years.
How could he come to a little place like Sky Moon Jia? I only saw the emblem.
In the past, I had spent some time in bright wave Jia and remember the emblem. The silver-clad male said calmly. Seeing the terror on everyone's faces, he said with a smile, everyone, don't worry too much. The master of bright wave Jia has not involved himself in common affairs for many years.
It's unlikely that he came.
Most likely it is his disciple or subordinate.
The faces of everyone else relaxed.
One of them said, as long as it isn't the master of bright wave Jia, I'm not afraid.
Yes, yes. The other people agreed. Why would bright wave Jia interfere in this matter? The yellow-robed cultivator's brow furrowed.
Elder, don't forget, Sky Moon Jia is under the jurisdiction of bright wave Jia. This little brother knows that stars in daytime occurred, then it isn't strange that they would also know. The silver-clad male said. Suddenly the faces of the yellow-robed Taoist and the silver-clad male changed slightly and they yelled simultaneously, "Who, that?" The two rushed outside like a sword.
There was nothing outside in the yard.
The yellow-robed Taoist flew into the sky and scanned the surroundings before returning. He shook his head at the silver-clad male. Both of them had serious and solemn expressions, nothing remained of their previous ease.
The other people all ran out to ask about the situation.
By now, the two had resumed their normal expressions. The silver-clad male said, nothing, just a false alarm. Hearing this, the people released a breath and conversed as they walked back into the room. The yellow-robed Taoist followed last. Before re-entering, he glanced back before following. A moment later, in a shadowed corner, a figure silently appeared. It was the white-clothed Lin Xian. He revealed a pondering expression before disappearing. In the Dongfu Hall, everyone had gathered together. Tiansong Zi, as the local leader, sat at the head with Yu Bai standing by his side. Below him, 6 people sat and leisurely drank tea.
This time, we are really troubling you. The one that spoke was a beautiful matron.
Clear eyes, white teeth, and extremely graceful. On her shoulder, there was a little light yellow bird that curiously examined the others.
Yunxia, Xianzi, too, is too courteous.
Tiansong Zi said with a laugh, to have so many fellow experts come to my humble place, this one is very honored.
It is a little place.
If there is something that we cannot fulfill well, everyone, please forgive us.
It will be fine. Everyone raised their hands in a greeting. Tiansong Zi's expression was worried as he continued, I'm not going to conceal it from everyone. Since the appearance of stars in daytime, my heart hasn't felt steady. I may be inexperienced, but I do know that this isn't any kind of a good omen. I feel much more secure now that everyone has come today. You don't need to worry.
Yun Xiaxianzi comforted, Master Yuan is skilled at detecting presences and is very sensitive to Yaoma.
He will definitely find where the Yaoma is hiding.
At this point, Master Yuan hurriedly said, Yun Xiaxianzi is too complimentary. While respectfully standing to side, Yu Bai was very shocked inside. The people sitting here all had significant cultivation. The one that attracted his attention the most was the little girl who had been sitting with a bowed head at the end. Her age appeared almost the same as his, but her cultivation was indecipherable to him. He who had always been proud of his accomplishments felt uncomfortable inside. There were too many geniuses in this world.
Pu Yao looked extremely poor.
He sat on the gravestone, his face was pale and appeared to be exhausted like a flickering lamp.
Zuo Mo instantly was scared. The invincible Pu Yao, why was he suddenly in this state?
Zuo Mo carefully went closer, Pu, what's going on?
Pu Yao opened his eye to look at Zuo Mo.
His voice was very calm, and just as confident as usually and asked in exchange, what?
Zuo Mo noticed that Pu Yao's alluring crimson blood eye was much fainter than usual, and even his voice seemed weaker.
But for some reason, when he heard Pu Yao's confident voice, Zuo Mo felt safe.
Is it that you don't have enough Jingshi? Zuo Mo couldn't help but ask in concern. He didn't know why he was so concerned about Pu Yao. Logically, the other was a Yao Ma. The earlier he died the better, but seeing Pu Yao's state, Zuo Mo couldn't help but ask in concern. Looking at Zuo Mo again, Pu Yao seemed to be surprised by Zuo Mo's question. Want to help me? Pu Yao's eyebrow rose. Zuo Mo muddled a response non-committally. He had learned. Pu Yao suddenly smiled. I'll take you to a place. Pu Yao proceeded to take out a few pieces of jingshi. On the ground, he began to make a seal formation that Zuo Mo had never seen before. Zuo Mo might have never seen the seal formation, but this jingshi he was familiar with, wasn't it? He touched his body and his expression changed. This damned Runyao, he took my jingshi again. Before he could speak, light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. He couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was dumbstruck. Pu, where is this? He stammered his question. It was dark and shadowy in front of him. He could feel cold granite under his feet. What was flowing in a nearby stream was fresh red blood. Was this hell? Zuo Mo forced himself to swallow, his mind tense as he looked at the surroundings. Pu Yao groaned in pleasure. He spread out his arms, his face intoxicated, completely void of his previous exhaustion. Sword Cave. Pu Yao returned to his lazy state. He stuck out his bright red tongue, his eyes bright as he licked his lips. There are many souls here. Such delicious souls. Sword Cave? Zuo Mo blanked. He had lived in Wu Kong Sword Sect for 2 years and he had heard of the Sword Cave before. Wasn't Wei Sheng Xixiang in the Sword Cave? He wasn't afraid anymore and curiously looked at the surroundings. He asked Pu Yao worriedly, Wei Sheng Xixiang is also in the Sword Cave. Would he encounter us? If he encountered Xixiang, he couldn't even protest his innocence. This Sword Cave has 18 levels. Pu Yao was full of disdain as he looked at Zuo Mo. Your Wei Xixiang has already descended to the 16th level. If you had half the ability of your Xixiang, would I be in this sorry state? As he spoke, he became angry. A Sky Yao, falling to such a level. So embarrassing. Seeing Pu Yao acting like normal, for some reason, Zuo Mo relaxed significantly. He instantly went at it with Pu Yao, sneering, none of my business. What Sky Yao, weren't you wounded by my Shirba? Aren't you only able to bully the greenhorn Juji cultivators like me? He quickly corrected, wrong, GE was only Lianqi at the time. And you dare to speak of it? Pu Yao wasn't angry and laughed, this place is good. There's a lot of Yin energy, and it's so comfortable. There are even souls. Although they are incomplete souls, but it's better than nothing. How did you find this place? Zuo Mo was very curious. This sword cave was kept secret. He had stayed here for 2 years but didn't know where it was, yet Pu Yao was able to find it. He had heard that it required 2 Jindan cooperating to open the sword cave. Pu Yao was able to easily enter. This guy still has some ability, Zuo Mo thought. Pu Yao said disdainfully, in just this tiny Wu Kong Sword Sect I knew after taking a single look. He then said to Zuo Mo, in the future, we will come visit this place occasionally. Come here? Zuo Mo's eyes widened. He shook his head without any hesitation, no way. Do you know how much jingshi you spent today? 4 pieces of 3rd grade jingshi. 4 pieces. Do you know how many golden crow pills I need to make to earn 4 pieces of 3rd grade jingshi? You spent it so easily. Pu Yao was full of disdain, that only shows you are trash. Earning jingshi like you're giving birth. Meeting such a trash like you. Zuo Mo didn't hesitate to interrupt, also full of disdain as he said, if you can do it, you go earn it. Aren't you a Sky Yao? What? A Sky Yao, but you have to extract jingshi from me, like that's something to be proud of. As he spoke, it was like the accumulated anger had suddenly erupted. Gu had worked so hard to earn the jingshi with sweat and blood. Good for you, you just swiped it all away without a sound. You're freeloading. Gu hasn't even asked you for rent and you charged me for each lesson. You even started to take jingshi for each experience of sword essence, aren't you embarrassed? Zuo Mo righteously listed Pu Yao's offenses. Pu Yao was dumbstruck. The reality proved it. Even the most powerful Yao Ma, facing the even stronger tongue, they would also become dumbfounded. After Zuo Mo ranted for 5 minutes he then stopped in satisfaction. That felt good. After a long while, Pu Yao finally recovered. He tilted his head in thought and said, alright then, I'll teach you a little technique that can earn jingshi. Zuo Mo's mind instantly became alert and he went over, what technique? Yin is cloud, Xia is red cloud. 2. Immortal, goddess. Misogyny and xianxia, the titles of females are usually xianzi,
while males get Daorun, Jinwen, etc.
Translator ramblings, wasn't that a good rant? Comedic relief and character progression at the same time. Also, look at how valuable the Yama are. We now have scene breaks. The ellipses are just ellipses and not scene breaks.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 70, The Een Bead. This chapter has been brought to you by Wandering Yumi of Doom, Warlord 212 and Kakshura 0. Chapter 70, The Een Bead.
Zuo Mo concentrated as his hands moved according to Puyao's instructions. His hands moved like fluttering butterflies and activated the spell. The benefits of consistently practicing Art of Flora was evident in the fluid motions of his fingers. This spell, which Puyao called Art of Concentrating Een, was complicated, but it wasn't too difficult for Zuo Mo.
Zuo Mo felt the Een energy in the surroundings stir.
The energy was saturated with a dark and cold presence, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. The Een energy continued to gather in his hands. After the last movement was completed, a gray-white bead condensed in Zuo Mo's hands.
Zuo Mo curiously examined the bead. "Pooh, what is this?"
The bead was a dirty white color, extremely plain, and felt cool in his hands.
This is a Een bead, created through concentrating Een energy.
It can be used in dan making or forging. The effect is especially beneficial for Een attribute talismans. Puyao's expression was smug as he glanced at Zuo Mo disdainfully. The Een energy in this place is very abundant. As long as you do not slack off, and make a few more each day, Jingshur will naturally roll in.
What I think is you should change your sect.
I have never seen such a poor sect. In your sect, other than that Shixiang of yours, everyone is just trash.
Zuo Mo volleyed back.
You, a so-called Sky Yao that was wounded by my second Shirbua, you have the face to say this, that. Puyao snorted icily. If I hadn't been forged under the tower for 3,000 years and my spirit terribly wounded, how could a Jindan trash cut me? He was extremely disgruntled.
Zuo Mo followed with an icy snort. I finally understand how you became a Sky Yao. Puyao blanked. How?
You boasted, about it. Zuo Mo couldn't resist and roared with laughter, pointing first at Puyao and then pointing at the sky. A Yao, blowing up into the sky, becomes a Sky Yao.
Ha 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 ha.
I'm too lazy to even pay attention to you. Puyao wasn't angry. He spread his arms, and there wasn't any movement, but the Een energy suddenly started to move. He was like the eye of a horrifying whirlpool, the Een energy in the surroundings to rush toward him.
Are you sure that this thing is really worth money?
Not paying attention to Puyao, Zuo Mo started at the Een bead on his hand and asked with uncertainty. Puyao, who had been enjoying the experience of absorbing Een energy, felt a vein in his forehead start to throb.
His movements suddenly stopped and he almost choked in annoyance. Since Puyao said that the Een bead was very valuable, Zuo Mo held a trustful attitude.
He decided to make a few more, but he found that all the Een energy in this area was all pulled towards Puyao.
He couldn't manage to form a Een bead and had to move to another location further away.
Luckily, there was only one path in the sword cave.
Zuo Mo didn't need to worry about getting lost.
After walking for a while, finding that he wasn't affected by Puyao any longer, he started to make Een beads.
It wasn't too difficult to make Een beads.
The finger motions were slightly complicated, but to Zuo Mo it wasn't a problem. In one go, he made about 20 beads before he stopped. After making the Een beads, Zuo Mo started to examine the surroundings.
What aroused his curiosity the most was the blood river not far away.
The river seemed to be composed of a sticky blood.
There wasn't any sound of flowing.
For some reason, Zuo Mo felt his heart tremble whenever he saw this silent river of blood.
He picked up a rock from the ground and threw it into the blood river.
It was as though the rock had landed in quicksand. It did not make a splash, it slowly sunk into the river. For your sake, don't touch it. It's blood fiends, Puyao's voice suddenly came from behind. He said with some regret, pity I'm not a blood Yao, otherwise this would be very beneficial.
What are blood fiends? Zuo Mo couldn't help asking.
You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Puyao never let a chance to mock Zuo Mo slip by. He scanned the surroundings and made a sound of surprise. Rationally, such a cruel place, there would be some malicious spirits like devilings.
Why is it so clean? What are devilings? Zuo Mo asked again.
Delicious things. Puyao's bright red tongue couldn't help run across his lips, while an expression of yearning flashed across his face. After searching for a long time, he was slightly dazed and sighed. Your Shixiang is really too honest of a person.
He actually didn't even spare one of them.
It looks like it needs a while to recover.
Refreshed, Puyao waved his hand at Zuo Mo. Let's go.
Finishing, he threw out 4 pieces of Dingshur. Zuo Mo's expression changed dramatically again.
This time, he didn't even need to check his pocket as he wailed grievously, "Pu Yao." The white light rose and his voice stopped. Returning to the little west wind yard, Zuo Mo wanted to cry. 8 pieces of third-grade Jingshi. Going there and back, so much was gone. Just like that, half of all the Jingshi he had earned by furiously making Dan was gone. "Don't look that sad," Pu Yao unconcernedly said with a face full of disdain. "When you sell the yin beads, you'll get your costs back with profit. You really are trash. Just 8 pieces of Jingshi, and you are this distraught. You really are making a profit. Entering the sword cave once, it requires 2 Jindan trash to both be present. Using 8 pieces of third-grade Jingshi to invite 2 Jindan trash, can you get a better bargain than that?" Zuo Mo could do nothing. He could only pray that the 20 yin beads he had made would sell for a good price. He knew that the yin beads could not be sold through the sect. The origins of the yin beads wasn't clear. If he aroused the suspicions of the Shirbua, then no matter how many lives he had, he would still die. He decided to go sell them himself in Dongfu. To not attract attention, he didn't ride the gray-beaked goose, rather, he silently left the mountain. As he arrived at the outskirts of the mountain, he darted into the forest. When he came out, he appeared completely different. He had turned into a weak-looking man with a waxy complexion. In Elder Wei Nan's Jade Scrolls, there were endless methods of changing appearances and concealing one's tracks. Zuo Mo had picked a method that wasn't very difficult. This was the first time Zuo Mo put on a disguise. He was very curious and found it strange. Right now, he was regretful that the spirit traveling seal had been burnt. If he had the spirit traveling seal, he could save some time. His flying paper crane was too eye-catching, so he could only walk. Even though his cultivation had increased greatly, his body was still very weak. Exhausted, he arrived at Dongfu, after walking over the mountains and rivers. However, his thirst for Jingshi and his enthusiasm won over his weariness. Almost crawling, he stumbled into the free market. With great pain, he rented a mini room. Zuo Mo set up a shop. Zuo Mo had been to the free market many times, but it was the first time that he was selling something. He didn't think about earning a profit, he would be grateful if he could just earn back the 8 pieces of third-grade Jingshi. He put out a price of half a third-grade Jingshi for each yin bead. He was very worried. He thought about how Pu Yao had boasted how good this thing was, at the very least it must be worth half a third-grade Jingshi. Of course, Pu Yao was full of disdain towards Zuo Mo's conduct. He snorted coldly, the honored yin bead, the meaning was implicit. After 6 hours had passed. The last golden rays of sunlight shone on Zuo Mo's face. "This is the Jingshi rolling in? This is the thing you said was good? This is getting back profits along with cost? Honored yin bead." Zuo Mo was grieving as he demanded answers from Pu Yao. A whole entire afternoon, no one had even stopped in front of his mini room. Up until now, Zuo Mo hadn't even sold 1 yin bead. He still had to pay the rent for the mini room as well. Pu Yao also stared blankly. He muttered for a while, not knowing what to say. After a long time, his face was full of disbelief. He suddenly threw his hands up in exasperation. "How is that possible? This is the yin bead. Yin bead. After 3,000 years, how can people not even want a yin bead?" Seeing Pu Yao lose his composure, Zuo Mo didn't feel the heartache as much anymore. He had already started to accept this cruel reality. He snorted coldly, "In the future, stop posturing like a Sky Yao. Look at the era, Sky Yao. 3,000 years, your things, they are relics, they have become obsolete. Understand? You made me excited for nothing. After a while, GE will give it to the children to use as marbles." Pu Yao's expression was subdued. It was clear that this incident had dealt a harsh blow to him. At this time, a little girl passed by Zuo Mo's mini room and suddenly stopped. Zuo Mo, who had been preparing to start criticizing Pu Yao again, suddenly stopped talking and enthusiastically said, "Miss, do you want to buy? This is a good thing, yin bead, completely formed from pure yin energy. Can be taken anywhere. Cool in the summer, and has the effect of beautifying the complexion." The little girl looked like a maid. Hearing this, she laughed lightly. "You really know how to advertise." Her brow suddenly creased. "But these beads are too ugly. If it was rainbow-colored, Miss Huang, too, would definitely like it. Miss, don't just look at the outward appearance. The quality is very fine, look how round and heavy it is." In order to make his very first transaction, Zuo Mo completely had no shame. Seeing Zuo Mo actually promoting the yin beads like marbles, Pu Yao stared with a wide mouth, his gaze dull. "Ha, since you've said so much. I'll buy one." The little girl covered her mouth and laughed. She took out the Jingshi and bought one. Before she left,
she urged him kindly, I see you are an honest person. In the future, you should sell reliable things. These gray beads, no one would buy them. Finishing, she turned and left.
Zuo Mo collapsed to the ground.
He had finally sold one, and it wasn't easy. Compared to him, Pu Yao's soul had been mortally wounded.
His expression was dull, his complexion was gray. Seeing Pu Yao's state, Zuo Mo couldn't help but urge, it's nothing. Just business. Next time, we'll sell something else.
At the least, making golden crow pills isn't bad.
3,000 years have passed, you need to adapt. One person and one Yao snuck back to the mountain.
In a small yard in Dongfu Hall. Miss, I'm back, a cheerful voice passed out from the door. Yun Xiaoxianzi's little yellow bird flew up and rushed at the door. Yun Xiaoxianzi was embroidering a handkerchief and made a sound of acknowledgement, her head not raising from her work. You brat, we just arrived and you instantly disappeared.
Ha, a figure rushed in. It was the smiling and adorable little girl.
The yellow bird flew around the little girl, chirping. The little girl said with a face full of helplessness to the yellow bird, Okay, Miss Yellow, Huang, I got you something good to eat? If Zuo Mo heard this, he would definitely have spat up blood.
The Miss Huang was really just a bird.
Finishing, she took out a large pile of things and narrated, there is the 5-flower cake from the food pavilion, the lotus and lily crisps, 13 flavored sweets. This is the famous old Wang liquor.
Don't drink too much, otherwise Miss will discipline you again.
The yellow bird's eyes were gleaming.
Suddenly, it saw a gray bead. Like an arrow, it rushed into the pile and picked up the gray bead.
Ha, you like this bead? The little girl was very surprised. The yellow bird picked up the bead with its beak and flew to Yun Xiaoxianzi, placing the bead onto her handkerchief. When Yun Xiaoxianzi's eyes spotted on the bead, she exclaimed in surprise and she stopped what she was doing. Picking up the bead for a closer inspection, her expression couldn't help but change slightly. Sha Yuan, where did the bead come from? Shui is used as boasting, but also means being blown as in blown away by the wind.
2. Huang also means yellow. Translator ramblings, not all of Zuo Mo's ventures could be successful.
The sword cave is also important. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 71, A New Experiment. Chapter 71, A New Experiment.
Bought it. Yun Xiaoxianzi's grave tone scared Xiao Wan. She stammered, I bought it for half a third-grade jingxue.
At the free market. I felt the seller was very pitiful and bought one. Pitiful? Yun Xiaoxianzi's brow furrowed, half a third-grade jingxue?
Yes, Xiao Wan hurriedly nodded her head, that person was so sad.
A whole afternoon and he didn't even sell one.
When he was promoting it to me, he really was so pitiful, so I bought one for Miss Yellow to play with.
Miss, what is it? This is a yin bead.
Yun Xiaoxianzi's face was grave as she explained, yin beads are made from yin energy and are very rare.
The method to form yin beads is very unique.
It has been lost for a long time.
There are many uses for this yin bead.
I know of one method to forge this into a yin thunder bead.
It would be very powerful. That strong?
Xiao Wan almost couldn't believe it, but I felt that person was very sad. If yin beads are that powerful, why couldn't he sell it for half a third grade of jingxue?
Ha ha.
Therefore, you got a bargain, Yun Xiaoxianzi said. In this world, there are always some eccentric people that enjoy tricking the world for amusement, but her tone was not confident.
Miss, why don't you go with me to find the person again? I remember where he was.
Xiao Huan hurriedly said, this way, Miss might be able to request the method to form the yin bead.
If not, you could still buy all the yin beads. N.
Hearing this, Yun Xiaoxianzi quickly stood. After returning to the mountain, Zuo Mo started his dan-making job once again.
The yin bead was just a little detour.
He just mourned the loss of 8 pieces of third-grade jingxue for a while.
But the effect of this incident was even greater to Pu Yao.
Pu Yao was silent for quite a few days, but he didn't have a solution. After 3,000 years, things would have changed.
At least, that was what Zuo Mo thought.
Zuo Mo temporarily didn't have time to investigate the use of the yin beads.
He had too many things he needed to do.
The sales of the golden crow pills was very good, but that also meant he needed to spend more time on dan making. Especially in this situation where he needed jingxue. Even more, the temptation of the 4th grade fire seed wasn't just for others.
It was a temptation even for him as well. But after swallowing 50 golden crow pills, Zuo Mo didn't form golden crow fire.
Each time, he could feel a sliver of heat absorbed into his body, and just as quickly, the heat was like melting ice, gone in the blink of an eye. This made him very suspicious of the effectiveness of the Golden Crow pill. Even though it was a Lingdan that he made, but about its effectiveness, he wasn't confident at all. 50 Golden Crow pills. Converting that to Jingshi, it wasn't a small amount. His heart hurt slightly and he was puzzled. Was it that the sun essence inside the Golden Crow pill too little? The reason that the Golden Crow pill had been judged to be able to form Golden Crow fire was that it contained essence of the sun, but the amount was extremely small. If he wanted to rely on the pill to form Golden Crow fire, he didn't know how many he had to use. Suddenly, he was reminded of an idea he once had when he had been making the Golden Crow pills. If he used Art of Crimson Flame as the primary and the Leaf Fire Seal formation as the auxiliary, what would the Lingdan he made be like? At the time, he had 3 different choices. This had been one of them. At the beginning, he had abandoned this plan of action because it changed the relationship between the primary and auxiliary fires, which would affect many other things. But now, he had enough time to think about resolving the problems. Also, after making Golden Crow pills all this while, he had accumulated rich experience. If he used that method to make Lingdan, the amount of essence of the sun definitely wouldn't be small. He decided to try even though the chance of failure was very large. The creation of the first Golden Crow pill had been accidental. In the middle, he had experienced numerous failures, but the Golden Crow pill had also given him enormous profits. He had gotten a good taste. Deciding to move immediately, he went back into his damn room. Without any doubt, his first time was a failure. Zuo Mo once again smelt the familiar burnt smell. He wasn't downcast. Failure was within his expectations. And compared to last time, he was much richer. The ingredients of the fasting pill were all open for him to access. To use Art of Crimson Flame as the primary flame and the Leaf Fire Seal formation as the auxiliary flame. It appeared to be a simple change, but it resulted in extremely complicated changes. First, the balance and strength of Art of Crimson Flame and Leaf Fire Seal formation had to be adjusted. Also, it was unknown if the ingredients of the original recipe were strong enough to tolerate a larger amount of sun essence. Of the two, he was more concerned about the second point. How to pair ingredients and the ratios was a field of extremely deep study. Even his master didn't have a good grasp. He was worried that if the ratio had to be changed and it required higher-level Linggrasses, then would he be able to support it? Even with his steadily increasing wealth, if he went to buy the ingredients for dan making, especially those high-level ingredients, then he could only be able to window shop. He began his dull experiments. He had a jade scroll by his hands that recorded down the general conditions of each of his attempts. He knew that he didn't have as much knowledge and experiences as his master. The only thing he could do was advance little by little, trying again and again. In the eyes of many others, this was certainly the dumbest method, but it was the only choice Zuo Mo had. Just as Zuo Mo was trying to make a new Lingdan, Yun Xiaoxianzi and her maid, Xiao Huan, were scouring the free market daily, trying to find that waxy-faced man who was selling marbles. In the following days, Zuo Mo didn't make any progress. Pu Yao suddenly, of his own accord, said to Zuo Mo, "I'll teach you to use the yin beads to forge something. Go sell it, it would definitely sell for a good price." "What?" Zuo Mo asked inattentively. Right now, his head was entirely filled with how to make a new Lingdan. "In thunder bead," Pu Yao said confidently. "People may not recognize in beads, but in thunder beads, people would definitely recognize it." Pu. Zuo Mo decided to communicate with Pu Yao, 3,000 years. "Your things are the things from 3,000 years ago. No one knows of them now. If they don't know, then they won't buy it, and no one buying it means no Jingshi." Pu Yao said, unsatisfied, "Do you think everyone is as ignorant and shut off as you? And have you not heard of Yin Thunder Beads before?" Looking at the stubborn Pu Yao, who still wasn't accepting reality, Zuo Mo shook his head. "Don't waste my time." Pu Yao raged, "I." "Stop." Zuo Mo turned around. "Don't say you're a Sky Yao." Pu Yao almost choked on air. Looking at Pu Yao's depressed expression, for some reason, Zuo Mo felt good. The tiredness of the last few days seemed to have disappeared. He was smug as he went back into the damn room and started a new round of experiments. After going to the sword cave once, Zuo Mo's fear of Pu Yao seemed to have flown away in the span of one night. This kind of joke, he wouldn't have dared to make it before. After the sect assessment, Zuo Mo seemed to have spent all his time on making Golden Crow pills. This directly caused the skill of his Art of Crimson Flame to have increased dramatically. It was a pity that without the jade scrolls of the next level, he still couldn't break through to the next level. Right now, he was able to easily manipulate the strength of the Art of Crimson Flame. As the reputation of the Golden Crow pill increased in Dongfu, it quickly became the trademark Lingdan of Wu Kong Sword Sect. To help Zuo Mo in making golden crow pills, Yen Leshurgua had specially bought a second-grade Dan cauldron for Zuo Mo. He was the envy of many other people. During the sect assessment, Zuo Mo's reputation had increased with his spectacular performance. His opponent Luo Li had been wounded too, but he didn't have a master that could make Dan. Shi Fengrong was angry at Luo Li for going too far, and she treated him as though he was air. As a result, it took Luo Li's wounds a month to heal. When the news that eldest Chiji Gong Sunxing, Sui, and Sui Xia went to see Zuo Mo passed into his ears, Luo Li almost spat blood. The energies became unbalanced and his recovery was delayed for 10 days. During the time that Luo Li had been recuperating, other than the first few days, Hao Min didn't visit him or ask about him. The sect leader had visited him once, which had greatly moved Luo Li. After recovering, Luo Li instantly entered seclusion. He seemed to have suddenly disappeared. Everyone had discussed for a while before getting tired of it. Undoubtedly, other people's impressions of zombie Zuo Mo Shixiang improved greatly. In Dongfu Hall, everyone had gathered together. However, no one's expression was good. Many days had passed, but they still hadn't found anything. There were very few traces left from the stars in daytime. They couldn't detect the general location, and as time passed, the traces that were left would decrease. Therefore, the chance that they would find the wounded Yao Mo would decrease as well. Dongfu was really too popular. There are too many energies that are moving through. The marks left from the event have dissipated, Yuan Li grimaced. He was the individual most skilled with detecting energies in this group. Everyone had high hopes pinned on him. But up until now, he wasn't able to even find a trace, and he felt embarrassed. Yun Xia Xianzi comforted, Mr. Yuan, don't rush. We are here to do our best and the rest is up to fate. Have you all noticed that, other than us, there seems to be another group that is trying to find the Yao Mo, a silver coronet cultivator said. Oh, has Wen Tai Sanren found something? Yun Xia Xianzi couldn't help ask. I keep on feeling that someone is following us in the dark. Has anyone else felt it? Wen Tai Sanren said worriedly. I have also had this feeling, Yuan Li nodded. Yun Xia Xianzi's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings. Seeing the assorted expressions, she couldn't help but sigh inside. If the Gem Master was here, would they be like this? Everyone was about equal in their cultivation and they were all proud people. They usually cultivated alone. Coming here this time, most people were doing it out of obligation. Without a strong person to lead, they were like a pile of sand. Old He, can you not just stare at the Lingdan? Have you found anything? Yun Xia Xianzi said with a smile. Found? No, the one called Old He was an old man. His hair and beard were white, his skin wrinkled. He was skilled in the art of dan making. He had been invited to come, but he usually didn't speak. However, he was of profound and unknown cultivation and no one dared to underestimate him. He suddenly sighed, Dongfu might be a small place but it still has some pearls. This golden crow pill, the maker was able to think of adding essence of the sun into the dan. This old one admires them. What's the use? Yun Li's brows furrowed and he asked unconcernedly. It may be possible to form 4th grade golden crow fire, Old He slowly drawled. Hearing this, everyone instantly quieted. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 72, Seeing Guests. Chapter 72, Seeing Guests. 4th grade golden crow fire? When Tai Sanren looked with disbelief at the little Lingdan in Old He's hands, I see that there isn't much Ling energy in this Lingdan. It can't even enter 2nd grade. Can this really make golden crow fire? The other people also had varying levels of disbelief on their faces. A 1st or 2nd grade Lingdan that was able to create a 4th grade golden crow fire sounded delusional. 4th grade golden crow fire was a rare fire seed that people dreamed of. Other than a few sects who had the methods of creating and capturing it, there basically was no other method of obtaining it. If a person could obtain 4th grade golden crow fire through consuming just one kind of Lingdan, even if this Lingdan was 4th grade, there would be countless people wanting to buy it. The people present were all Jindan Shio. They knew very well that the gap between lower and higher grades wasn't something overcome through sheer numbers. This was also why the price difference between lower and higher grade items was enormous. But now they were hearing that a Lingdan that didn't surpass 2nd grade Lingdan, it could make golden crow fire. It was like hearing a joke. If the person who said it wasn't Old He, the most skilled in dan making among them, everyone would have thought that he was insane. This is a 1st grade Lingdan, Old He wasn't rushed and slowly said, it contains a sliver of essence of the sun. This essence of the sun, after the dan was made, is warm and easy to manipulate. Theoretically, it has a possibility of forming golden crow fire.
Of course, only theoretically. Only now did everyone release a breath, and they gave "it ought to be so" expressions. This amount of sun essence is too little. To form golden crow fire, if there wasn't tens of thousands of pills, it probably wouldn't happen. But even if this sun essence cannot form golden crow fire, but it is extremely yang and pure. It is perfect for adding into other fire seeds. Everyone here naturally doesn't need it, but it is a very good present for the next generation, old he said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Without an exception, they were all Jindan. If this could make golden crow fire, they would be interested. But if it was just essence of the sun, it wasn't very attractive to them. Those seated here were not roaming shio and they had many disciples. Even if they were roaming shio they would still have disciples. The grade of golden crow pill was low, but that bit of sun essence, it could be added to all kinds of fire seed and elevate the grade of those fires. It is a very useful lingdan, and would be perfect to use in rewarding disciples. With old he's words, this is pretty good. Where can we buy this golden crow pill? Hearing that the lingdan contained a sliver of essence of the sun, she couldn't help but ask. The other people also waited to hear expectantly. Haha, it's a little sect called Wu Kong Sword Sect. Old he turned to ask Tiansong Zi, are you familiar with the sect? Tiansong Zi was surprised to hear about Wu Kong Sword Sect. Hearing old he's question, he hurriedly answered, Wu Kong Sword Sect is usually low-key. If it wasn't for a recent incident, I wouldn't have noticed that there is a local sect this strong. How so? Yuan Li asked curiously. As a Jindan Shouja, Tiansong Zi's cultivation wasn't weaker than them. And his branch had always held power in Dongfu. To be called a strong sect by him, the sect's power couldn't be underestimated. Seeing everyone show curiosity, Tiansong Zi slowly narrated, speaking of Wu Kong Sword Sect, we have to mention the recent apparition. In this generation of Wu Kong Sword Sect, there is an amazing genius called Wei Shang. This person is of low birth but is obsessed with the sword. To be able to cultivate the sword, he was willing to be a sword servant. After working and studying hard, he finally reached Juji. In his Juji, the sword essence flew into the heavens and rang into the surroundings. I personally saw it and went to look in the deep of the night. Only then did I discover that this Wu Kong Sword Sect merits great fame. Has anyone heard of Ice Dragon Sword? When Tai Sanren's expression changed, the Ice Dragon Sword that shocked all of Yaohunt in the past? The others also gave shocked expressions. Just the person, Tiansong Zi nodded, I'm ashamed to admit it. If it wasn't that there had been an apparition when Wei Sheng entered Juji, I wouldn't have known such an able person was in our Dongfu. The golden crow pill that old he is speaking about was made by Wu Kong Sword Sect Shifengron. She is of Jindan cultivation, and the most skilled in dan making of Wu Kong Sword Sect's 4 Jindan. Yu Bai was better informed on the topic than Tiansong Zi, and he immediately followed. Master might not know, this golden crow pill wasn't made by Elder Shi, but her disciple Zuo Mo supposedly, it was an accident when he was just starting to learn. This disciple has pretty good talent in dan making. Old he couldn't help but praise. Tiansong Zi's expression couldn't help but change and suddenly blurted, this Wu Kong Sword Sect is really going to rise. Seeing the other people look at him, he explained, everyone may not know, this Zuo Mo was unknown before but he managed to achieve a spring sprout jade medal with Lianqi cultivation, his talent is astounding. And in Lianqi, he also managed to comprehend sword essence. This talent is exceptionally amazing. I hadn't thought he would be so talented in dan making. The heavens have really blessed Wu Kong Sword Sect. The other people also had expressions of agreement on their face. Of the 3 points that Tiansong Zi mentioned, just one was enough for a person to be considered exceptional, but to have all 3 qualities in one person? That definitely was a once-in-a-100 years genius. Wu Kong Sword Sect, with an accomplished master like Ice Dragon Sword and geniuses like Wei Sheng and Zuo Mo in the next generation, it was almost certain to have 100 years of prosperity. The people seated thought of their own sects and had different thoughts. Since Ice Dragon Sword is actually in Dongfu, why don't we pay him visit and order a batch of golden crow pills while we are at it, haha. What does everyone think? Old he said. In this group of people, he had the greatest interest in Wu Kong Sword Sect. The others all agreed. Everyone seated here was cunning. To build good relations with a sect that was going to prosper, the benefits in the future didn't need to be stated. Zuo Mo was seated in front of the Dan cauldron with his 2 hands on the 8 trigrams plate. His expression was focused. A clear gold-colored light came down and landed in his hand before deflecting towards the Dan cauldron. He had reached the limits of what he could do with Art of Crimson Flame, and he reduced the leaf fire seal formation to the smallest it could get. Inside the cauldron, a ball of medicine was enveloped by the golden light, boiling relentlessly as it floated in the air. The leaf fire seal formation below released heat.
Feeling the essence of the sun slowly merge into the liquid, Zuo Mo suddenly increased his awareness. He knew that the most crucial time had come. The speed that the sun essence merged at was extremely slow at the beginning, but after entering the liquid, it would suddenly increase. It was important to carefully control the power of Art of Crimson Flame. If he wasn't careful, he would lose everything. Zuo Mo had failed many times at this crucial juncture. Poof! A gray smoke suddenly appeared out of the boiling liquid. Zuo Mo mentally thought it was going wrong, but before he could react, the liquid turned into a ball of ash. Damn it! Zuo Mo sat dispiritedly. After continuously making Dan, his Ling energy was almost exhausted. His eyes were bloodshot and his expression tired. The Dan room was filled with the remnants of failed Dan, the smell was nasty. Up until now, he hadn't succeeded once. However, it wasn't as though he hadn't learned anything. Today, just in this last attempt, he finally found the problem. In the various kinds of materials for the fasting pill, there was one material that couldn't tolerate such a high intensity of sun essence. Sun essence might look light and small, but it was much stronger than the leaf fire seal formation. This ling grass called Thousand Jade Grass, it couldn't endure being processed by such a strong flame. He needed to find a ling grass that could endure the increase in the essence of the sun, with similar attributes to Thousand Jade Grass. Zuo Mo couldn't help but have a headache. This was the problem that he was most worried about encountering. When it came to the attributes and the theory of the medicine, he was totally blind. He gave a sigh. It seemed that his idea would have to be realized in the future, but he was still unsatisfied inside. He decided to take a good look in Master's record room to see if he could find a ling grass similar in effect as Thousand Jade Grass. As he pondered, he walked out of the Dan room. Shi Xiang. Su Qing saw Zuo Mo walk out of the Dan room and her eyes brightened. She hurriedly came over. That big ship has come to our sect. Big ship? What big ship? Zuo Mo's mind was scattered and asked instinctively. Doesn't Shi Xiang remember? The big ship that had flew above us before. Su Qing reminded. The big ship that flew over. Zuo Mo suddenly shook and was startled away. That extremely intimidating ship had left a big impression on him. He hurriedly asked, "What's the ship doing here?" Don't know, Su Qing shook her head. They seemed to be conversing very well with the Sherbois, but I heard that they were here investigating the stars in daytime. Stars in daytime? Zuo Mo felt his throat tighten. He suddenly thought of this term that the pink paper crane had also said to him. For some reason, he seemed to feel that this stars in daytime was connected to him. Did Shi Xiang forget? Oh, right, I remember. Shi Xiang had been in Juji that day. In a piteous tone, she said, pity that Shi Xiang hadn't seen it. Stars coming out in daylight, it's very rare. Zuo Mo felt that his body was slightly cold. If before, he had just felt that it was connected to him, then now he was certain that this stars in daytime was definitely connected to him. How could there be such a coincidence? Just him, he definitely wouldn't connect the apparition with himself. He couldn't, but Pu Yao could. Thinking about it, he left Su Qing and quickly went back into the Dan room. Entering the Dan room, Zuo Mo entered his sea of consciousness. Pu Yao was idly listening to the sound tablet. Pu, that stars in daytime, did you cause it? Zuo Mo felt his voice was trembling. Me? Pu Yao didn't even blink and crisply shook his head, no. Zuo Mo instantly released a breath. Pu Yao might have many flaws, but he never refused to admit what he did. But Pu Yao's following words frightened Zuo Mo half to death. Not me, it was you. Me? Zuo Mo pointed at his own nose and asked dumbly. Humph, a certain dead ghost needed star energy and borrowed your body. Pu Yao was clearly laughing at his misfortunes. At that time, I already said, he went way over. Zuo Mo's head was in the clouds. He stammered, you mean, there's someone else here? Before Pu Yao could reply, Zuo Mo heard someone knocking on the door. Shi Xiang, the sect leader is requesting for you to go to Wu Kong Hall. There are guests that want to meet you. Translator ramblings, people are wanting to see Zuo Mo. And Zuo Mo now knows that there is more than just Pu Yao inside his head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73, Inspiration in an Emergency. Chapter 73, Inspiration in an Emergency. Zuo Mo, finding inspiration in an emergency, gave a horrific wail and then collapsed on the ground. Outside the Dan room, the disciple heard Zuo Mo's wail and asked panicked, Shi Xiang. Shi Xiang. Are you all right? There wasn't a response. Su Qing, who had been paying attention to the situation, hurriedly ran over and yelled across the door, Shi Xiang. What is it? Are you all right? There still wasn't a response from inside. Su Qing instantly became extremely worried and, disregarding that she might be scolded, opened the Dan room and saw Zuo Mo unconscious on the ground. Su Qing was shocked but didn't mess up. She crisply yelled at the disciple who had come to ask for Zuo Mo, "Go tell the sect leader." That disciple, frightened out of his wits, ran outside. In Wukong Hall, Pei Yuan Ran and the others were attending to Yun Xiaoxianzi's group. This group coming to visit Wu Kong Sword Sect really was giving face to Pei Yuan Ran and the others. Naturally, Pei Yuan Ran and the others were courteous and warm. Both guest and host were extremely amiable. So many Jindan Shouja, not just in Dongfu, but even in Sky Moon Jia, it was an extremely grand group of people. For the disciples that were serving at the side, other than staring with wide eyes and a gaping mouth, they felt extremely honored. Before Wei Shang had Juji, Wukong Sword Sect hadn't been known in Dongfu. Now, even a group of the strong masters of Bright Wave Jia had lowered themselves to visit the sect. No other sect had received such honor in Dongfu. Maybe, in all of Kunlun Jing, Bright Wave Jia wasn't anything. But it governed 31 small Jia, including Sky Moon Jia. Even the strong masters from Bright Wave Jia were so respectful to Xin Yen Shirshu. Only now did the disciples know the cold and taciturn Xin Yen Shirshu was so strong. In their eyes, their sect became even more mysterious. Conversation flowed across Wu Kong Sword Sect. After confirming Xin Yan's identity, Yun Xiaoxianzi and the others deliberately started to attempt to win him over. They were very disappointed that Wei Shang was unable to come out of the sword cave. Not being able to meet Wei Shang, the one rumored to have created an apparition on Juji, it still wasn't a waste of time if they could meet the Zuo Mo who had so many talents. For some people, like Old He, their interest in Zuo Mo far surpassed their interest in Wei Shang. At this time, the disciple that had gone to call Zuo Mo scrambled in, oh no, dot. Pei Yuan Ran's brows furrowed in dissatisfaction. He asked in a deep voice, "What are you panicked about?" Seeing the displeasure of the sect leader, the disciple was even more nervous and stammered, "Sect leader." Zuo Mo Shixiang fainted. Hearing this, Shifeng Rong suddenly stood up. "What happened? Say it slowly." Pei Yuan Ran shouted. His voice carried clear sound incantation. Everyone felt their minds become clear and couldn't help but mentally compliment Pei Yuan Ran on his cultivation. Suffering the shout, the mind of the outer sect disciple suddenly cleared up. His voice became clear and words simple. Zuo Mo Shixiang had been dan-making for a few days without rest and his mind was fragile. When this disciple was reporting to Shixiang, this disciple suddenly heard a shout from the Dan room. There wasn't a response when this disciple asked the next few times. Su Qing Shiji opened the door and found Shixiang unconscious on the ground. When this disciple saw him, Shixiang's complexion was terribly unwell. It must have been many days since he came out of the Dan room. Hearing this, Shifeng Rong stood, "Everyone, please excuse me." Finishing, she started to hurry towards Fragrant Ginger Yard. At this time, Pei Yuan Ran raised his hands in an apology. This one Shimmy is worried about her disciple and lost her composure. "Please, excuse her. Sect leader Pei is too serious. If our sect had such geniuses, as elders, we would be the same." Old He said. The others nodded in agreement. "Yes, your sect really has good fortune. In my sect, the disciples are average and have no great accomplishment. Every time I think of it, I cannot sit still in fears that the fires of the sect will extinguish with my generation. Then it would truly be an unpardonable crime." Yuan Li couldn't help but add. Everyone felt great empathy with Yuan Li's words. Pei Yuan Ran had a joyful expression. In the beginning, he and the others had felt the same as Yuan Li. Sect leader Pei. Old He picked his words and said, "To be able to make golden crow pills just as he has started to learn dan making, your sect's disciple has great talent in dan making. This old man has rarely seen anything like it in these many years." He then sighed, "These many years, this old man has seen many outstanding talents. Growing older, this one has found that all things are the same. With talent, one always tries to extract things from it, and this causes many geniuses to falter and die early, their progress is troubled. Sect leader Pei needs to take great care. I had to speak my mind. If I have offended, sect leader Pei, please bear with me." Hearing this, Pei Yuan Ran was shocked. He stood and gave a deep bow to Old He, the concerned words of Old He, "How can this one not know? This one will remember deep in the heart." Xin Yen and Yan Lu also gravely stood and made a bow towards Old He. The mood of Wukong Hall became tense. Old He's words had stirred the thoughts of many people. Every sect would have some outstanding disciples, but just like Old He had said, these talented disciples all had troubled fates. After such an incident had occurred, everyone didn't have the interest in conversing, and after ordering a batch of golden crow pills, they made their farewells. When Rong rushed back to Fragrant Ginger Yard and saw Zuo Mo's pitiful state, she forcefully swallowed back the words of rage that had reached her mouth. But there was still barely disguised fury in her voice. From today, for 1 month, you are not allowed to enter the damn room.
Zuo Mo grimaced inside.
Not being allowed to enter the damn room for a month meant that, for a month, he didn't have any source of income. Almost all of his income right now came from making golden crow pills. The ling grasses and herbs in the ling fields, other than the kind of plants like snowy foxtail grass that could not be used in dan making, he had planned on leaving the rest of the plants for him to use. But thinking that he had temporarily managed to keep his life, Zuo Mo felt glad inside. Facing the furious master, Zuo Mo was very unconfident and could only mutter in agreement.
Coldly glancing over Zuo Mo, Rong left behind a few restorative lingdan before leaving. Zuo Mo was very moved.
Master might be of many cold words and faces, but she really was concerned about him. Before, he had felt unfortunate that he had such a foul-tempered master, but he now felt that his luck wasn't so bad. When Rong rushed back to Wukong Hall, the guests had left. Pei Yuan Ran and the other two were sitting silently in Wukong Hall. Having been waiting for Rong, Pei Yuan Ran repeated old He's words to her. Rong also had a worried expression. If it wasn't for old He's reminder today, we have all missed this problem.
Pei Yuan Ran said gravely, thinking about it now, we were truly too impatient.
It was the same for Wei Sheng entering the sword cave. And it happened for Zuo Mo's dan making. I have already restricted him from dan making for a month. Rong suddenly said, this matter, it was my fault for missing it.
Pei Yuan Ran waved his hand, we were all at fault.
Yes. Yanla had a regretful expression, the sales of Golden Crow Pill were too good.
I got impatient because they were urging me and went to rush him.
Thinking about it now, earning Jingxia is for the continued existence of the sect. If something happened to Zuo Mo because of this matter, it really is a loss.
We'd have lost a lot. It's good to restrict him from dan making.
Pei Yuan Ran said solemnly, Shitty, supervise him in this time to practice the sword.
We aren't going to hope that he would make any accomplishment on the sword.
His talent isn't bad in the sword, but he has too many likes, and it's hard for him to be faithful to one.
If there aren't any surprises, his achievements in the sword wouldn't be as good as Wei Sheng. Everyone had achieved Jindan and could easily see this.
Even Rong nodded her head slightly.
Zuo Mo started out as a ling plant farmer.
Then he learned dan making followed by the sword. What he had learned was extremely broad.
He wasn't willing to throw away any of it, so his achievements on the sword would most likely be very limited.
But Zuo Mo's other talents are truly outstanding. If he isn't learning dan making with Shimmy, his talent in dan making would be lost. We won't hope for him to cultivate the sword. We could nurture his interest in other areas, like second Shitty's forging, we could try. Pei Yuan Ran continued, but old He's words reminded me today.
Zuo Mo's body is too weak.
We might not put expectations on his sword skills, but we could strengthen his body and prevent something like becoming unconscious in the future. Before his body is strong, don't let him sink back into dan making. Second Shitty, this will have to rely on you.
Yes. Xin Yan spat out a word.
In the half-lidded eyes, 2 dots of cold light flashed.
No one had any opinions about Pei Yuan Ran's arrangements. Even Rong felt that not letting Zuo Mo sink into dan making temporarily was a correct choice.
After everyone had left, a hint of worry came onto Pei Yuan Ran's face.
Zuo Mo had a problem, then Wei Sheng?
He was slightly regretful now of sending Wei Sheng into the sword cave so early. In the dark and gloomy sword cave, Wei Sheng's clothes were dyed with blood coming out of the corner of his mouth. His upper half was bare, large and small marks crisscrossing, alarming to see. Opposite to his dim and tired mental state, splitting rainbow was glowing and flashing on his hands.
It was like the rainbow after the rain, the color vibrant and fresh.
Wei Sheng affectionately caressed the body of the sword. The 7-colored sword hummed lightly, as though it was responding to him.
In total, there were 18 levels in the sword cave.
Starting from the first level, he had fought his way down step by step. The devilings along the way, he hadn't let go of even one. There wasn't any slacking or tricks. Even though he already knew that Void Sword Scripture was on the 18th level, if he could reach the 18th level, he would be able to see the greatest art the sect founder had left behind, Void Sword Scripture. But he controlled the impulse in his heart. Steady step by steady step, one deviling after the next, he forged his sword essence. He was the very first second-generation disciple in Wu Kong Sword Sect to comprehend sword essence, even earlier than Zuo Mo. He had naturally comprehended it at Zhuji. The sword essence he had comprehended by himself, it wasn't from any kind of sword scripture, but from his daily continuous fights, his own understandings which formed his own sword essence. His sword essence, it wasn't an understanding of the sword scriptures, but an understanding of the sword.
This was also why Xin found it troublesome and hard to teach him.
This was also why, no matter if it was the stubborn Xin or the steady Pei Yuanran, they were all in favor of sending him to the sword cave. They had high expectations of him. Wei Shang, who had his own sword essence, he wasn't just the person in the sect most likely to grasp void sword scripture, but the only one with hopes of reaching the level that the founder had attained. Even though Zuo Mo had comprehended sword essence, but in the hearts of the elders, Wei Shang's talents at the sword was much higher than him. Wei Shang gently caressed the sword, his eyes resolute. His cultivation had rose furiously and in a short amount of time, reached the 8th level of Zhuji. But what he didn't know was that, of the past disciples that entered the sword cave, those that could enter the 8th level, none of them were below Ningmai. And him, just with his Zhuji cultivation, fought and killed his way to the 16th level. Starting from the 13th level, every step that he took, he needed to pay a price.
But he didn't become afraid and retreat.
His sword, there was no retreat, there was no hesitation.
Translator Ramblings, thanks for all your comments. We get an update on Wei Shang and the sect elders aren't so bad at all, right? Zuo Mo was too smart for his own good.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 74, Nightmare. Chapter 74, Nightmare. Zuo Mo wasn't get upset when he was restricted from dan making for a month.
To escape from imminent life-threatening danger or to make dan for a month, it wasn't a difficult choice to make. However, when informed that his ban would be endlessly extended by his master until he satisfactorily completed Xin Sherbo's exercise training, Zuo Mo became dumbstruck.
To meet with the visiting Jindan masters was a calamity, and to receive Xin Sherbo's torture was another calamity. If Zuo Mo had a choice, he would unhesitatingly choose the first calamity.
He didn't know the strength of those Jindan masters, but he had directly experienced Xin Sherbo's strength.
He now knew what being too smart for your own good was.
Master, who had always pushed him to make dan, had suddenly reversed her position and sent down a strict order for him to go to Xin Sherbo for special training. Before she left, she had sternly warned him if he dishonored her in front of Xin Sherbo. When she came back, it was humph.
Master's humph was almost as scary as second Sherbo's terrifying stare.
Master had never explained what her humph really was, but the smile that accompanied each humph caused Zuo Mo to shiver and his hair raise up.
Certain that he was marching into the jaws of death, Zuo Mo went to Xin Sherbo's grass hut.
On the way there, he warned Pu Yao countless times. Pu Yao definitely was one to hold grudges. Second Sherbo had attacked him. With this guy's ungenerous attitude, he was definitely thinking of getting revenge. Pu Yao was arrogant and wanted to reclaim his honor, saying that it was because he had been previously wounded that he had been defeated by Second Sherbo.
Zuo Mo was celebrating the fact that Pu Yao hadn't recovered from his wounds yet, otherwise, he definitely would be making another mess. Didn't he know that this was a different era? After the incident with the yin bead, Zuo Mo had no fear of Pu Yao anymore.
What Sky Yao? It was clearly an old antique that was still living in the time 3,000 years ago, and completely cut off from the present. So pitiful.
Sometimes, Zuo Mo couldn't help but pity Pu Yao.
From what he saw, Pu Yao was clearly still living in the illusions of the past, and didn't want to face the cruel reality. Anyone who had been imprisoned for 3,000 years, they would probably behave the same way when they came out.
Zuo Mo thought that the incident of the yin beads had dealt a great blow to Pu Yao.
This Ren Yao had been dispirited for quite a few days. Afterwards, Pu Yao had offered many other things that could be used to make money, but Zuo Mo had sympathetically yet resolutely rejected them. Regardless of sympathy, in order to avoid trouble, Zuo Mo sternly warned Pu Yao. Zuo Mo had initially used Second Sherbo to threaten him, but seeing that there wasn't an effect, he immediately changed to using the threat of Jingshi.
That was instantly effective.
Pu Yao was a great consumer of Jingshi.
Zuo Mo didn't know how Pu Yao could use up so much Jingshi.
But clearly, Pu Yao had at least an additional source of consumption, going to the sword cave. Pu Yao was extremely desirous of yin energy, and in this area, only the sword cave had it. Zuo Mo found that he had the feeling that he was raising a pet. Coming to the sunset lookout peak for the second time, the sword essences in the ground surrounding the grass hut seemed to recognize him and had completely disappeared.
Second Sherbo. He shouted. Come in. Second Sherbo's icy words came out from behind the wooden door.
Zuo Mo seemed to see, behind the wooden door, Second Sherbo was sitting in the lotus position, his body as large as a mountain, casting a shadow over him. Feeling weak and fragile, he barely raised his head and was only being able to see a pair of indifferent and frigid eyes staring at him.
Zuo Mo couldn't help but shudder.
He forced himself to throw away his delusions and calmed his mind. He pushed open the door and gathered his bravery to walk in.
Sit. Second Sherbwa didn't open his eyes.
Just like last time, he was sitting on a meditation mat.
The sunlight came in through a hole in the roof and landed on his body. Zuo Mo saw the meditation mat in front of Second Sherbwa and carefully sat down, lowering his head and listening hard. Starting from today, I will teach you.
Xianyan Sherbwa's body was thin and withered, but sitting there with closed eyes, he seemed to weigh 1,000 catties, suppressing Zuo Mo so much he almost couldn't breathe.
He didn't speak in a loud voice, but when it landed in Zuo Mo's ears, it was like thunder. Yes. Zuo Mo weakly responded.
Even now, he didn't understand why Master and the sect leader suddenly thought of throwing him to Second Sherbwa. Our sect cultivates the sword, and doesn't put importance on the body.
But your natural body is weak and lacking. So you must start from the physical body. Xianyan Sherbwa didn't open his eyes, yet a strong presence was carried with his light words.
It announced the beginning of Zuo Mo's tragic life. The mountain slopes of Wukong Mountain wasn't steep, but because of the winding mountain path, it took almost 6 hours to climb up on foot. The outer sect disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect had suddenly found that Zuo Mo Shixian would walk on the mountain path, panting heavily, sweat running down his back as he went up and down.
A few days later, a backpack appeared on Zuo Mo Shixian's back. It was still up and down.
Looking at Shixian struggling up the mountain path, some outer sect disciples wanted to help but were sworn by Zuo Mo Shixian. All the outer sect disciples were puzzled.
Was Shixian masochistic? Each day, Zuo Mo wanted to cry. He didn't have the patience to treat others politely. Far away, standing at the highest point on the mountain, Xianyan Shixian was supervising him. Zuo Mo didn't dare to slack off even the slightest bit.
Such a stupid method, your trash of a Sherbwa is actually using such a dumb method. Pu Yao laughed continuously at his misfortunes. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and raised his legs.
His entire body was covered in sweat.
Every time his bare foot touched the stone stairs, it would leave behind a wet footprint.
He didn't pay attention to Pu Yao. He wasn't afraid that Second Sherbwa would find out, but because he didn't have the energy to talk. Now that he was thinking of those body cultivators, he asked himself, why didn't he think of cultivating the body? Each step he took, he could barely make it. If he stopped to rest it at all, it meant that this round was wasted, and that he would face a multiplied punishment. Second Sherbwa's eyes were really terrifying, to be able to see so clearly from that far away. Every time he thought about it, he would wail inside. Second Sherbwa, do you really have the free time to guarding a little character like me every day? Isn't it unprofitable? Don't you need to meditate, cultivate the sword, forge something? Do you want me to teach you a body cultivation art? Pu Yao snickered. Speaking of body cultivation, Mo are the true masters. Those in your shouja that cultivate the body, you all learned it completely from the Mo, but you really didn't copy it well. Ha, as the true allies of the Mo, I have a profound inheritance of body cultivation. Includes teaching and learning, would be beneficial for a lifetime, definitely without side effects. Zuo Mo was too lazy to respond to him. He bared his teeth, used all the energy in his body to move upwards step by step. Pu Yao laughed even more merrily. At the top of the eastern peak, Xiaoguo watched Zuo Mo Shixiang struggle up the winding mountain path. Her heart was deeply moved. She tightened her pink fists, determination written on her apple face. Shixiang is so strong yet so hard-working, Xiaoguo needs to work harder. She turned and left, deciding to multiply her practice time today. If Zuo Mo knew of Xiaoguo's thoughts, he would definitely wail to the heavens, Gu is being forced. In reality, his mind was entirely blank. After the energy was used up, a person's reaction times and thoughts would become slower. The second half of the ascent, it was completely instinctive. Zuo Mo couldn't even distinguish what Pu Yao was saying. When he finally reached the mountaintop, without a word, Second Sherbwa picked him up and flew to fragrant ginger yard. In the yard, a large wooden tub had been set up over a large metal pot. The wooden tub was filled with a black liquid, the smell of herbs could be detected a long way off. Su Qing was standing next to the wooden tub. Seeing Second Sherbwa holding Zuo Mo, she hurriedly lit the fire. Without a word, Xianyan Sherbwa threw Zuo Mo carelessly into the wooden tub before floating away. Splash! Like a ball of mud, Zuo Mo accurately landed in the wooden tub. A hot medicine bath made his pupils shrink and he inhaled sharply. At the side, Su Qing's face reddened slightly and then she said sympathetically to Zuo Mo, Shixiang, today's medicine bath costs 1 piece of third-grade jingsher. The master said that it will be put on the accounts and for you to pay back in time. Zuo Mo's expression was fierce and twisted as he nodded, it really was too hot, he needed to pay for the medicine bath each day. They were really too miserly. Wasn't this forcing him to owe debts? But after the last few days, Zuo Mo knew it was useless to rebel and could only grit his teeth and accept it. Additionally, the effect of these medicine baths were extremely evident. If he didn't have it, Zuo Mo certainly couldn't finish the amount of training that Second Shirbua assigned. Then he would have to face an even more terrifying punishment. Sometimes, Zuo Mo had the feeling that Second Shirbua and Master were in cahoots. Su Qing was even more sympathetic as she reminded Zuo Mo, "Shixiang, I need to increase the fire." A short while later, wails like pigs being slaughtered echoed through fragrant ginger yard. The female disciples that were working at the front of the yard all sympathetically turned to look and exchanged glances before sighing, "Really pitiful." Then they buried their heads to continue their own work. After the medicine bath, Zuo Mo seemed to sleepwalk back to the little west wind yard. The nightmare of the day finally ended. He wanted to drop and sleep. The bones in his body seemed to want to collapse, but he still forced himself to meditate in the rock room. Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation didn't do anything special for the recovery of his body, but for nurturing the mind, it was very effective. Zuo Mo was suspicious. If he didn't have embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, he might not die from exhaustion, but he would first go insane from exhaustion. He entered meditation extremely quickly. Time also flew quickly. When he opened his eyes, his body was still sore, but the feeling that his mind was blank had disappeared. It felt that he could control his body again. The medicine bath had been prepared by Master. Supposedly, the more exhausted he was, the more effectively the medicine would nurture the muscles. With a hint of reluctance and helplessness, he stood. What he needed to do now was get to Sunset Lookout Peak before sunrise. If he was late, it would be very bad. At this time, the sky hadn't lightened, and was a patch of black. The mountain paths were still cold. The night sky above his head, Zuo Mo flew towards Sunset Lookout Peak, the stars above him mischievously shining. Sprinting in the wind, Zuo Mo only had one thought: this nightmare, please end quickly. He wanted to go back to his previous life of farming and dam making. Even practicing the sword in the river was much better than this. Right now, he was counting the days on his hand. And what made him despair the most was what Master had said before leaving: only when Second Shirbua was satisfied. Second Shirbua satisfied. He had countless reasons to believe, in the eyes of the terrifying Second Shirbua, this was just the beginning. Just as Zuo Mo was living through a tragic life, a shocking incident happened in Dongfu and Dongfu shook. Translator ramblings: we need a training montage right here of a zombie on a mountain. Thanks for the comments. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75, Haze. Chapter 75, Haze. The atmosphere was tense and heavy in Dongfu Hall, each person's face black. Wounds could be seen on some people. In front of them silently laid the corpse of Yuan Li. It was a strange gray-green color. Yun Xia Xianzi's eyes showed extreme sorrow. She, who was usually steady, couldn't help but feel trepidation. To search for the traces of the Yaoma who could force the stars in daytime, they had taken turns searching in Dongfu. Yet no one could have thought that they would encounter an ambush today. This definitely had been an extremely well-planned ambush. The enemy's target was Yuan Li. There were many of them, all of them masked, and with astounding cultivation. Their cooperation was also extremely tight. Yun Li was almost killed instantly. At that time, Yun Xia Xianzi had been extremely close to Yun Li. If she had hesitated in throwing out the Yin Thunder bead that she had just forged, she would also have been affected by the other's attack. It was only by relying on the Yin Thunder bead that she had barely avoided an ordeal. Who were those people? Tianxan Zi's face was black. As the true ruler of Dongfu, to have someone publicly attack his allies in his lands was undoubtedly a provocation to him. Yun Xia Xianzi calmed down her mind and said, with lingering fears, I don't know. They didn't use flying swords. All they used was 5 elemental smoke. In combination with their formations, it was extremely powerful. 5 element smoke? He raised his head in slight shock. He hadn't gone today. He said gravely, most of the people who use 5 elemental smoke are roaming Shio, and it's not easy to collect such a thing. That might not be true. At this time, when Tai Sanren said heavily, it might be that they are trying to misleading us. It might not be easy to collect 5 elemental smoke, but it can occasionally be bought on the market. If someone really tried, it's not impossible. Their target was Mr. Yuan. So we have to determine their motives. Why would they target Mr. Yuan? Everyone who sat here was a veteran and their thoughts fell along the same lines. Tianxan Zi instantly realized and followed up, they don't want us to keep investigating the stars in daytime. Yes. This point needs to be pondered. Old he opened, if they were here to pick up some benefits, stir the waters up, and then steal it away, then they would hope that we could find that Yama. Who wouldn't want us to find that Yama? That Yama? Yun Xia Xianzi suddenly became alert, or the associates of the Yama. The others stared at one another, their faces instantly dark. The people that had attacked them had clearly been part of the same group and clearly couldn't be that wounded Yama. It was very likely that they were associates of the Yama. Before, they had assumed that it was only one wounded Yama, so no one had treated it seriously. With the power of so many Jindan masters, wouldn't it have been easy to exterminate one injured Yama? No one could have predicted that the situation would have changed so quickly. It was basically impossible to conceal the matter of the stars in daytime. Large numbers of Shouja had hoped to hunt and kill the Yama and had furiously gathered in Skymoonjia. A wounded high-grade Yama meant countless Jingshur and countless talismans. There are actually Shouja that have allied with the Yama. When Tai Sanren was furious. Old he raised his head and said, why couldn't it be a group of Yama? Once the words came out, the enormous Dongfu Hall fell silent. Yun Xia Xianzi tiredly went back to her residence. Xiao Huan, seeing her mistress' expression, said with concern and terror, Miss, why don't we leave? The matters here are very frightening. Yun Xia grimaced, how can we leave now? If we don't conclude this matter, we will let down the deceased Mr. Yuan. Xiao Huan bit her lips and said resolutely, then I will go finding beads for Miss. If Miss has a few more in thunder beads, then there's no need to fear them. Silly girl. Yun Xia patted Xiao Huan's head and said affectionately, getting a bargain the first one, how can you think you will get the bargain every time? In any case, I can't help Miss otherwise. Xiao Huan's eyes became misty. The two might formally be master and servant, but in reality they were like sisters. Your Miss isn't that weak. At the least, I'm a Jindan. Yun Xia hurriedly comforted Xiao Huan, but she was unconfident inside. Old he's words circled in her heart. She knew that the situation in Blood Sky Metropolis Jia was worsening, but didn't know how bad it actually was. If the Yama had really infiltrated Sky Moon Jia, then how bad was the situation in Blood Sky Metropolis Jia? At some unknown time, a drizzle of rain had started falling outside the room. Looking at the faraway mountains enveloped in the rain, the haze in Yun Xia Xianzi's heart was just as heavy. Zuo Mo had been correct. His tragic life had just started. Old He's good-intentioned reminder combined with Zuo Mo's clever feinting, it had alarmed Pei Yuan Ran and the others. Only geniuses who were alive were able to become true masters. In the eyes of Pei Yuan, Shifeng Rong and the others, Zuo Mo didn't lack for talent. More so, they thought that Zuo Mo still had hidden talents that were waiting to be discovered. However, his fragile body limited his development. Dying prematurely was something that was likely to befall him. In comparison, Wei Sheng was almost too strong in this area and didn't need their concern at all. Pei Yuan Ran and the others, after being advised, found that their initial thoughts were incorrect. For someone as multi-talented as Zuo Mo, it wasn't important to cultivate the sword, it was important for him to keep his life. Rather than nurture him into an average sword cultivator, it was much better to make him an extremely healthy turtle. The upper levels of Wu Kong Sword Sect sank into simultaneous reflection. Consequently, Xin personally stepped forward. From this, it was possible to see how important Wu Kong Sword Sect thought Zuo Mo was. After the nightmarish cultivation, Zuo Mo's body had improved. Even though it still appeared thin, but there was some more muscles on his bones. Under the double influence of intense training in the medicinal liquid, he had gradually gotten used to the body cultivation. It was a pity that Zuo Mo didn't understand what his master and the other Shirbo were thinking. Xin Shirbo personally teaching him, shocked and pained him at the same time. In all the elders, Xin was the strictest and the one Zuo Mo was afraid of the most. How good would it be if it had been Yen Le Shirbo? Zuo Mo couldn't help but fantasize sometimes. In the grass hut, Xin threw a jade scroll at Zuo Mo and led him to a valley in the back of the mountain. Zuo Mo had came to this valley before. It evidently had just been flattened and there was an eye-catching seal formation at the bottom of the valley. Without a second word, he threw Zuo Mo into the seal formation. Shirbo, what is this? Zuo Mo asked, slightly panicked. Xin Shirbo didn't pay attention to him and floated away. Zuo Mo looked in alarm at the surroundings. However, as nothing happened, his heart slowly calmed. Was this some body-strengthening seal formation? Such a good thing, why didn't they take it out earlier? For a while, nothing happened. However, Zuo Mo didn't dare to run out of the seal formation of his own accord. Shirbo had thrown him in, if he ran out, the outcome would be bad. So he started to look at the jade scroll that Shirbo gave him. There was a body cultivation scripture in the jade scroll. It was called Vajra Profound Sutra. Zuo Mo was slightly shocked.
From the name, it didn't look like one of the sect's scriptures, but more like the scriptures of Dhyana cultivators.
Where did Sherboy get this?
During his 2 years in the outer sect, he suffered through hardships trying to gather jade scrolls. Zuo Mo held a special fondness for jade schools that recorded new things. This time he didn't need to spend contribution points to get this scroll.
Zuo Mo finally felt that he hadn't suffered for nothing.
Curious, he kept on reading. As expected, it was a Dhyana Shio scripture. The scriptures of Dhyana Shio were mostly simple and their demands on personal talent were the lowest.
However, what they demanded of determination and personality was much higher. This scripture was the same. There wasn't many complex parts, but what it needed was constancy.
If this would be constantly cultivated, the body would be like gold metal, and if one could comprehend, the final level would be forming the Vajrapani's indestructible body.
Of course, Zuo Mo snorted at that.
These days, no matter what jade scroll, they would always talk about how strong they were.
It was the same as Pu Yao always labeling himself a Sky Yao. However, what Zuo Mo found interesting was, Vajra Profound Sutra mentioned that the body would not be easily wounded. No matter what the circumstances, the most important was to stay alive.
If it would be somewhat mastered, Yama would be unable to approach near him, and nothing evil would be able to infiltrate. Zuo Mo suddenly found, what he was learning was more and more varied. This kind of second-hand item, he's not ashamed to take it out.
Pu Yao somehow came out and said with a face full of disdain. Second-hand? Zuo Mo raised the jade scroll in his hand. Do you have it? I only keep the finest.
Pu Yao said proudly.
Like the yin bead? Zuo Mo smirked. Pu Yao was like a deflated balloon.
The incident of the yin beads had become Zuo Mo's most effective weapon.
Pu Yao didn't have any room to argue.
But when he looked at the seal formation surrounding them, he started to snicker.
Zuo Mo's heart started to feel unconfident and couldn't resist asking, "What are you laughing about?"
Pu Yao's crimson red eye held a strange laughter at Zuo Mo's misfortunes.
Zuo Mo was very familiar with this expression.
He had seen this expression too many times recently.
Zuo Mo couldn't help but feel something was wrong. Have a good time.
Pu Yao was full of smugness as he went back into Zuo Mo's consciousness.
Zuo Mo felt even more unconfident.
Looking at the seals surrounding him, his heart trembled.
Maybe this seal formation wasn't a body-strengthening seal formation?
At this time, suddenly a faint mist formed in the surroundings.
Zuo Mo saw it clearly.
The mist had been created by the seal formation.
He instantly became nervous. Was it about to begin? The mist quickly spread. He couldn't see in front of him and became even more cautious.
Hiss! A sword energy suddenly came out of the mist and shot at him. Zuo Mo, already on the defense, sliced out with his hand, a sword energy leaving and accurately hitting the sword energy that was flying at him.
Ping!
A light flashed and the two sword energies destroyed each other. Before Zuo Mo could react, hiss, two other sword energies came out of the mist, but
Zuo Mo didn't dare to drop his defenses and flung out two sword energies.
Hiss. For sword energies came at him from different directions. He dodged left and weaved right, an extremely sorry figure. The sword energies increased in number at an astounding speed, so fast that Zuo Mo couldn't react. When the sword energy entered his body, the needling pain caused Zuo Mo to howl.
Zuo Mo finally understood what this damn seal formation was. Translator ramblings, for Dhyana, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/zen. For Vajrapani https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/vajrapani. Somebody is dead and people are staring to look for Zuo Mo.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 76, Body Cultivating Sword Formation. Chapter 76, Body Cultivating Sword Formation. A sword formation, This was actually a sword formation. Damn it, why did Sherboy throw him into a sword formation? Zuo Mo suddenly thought of the jade scroll in his hand.
If the muscles on his face weren't paralyzed, his expression right now would be deathly pale.
Body cultivation. To use a sword formation to cultivate the body, which bastard thought of this idea? Zuo Mo wanted to kill them. He wasn't dumb.
Actually, when he had thought of the Vajra Profound Sutra on his hands, he instantly understood. These sword energies were extremely small and non-fatal, but they were exceptionally painful when they hit him. Hard for a normal flying sword to wound.
Zuo Mo suddenly thought of the phrase and his little heart shook. Was it necessary to first be pierced by countless flying swords to create a thick skin and then cultivate the heart to be wounded by flying swords? He almost fainted at the idea. However, he felt that this idea was probably the truth. In the first wave of swords, Zuo Mo had been struck 7 times. It was so painful he howled. Thankfully, the sword formation gave him time to breathe. The mist gradually dissipated, yet Zuo Mo didn't relax at all. He quickly took out Vajra Profound Sutra. If he didn't guess wrong, the next storm of swords would be coming in a short while. Xin Yen Sherbua's habits were like his sword, he wouldn't give people time to rest. Unfortunately, Zuo Mo had guessed right. Just as he read a bit of the contents, the second storm of swords started. With no attention to spare for anything else, he suddenly jumped up and the sword energies left continuously from his hand. Even though he had comprehended sword essence, he was still struck 12 times during the second wave. This time, he didn't make a sound. Inside, he repeatedly cursed Sherbua and unhesitatingly started Vajra Profound Sutra. If he didn't successfully do one round of Vajra Profound Sutra before the third sword storm came, he would just be right pickings. He almost couldn't deal with the second wave of swords. 12 strikes. The pain reached his bones. Thankfully, the language of Vajra Profound Sutra was straightforward and simple to practice. Before the third wave arrived, Zuo Mo finally completed one round of the Vajra Profound Sutra. A faint gold color appeared on his skin. Before he could admire himself, the third wave of swords silently arrived. Like the rain hitting the leaves, the pia-pia rang out in his ears. As expected, the pain lessened. However, this wave of swords were much denser than the last 2 waves. Zuo Mo might have the Vajra scripture but was still dumbstruck. He didn't know how many times he was hit. In a daze, he could only hear Puyao's extremely happy roars of laughter. When Xin Yen Sherbua carried a swollen Zuo Mo back to the Little West Windyard, the outer sect disciples along the way that saw the scene all had the same expression. Zuo Mo Shixiang is very pitiful. After they had seen Zuo Mo abuse himself on the mountain roads every day, they didn't find it strange anymore. Of course, there were still rumors. Like Zuo Mo Shixiang had offended Xin Yen Shershu, so Xin Yen Shershu was exceptionally angry and was personally administering punishment. Or that Zuo Mo Shixiang was practicing a kind of legendary art. This legendary art was exceptionally cruel and that the female disciples in Fragrant Ginger Yard could prove it. When Zuo Mo had finally recovered in his own little yard, what welcomed him was the sympathetic gaze of the gray-beaked goose on the rooftop. Zuo Mo climbed up self-mockingly. He finally could rest for a few days. Before leaving, Sherbua had said that he would come back in 5 days. Clearly, the sword formation was not suited to being used every day. He also needed time to practice Vajra Profound Sutra. If he didn't improve before next time, he would die a terrible death. Vajra Profound Sutra had a slight healing effect. After practicing it for a little while, Zuo Mo felt his entire body had become warm. This shocked him slightly. In the scriptures he had practiced before, the most comfortable was embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. It was hard to describe the feeling of void. The feelings this time wasn't as enchanting as cultivating embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, but for Zuo Mo who was presently wounded, the warm feeling was actually more appropriate. Also, because it was easier to learn, there were no bottlenecks in Vajra Profound Sutra. It wasn't like embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, which always made him spit blood. After practicing for 4 hours, Zuo Mo's entire body was amazingly relaxed, the marks on his body had also faded. Zuo Mo was overjoyed. He went to the ling fields inside the valley and felt heartache as he looked at the ling grasses in the fields. He hadn't taken care of the fields for quite a few days. Some of the more sensitive plants seemed slightly wilted. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and harvested all those ling grasses that were sensitive and near maturity. He decided to sell all of them. The remaining ling grasses were hardier plants. It was rare for Sherbua to have mercy. With a vacation of 5 days, Zuo Mo could finally take a breath. Even though he knew that the reprieve was temporary and he would once again enter the nightmare after 5 days, he still planned on enjoying these 5 days. Listening to the sound tablet, Zuo Mo hummed a little tune, his head on his arms as he looked at the jade scrolls that Elder Wei Nan had left. As soon as he relaxed, he couldn't help but think of making jingsher. There was no way around it. After soaking in the medicine baths every day, he was in the midst of a great amount of debt and owed master a lot of jingsher. And now that he was restricted from the Dan room, he couldn't make the golden crow pill and had no income. Not only that, he also couldn't make any progress on the new Lingdan. He suddenly thought of the water method that had been mentioned in Elder Wei Nan's Jade Scrolls. The number of ways to make Dan in the world could not be counted. The fire method was the most widespread, and methods involving water and wood were more esoteric. Elder Wei Nan's knowledge was broad and he was extremely skilled at using whatever was available in the environment to create the greatest value. Zuo Mo admired this very much. In many cases, a person's circumstances would have all kinds of limitations, and those limits could not be changed. To use disadvantageous circumstances to create good results was undoubtedly an area worthy of deep study. There was a cold spring in the rock room. It was acceptable for the water method. Most of the dan that could be made by the water method leaned towards the yin in the cold. This was a limit of the water method. But for Zuo Mo, he didn't have any other choice. There were many dan recipes involving the water method in the scrolls of Elder Wei Nan. Zuo Mo scanned through and picked a few dan that he could make now, noting down what was needed. It seemed that he needed to go to Dongfu. Even though he had heavy debts, but he didn't need to pay them off immediately, so Zuo Mo still had some jinsha in his pocket. If he sold the ling grasses, which he wasn't planning on letting the sect sell for him, he would get some more jinsha. He only had 5 days of vacation. It would take too long if the sect sold it, and no one could know that he had gone to Dongfu to buy materials. If Master knew he was secretly making dan, Master's humph would probably start taking effect. As to the outcome, he didn't need to even think about it. Disguising his appearance and concealing his tracks, Zuo Mo had become familiar with doing both. The effects of the recent training were extremely evident. Zuo Mo flew as he walked, and no longer resembled the weak zombie of the past. He changed his appearance this time to a mundane-looking man. He was very familiar with Dongfu. The quality of the ling grasses he had wasn't the best, but since he was a ling plant farmer, it was still much better than what normal cultivators could grow, so they sold very quickly. He then brought some of the raw materials for the water method. After finishing what he needed to do, his mind relaxed as he started to wander around. Xiao Huan's expression was panicked. She spent every day guarding the free market, waiting for the person that had sold her the yin beads. After some time, she rented a stall, and after paying a high price, she hung up a sign purchasing yin beads at high prices. She believed, if that waxy-looking man saw the sign, he would come find her. She had been frightened by Miss encountering dangers. When she found out that Miss had only survived due to the yin bead that she had brought the last time, she knew how to help Mississippi. If she could buy a few more yin beads, and Miss could forge more yin thunder beads, then she wouldn't have to worry so much. She regretted very much that she hadn't brought more the first time. She stood guard every day, but she never encountered the yellow-skinned man. She couldn't help but look at a nearby stall. The stall owner was a youth. His sign was also buying yin beads at high price. Xiao Huan was irritated. She recognized the youth. He was a disciple of Wen Tai Sanren. Many people had seen Miss use the yin thunder bead, and the origins of the yin bead wasn't a secret. It wasn't just Yun Xia that knew how to make yin thunder beads. The method of making yin beads had been lost long ago, but the method of making yin thunder beads wasn't hard to find. Additionally, yin beads wasn't just limited to making yin thunder beads. 3,000 years ago, there had been a sect called Deviling Sect which had specialized in making yin beads. Of the various beads that could be made from yin beads, there were also yin thunder beads and yin fire beads as well as others. But the most famous of the Deviling Sect was the Nine Heaven Devilings Formation. The Nine Heaven Devilings Formation, it was formed using 3,600 beads of various kinds to form the formation. This was a terrifying formation that could even kill Fanshu cultivators. In the past, other than selling yin beads, the Deviling Sect would also sell already made beads as well as simple spells to make them. So things like the yin thunder bead had spread out. Due to the power of the yin thunder bead, and the ease of making them, many shoujo would always have some. In the Great Battle 3,000 years ago, the entire Deviling Sect had nearly been exterminated. The method of making the yin beads had been lost, but the method of making the yin thunder bead had been passed on. In reality, other than Wen Tai Sanren, the others were also trying to buy yin beads. But the others were not as straightforward as Wen Tai Sanren. They hired locals to buy yin beads. Xiao Huan was especially irritated when she saw Wen Tai Sanren's disciples' disdainful attitude towards her. Shameless! She cursed for the nth time, but because the others' cultivation was higher than her, she couldn't do anything. It naturally aroused the attentions of all the powers in the free market when a large group of people who wanted to buy yin beads appeared. No matter how much they asked, they still didn't know what yin beads were. Some brave fellows took some beads to make forgeries of yin beads. The result was they were beaten until they were crippled. After a few days, the local snakeheads knew that this group wasn't easy to deal with, and so no one tried again. So when Zuo Mo wandered to the free market and saw a continuous forest of signs saying buying yin beads at high prices, he was instantly dumbstruck. Translator ramblings, Fanshu is the cultivation level above Yuanying. I haven't had the time to make the cast list yet, but I haven't forgotten about it.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 77 Plot. This chapter has been brought to you by me, Wandering Yumi of Doom, and Warlord 212. Clarification: the Een bead is not a Dan.
It's a condensation of energy, similar to the water crystal in Zuo Mo's sword, but much more powerful and valuable.
Chapter 77 Plot. Zuo Mo stared dazedly at the patches of signs in the free market. Pu Yao's countenance was extremely smug and arrogant.
The depression over the recent failure sweeping away as he said, "See, I said so."
Een beads are very valuable. Zuo Mo gradually regained his focus.
As he swept his gaze across the market, he saw the little girl that had brought Een beads from him the previously. The little girl seemed quite panicked.
Did she need the Een beads desperately? Zuo Mo couldn't help but speculate inside. The little girl had been very kind, so Zuo Mo had a good impression of her. It appeared that the Een beads were useful.
Last time, when the little girl had come, she had only brought one out of kindness.
At that time, she probably didn't recognize Een beads. Zuo Mo ruminated about selling them. Zuo Mo didn't pay attention to Pu Yao. Walking in front of the little girl, he said, "You're buying Een beads? How many?"
Just at this time, Pu Yao suddenly said in a grave tone, "Run."
Zuo Mo paused.
Who would have thought that this little town of Dongfu was concealing so much? Even something that has been lost for so long, like Een beads, also appeared, a slightly piercing voice said reflectively. The person who spoke was the yellow-robed Taoist.
Yes.
I was also very surprised when I learned about it, the silver-clad man said, a flash of puzzlement running through his eyes. The Deviling sect has been dead for so many years, how can a successor have appeared? It's not easy guessing about a sect's succession. The yellow-robed Taoist's eyes followed the silver-clad male closely. Why do you not find someone else?
The silver-clad male's expression was normal. The others? They can't do it.
The yellow-robed Taoist smiled smugly. Exactly.
Except for you and I, the others are only average. They cannot do anything and will ruin things. Are you sure that the person who was selling the Een beads will definitely appear?
I am not sure. The silver-clad male shook his head.
The yellow-robed Taoist's expression changed, his pupil suddenly shrank. You are making fun of me?
The silver-clad male was not affected. I shared the information with you.
If you do not find it useful, you can leave. The method of making the Een beads, it is worthy of you waiting a while.
The yellow-robed Taoist stared at the silver-clad male for a long while before suddenly laughing. You're right. The Deviling sect was so famous in the past, what they relied on wasn't just the way to making beads. Haha, if I can find this person, all of the techniques of the Deviling sect would land in our hands. Don't be happy this early, the silver-clad male said. There are probably many that have the same idea as us.
Humph.
They dare to steal from me, they are courting death.
The yellow-robed Taoist icily said. It's best to be careful.
Even those people from Bright Wave Jia were ambushed and one was killed. The brow of the silver-clad male furrowed. He felt extremely puzzled by that incident. Even though he had said clever words, but he was still extremely wary of the group from Bright Wave Jia.
Additionally, he had needed Yuan Li to find the Yama.
He was very clear about Yuan Li's abilities, but no one could have thought that Yuan Li would die in an ambush. That had ruined his arrangements.
Who was it that had killed Yuan Li?
This ambush, which had a clearly targeted Yuan Li, had instantly turned everything into a mess. Now that Yuan Li had been killed, his sect definitely would be angry. The branch of the master of Bright Wave Jia would not tolerate this kind of action. If this situation dragged on, there would definitely be large numbers of high-level Shouja that would arrive and complicate the situation.
If that happened, then he would lose the chance to benefit from this incident.
He had reacted extremely quickly and changed direction when he had seen a shift. The news that Yun Xiaoxianzi had relied on a Een Thunder Bead to escape the ambush had spread through Dongfu.
The attentions of many people had been aroused, including himself.
Just at this time, he made a sound, and his eyes were looking at a male standing in front of a stall.
What? The yellow-robed Taoist became alert. Did you find something?
He seems to have arrived. The silver-clad male stared at the average-looking man.
Him?
Following the eyes of the silver-clad male, the yellow-robed Taoist also looked at Zuo Mo that was in front of Xiao Huan's stall, a little guy with a cultivation of Zhuji. That's not likely, but... The gaze of the silver-clad male didn't move, as he informed, that little girl is the maid of Yun Xiaoxianzi.
Last time, it was her that bought the Een beads. There are so many stalls in the market, but that person didn't go to anyone else but straight to hers. It's suspicious.
It really is suspicious. By this time, the yellow-robed Taoist also understood, and the glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes.
It wasn't just the two of them that had noticed this. Just as Zuo Mo went to leave, a young person appeared behind him. Do you want to sell in beads? Why don't you sell to me and we can negotiate the price?
Zuo Mo, who had received Pu Yao's warning, instantly noticed the many gazes that had gathered on his person.
He became alarmed and knew that the situation was dangerous.
It was a good thing that the Yin beads could be sold for a good price, but if he had to pay with his life in the process, then he wasn't willing. I don't have Yin beads. Seeing the situation, Zuo Mo quickly pretended to be ignorant. I just noticed that you guys have been putting up stalls here for many days and was curious.
What sort of treasure is this Yin bead? How much is it worth? Do you have an example? Can you let me take a look?
If I encounter it, I wouldn't pass on a chance to get rich.
Really? The young person smiled coldly. Then why didn't you come ask me, but went straight to her? Xiao Huan couldn't resist anymore. Her brows raising, she said angrily, the one named Shui, what do you mean? Why can't he come to this lady's stall? This youth was Wen Tai Sanren's disciple. He was called Shui Yun. Xiao Huan always found him to be an eyesore.
This one doesn't mean to suggest anything, Shui Yun smirked icily. This one is only working on behalf of my master. Something as good as Yin beads, they can't all go to one person.
Zuo Mo gave a smile. You must have misunderstood.
I don't have Yin beads. The young man had a cultivation of Ningmai and wasn't someone that a little Zhuji cultivator could battle against.
Zuo Mo wasn't dumb.
He understood that, if he really took out the Yin beads right now then he really would die. He definitely wouldn't get Yin beads, and the others certainly would try to force out the spell to form Yin beads.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be let go. Don't have Yin beads? Shui Yun snorted, that will have to be determined after I search you. Xiao Huan stood resolutely in front of Zuo Mo and said angrily, you dare. She wasn't stupid.
If Shui Yun hadn't come, she might not have recognized Zuo Mo, but Shui Yun's behavior made her look closely. She found that, while this person's appearance was different, but his figure was similar to the person from last time. Shui Yun looked disdainfully at Xiao Huan, you're just a maid.
Do you think you're self-important?
Finishing, he didn't look at Xiao Huan and strode towards Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo saw that the situation could not be resolved, and thought that with his pitiful and weak speed even if he were to run he would most likely be unsuccessful. He really had bad luck today.
Zuo Mo grimaced inside.
As expected, it was risky trying to make Jingshi like this and he needed to be cautious. Looking at Shui Yun who seemed extremely certain, Zuo Mo's eyes darkened, murderous intent was rising inside.
The other's cultivation far surpassed his and he didn't think he could win even with trickery.
Noticing the confidence on the young man's face, he decided to give the other a little surprise. His eyes staring fixedly at Shui Yun, the Ling energy in his body moved furiously. He was waiting for Shui Yun to come near and what would welcome Suyu would be Zuo Mo's strongest sword attack, Li Water burning heavens. Just at this time, suddenly someone interrupted, no wonder Wen Tai Sanren isn't respected. It can be understood from seeing his disciple,
Shui Yun's expression instantly changed.
His eyes darkened, he stopped in his steps and shouted loudly, who is this? Your words are really frightening.
Why do you hide? Do you not dare to come out? Just someone like you, are you enough for ye to come out?
The voice was faint and one could not locate the source. Shui Yun's expression finally changed, and there was shock in his eyes. He had focused on listening just now but still couldn't find where the voice came from. This meant that the other's cultivation was much higher than his. While Shui Yun was in shock, a figure suddenly leapt at Zuo Mo. You dare! Several shouts sounded out simultaneously. Swords flashed and several bright lights could be seen as flying swords flew at the figure. All of these people were all highly skilled. Although their target wasn't him, the sharp sword essence inside the sword energy was enough to make Zuo Mo's skin hurt. He was extremely shocked inside. Only now did he realize that the nondescript Yin bead had such a shockingly high value. Pu Yao did have something valuable in his possession. At such a dangerous time, such a nonsensical thought had floated through Zuo Mo's mind. There were thousands of sword energies that formed a net but they didn't harm Zuo Mo one bit. The cultivation of the figure wasn't normal either. A faint green flying sword flashed and formed a net of light in front of him, barely stopping the other flying swords. The figure suddenly disappeared from his spot. Being alone, he naturally wasn't a match for the group. Just as everyone was attacking this person, a dark red rope was silently nearing Zuo Mo. The silver-clad male was the first to find it. He snorted icily, wanting to take advantage of the fight. It won't be that easy. He pointed with a hand and a silver light struck the dark red rope. The dark red rope wasn't an average grade talisman. Like a wave, the dark red rope fluttered and then dissipated the silver light. The silver-clad male didn't waste words. His silver hooked sword turned into an extremely thin silver light, and like a snake climbing a tree, circled and constricted around the dark red rope. The yellow-robed Taoist and the figure who had leapt at Zuo Mo were engaged in battle with each other. The figure seemed to be shrouded in a ball of smoke. No one could clearly see his appearance. The shape of his body changed rapidly. The yellow-robed Taoist evidently was taking the fight seriously. The yellow-gold flying sword was like a sun streaking in the sky, the light radiating from it was blinding. Each move was large and vast, extremely powerful. No one was able to approach near Zuo Mo and Xiao Huan. The pitiful Shui Yun had instantly been sliced by these swords into minced meat. Xiao Huan's face was pale and she was dazed as she looked at the sky. Those sword energies and talismans, she almost couldn't stand under their presence. At this time, she suddenly thought that the person who was standing beside her had a lower cultivation than her. Even she was having a hard time, would he be able to bear it? Xiao Huan was certain that this was the person who had sold her the yin beads the last time. Thinking that she had pulled someone else into this terrible situation, she couldn't help but feel guilty. As her pale face turned back, she saw the person behind her standing with a bowed head with his hands covered by his sleeves. Seemingly having noticed her gaze, the other suddenly raised his head and smiled at her. A smile that was as cold as the edge of a blade appeared strangely. Xiao Huan felt a gust of cold air suddenly rise from the bottom of her feet. Just at this time, a hand appeared without warning on Zuo Mo's shoulder.
Translator ramblings. I'm not very good at translating action scenes, and Wandering Yumi of Doom was amazing at making this chapter exciting.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 78, Making a Move. Chapter 78, Making a Move.
The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. When Tai Sanren had his disciple in the light purchasing the yin beads, while he himself was concealed in the darkness. When he saw that Yun Xia Xianzi had yin thunder beads, it was like he was struck by lightning. The many uses of yin beads were known to all the sections.
Many people know, but there were not many people that would know more than Wen Tai Sanren.
In the eyes of the world, Wen Tai Sanren's origins were very mysterious. Everyone knew that he came from a small sect called Skyfiend Sect, but it was not known that the little minor sect of Skyfiend Sect was a branch sect which had survived the collapse of the Deviling Sect. The Deviling Sect was a famous sect 3,000 years ago. There had been many disciples and many branch sections. The Deviling Sect had all died in the great battle against the Yama 3,000 years ago, but many of these branch sects had luckily survived. However, without the yin beads, the various spells they had learned from the Deviling Sect were useless.
This caused some branches to decline and eventually die out.
Some branches, of their own initiative, learned spells from other sects and managed to survive. The Skyfiend Sect that Wen Tai Sanren came from was one of the surviving branch sections. Skyfiend Sect was a very small sect.
As it passed down to his generation, only he was left. However, Wen Tai Sanren was exceptionally talented. Even though the scriptures of the Skyfiend Sect weren't anything special, he had managed to cultivate to Jin Dan. However, he had reached a dead end in his cultivation and it would be hard to make progress relying on these scriptures. So, it could be understood just how joyful he was when he saw the yin thunder bead in Yun Xia Xianzi's hands. He knew where his sect's scriptures had originated from. The sect records had many spells relating to the yin beads. Those strange scriptures and spells, they were hundreds of times better than the scriptures was currently using. If he could find the method to making beads, he had hopes that he could break through to yuanying. For Xiuzha, the strength of cultivation directly determined their lifespan.
Jin Dan was the first division. Before reaching Jin Dan, their lifespan wouldn't surpass 150 years, but once they broke into Jin Dan they would have a lifespan of 300 years.
Yuanying Xiuzha would have a lifespan of 500 years. The lifespan of a Fanshu Xiuzha could reach 700 years, and the lifespan of a Deshang Xiuzha was 1,000 years.
On the surface, Wen Tai Sanren didn't seem any different than any other middle-aged person, but he was already 232 years old.
He didn't have much time left. So when he learned that someone knew how to making beads, how could he not be excited? He quickly found out the history of the yin thunder bead that Yun Xia Xianzi had, and he had sent Shui Yun to bravely go to the free market to search for the yin beads, while he would hide in the shadows. For the temptation of the yin beads, he was willing to not just cut ties with Yun Xia's group, but if he had to pay with his life, he had to grab it. When Zuo Mo had appeared, he was excited but kept his composure. He was clear that the news of the yin beads had spread out long ago. There were many people who wanted it. He was like an experienced hunter, patiently waiting. To be able to use a normal scripture to break into Jin Dan, Wen Tai Sanren wasn't the average cultivator. The situation quickly progressed according to his plans, everyone attacking in a melee battle. As the heated battle reached its climax, he finally made a move. Using his most skilled and hidden movement method, he silently appeared behind Zuo Mo. When his hand touched Zuo Mo's shoulder, even if he was an experienced hunter, he couldn't help but be excited. Wen Tai Sanrun had fortuitous encounters before.
When he had been in Ingmai, he had discovered an earth-based concealment method that was extremely unique. Relying on this, he had escaped life-threatening situations multiple times.
He knew he had succeeded. Damn you! The yellow-robed Taoist was the first person to detect Wen Tai Sanrun and instantly yelled.
He didn't attend to his fight with the other Xiuzha and threw out a round gold shuttle. Once the round gold shuttle left his hand, it turned into a streak of gold light and hummed as it moved. The silver-clad male snorted and tossed a handful of silver sand, which shone like the stars, towards Wen Tai Sanrun. The dark red rope moved like it was alive. A nimble turn and then it streaked towards Wen Tai Sanrun, shooting like a sharp arrow, howling through the air. The other person also seemed rushed. The pale green flying sword brightened and with a clear hum, sliced at Wen Tai Sanrun. For Jindan masters attacking at the same time, the resulting commotion was enough to make the sky turn dark.
Wen Tai Sanrun wasn't panicked.
A smug smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Grabbing Zuo Mo's shoulder, he was going to cast his greatest escape spell, an earth concealment spell, when his face suddenly changed. With a painful shout, he suddenly tore his body away and retreated. On his palm, at some unknown time, a dark red flame had appeared. The flame wasn't large as it burned silently, but just in an instant, Wen Tai Sanrun's right hand had turned to white bone.
Sharp yells rang over Dongfu.
Wen Tai Sanrun's pupils were dilated, his features horrific and twisted as he curled into a ball, continuously rolling on the ground.
This sudden change also shocked everyone else. Zuo Mo raised his head and reached out with his right hand, a finger gently pointing into the empty air.
A strand of crimson flame silently floated in front of him. The round gold shuttle of the yellow-robed Taoist, the silver sand of the silver-clad male, the dark red rope, and the pale green flying sword all headed towards the dark red flame, like moths attracted to a flame. The expressions of the four people changed drastically. Just now, they had felt their talismans and flying sword had suddenly been affected by the pull of a very strong power and headed towards the silently burning crimson flame. The state of Wen Tai Sanrun, who was rolling on the ground as he wailed piteously, also shocked everyone. The expression of the yellow-robed Taoist changed as he rapidly cast a spell, wanting to retrieve the round gold shuttle, but the gold shuttle only wavered slightly but still flew towards the flame. The silver-clad male was much smarter. Without another word, he retreated out of the battle. The mysterious master who had been using the dark red rope also had a good response. The rope, which had been like an arrow, suddenly slowed. Only the flying sword glowing with green light increased its presence as it sped up rather than slow down. The sword essence was thick, full of the resolution to not return. The gold shuttle and the silver sand, when they came into contact with the flame, was like mud entering the ocean, and disappeared without a sound in the fire. The cultivator who had been controlling the dark red rope tried with all his power and finally stopped the rope from moving forward, yet the tip of the rope still came into contact with the flame. Snap hiss. A string of sparks, with astounding speed, leapt on the rope and headed to the other end. The cultivator who had been hiding in the shadows was alarmed. Abandoning his rope talisman, he released it and retreated. Turning into a streak of light, he fled away. When the sparks lit up the other end of the rope, bang, the dark red rope turned to ash, scattering in the wind. The green flying sword, with its murderous sword essence, accurately struck the flame in front of Zuo Mo's chest. There wasn't any resistance. The flying sword split the flame into two. But at the same moment, the Xiuzha who had been glaring angrily in the sky suddenly spat out a ball of fresh blood, and in alarm, turned and retreated. The sword essence on the green flying sword had completely disappeared. The body of the sword had broken into tiny segments and turned to countless fragments. The yellow-robed Taoist finally lost his composure. Without being able to care for anything else, he fled in a panic. The sudden change in the situation caused all the Xiuzha in the free market, visible or hidden, to gape in shock. Wen Tai Sanrun, who had been rolling on the ground, had turned into a pile of dust with nothing remaining. In a short encounter, 5 Jindan masters, 1 dead, 1 wounded, 3 fleeing, how much power would this take? Everyone's eyes as they looked at Zuo Mo all changed. The people who had been tempted by the Yin beads all felt relieved that they hadn't also attacked. The enormous free market was completely silent. There was only a crimson flame burning in front of Zuo Mo's chest. Zuo Mo reached out with a finger. The flame turned into a string and burrowed into his finger. Xiao Huan's complexion was deathly pale, her mind dazed as she stood. Her mind was completely blank. She didn't even register Zuo Mo's departure. Only after a long time, when her mind finally refocused, she saw Miss Pale Face, and couldn't resist anymore but fall into Miss Embrace and started crying.
Just at this time, two ink beads dropped to the ground. Mistress and servant couldn't help but be shocked. Zuo Mo flew forward quickly. His eyes were dark, even the blade-like smile on his face seemed to have become weak. He had leapt and flew away without anyone daring to stop him. Not one person dared to pursue him. That wasn't right. He suddenly stopped. A white-clothed Lin Qian appeared behind him. At this time, Lin Qian didn't seem as casual and harmless as when Zuo Mo had first encountered him. All the Ling energy in his body was moving. He was like an unsheathed sword, the sword essence spreading out. His expression was grave. He didn't dare to relax as he stared fixedly at the figure that he couldn't really make out. Zuo Mo gave a light laugh. Haha, you're pretty brave. The voice was icy. Even though it was a laugh, it didn't have a hint of emotion. If Zuo Mo was conscious, he definitely would identify it as Pu Yao's voice. Pitiful Zuo Mo. In the near-death situation just now, Pu Yao finally couldn't help but interfere. Lin Qian's position didn't change. His expression was defensive, positioned so he could release his strongest attack at any time. In a deep voice, he asked, Elder's cultivation is astounding. But why would you not let others see your true face? Pu Yao stared at Lin Qian, the mirth on his face even thicker. Little friend, I don't have time to play with you today. But don't worry, we will meet if there is a chance in the future. Nonsensically, he threw down, so interesting. Ha ha. Before the words landed, a ball of flame rose from his feet. Lin Qian was first taken back and then shouted, Elder, wait. Disdain appeared in Pu Yao's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in the air. It was like Lin Qian was released from a heavy weight. He stood in his original spot. Only now did he realize that without noticing, his back was wet with sweat. How long has it been since he had been as nervous as this? Suddenly, his expression flickered and he disappeared in the wind. Just after Lin Qian disappeared, a group of people arrived at the location. It was a group clothed in black wearing masks. The person at the front suddenly came to the spot that Pu Yao had been standing and touched the ground with his hand. The patch of ground didn't seem different at all. We're not wrong. The short words were filled with joy. But then he said in irritation, it is a pity we're late. The crowd of black-clothed people shifted in response but no one spoke. This one has always been curious. What are you searching for? A light voice landed in the ears of this crowd of black-clothed people like lightning on a clear day. The expression of all those people changed as they turned quickly. A white-clothed Lin Qian raised his feet and, step by step, neared them. Can you tell me who the elder that was just here really is? His expression was indifferent, but between his brows, the sword essence was thick. Translator ramblings, how's that for a victory? If this was Wu Kong Sword Sect's elders. He. It didn't matter if Zuo Mo gave his true identity or denied it. Even if Pu Yao hid the beads, the Jin Dan wouldn't have cared. They would either kill him, capture him and torture him, and along the way, damage Wu Kong Sword Sect since the outsiders come from sects way more powerful than Wu Kong Sword Sect. It's unlikely they would have gone, oh, wrong person, you can go. Rather, it would be, oh, wrong person, smash. One dead Zuo Mo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 79, Zuo Mo's Decision. Chapter 79, Zuo Mo's Decision. Zuo Mo opened his eyes and instantly let out a wail of pain. His body felt like someone had taken a short blade and scraped all over. It was excruciatingly painful. Was he at home? What time was it? Zuo Mo struggled up while shaking his dizzy head. He had gone to Dongfu and bought a lot of things. His gaze landed on the 100 treasures pouch. Right, and then after that? He had gone to the free market. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly shrunk. He remembered. Yin beads. It was yin beads, those horrifyingly strong shouja. Zuo Mo reflexively touched himself. Even though his entire body was in pain, he was completely unharmed and wasn't lacking any arms or legs. He was still alive. He remembered he had suddenly fainted. What happened after that? How did he return to the Little West Windyard? He didn't know. Did someone rescue him? This was the first idea that appeared in his head. Even though he didn't know much, but he wasn't dumb. The forest of signs in the free market was enough to make him realize the value of the yin bead was much larger than he had imagined. Those people would have no reason to let him free. He hurried to flip through his 100 treasures pouch. When he saw the yin beads were still there, he was even more confused. He took account and found that there were 2 less. Whichever way he looked at it, it seemed strange. He suddenly realized he could ask Pu Yao. That guy definitely would know what had happened. When Zuo Mo entered the sea of consciousness, he was instantly shocked. The furiously dancing sea of flames of the past was now withered, the flames extremely weak like the embers left after a fire and could extinguish at any time. The two stars were unchanged, hanging like diamonds in the void. The sword river didn't change either, same as usual, half of it icicles moving, half of it burning with water flames. Why would it be like this? Restraining the terror in his heart, Zuo Mo started to sprint in the direction that Pu Yao was usually at. He had a strong feeling inside that something major had definitely happened. When he reached the stele and saw Pu Yao on top of the stele, he was dumbstruck. Pu Yao's face was without any color. He was like a statue as he sat, legs coiled, on the stele, motionless. Black clouds moved around his body. Pu. Zuo Mo tried to control the terror inside and called out. Pu Yao didn't respond. He was like a stone statue carved out of white marble. Zuo Mo called a few more times. Pu Yao didn't seem to hear it. Something definitely had happened. Zuo Mo forced himself to calm down. He carefully thought back to what happened that day. Beads. And then he connected it to Pu Yao's present state. What happened that day, it was obvious. In the eyes of high-level Xiuzhe, low-level Xiuzhe was like grass. When he had saw Shui Yun, he knew that he wouldn't be able to resolve it, and that was why he decided to go all in. People would kill for even a low-level talisman. How about the mysterious bead? Most of the beads he had were still present. That meant that those people hadn't got them. Had it really been Pu Yao who saved him? Zuo Mo almost couldn't believe it. Would Pu Yao be that kind? Yet this guess seemed to be the most reasonable one. As to Pu Yao's sorry state right now, Zuo Mo wasn't certain. Was he wounded? It seemed that it was quite serious. Even that time Pu Yao had been wounded by Xin Yen Shibua, he hadn't been this weak. Looking dazedly at Pu Yao, who was completely lifeless, Zuo Mo suddenly thought, would Pu Yao just die like this? But for some unknown reason, he pushed down the idea. This thought made him feel slightly terrified. Terrified that Pu Yao would disappear like this? Wasn't that what he had been hoping all this time? Looking at the lifeless Pu Yao, Zuo Mo's eyes became murky. He closed his eyes. A beat later, he opened them again. Gu wouldn't owe anyone. He was only paying back the other for saving his life, Zuo Mo told himself. For some unknown reason, when he made this decision, the terror inside suddenly stopped. Raising his head to glance at the statue like Pu Yao, Zuo Mo took a deep breath. He started to think back to every detail of his interactions with Pu Yao, hoping to find a way to help him. The first thing he thought about was embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Pu Yao had been constantly tempting or forcing him to practice embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Zuo Mo remembered very clearly, it had been when he had broken through to one breath that the flame sea in his consciousness had become vigorous. Looking at the weak flames that were so weak now that it seemed as though they would extinguish at any time, Zuo Mo felt these crimson flames should have a very close relationship with Pu Yao. The second was Jingshi. Pu Yao always needed a lot of Jingshi. The great majority of Zuo Mo's Jingshi would end up in Pu Yao's hands. Zuo Mo had always been slightly amazed by the great appetite Pu Yao had towards Jingshi. Even though Zuo Mo didn't know where Pu Yao spent the Jingshi, but it was clear that Jingshi was very important to Pu Yao. Maybe it helped Pu Yao somehow. And then it was energy. Zuo Mo could still see the picture of Pu Yao furiously taking in energy on that trip to the sword cave. Zuo Mo felt that, for Pu Yao, energy was something enriching and should help him. After a long time, Zuo Mo concluded these 3 points. In these 3, the most difficult was energy. To take in energy, that needed going into the sword cave. When Pu Yao was conscious, entering the sword cave was just a matter of Jingshi. But relying just on Zuo Mo, the difficulty of entering the sword cave was very high, and basically hopeless. Up until now, only Wei Sheng Xixiang had been allowed by the sect into the sword cave. For everyone else, even though Zuo Mo had comprehended the Li Water Sword essence and showed his talent, the elders in the sect didn't even mention it. Zuo Mo put his attention on the first 2 points. In his perspective, those 2 were more practical. He decided to go to the rock room to meditate and practice embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Just as he was preparing to leave, he saw from the mirror that he hadn't changed his appearance back. He hurriedly washed away the disguise on his face. If someone came in right now, that would be bad. It had been a very long time since Zuo Mo had been so focused when he was practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Even though he still persisted in practicing it every day, but he didn't put much thought into it. Now that he really paid attention, he instantly found many places he was unclear about but had dismissed usually. He couldn't help but feel guilty and reflect on himself. It was like he had gone back to the time before he had broken through to one breath as he furiously started to study this cryptic and dull scripture. People were always like this. When they needed time, they would find that time was abnormally slippery. If one wasn't careful, it would slip away. Coming out of his meditation state, the sky was already dark. Zuo Mo went to take a look at the sea of consciousness. The flames were still very weak and didn't seem to have visibly changed. It seemed that it needed a long-term effort, he thought inside. Leaving the consciousness, he started to sort out the ling herbs that he had bought in Dongfu. These raw materials had been for him to experiment with the water method and to earn some jingshi. He hadn't thought that they would be useful so early. Before, Zuo Mo had only wanted to experiment with making dan using the water method. But he was now abnormally serious. In his speculations, jingshi was one of the most important. He didn't know what help jingshi gave Pu Yao, but it was one of the few things he could do. Zuo Mo couldn't help but grimace. It seemed that in his life, making jingshi was an eternal problem. Throwing away the thought, he started to follow the instructions on Elder Wei Nan's jade scrolls and prepare the ingredients. The water method and the fire method were as different as the earth and sky. It was the first time Zuo Mo had come into contact with many of these things. But luckily, he had some dan-making experience now. Before, the experience of making so many golden crow pills had also given him a lot of experience. The language that Elder Wei Nan's jade scroll was written in was straight and clear, without any flourishes. It wasn't hard for Zuo Mo to understand. This was also why Zuo Mo would always feel his mind expand and be entranced when he browsed Elder Wei Nan's jade scrolls, yet when he read embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, it was like his intestines were turned inside out and he felt that death would be welcome. Zuo Mo studied the basic steps in the water method many times. Even though he wasn't totally familiar, he wasn't unfamiliar with it. The uniqueness of the water method lay in that it required making a dan embryo. The ling dan would be raised in the dan embryo. The process was like people during pregnancy, extremely miraculous. The most important step of the water method was to use spells and ling energy as channels, all kinds of materials and ling grasses as the flesh in order to form a dan embryo. It would not just directly decide whether a dan would form, but any little difference could cause the dan that would be formed to be completely different. This was one of the important reasons that the water method wasn't as popular as the fire method. It was even hard to grasp the patterns and trends involved. For Zuo Mo, this was undoubtedly a new challenge. Luckily, his present cultivation was much higher than Elder Wei Nan when he had first tried the water method. The writings of Elder Wei Nan was extremely detailed. Many important parts, he had repeated and narrated it over. And Zuo Mo had one advantage that Elder Wei Nan didn't have. Zuo Mo had spiritual power. His consciousness, not just Elder Wei Nan, but the Shixiang in the sect wouldn't be as strong as him. The benefits of using his consciousness had been crucial when he had been using the fire method. Taking the ling grasses and herbs he had prepared, he went next to the ling spring in the rock room. The ling spring was extremely cold and was near the ling vein. After so many years, the ling energy in the spring was extremely dense. Along the way, Zuo Mo inspected the ice cloud grass that was being grown in it. Seeing that its growth was very good, he put it to the side. Focusing, Zuo Mo's hands was like snowflakes flying in the air. Some strangely shaped character seals that glowed slightly flew out of his hands and entered the ling spring. When those glowing character seals entered the ling spring, it was like there was a natural attraction between them and they slowly crowded together. Zuo Mo stared with wide eyes unblinkingly, the speed of his hands not slowing down. As Zuo Mo's finger motions changed, the glowing character seals in the ling spring slowly moved. Like putting together puzzle pieces, the character seals slowly combined together. 2 whole hours, and Zuo Mo was soaked in sweat, mist coming off his body. His eyes didn't dare to move away. With the finger motions that kept on changing, Zuo Mo's fingers were extremely sore. But he could only grit his teeth and bear it. If he was the slightest bit lacking in attention, it meant that all his effort would be wasted. When the last glowing character seal went in, a steady embryo frame took form. A light blue light suddenly appeared and flashed around the surface of the seal characters. Zuo Mo didn't dare to hesitate. Without any time to wipe away the sweat, he used a specialized spell to add in the pre-prepared materials. A while later, a light blue spherical dan embryo quietly floated in the ling spring. Translator Ramblings. When the novel was published, the first part was called Jingshi Maniac and the first volume was cut off the chapter before. The next volume, starting with this chapter, is called A Problematic Youth. The volumes get progressively longer, so even though there are 7 volumes, we aren't even 10% through the story. The book cover is from Amazon.cn. They are selling the series on there. Pretty pictures, but they discontinued the manhwa.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 80, A Transformation on the Gravestone. Chapter 80, A Transformation on the Gravestone. 5 days of rest passed in the blink of an eye.
Waiting for Xin Yin Sherb was harsh training. Zuo Mo accidentally found out that Sherbwa had left on other matters and his training would be temporarily halted. Without anything else to do, Zuo Mo could only go to find Master, but strangely, she was also absent. He quickly discovered that the sect leader was not present, and neither was Yen Le Sherbwa.
What had happened? Of course, Zuo Mo didn't know that Pu Yao's exceptionally strong display completely shocked Sky Moon Jia. One encounter, 5 Jindan masters, 1 dead, 1 wounded, and 3 fled.
Such terrifying strength, it was shocking to hear about. Jindan level Xiuzha, in Sky Moon Jia they were high-level masters that could be ranked and counted, but they were so weak against that person. This incident also was connected to many sensitive matters.
Bright Wave Jia quickly responded.
Almost all the high-level Xiuzha in Sky Moon Jia cooperated fully, and Wu Kong Sword Sect naturally couldn't stay out of it.
Even without Xin Yin Sherbwa's supervision, Zuo Mo didn't dare to relax. If he didn't practice Vajra Profound Sutra, the one who would suffer would be him.
He decided to stay in the little west windyard and focus on cultivating. Pu Yao was still a statue, motionless. The flames in the sea of consciousness were still very weak, as though they would extinguish at any time. Only a few days later did Zuo Mo, from the sound tablet, learn that Dong Fu had almost been flipped on its head, and learn what Pu Yao really did. When he heard of the dark red flame, he knew undoubtedly that it was Pu Yao.
This guy didn't even inform him before taking control of his body. Zuo Mo felt hatred.
And Pu Yao's glorious victory of 1 against 5 made his jaw drop. Stars in Daylight, a strong and mysterious fire show, the long-lost Dean Bead.
A string of complex incidents made Sky Moon Jia abnormally lively. But these didn't have much to do with Zuo Mo now. Right now, he didn't dare to run out.
If someone accidentally found out, he shuddered at this thought. He docilely stayed in the little yard, working hard on embryonic breathing, spiritual cultivation, and Vajra Profound Sutra. Compared to profound and cryptic, embryonic breathing, spiritual cultivation, Vajra Profound Sutra progressed much more quickly.
Zuo Mo could clearly feel his body was much stronger than before, even though he still looked thin and weak on the surface. There wasn't any movement from the Dan embryo in the Ling Spring.
Master's ban hadn't been raised, so he could not go to the Dan room of Fragrant Ginger Yard to make Dan. But, all things considered, it was actually good. He could sort out and reflect on everything that happened recently. He hadn't had the time to look at the jade scroll that Liang Feng Shiji had given him before about Jinji.
He could take the time now to study it.
The Jinji in West Wind Valley needed to be constructed again. Otherwise, if the rock cave was accidentally discovered, it would be a huge blow to him.
To learn Jinji, that required learning formations.
Formations was something every cultivator had to learn. Forging, dan making, seal writing, etc., etc. All of those were related to formations. The disciples of the large sects would start learning formations in Lianqi in order to form a strong foundation for their road of cultivation. But for small sects, it was basically very hard to accomplish this, Wu Kong Sword Sect included.
After experimenting for a few days, Zuo Mo raced the Jinji again.
After he just finished constructing the Jinji, he saw a pink paper crane flying out of the sky.
Yi, I've been very bored recently. You need to find something to do. But I don't know what to find to do. What does Yi do every day? Cultivate. Cultivating every day, how boring must that be? Other than cultivation? What else does Yi do every day? Other than cultivation? Zuo Mo was stuck. Other than cultivating, what else did he do? He thought for a second and then wrote Make Dan. Yi is so boring. Zuo Mo suddenly was slightly irritated. Barely restraining the irritation, he wrote 3 words, yes, very boring. After a while, there finally wasn't any paper crane that was flying over. Zuo Mo released a breath. It seemed the other person had been adequately blown away by his bland response. He returned to the stone room and started his boring cultivation. In the rock room, Zuo Mo opened his eyes. His progress in embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation was extremely slow recently. It still seemed very far away from reaching third breath. He entered the sea of consciousness, wanting to check on Pu Yao. Pu Yao was still motionless like a statue. Zuo Mo didn't know what to do. His own strength was extremely small. He wanted to help but had no method of helping. He was preparing to leave when he suddenly stopped in his steps. He abruptly turned and stared in disbelief at the gravestone under Pu Yao. There were words on the gravestone.
There were words on the gravestone. Before, he could only barely make it out, but never had he seen it clearly. But this time, he saw it clearly. He hurriedly went closer, inspecting the words on the gravestone. But after a few seconds, he was struck dumb. What was written on the gravestone was none other than Vajraprofound Sutra. After practicing Vajraprofound Sutra these recent days, he was extremely familiar with the entire scripture. After reading a few lines, he realized what it was. Why would Vajraprofound Sutra be on this? Zuo Mo found it very strange. If it had been some cryptic and profound scripture carved on here, he wouldn't be shocked. Vajraprofound Sutra wasn't some high-level scripture. Zuo Mo himself guessed that it would be 3rd grade. Such a mysterious gravestone having Vajraprofound Sutra on it really was a strange and puzzling thing. Pushing down on the curiosity inside, he read it down character by character. Quickly, he discovered something. This Vajraprofound Sutra was slightly different from the Vajraprofound Sutra that he was practicing right now. Some places, there were additions, some places, some things were changed. Was this the true Vajraprofound Sutra? Zuo Mo couldn't understand. Vajraprofound Sutra wasn't a high-level scripture. Even if it was modified, it couldn't possibly become a high-level scripture. As he thought, Zuo Mo smiled self-mockingly. He was really too greedy. For a long time, the gravestone had been mysterious in Zuo Mo's eyes. He had unconsciously assumed that if this gravestone was connected to a scripture, it would certainly be a strong and profound scripture. So when he saw Vajraprofound Sutra on it, he was shocked. Thinking about it, he decided to memorize the Vajraprofound Sutra on the gravestone. When he finished memorizing the text, a scene that made him gape in shock occurred. The characters on the gravestone suddenly disappeared. The black clouds that had dissipated quietly gathered again and once again shrouded the gravestone. Was it, this gravestone was telling him that he was practicing Vajraprofound Sutra wrong? He shook his head hard and threw such the strange notion to the back of his head. In any case, it was normal for anything related to Puyao to be strange. Leaving the sea of consciousness, it was like Zuo Mo was enchanted as he started to study the 2 different Vajraprofound Sutra. The gravestone version of Vajraprofound Sutra was only different in 5 places from his previous version. Just 5 places. These 5 places, he studied for a long time, and made a very startling conclusion. The difference in these 5 sentences, it let this Vajraprofound Sutra walk onto 2 different roads. Other than shock, Zuo Mo felt it was expected. If there wasn't a difference, he would actually find it strange. But after a deeper examination, Zuo Mo was shocked once again. Because he found, the gravestone version of Vajraprofound Sutra wasn't as good as the Vajraprofound Sutra that he was practicing. Zuo Mo was slightly unable to accept this conclusion. Puyao was an antique, but what he gave, like embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, it could be seen it was a high-level thing. The gravestone that appeared together with him, how can it give a Vajraprofound Sutra that wasn't good as the normal version? Zuo Mo didn't believe it. He continued his examination. There wasn't much complex content in Vajraprofound Sutra. The main focus of the entire text was to cultivate the body. The method of the Vajraprofound Sutra Zuo Mo practiced wasn't complicated. It was using the Ling energy inside the body to temper the body. And the gravestone version of Vajraprofound Sutra was using the Ling energy that was in the world to nurture the body. Undoubtedly, the Vajraprofound Sutra that Zuo Mo was practicing was much more effective. Even in the rock room with the Ling vein, the Ling energy in the air was far from being able to compare to the pure Ling energy in Zuo Mo's body. Even more, strengthening was much more effective than nurturing. And the strength of the body that was produced by tempering was much better than a body that was nurtured. What was this? Zuo Mo felt that this was a joke. Was the gravestone joking with him? As he thought, he felt it was more and more likely. Otherwise, how would there be such a coincidence? He had just practiced Vajraprofound Sutra, and then the gravestone showed Vajraprofound Sutra? Was it that Puyao wasn't as seriously wounded as he thought and was toying with him? Or Puyao was lying under the gravestone already? With Puyao's sense of humor, Zuo Mo wouldn't be surprised if he didn't do anything strange and preposterous. Zuo Mo threw the gravestone version of Vajraprofound Sutra to one side. Such an ineffective method, it was wasting time. But the change in the gravestone aroused Zuo Mo's attention. Every day, he would go into the sea of consciousness multiple times to see if the gravestone had any new changes. What he felt regretful about was, after that, the gravestone didn't change. A quiet gravestone, a quiet Puyao. Zuo Mo was slightly disappointed, but still persisted in practicing every day. But every time he would practice Vajra Profound Sutra, he would always unconsciously think about the 5 places that were different. Those 5 unfamiliar sentences were like a ghost haunting him, appearing in Zuo Mo's mind. Quite a few times, he had almost practiced the gravestone version but managed to stop himself. Time was valuable.
He couldn't deliberately waste it, Zuo Mo thought. Practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation finally showed hope for Zuo Mo.
He had almost completely disregarded the furious increase in his cultivation in the recent days. Looking at the slightly more vigorous flames in his consciousness, his mind lightened. It seemed he hadn't guessed wrong. He believed, as long as he persisted in practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, there would be a day that Puya would wake up. In the recent days, all the elders of the sect were absent.
Zuo Mo received a rare time of idleness.
Each day, he cultivated and worked hard, time full and free.
After a few days, the Lingdan and the Ling Spring would be complete.
Zuo Mo now had a deep experience of how slow the water method was. Suddenly, he heard someone yelling loudly outside the valley, Zuo Shixiang, Zuo Shixiang. The voice was extremely frantic.
Zuo Mo felt it was slightly unfamiliar.
It should be one of the outer sect disciples. His body flashed and he appeared at the mouth of the valley. The heads of the outer sect disciples were pouring with sweat as they panted, expressions frantic.
Seeing Zuo Mo, they instantly had a joyous expression. Shixiang.
People have come to the sect to make a disturbance, and they wounded a few of the shitty.
Translator ramblings, let's have a period of reflection here. Zuo Mo did a lot in the last 80 chapters. He became a Ling plant farmer, entered Zhuji, and is now an inner sect disciple.
He's made a lot of money with a Dan that he managed to create himself. He learned Dan making, learned how to fight with a sword, managed to comprehend sword essence and learned about his past.
He defeated Luo Li and established himself in the inner sect.
The most important thing is that his income is several hundred times what it was at the beginning of the story.
Pu came in, helped Zuo Mo and is now unavailable.
The situation in Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia is escalating and people are searching for the wounded Yama.
That's not too slow of a story for 80 chapters, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 81, Linging Sect. Chapter 81, Linging Sect.
When Zuo Mo rushed to the entrance of the mountain, he found the situation was much more serious than he had initially thought. 2 distinct groups of people surrounded the mountain gate. Zuo Mo's gaze swept across the crowd of people that caused the disturbance. The ones who aroused Zuo Mo's attention was 1 female and 2 males. The clothing and composure of those 3 were clearly different than the people behind them.
When Zuo Mo saw Old Black had been wounded, the anger in his heart shot up.
In a stride, his body flashed and he appeared next to Old Black. Blood was seeping out of the corners of Old Black's mouth, his expression was withered. When he saw Zuo Mo, joy made its way across his face.
What happened? Zuo Mo asked in a heavy voice.
The spirits of the Wu Kong Sword Sect's disciples rose when Zuo Mo appeared. Oh, finally, there's one that is willing to stand up, one of the 2 males among the trio who was wearing a grandiose blue Ling armor said in a strange tone. I had assumed that the inner sect disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect are a group of turtles.
Hey, kid, give us your name. Where's Wei Shang? Why hasn't he come out? Zuo Mo didn't pay attention to him, only looking at Old Black.
Old Black's face was full of bitterness. They said they wanted to find Wei Shang Shixiang to spar, but how can Wei Shang come out? So they started making a ruckus. They said if Wei Shang Shixiang isn't going to come out, they would ruin the Ling fields here.
Think about it, how could I let them ruin my Ling fields? Zuo Mo took out a medicine pill from his clothes and shoved it to Old Black.
He was a pupil of Shi Feng Rong, at the very least, he didn't lack medicine. The surrounding disciples all had admiring expressions. Putting Old Black into the care of the outer sect disciples behind him, Zuo Mo turned around.
So it's a zombie face. Hey, you're that Zuo Mo, the male wearing the blue Ling armor arrogantly waved a finger and said, I heard that you were skilled at making Dan. You won't be enough, go find Wei Shang. The first genius of Dong Fu, hiding? He really isn't anything. Isn't there also someone that was called something like Luo Li? Which sect are you from? Zuo Mo calmly asked. We are from the Linging sect. The one who answered was the only female among the 3.
She wore pink peach blossom armor. Her body was extremely graceful, sweet and youthful, lights flashing in her eyes. Almost all of the gazes of Wu Kong Sword Sect's outer sect disciples were greedily locked on her.
She wasn't embarrassed, instead she was covered in smiles. Zuo Mo had heard of the Linging sect before, it was the wealthiest sect in Dongfu.
The sect had numerous enterprises, and the disciples they admitted were mostly those of wealthy families. Unlike Wu Kong Sword Sect, they had an astounding number of disciples. Just the number of Zhuji disciples in Lingying sect was over 80 people. This number threw Wu Kong Sword Sect far behind them. They were first among Dongfu. However, the reputation of the Zhuji disciples of Lingying sect were extremely bad. What they liked to do the most was causing trouble. Many of them had a strong family background and would cause trouble in other sects, yet the other sects could only bear it. They formed groups and made trouble everywhere. Because they consumed Ling medicines from childhood, the progression of their cultivation was much faster than normal disciples. And because they were covered in talismans, if fighting occurred and they threw it down, how could normal disciples win? And if the other was stronger than them, then they would attack at once. After a while, lower-level shoujo would walk around them. But they were also smart and would never provoke those truly strong people such as Yu Bai. They had heard that a strong person had come out of Wu Kong Sword Sect called Wei Shang. He had been labeled by many as a once-in-a-hundred-years genius. They naturally wouldn't dare to cause trouble at large sects such as Dongfu Hall and Dongqi Sword Sect. But this Wu Kong Sword Sect, they had never heard of it before. A small sect like this, they weren't afraid at all. Due to the fact that Dongfu had been very lively this recent while, the elders of all the sects had almost all left. Such a good chance, how could they give it up? Before coming, they had especially done research. In this generation of Wu Kong Sword Sect disciples, the most famous was two people. The first was Wei Shang, the second was Zuo Mo, who was skilled in dan making. But no one had ever seen how strong Wei Shang was. This made them even more certain that Wei Shang only had an inflated reputation. As to Zuo Mo, a dan maker, what waves could he make? Other than that, there was someone called Luoli, but he was supposedly average. There were three people. The one wearing the blue Ling armor was called Yin Ning Zi. The other wearing an eye-catching bright red Ling armor was called Hu Shan. The name of the female wearing the pink peach blossom Ling armor was called Tao Zhuer. Oh, Zuo Mo expressionlessly responded. He then turned to ask Old Black, who wounded you? There's no need to ask, Yi did it, Yin Mingzi said disdainfully. You should go get Wei Shang to come out. You only make Dan. Yi is almost embarrassed. The voice suddenly stopped. Yin Mingzi stared with slight shock at Zuo Mo. In his eyes, this little zombie in front of him seemed to suddenly change into a completely different person. That feeling, it was like a sword that was now unsheathed. It wasn't the first time that Yin Mingzi fought and caused trouble. He was very experienced. He dropped his mirthful expression and said somewhat seriously, hadn't thought that I would not see clearly. You are actually a master. The other two were also surprised. The present Zuo Mo exuded definitely didn't seem like a cultivator who was obsessed with dan making would have. But the two weren't very worried. They had hung out on the streets for this long and the number of hard bones they had encountered couldn't be counted. Many people were more powerful than them, but weren't they all defeated in the end? Even more, this little zombie had lower cultivation than them. Zuo Mo didn't waste words and raised his ice crystal sword. Ha! You are really poor. Yen Mingzi roared with laughter and said with a smug face, take a look at Yi's flying sword. The sword was 3 feet, shaped like an elongated water droplet. The body of the sword was like the surface of a pond, dark and the bottom unfathomable. Occasionally, a streak of light would flash past and display the extravagance. The sword's name is Waterdrop, 3rd grade, and the highest quality of water element flying sword. He examined Zuo Mo and shook his head. Everything on your body isn't even worth a fraction of this flying sword. Zuo Mo completely lost the desire to converse with the other. Without another word, he attacked first. Flowing water, of, Li Water Sword Scripture. An invisible ripple spread out in front of Zuo Mo. The ice crystal sword seemed to disappear and then appeared out of nowhere in front of Yin Mingzi. Yin Mingzi only seemed to see a blur before the other's flying sword suddenly was in front of him. The sword essence contained in the tip of the sword was so sharp he almost couldn't keep his eyes open. He jumped in fright. He hurriedly manipulated his flying sword to parry. The other's flying sword seemed abnormal slippery and with a smooth curve, it nimbly avoided his flying sword and came straight at him. Yen Mingzi was in a panic but his battle experience was much richer. He knew that the other's flying sword wasn't as good as his and decided to go for a frontal encounter. Zuo Mo snorted coldly. It might have been that he had interacted for too long with Pu Yao that his snort was very similar. He knew what the other was thinking. However, the quality of his ice crystal sword was far lesser than the other. If the two hit, the one who would suffer would be him. He only had this flying sword. If it was damaged here, the sect definitely wouldn't give him another one for free. But Zuo Mo's skill with Li Water Sword Scripture was far better than in the past.
The teachings of Xin Yen Shibua had covered many of his shortcomings.
The Li Water Sword scripture that he casted now was smooth and flowing, almost traceless. The sword scripture that the other used was also abnormally special, but it was clear that the other hadn't focused on practicing it. He wasn't able to capture the essence of many of the details. Based on the details, the other's sword scripture was slightly above Li Water Sword scripture.
Zuo Mo couldn't help but shake his head.
Such a good sword scripture, but the other didn't know to treasure it. He was also extremely tempted by the other's flying sword. In comparison, his ice crystal sword was extremely cheap. In reality, what Zuo Mo minded the most was the other's water drop sword was just perfect for Li Water Sword scripture. His ice crystal sword was appropriate for Xin Yen Shibua's sword essence but wasn't suited for Li Water Sword scripture. Zuo Mo had been thinking for a long time about obtaining a flying sword suited for Li Water Sword scripture. His heart moved and he couldn't help but have an idea. The ice crystal sword became even harder to follow. His sword moves still followed the path of entangling and intricacies. But in all of this, there was a slight hint of explosiveness, and was full of murderous intent. This little bit of explosiveness caused Yan Mingzi to feel the pressure had increased greatly. This dissonant feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. Hu Shan and Tao Zhuer's faces were full of surprise. Yan Mingzi was in a disadvantageous position. They had to re-examine Zuo Mo. This Zuo Mo is pretty strong, Tao Zhuer's voice held surprise, different than the rumors. Didn't they say he was skilled in dan making? The information on Wu Kong Sword Sect is already very pitifully little. How could we have researched that clearly? Hu Shan said unconcernedly. Even though he was surprised, but he was only just surprised. If Zuo Mo could have this kind of strength, then how strong would Wei Shang be? Tao Zhuer wondered.
Hu Shan smirked, it doesn't matter how strong they are.
They have become too well known recently.
Many of the Shixiang and Shiji have noticed them.
Supposedly, the Shirshu also do not have good feelings about Wu Kong Sword Sect.
Tao Zhuer smiled, yes, Dongfu is only this big. A new one that is coming to divide it, how could the miserly Shirshu of the sect be willing?
Hu Shan said indifferently, in any case, it isn't our problem.
But I heard that their elders are pretty strong.
They're strong, but are they as strong as Jingshi?
Tao Zhuer gave a light laugh. Ha, right.
Hu Shan laughed. As the two talked, the battle situation changed.
Yan Mingzi suddenly didn't dodge anymore.
The ice crystal sword pierced his Ling armor. It gave a clear ring but didn't leave a mark on the Ling arm.
Zuo Mo couldn't help but pause.
During his period of distraction, Yan Mingzi's water drop sword suddenly attacked.
It was like an icy water sword. Zuo Mo hurriedly turned his body.
He felt a gust of coldness brush past his arm, thought.
Ha ha. Just a second-grade flying sword, how can it break through my black water Ling armor?
Yan Mingzi laughed smugly, his sword presence become even more bold. Tao Zhuer didn't seem surprised at the scene occurring and felt it was boring. She couldn't help but say, only knowing to use status to bully others, it's so boring. As she talked, she organized the petals on her peach blossom Ling armor. A smirk was on Hu Shan's face as he watched the ice crystal sword strike Yan Mingzi's Ling armor again.
It was useless, don't you understand? If you want to blame someone, just blame it on the fact you weren't born into a good family. He looked with some sympathy at Zuo Mo.
Yan Mingzi didn't seem to have any hint of dodging. He was very confident in the Ling armor he was wearing. But when the soft and weak ice crystal sword just touched the black water Ling armor, a change suddenly happened.
Translator ramblings, it is. The Ling is the same Ling for Ling energy.
Ing is used for hero, bravery, and also England due to the sound.
Thanks for your comments.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 82, if people don't get ill-gotten gains, they won't be rich. Chapter 82, if people don't get ill-gotten gains, they won't be rich. A burst of dense sword essence flowed into the Ling armor and silently snuck into Yan Mingzi's body.
Yan Mingzi only felt an extremely cold needle suddenly burrow into his body.
His body instantly froze.
Light flashed in Zuo Mo's eyes as he found the opportunity he had been waiting for. With a short bark, he started, Vajra Profound Sutra, silently. A faint layer of gold suddenly floated on his sky. His legs suddenly pushed and like an arrow, his body shot out.
Yan Mingzi's expression suddenly changed.
But his body was still frozen.
What spell was this?
Zuo Mo's goal wasn't Yan Mingzi but the now uncontrolled water drop sword that was floating mid-air. It really was a good sword. The gold-glowing right hand grasped the handle of the water drop sword and the Ling energy inside his body flooded inside the water drop sword. As expected, joy made its way inside Zuo Mo's heart. The other hadn't put much effort into imprinting the sword. The bit of consciousness inside the water drop sword was pitifully weak. Zuo Mo easily erased it. The water drop sword shook 2 times in Zuo Mo's hand before becoming motionless. It took a lot of time and countless effort to slowly imprint a flying sword before it would be easily controlled, and also, to not be easily stolen by others. Some strong people would construct layers of Jinji inside the sword. If a person would try to steal the sword like Zuo Mo did, they would be wounded instead. But Zuo Mo had guessed that this person wouldn't spend a lot of time imprinting the flying sword. He had guessed correctly. This change occurred very quickly, so quickly everyone gaped, the surroundings deadly silent. Yan Mingzi was dumbstruck. He had never thought that the other person was targeting his water drop sword. When he felt the connection he had to the water drop sword disappear, his expression changed dramatically. Zuo Mo contentedly put the water drop sword in the 100 treasures pouch at his waist. His mood was great. He assumed a proper composure as he said to Yan Mingzi, "This sword, it will count as the price you pay for offending our sect. Next time, don't do something as silly as this." What he had just used was the title sword essence of Xin Yen Shibua, extremely een and extremely cold. Without any defenses, Yan Mingzi had taken a huge blow. You, Yan Mingzi's finger shook as he pointed at Zuo Mo, his face pale, so angry he couldn't talk. But he didn't have the water drop sword anymore and couldn't do anything to Zuo Mo. Ha ha. This is so funny. Hu Shan laughed heartlessly, covering his stomach. He was laughing so hard he almost couldn't breathe. "Old Yan, huh, it's so funny. Even your sword was stolen, Old Yan, you're definitely the first in our sect. He. Brother Yan, you're too amusing." Tao Zhuer laughed, looking like a flower and unable to stop. Yan Mingzi didn't know what to say. But when he saw Zuo Mo's eyes sweep across the Ling armor on his body over and over, his heart jumped and he hurried back a few steps. He had lost in a muddle. Even now, he didn't understand why he had suddenly froze. What spell had the other used? Today, he really had been humiliated. Yan Mingzi's heart bled blood. The sound of Hu Shan and Tao Zhuer's laughter was abnormally dissonant. He had lost great face. Even if they would defeat Zuo Mo together and he would take back the water drop sword, when they returned, Hu Shan and Tao Zhuer would certainly spread this incident far and wide. If the sword was lost, then it was lost. But if this incident passed back to the sect, he wouldn't be able to keep his head up ever again. He wasn't someone kind. He was angrier at Hu Shan and Tao Zhuer than at Zuo Mo. He was very shocked at Zuo Mo's skills. He couldn't understand it all. He looked at the 2 people who were bent over in laughter and smirked inside. Those 2 definitely wouldn't have detected what had happened. The paralysis just now, it was completely silent, without a hint of warning. After thinking it through, he calmed down. He purposefully said in an enraged voice, "Hu Shan, haven't you been yearning for my blue 3-eyed python? If you take back water drop sword for me, I'll give it to you." Hu Shan didn't laugh anymore. He tilted his head, and seriously looked at Yan Mingzi. "Really?" Yan Mingzi smirked inside. On the surface, he nodded rapidly, of course, with Tao Zhuer as witness. "Will I not pay up? Okay." Hu Shan's face was happy as he sniffed. "Old Yan, you couldn't even beat trash like this, you have really deteriorated. You have to practice more. Otherwise, when I bring you out to make trouble, wouldn't you lose the face of our Linging sect?" Yan Mingzi hated Hu Shan for saying such ugly words. Inside, he hoped for Zuo Mo to turn Hu Shan to minced meat. His mouth went, "Wait until you get water drop sword back before you waste words." Hu Shan took a step out and smiled widely at Zuo Mo. "You're an interesting guy. If you obediently give up the water drop sword, I'll let you go once." The meat that reached his mouth, there wasn't a reason to spit it out. Zuo Mo was too lazy to respond to him. He examined Hu Shan. He suddenly discovered this was a glittering golden road to becoming rich. That water drop sword, it was extremely expensive. Don't think that Zuo Mo had more money after learning to make Dan, but if this water drop sword was in the talisman stores of Dongfu, Zuo Mo could only look at it. He definitely couldn't afford it. Now, it had landed in his wallet. If he converted it to Jingshi, he suddenly realized, what was faster than taking something? What was more enjoyable than justifiably stealing something? Zuo Mo reached out with a hand. The ice crystal sword once again came in front of him. He said in a righteous voice, "You dare to bully us, Wu Kong? One-on-one, your Linging sect, GE really isn't afraid."
The disciples behind Zuo Mo looked with admiration at him. As expected, when he provoked them, Wu Shan's expression wasn't happy. "Hump, the bottom of the barrel and really think you were something. I had originally thought to let you off, but since you didn't realize." A dash of silver light flashed in the air and landed in front of Wu Shan. "Coward! Dare to use an ambush!" Wu Shan was both shocked and angry. A blazing saber appeared in his hand. Flames danced wildly along the long blade of the saber, burning fiercely. Even far away, Zuo Mo felt the incoming heat. It was another good talisman. Zuo Mo's eyes turned red. This blazing saber, it definitely was the highest quality of the third grade and wasn't lower than the water drop sword he had just taken. He hurriedly moved the ice crystal sword away. Water and fire opposed each other and depended on which was stronger. Zuo Mo was certain that if he wasn't careful and was trapped by the other's flame, the ice crystal sword would probably melt into a puddle of water. He had heard before that the scriptures of Linging sect was extremely broad. He hadn't thought that they would have something as rare as a saber scripture. The great majority of the sects in Sky Moonjia were based primarily on cultivating the sword. It was very rare to find Xiuzha that practiced the saber. The other's blazing saber carelessly swiped, and there would be a burst of hot flame and air that opposed him. The road that Li Water Sword Scripture walked was the one of lightness and careful intricacies. However, the difference between the two talismans was too great. The ice crystal sword basically couldn't go near the other, and so the sword scripture naturally wasn't effective. The Ling armor on the other's body was also unordinary. Red light flashed, and made Wu Shan look like a god in a mortal world. "Ha ha! Weren't you acting brave just now? Be brave." Wu Shan laughed, extremely pleased. The saber presence on his hand roiled and waves of flames chased after Zuo Mo as he jumped and dodged. Shock was on the faces of all the Wu Kong Sword Sect disciples, and they all retreated. The fire wave from Wu Shan's blazing saber was extremely hot. Everywhere it went, it left behind scorch marks. As they said, people died for wealth, birds died for food. Zuo Mo tragically thought as his brain calculated rapidly. The other's saber scripture was clearly less than Yan Mingzi's sword scripture, but in cooperation with this high-quality blazing saber, the power was astounding. Good saber, good saber. Zuo Mo's eyes was so red fire could shoot out as he made a sorry figure dodging about. The other's saber presence wasn't fierce enough. Otherwise, the fire waves could continuously come and Zuo Mo wouldn't be able to avoid it. It wasn't that Zuo Mo didn't have a solution, but that solution. Gritting his teeth, he decided to go through with it. But, even if he was going all in, he had to earn back his cost. As he jumped and dodged, his eyes scanned the other's body, looking for a target. When his eyes landed on the jade pendant that was hanging from the other's waist, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Good talisman. The jade pendant was of an old style of construction, the entire body constructed by a kind of red jade. There wasn't any impurities in the red. A black bead was encrusted in the middle. There were a few formations carved on the jade pendant. Zuo Mo recognized one of them. It was called a streaming fire core management formation. This was a formation that could increase the wearer's sensitivity to fire, and also increase their control over fire. The streaming fire core management formation was extremely useful. For low-level Xiuzha, it was something out of their dreams. However, the requirements for making the streaming fire core management formation were extremely strict. Zuo Mo couldn't bear to use it on a regular basis. This jade pendant was able to have a streaming fire core management formation. Its quality wasn't ordinary. Zuo Mo deeply realized a phrase: when the profit was large enough, it was enough for people to risk it. All in. Zuo Mo made the decision and quickly calmed down. He needed to find a chance to knock out his opponent in one blow. The waves of fire turned. The flames on the body of the saber didn't seem as though they would become weaker. Wu Shan was completely protected by layers of flames. Zuo Mo couldn't get near. Zuo Mo was extremely sneaky. The waves of fire didn't even touch his hair. Wu Shan became slightly fidgety and the saber presence was even more rushed. This group of people, they really were wasting good things. Zuo Mo's heart was full of scorn. Such a good saber, landing in the hands of these people, it was a pearl in the hands of swine. The other's saber presence sped up. It seemed more dangerous, but Zuo Mo could detected that the other wasn't able to control all of it. After Zuo Mo had comprehended Xin Yen Shirbu's tidal sword essence, his perception of presence had become extremely sensitive. Due to his long-term practice of comprehending Li Water Sword essence, it had deepened his understanding of presence. It was the same rationale for sword and saber essence. What they were after was strength used appropriately. It wasn't the energy used was more, the presence stronger, and so the power would always be greater. This was a chance. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly shrunk. He accurately caught the other's minor weakness. Having waited for a long time, he instantly acted. The ice crystal sword that had been swimming beside him like a fish gave out a light sound. Traveling along the spot where the layers of fire were the thinnest, it pushed in strongly. Halfway, the ice crystal sword turned into an extremely cold stream of water. This wasn't due to being melted by the fire but the result of Zuo Mo actively and furiously pushing Ling energy into metamorphosis. Metamorphosis was an upper-level trick of sword scriptures. Xin Yen Shirguo's Ice Dragon was a high-level metamorphosis of his sword. Zuo Mo's power right now wasn't enough for metamorphosis. Just having touched sword essence, he could only use the dumbest and the simplest way. That was, putting large amounts of Ling energy into the flying sword, pushing it to turn back to its original form and stimulating the power of its origins. It could only count as the lowest type of metamorphosis. Basically, no one would use this kind of metamorphosis, because after doing it, the flying sword was ruined. This was also why Zuo Mo had hesitated for so long. But after balancing the benefits and costs, he still decided to use this move. After making the decision, he didn't have any hesitations, no pauses. He had been preparing for a long time, acting it out repeatedly inside. How could he not have any chance of success? The ice crystal sword, now a stream of cold water, pushed through the layers of fire as its power increased. The cold energy was enough to freeze the surrounding flames. Hu Shan's face paled. He furiously moved the blazing sword, waves of fire continuously forming in hopes that they would block this extremely cold water. However, Zuo Mo had planned for such a long time, had even paid the price of ruining the ice crystal sword. How could he stop there? Translator ramblings. I feel that flying sword is a bit of a misnomer. Of course, the thing is shaped like a sword/jian, but people never use it to slice and chop people up. They spew really powerful energy attacks. Also, this chapter had a super long title. Essentially, get rich by robbing others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 83, Brute Force. Chapter 83, Brute Force. Just as Hu Shan was furiously waving the blazing saber, the cold water that had pierced the flames suddenly exploded, turning into 7 streams and landing around Hu Shan. The 7 streams were thin, filled with a white cold energy. They revolved rapidly, hissing as they moved. 7 whirlpools. 7 bunches of cold energy and sword energy formed whirlpools. They were like the pillars of a cage, imprisoning Hu Shan. The whirlpools were moving shocking fast, like a miniature tornado. It had a strong suction power. Everywhere it went, the layers of flames were consumed so nothing was left. Shock appeared on Tao Zhu'er and Yen Mingzi's faces as they stared in disbelief at the battle. The other sect disciples who were behind Zuo Mo were extremely excited and were intoxicated by the fight. Terror made its way onto Hu Shan's face. Surrounding him, 7 groups of water and fire entwined to become long whirlpools. They were like 7 thin pillars that securely trapped him. The bang and hiss of water and fire meeting signaled just how unstable it was and expressed the terrifying power that was in them. No! Hu Shan shouted in hopelessness, his left hand quickly going into the 100 treasures pouch at his waist. Boom! The 7 fire and water whirlpools exploded at the same time. The pitiful Hu Shan, who just had taken out an armor seal, was swallowed by countless flames and tiny icicles. The explosion dissipated, leaving behind smoke which faded as people made out Hu Shan's state. That grandiose red Ling armor was now dim and dirty, a layer of ash over the top. There were many small marks on the surface of the Ling armor. Hu Shan's tied-up hair had been blown into a bird's nest, his face ashy and black. Some strands of lingering smoke rose up from his face and head. The flame had completely disappeared from the blazing saber on his hand, nothing remaining of the presence it previously had. His right hand holding the bottom half of an armor seal that he didn't have the time to use. His entire person was charred like burnt wood. The jade pendant actually hadn't been damaged at all. Zuo Mo released a breath. He silently started Vajra Profound Sutra and cautiously walked in front of Hu Shan. Glancing at Hu Shan and seeing that the other didn't seem to have responded, Zuo Mo wasn't courteous as taking off the red jade pendant at Hu Shan's face. After taking it, he looked with some regret at the blazing saber on Hu Shan's hand and the Ling armor on his body. Those two were also good things. However, Zuo Mo knew that people couldn't go over the line. Right now, he took the jade pendant. That was his price for winning. It wasn't outrageous. However, if he cleaned off the other person, then he could just wait for them to come back and kill him. Also, Zuo Mo didn't let down his defenses.
His left hand had always been inside his own 100 treasure pouch, touching the water drop sword that he had just obtained.
He hurriedly left behind his own imprint.
Even though, in this short amount of time, he couldn't imprint the sword and could only leave behind the simplest impression, but the ice crystal sword had been destroyed and he had no weapon. The other was also not just one person.
Ha ha.
Yan Mingzi saw that Zuo Mo had taken Hu Shan's jade pendant and couldn't stop himself from laughing smugly.
He was very clear just how much Hu Shan treasured his jade pendant.
Seeing Hu Shan had lost more than time, his damage even greater, Yan Mingzi recovered his sense of equilibrium. He didn't seem to find it so painful anymore at losing the water drop sword. Looking at Hu Shan's sorry state, Tao Juer also couldn't stop herself from giggling.
But her eyes as she looked at Zuo Mo had some more shock and curiosity.
Hu Shan slowly came back. Seeing Zuo Mo right in front of him, hatred rose, and with a hateful shout, raised the saber to cleave the other in half. Zuo Mo, who had already had his defenses up, attacked even more quickly. Like lightning, he reached out with his gold-glowing right hand, and accurately grabbed Hu Shan's neck.
Then he gave a hard pull. Crack!
A muffled sound like a head hitting a rock. Hiss, the sound of inhales rose in the surroundings.
Everyone looked dazedly at Zuo Mo.
Their mouths were wide. They had completely lost the ability to speak.
Still a little bit painful.
Zuo Mo bared his teeth and then threw the unconscious Hu Shan on the ground. His right hand rubbed hard at his forehead. His forehead was perfectly unharmed, and on Hu Shan's forehead, a bloody flower was blooming. How hard would he need to be before a flying sword couldn't wound him? Zuo Mo thought as he rubbed his glittering forehead. But he was quite satisfied.
He hadn't wasted the pain and effort he put into training his body. Still want to fight? He asked Tao Juer.
In reality, when he asked this, he was not very confident. But his zombie face that could not show any emotion was like that of a skilled master. Additionally, Tao Juer had completely been amazed by Zuo Mo's abnormal attack. At this time, she didn't know what to answer with. If you don't want to fight, take him away.
Gu is very busy. Zuo Mo took the opportunity to stop the other's words.
He waved his hand, turned and made to leave.
Wait! Tao Juer suddenly called him. Zuo Mo's heart jumped. Did she still want to fight?
Right now, his flying sword had been destroyed. If he wanted to control the water drop sword as he wished, it couldn't be done in such a short amount of time as this. He had also used up the majority of Ling energy in his body.
What else do you want? He turned and pretended to ask discontentedly.
Wu Kong Sword Sect, as expected, is strong. But since you have put down a challenge of one-on-one, us Linging sect disciples will naturally battle to the end. In the future when we ask for guidance, please do not avoid.
Tao Juer stared at Zuo Mo and stated.
She had to admit they had been caught off guard today and lost to the other.
But Zuo Mo's expression, which looked as though he didn't think anything of them, how could these arrogant and brash wastrels swallow it?
However, if she had to go up, she didn't dare to. This person in front of her, she couldn't seem to see him clearly. Especially Zuo Mo's last head attack. Humph, such a fun thing, how can it be just the three of them that played?
Tao Juer thought cunningly. She believed that many people in the sect would be interested. At this time, Zuo Mo couldn't wait for those people to leave immediately. He didn't even think, waved his hand to send them away, fine.
Finishing, he turned around. With the admiring gazes of the outer sect disciples behind him, he floated away. This time, he didn't hear Tao Juer speak again.
Zuo Mo finally released a breath.
Tao Juer bit her lips. She had never been dismissed like this, had never been hurried away like this. Sometimes, the hatred of a woman would germinate from a very small detail. Just wait. She thought hatefully. Zuo Mo returned to the little west windyard and caressed the two talismans he took. They were really good things. The more he looked, the more he liked it. He really profited today. As to the consequences, they were completely thrown to the back of his head. In his mind, these two fine third-grade talismans, they were worth anything. After recovering his Ling energy in the stone room, Zuo Mo started to imprint the water drop sword. As he carried out the imprinting, he discovered that the water drop sword lived up to being the finest among the third-grade flying swords. The body of the water drop sword was extremely soft and could curve in any direction. It also contained an extremely large amount of black water. In reality, it was a water sword. The Ling energy could reach every part of the sword, and due to its softness, Zuo Mo was able to, through manipulating Ling energy, change the shape of the flying sword. It was as though it had been custom made for Li water sword scripture. From the time he got it, other than imprinting it, Zuo Mo put it in the Ling Spring in the rock Rome. The Ling energy of the Ling Spring was lively and rich. To put it in there and slowly nurture it, it was especially helpful for increasing the nimbleness of the water drop sword. As for the jade pendant, Zuo Mo wore it every day. He finally understood the formations on the jade pendant. The jade pendant had 3 formations. Other than flowing fire core management formation, there was also clear heart incantation and Ling gathering formation. Nothing needed to be said more about streaming fire core management formation. Clear heart incantation nurtured the mind and Ling gathering formation could gather the Ling energy in the surroundings and was very practical. If Zuo Mo didn't have the Ling vein in the rock room, Ling gathering formation would definitely be one of the formations he wanted to get the most. The Ling gathering formation on the jade pendant was just the most basic Ling gathering formation, but the effects were extremely evident. When Zuo Mo wore the jade pendant as he meditated in the rock room, the efficiency would increase by 1/10. Don't underestimate the 1/10. Accumulating over time, the gap it caused was extremely large. Ling gathering formations were one of the most well-studied formations. At the same time, it was also called the formation that was created through Jingshi. It consumed large amounts of Jingshi. So for the simpler, Ling gathering formation, it wasn't as practical as taking Ling energy from the Jingshi. But if it had to be constructed on the jade pendant, other than needing the forger to be knowledgeable about the Ling gathering formation, but the material it was constructed on had to be able to gather Ling energy already. Materials that could gather Ling energy as one of its attributes, all of them were extremely expensive. On this jade pendant, the most valuable was this nondescript Ling gathering formation. It was even more valuable than the streaming fire core management formation. Just this Ling gathering formation, it was enough to elevate this jade pendant into 3rd grade. It was a pity that he couldn't make Dan right now. Otherwise, he really wanted to try out the effects of the streaming fire core management formation. Zuo Mo probably wouldn't have thought the incident of him defeating the troublemakers of Ling Ying sect would have more of an effect with the outer sect disciples than his battle with Luoli in the sect assessment. For outer sect disciples, the person who was stronger would make them respect him, but the Shixiang who was willing to protect them and their profits, he would be more loved by them. This battle, Zuo Mo had received great experience. Actually, based on cultivation, he didn't have much of a difference than Hu Shan and Yen Mingzi. He was even slightly weaker than them. The reason that he could win came from the fact that he had comprehended sword essence. Regardless of whether it was Xin Yin Shirbu's title sword essence or the Li Water sword essence, his understanding of the sword scripture, of presence, far surpassed the others. Combined with the others' underestimation of him, that was how he had so easily won. Otherwise, the person who would have lost would have probably been him, especially if Hu Shan had used the armor seal just a step earlier. Thinking about it, Zuo Mo couldn't help but rage. Was this group of people fighting? They were just throwing Jingshi. He pretty much was drooling at the grandiose talismans. They could carelessly use things like an armor seal. He felt pain on their behalf. Squanderer. They were truly squandering everything. What also caught Zuo Mo's attention was Vajra Profound Sutra. No matter if it was against Yen Mingzi or Hu Shan, Vajra Profound Sutra had been very effective and pivotal in battle. It seemed that he had to put more time into Vajra Profound Sutra. This thing wouldn't just save his life. It seemed to have other effects as well. But when he thought about Vajra Profound Sutra, he remembered the gravestone version of Vajra Profound Sutra. The 5 bits that had been modified haunted his mind and would pop up occasionally. Especially when he was practicing Vajra Profound Sutra, he couldn't stop himself from thinking about the 5 different parts. It drastically impacted the efficiency of his practice. Why don't I try it? Zuo Mo thought hesitantly. Translator ramblings, I've started working on the cast list. There is a lot of people for the last 85 chapters. A list of the units of measurement used in this novel is up in the cultivation terms and glossary. There's the metric and imperial equivalents for some of them since I used the measurements from the 20th century. Wikipedia was very helpful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84, for Jingshi. Chapter 84, for Jingshi. Looking at the dark gold skin covering his entire body, Zuo Mo couldn't help but give a pinch. As expected, the mechanism of the gravestone version of Vajra Profound Sutra and the Vajra Profound Sutra that he had practiced before were completely different. With the previous version of Vajra Profound Sutra, his skin had glowed with a bright gold shine. Right now, his skin was dark gold. The bright gold skin had been as hard as steel when pinched, while the dark gold skin was like a metallic leather, softness within the hardness. The Ling gathering formation on the jade pendant had been of great benefit to Zuo Mo. It caused the density of Ling energy in the surroundings to increase significantly, and was very beneficial for practicing the gravestone version of Vajra Profound Sutra. Feeling the difference between the two, Zuo Mo decided to practice the gravestone version of Vajra Profound Sutra for a longer length of time before examining the differences. He had a feeling that the mysterious gravestone wasn't so simple. In a sea of consciousness, Pu Yao was still motionless. The gravestone was also deadly silent, and the flames were weak.
However, what kept most of Zuo Mo's attention recently was the Lingdan in the Ling Spring, which was almost completely formed.
This moisture dan was the first time Zuo Mo had tried dan making using the water method. Naturally, he was slightly nervous. Luckily, nothing unexpected had happened during the process. The moisture dan was successfully made. He carefully examined the moisture dan. The Lingdan was like a pink pearl, extremely adorable. This moisture dan, it was the Lingdan of countless women's dreams.
Zuo Mo had asked about the price.
A first-grade moisture dan like the one in his hand, one of them was worth 1/3 grade jingshi.
This price far surpassed many normal first-grade Lingdan.
However, this time wasn't the best opportunity to sell the moisture dan. He was still afraid when he thought about what occurred with the yin bead. He guessed that this fear wouldn't be disappearing anytime soon. It was hard for this terror to be shaken off. Considering how loud the incident in Dongfu had been, he was worried that some people would have tracked the purchases he had made. It would be very dangerous to sell the moisture dan right now. His own strength was still very weak. In any case, making the moisture dan was practice. Dan making was a topic of study that required large amounts of practical experience. The sound tablet was continuously broadcasting the news of Sky Moon Jie. The incident of Dongfu had ended. There was news that the Xiuzha from Bright Wave Jie were gradually leaving because they had investigated for a while and hadn't found any traces. In this recent period, several fierce conflicts had occurred in the surroundings of Dongfu, and the mortality rate had been extremely high.
After those sudden conflicts, the chaos of Dongfu finally calmed down. Zuo Mo couldn't help thinking that there was something going on behind the scenes.
However, it was clearly not something a Zhuji cultivator like him could understand. Listening to the sound tablet, other than it being a habit, he paid close attention to the changes in the prices of goods. Recently, the price of all kinds of ling grasses and herbs on the market had been constantly increasing. This had caused the price of all lingdan to increase as well.
Before, Zuo Mo certainly would have been very happy. This was the time that ling plant farmers could show their value. As a ling plant farmer, his advantages in the area of ling plant farming was extremely visible, especially after he entered Zhuji. Right now, as one person, the ling fields that he could take care of were more than the total of 20 outer sect disciples. Additionally, the two were not even on the same level when it came to output. On the other hand, he could pursue more attention-intensive farming and plant ling plants of higher grades. However, the reality was, no matter in which area, he was stuck in a very awkward position. First was the ling fields. Wu Kong Sword Sect did not have many low-grade ling fields and had basically been divided by the outer sect disciples. If Zuo Mo wanted to rent them, it required squeezing out many outer sect disciples. Having deeply experienced the harsh life of an outer sect disciple, Zuo Mo was naturally unwilling to do that. And all the ling fields of slightly higher grades, the sect had given to fragrant ginger yard. Could Zuo Mo try to take ling fields from the hands of his master? 20 mu of third-grade ling fields.
In the past, Zuo Mo would have felt that it was a lot, but right now, he felt that there wasn't enough. Yet there were just these many ling fields in the sect. There was no way around it. Wu Kong Sword Sect wasn't a sect that was famous for its farming. Pei Yuan Ran and the others had never thought that the sect would have a ling plant farmer. Zuo Mo saw enormous profit in the ever-increasing prices of all materials in the market. It was all jingshi. But a clever wife would be tripped by no rice. Without ling fields, he didn't have anything. His skills could not be used. He needed to find some ling fields, Zuo Mo decided. For some unknown reason, he kept on having a feeling of doom. It might have been that Pu Yao had once said a war is starting, or maybe he was thinking too much. Pu Yao, that old antique, it wasn't the first time he had spoken nonsense. Out of caution, he still decided to try to increase his cultivation. Before, due to the existence of the ling vein in the rock room, Zuo Mo had never thought of using other methods of increasing his cultivation. He had even sold the ling grains that the sect gave him each month for jingshi. He had also never thought of making lingdan that would be of benefit for his cultivation. He would always choose lingdan that was the easiest to sell and had the greatest profit margins. Coming back to it, he hadn't learned dan making long ago. This question was quite difficult for him. When he had the free time, he needed to study it, Zuo Mo thought. He was struggling with a problem, Jingshi.
He desperately needed Jingshi. On one hand, he hoped to help Pu Yao. On the other hand, what was more painful than watching a good business opportunity slip away in front of his eyes?
This was like staring at a neatly ordered army of Jingshi boldly march past him.
Master's band still rang in his ears. However, Zuo Mo still bore up against the pressure and went to fragrant ginger yard.
He disregarded the astonished gazes of Su Qing and the other female disciples.
At least, Zuo Mo didn't show any timidness on the surface. Right now, he was the first-ranked person in fragrant ginger yard other than Master.
Naturally, no one dared to stop him.
He would accept being punished.
Zuo Mo's eyes were teary as he started to make golden crow pills. Right now, his cultivation had increased, and adding on the streaming fire core manipulation formation, his efficiency at making golden crow pill was astonishing. When Zuo Mo, eyes full of enlarged blood vessels, took a large batch of golden crow pills and found Li Yingfeng was dumbstruck.
She hesitated for a beat and asked, "Shitty, weren't you banned from dan making by Shirgu?" Zuo Mo had a grimace as he said, "I lack Jingshi." Realization appeared on Li Yingfeng's face.
She didn't ask any further, nodding her head and said, "This batch of golden crow pills will sell easily. I can give you a down payment of Jingshi to you first."
"Many thanks, Shiji." Zuo Mo was very grateful.
Li Yingfeng smiled, "But when Shirgu comes back, you won't be able to escape being punished."
Zuo Mo spread his hands helplessly, "There's no way around it."
After thinking for a second, he decided to remind Shiji could try to buy some raw materials about now. Li Yingfeng looked in shock at Zuo Mo and then suddenly smiled, didn't think that Shitty is also concerned about business.
"And, Shitty, don't worry too much.
The sect has already hoarded enough materials.
Especially dan-making materials. Master had started hoarding a long time ago." Zuo Mo was relieved. That seemed correct. A problem that even he could see, someone as clever as Yen Leshurbois, how could he not see it?
Zuo Mo's heart was steadied by the sect's proactive approach. He was paid 20 pieces of third-grade Jingshi from Li Yingfeng.
Taking this enormous sum of wealth, Zuo Mo didn't feel very happy.
He only felt that time was even tighter. The market prices had risen again. This was undoubtedly a strong signal.
"Give it to Pu Yao?" Zuo Mo gritted his teeth.
Okay. But then, he paused.
How would he give it to Pu Yao?
Usually, Pu Yao would do it himself and rob him of Jingshi.
Zuo Mo didn't have any way to take Jingshi into his consciousness. "Pu Yao, it's not that GE doesn't want you to use it." Zuo Mo, mind at peace, put away the Jingshi.
After some thought, he decided to rent a Ling garden. Due to the climate of Sky Moon Jia, it was very suited for farming, so there were many Ling gardens. But many of the Ling gardens, especially those with Ling fields above 3rd grade, they always lacked people to farm them. For Ling fields of 3rd grade and above, it needed somewhat professional shouja to farm them. Otherwise, it was too much of a waste of resources. Normal shouja were not able to pay the huge rent. Sky Moon Jia was primarily sword shou, and the number of Ling plant farmers were pitiful, so there were many empty Ling gardens. The owner of the Ling garden in front of him was chattering on, "Don't worry, I won't cheat you. This Ling garden isn't big, but the Ling energy is dense and it is all 3rd grade Ling fields.
The air is very humid and sun exposure is appropriate.
It is suited to farming all kinds of Ling grasses and herbs. It would be a pity to just farm Ling grains."
"How much for a year?" Zuo Mo asked straightforwardly.
15 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi. The other answered resolutely.
"Accepted."
Zuo Mo, whose wallet had just bulged, responded briskly. He was trying to steal time right now. 200 mu of 3rd grade Ling fields, it was enough for him to work with. Now that the Ling fields had been rented, it was a question of what to plant. Since it was 200 mu of Ling fields, he couldn't pay as much attention and care as he did for the Ling fields of West Wind Valley.
Luckily, this Ling garden was not far from Wu Kong Sword Sect. He needed time.
Zuo Mo's eyes were entirely red and extremely motivated.
In the end, Zuo Mo picked a Ling grass called fiery red flower that was used very commonly in many healing Lingdan.
It also grew extremely quickly. The turnover was very quick and easy to sell, it was just perfect.
Zuo Mo planted a whole 180 mu of fiery red flowers.
The remaining 20 mu, he planted 3 kinds of slightly rare Ling herbs.
This 20 mu was to increase his cultivation speed.
Speaking of how to speed up increasing cultivation, there were many methods, but the majority was related to Jingshi. Of the ways, the best was to just take in the Ling energy inside Jingshi.
This could dramatically increase the speed of cultivation. However, it requires special methods to resolve the domineering nature of the Ling energy of the Jingshi. In comparison, Zuo Mo felt that it was more practical to find a way in Dan making. Most of what he could make presently were first and second grade Lingdan. His success rate with first grade Lingdan was relatively high. It was hard to say about the success rate of second grade Lingdan. There were very little low-level Lingdan that could directly increase cultivation. As the Ling grasses and herbs in low-level Lingdan were also low-grade, their effects were very limited. Zuo Mo had been able to find a few that he needed in the records room of Fragrant Ginger Yard, like the Yi Bone Tempering Dan, to change the flesh, the Evil Removing Dan, for removing impurities of the body. The effects of these obscure Lingdan were not major, and the effects were all those that were not prioritized by Sword Xiu. Zuo Mo didn't have any room to choose. Bone Tempering Dan and Evil Removing Dan didn't have great effects, but he thought that if it was used together with Vajra Profound Sutra, it would have some effect. The other than that, what he placed importance on was Spirit Increasing Dan. Its effect was also obscure. It could increase the consciousness of Xiuzha. Zuo Mo decided to use it in combination with embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. He didn't know if it would help. These obscure Lingdan, there wasn't any place that sold it in Dongfu. It was a pity that couldn't find Lingdan that could directly increase the speed of cultivation. Upon further thought, he found it normal. If those Lingdan were easily made, one could just eat Dan all day. However, Zuo Mo depressingly found that the 3 Lingdan he had put so much effort into picking had 3 kinds of rare ingredients that he couldn't buy. Luckily, he managed to buy the seeds and had planted down 20 mu. Translator ramblings, guess what's up? The cast. Click the link or go to the top of the page, click the red 3 horizontal lines button on the right and find it there under the novel name. Bit of a relaxing chapter. I like translating these the most. Zuo Mo gets back to farming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85, Coming Up to the Door. Chapter 85, Coming Up to the Door. Zuo Mo had just finished sorting out his just-rented Ling garden and dragged his exhausted body back to the little West Wind yard. But when he saw the pink little thousand crane, he wanted to faint. Could she not torment him? Zuo Mo wanted to cry. But this situation wouldn't change based on his wishes, he could only adjust to it. Yi, it's so boring, let's play a game. Zuo Mo wanted to reply with, Gu really isn't bored. But taking into account the other's strange fondness for fireworks, Zuo Mo was extremely calm and intelligent in returning, I don't know how to play games. He felt he wasn't lying to the other. He really didn't know how to play games. Games, to him, it was so strange that it was like he didn't even know the word. His life, from the moment he opened his eyes, it was determined that he couldn't leisurely play games and live a life. But the other was very kind and not looking down at him and said, that's alright, I'll teach ye. Zuo Mo gave his last struggles, I'm dumb and can't be taught. But, just like previous times, the other didn't give him any room to rebel. Consequently, Zuo Mo saw a string of about 8,000 characters of game rules. This time, Zuo Mo really fainted. Such difficulty, for someone like him who didn't like games, it really wasn't something he could complete. He only read a few words before deciding to give up. He persisted, I'm really stupid, ... But considering that the probability of enraging the other was too high, he weakly added another sentence, how about you find the simplest game? This time, what reached his hand was a set of game instructions about 200 characters. Zuo Mo's mind couldn't help but jump. Wasn't this a formation problem? He read it thoroughly again and finally was certain that this was really a formation problem. Formations was an area of systematic study. Zuo Mo, located in a small sect, naturally didn't have any experience. However, in some large sects, the disciples would learn formations. From the simplest simple Ling formation, to yin-yang formation, compound formations and gradually increasing the difficulty. This was an extremely long process of study. To help disciples with learning, some Xiuzha skilled in formations had created a set of methods to learn formations. Included in the methods were all kinds of formation problems. Like corrections, fill in the blanks, optimization, etc. There were many kinds. Over time, some Xiuzha enjoyed the process and were infatuated, creating even harder formation problems. Between many disciples, they used them as games. Zuo Mo had never played this before and felt it was very interesting. The formations that were used were not complicated. Zuo Mo had learned them before. However, the problem was extremely tricky. He couldn't help but fall into thinking. The other seemed to know that he was thinking and didn't hurry him. Thinking for a long time, he didn't figure out anything. Zuo Mo shook his head hard and recovered some clarity. He couldn't help but gape inside. Did those large sect disciples play like this? He couldn't help but admire them. No wonder they were so strong. Even the things they played with were this powerful. However, he decided to put this game down first. There were many things he still had to do. Games, it was fine to play when he had free time. In any case, that damned woman hadn't hurried him.
Zuo Mo went into the stone room to practice embryonic breathing, spiritual cultivation, and the gravestone version of Vajra Profound Sutra. After cultivation, he took out the water drop sword from the Ling Spring.
With the nourishment from the Ling Spring, its sheen was clearer than before. Zuo Mo caressed the water drop sword and then started to imprint it.
One flying sword, it needed a long time to imprint it before it could move like a part of the body. And to have it move according to one's thoughts, the time needed was even longer. The flying sword was like a sword show's partner. The longer they were together, the more chemistry they had. Sword show wouldn't easily change a flying sword. This point, especially after reaching Jindan, it was even more evident. These days that were spent imprinting it, he didn't waste his efforts. Right now, Zuo Mo could move the sword like it was a part of his body. It was of a higher grade than ice crystal sword and was even more nimble. Zuo Mo's mind moved and the water drop sword in his hand jumped into midair. At the same time, he gave a shout and jumped up from the ground. The sword flashed and moved easily. In midair, a flame that seemed to be made out of water gave off a faint light. The places the sword passed, a stream of water flames burned silently.
Zuo Mo seemed to be drunk.
Using the water drop sword to practice Li Water Sword Scripture, it was truly an experience.
When he reached the peak of his enjoyment, Zuo Mo didn't follow the sword scripture anymore.
The sword couldn't be detected as he moved, and the sword seemed to carry a few hints of the explosive Li Water Sword essence in the calm, and it still spread like waves. The sword essence, which had been light and wave-like, gradually turned heavier and pressuring. When it moved with great force. The explosiveness, which had been barely perceivable, started to burn like fire in the wind. Still as cool as before, but containing a strong explosiveness. Those two conflicting feelings gathered together, but Zuo Mo didn't seem to feel it and wasn't uncomfortable at all. On the water drop sword, the light fire-like sword energy gradually started to retreat inside. When Zuo Mo woke up from his epiphany, he finally realized, without him noticing, his Li Water Sword Scripture had went up a level.
There wasn't much joy. He stood there silently, finally savoring it.
He wasn't clear himself what level his Li Water Sword Scripture was at now.
Li Water Sword Scripture wasn't some high-level and profound scripture. Even its creator wasn't some powerful sword shio.
It was quite unusual that Zuo Mo could master a sword scripture like this to this level. However, Zuo Mo needed to explore the road ahead by himself, because the Li Water Sword Scripture that he had practiced ended here. Even though the creator had written some of his speculations and frameworks for the future, many of those had been rejected by Pu Yao. Based on profoundness, Li Water Sword Essence was far from the tidal sword essence Zuo Mo had secretly learned. However, this was Zuo Mo's own comprehension and the sword essence he had the greatest grasp on. His understanding of Li Water Sword Essence far surpassed tidal sword essence. Maybe, he could look and study tidal sword essence and change Li Water Sword Scripture.
Zuo Mo's heart moved. But he only thought about it.
He wasn't so proud to the point of changing a sword scripture. Also, his understanding of tidal sword essence was just a hair. At this time, he suddenly detected that someone was outside the valley. The person who was there was very docile and hadn't set off the Jinji. Mouth of West Wind Valley.
Xixiang, Linging Sect's people came again.
The messenger was still the outer sect disciple that had come last time. However, there wasn't any of the fear that had been on his face last time, but excitement.
They came again? Zuo Mo was dazed.
Yes. The disciple said respectfully. He couldn't disguise his excitement. This time, 5 people came.
Zuo Mo instantly felt his scalp prickle.
5 people. Last time, 3 had come. Now this time, 5 people.
Zuo Mo wanted to turn and run.
They hadn't given up, and called to spar with Xixiang. This outer sect disciple completely didn't notice Zuo Mo's shift and said excitedly, "This group really doesn't know their own weight."
Cough. Zuo Mo forced himself to come and swallowed. He asked, "Who came this time?"
"The 3 from last time are all here, and 2 that I don't recognize." Zuo Mo's heart calmed down lightly. Good, at least, it wasn't that all 5 were people he didn't know.
2 people who had lost to him.
He had completely reason to disregard them. The woman, she hadn't dared to fight that day, so this time, she definitely wouldn't act rashly.
The headache was those two that he didn't know. Since the others had come to settle the score, they certainly would be stronger than the last two. His mind turned quickly. Inside, he was very hesitant. Should he go or not? He was slightly regretful that he had said too much previously. He asked, "Where's the other Shixiang? You can't bother just me every time with this kind of matter. Eldest Shixiang and Shiji are all outside. Luoli Shixiang is in seclusion. Sui Shixiang is forging and has ordered not to bother him.
Haomin Shiji is being punished.
Only Sui Xia Shiji is free. Should I notify her? That woman?" Dislike instantly rose in his heart. Never mind.
If she was notified, the probability that this woman would do something behind his back was very high.
Fine. Thinking about the new comprehension he just got from Li Water Sword Scripture, Zuo Mo was instantly full of confidence.
He had just learned something, and some people just came over for him to test it on.
This Linging sect really was full of good people. After thinking it through, Zuo Mo didn't retreat anymore.
He nodded and said with great composure, "Go." This outer sect disciple was instantly excited and hurried forward to lead the way. When they reached the mountain gate, Zuo Mo instantly staggered when he saw the dense crowd.
Why are there so many people?
This outer sect disciple was extremely excited. Everyone heard that Linging sect had come and all ran over to personally see Shixiang win and teach a lesson to Linging sect's new money.
But why are there female disciples as well? Zuo Mo asked speechlessly.
Must be coming to admire Shixiang's elegant demeanor.
Goosebumps instantly rose over Zuo Mo's entire body. Seeing Zuo Mo come out, the crowd of female disciples shrieked. Zuo Mo almost tripped. Wow! Shixiang is so handsome. Please. It's called cool.
When Shixiang was in the outer sect, I knew then that Shixiang wasn't an average person.
Really want to seduce him? I will kill you.
Large black lines fell over Zuo Mo's expressionless face. He decided to stay a bit further away from this crowd of crazy women. When Zuo Mo started walking towards the side with male disciples, the male disciples also expressed their emotions.
Shixiang, kill them. Chop them.
Chop into 8 pieces, cut of their hands and feet, pluck their tendons, break their channels, cut them up.
So uncreative. Half to sunflower. Zuo Mo rapidly distanced himself from these people that were completely sunk in fighting spirit.
In the short journey of traveling through the female and male disciples, Zuo Mo, who had been full of fighting spirit, almost became completely lacking in the desire to fight.
Of course, in the eyes of everyone else, Zuo Mo Shixiang was stepping resolutely, with a cool expression, and extremely elegantly passing from their side.
But when Zuo Mo saw the even worse expressions on the faces of the 5 people from Linging sect, his mood instantly became better.
Translator Ramblings, one more relaxing chapter.
The sunflower is a reference to a famous wuxia novel. Have not updated the cast yet. I know we are missing a lot of people, but here is a question: do you want everybody or just recurring characters? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 86, Wen Fei. Chapter 86, Wen Fei. Good day everyone. Zuo Mo raised his hands in a greeting.
Yan Mingzi and Hu Shan's expressions instantly became slightly uglier.
Good. Good.
After they returned to the sect, they had been greeted with scorn and mockery.
Tao Zhuer covered her mouth and giggled.
Mirth appeared on the faces of the 2 Linging sect disciples, but the 2 managed to restrain themselves. Linging sect had the largest number of inner sect disciples in Dongfu. At the same time, because they lacked a strong leader, the disciples fell into factions and the complexity of the inner sect was also the first in Dongfu. Tao Zhuer moved gracefully, her beautiful features instantly attracting everyone's eyes.
Wu Kong Sword Sect's outer sect disciples quickly divided into 2 camps.
The male disciples stared, some of them dazed, as they drooled. Jealousy rose up in the female disciple camp, shouts of horrors and fox demon came out. Tao Zhuer gave a beautiful smile. This little sister admires Zuo Shixiang's demeanor last time.
However, as a disciple of Linging sect, I cannot watch as our sect's reputation is injured and have come today to specially visit Zuo Shixiang.
The other said it so nobly, but Zuo Mo sneered inside. This female might have a good appearance, but she was as poisonous as a scorpion. If one wasn't careful, they would fall into her hands. Zuo Mo, having seen her laugh so heartlessly when her fellow disciples were defeated, didn't have a good impression of her. Oh, nothing changed on Zuo Mo's face. Adding on that his face was tilted down, it was even harder for others to guess his thoughts. Tao Zhuer instantly felt that her fist had hit cotton.
Such an indifferent response, she didn't know what to say. But she wasn't a simple person.
She took a step back and revealed the two other Xixiang, stating, Wen Fei Xixiang and Ming Dao Xixiang are truly skilled disciples of our Linging sect, and are people this little sister admire very much.
Coming this time.
Hearing this, Wen Shan and Ming Dao instantly couldn't help themselves from raising their head proudly and pushing out their chests. Evidently they were very smug. If you want to fight, then let's fight, Zuo Mo suddenly opened, interrupting her. However, our Wukong mountain isn't a place you can come and go whenever you want.
Let's say the ugly matters first.
Whoever loses to me, I will take a talisman from them to prove our sect's reputation. The words were said righteously. The Wu Kong Sword Sect outer sect disciples all cheered.
Hearing this, the two people's expressions became discontent.
Wen Fei was clothed in green and white. A green soft cloth tied on his head. This made him look extremely elegant, as though he would leave with the wind at any time, almost like an immortal.
He wasn't satisfied to be on the weak side and smirked, fine, fine.
If you have the ability, this one naturally will recognize the loss. Wearing blue Ling armor, and hair tied with a gold coronet, Ming Dao also spoke, if you lose, I will also take a talisman from you.
Tao Zhuer stood in the back.
Seeing the two sides about to fight, a smug smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yan Mingzi and Hu Shan's eyes were blood red as they stared at Zuo Mo. They looked as though they wanted to eat him alive. Who is first? Zuo Mo asked as he stepped out a step, his presence soaring. It might have been that he had just practiced the sword. He felt his entire body was hot, his blood on fire, as though he was being roasted. The desire for battle suddenly erupted, moving restlessly as though it wanted to burst out of his body. Like a keen sword unsheathed, the sharp edge flashed into view. One step, and it was as though Zuo Mo had changed into a whole other person. The dullness that was on the surface and the slyness inside his bones seemed to have completely flown away. Desire for battle flowed on his body. It was tangible, so pure that others could not disregard it.
Tao Zhuer looked dazedly at Zuo Mo.
The expression on her beautiful face was like she had seen a ghost.
How was this possible? Was this still that vulgar and greedy zombie?
In her mind, Zuo Mo had a greedy and cheap character.
Otherwise, who else would target someone else's flying sword in the middle of battle?
Being defeated last time, especially by a little person like him, this was why Tao Zhuer was so persistent.
Getting tripped up by an opponent that she looked down on, how could she accept it? But, the Zuo Mo in front of her.
Seriousness made its way into Wen Shan's eyes. The presence that the other exuded surprised him. However, he wasn't the kind of wastrel that Hu Shan and Yan Mingzi were. His family might be rich, but he was very hardworking and did have some true abilities. He was shocked but not afraid. Taking a step forward, he declared, I'll fight.
Wen Fei revealed his talisman. A light green jade fan.
The skeleton was made out of jade, the cloth of the fan clearly wasn't some common material.
Green light could be seen moving on the surface.
A painting of mountains and water was depicted on the surface of the fan. If someone looked closely, they would discover that the river stream between the mountains was actually slowly flowing. Sky River Fan, 3rd grade. Water Drop Sword, 3rd grade.
Zuo Mo couldn't help but sigh again at the variety of scriptures that Linging sect had. They even used fans.
When Yan Mingzi saw his water drop sword, his expression became ugly. However, he liked to collect all kinds of talismans and his eyes were very experienced. He instantly noticed that the quality of the water drop sword was slightly better than when he had been in possession of it.
He became slightly depressed. Did flying swords selectively pick people as well? Please. Wen Fei shouted elegantly. The water drop sword moved before the word ended. Flowing water. Zuo Mo's favorite starting move.
This move was like a sheep climbing a cliff, traceless.
The move he released right now was very different from before. Before, it had been light and faint.
Right now, it was still quiet, but there was a hint of fire. It was like a white flame, burning without a sound.
Wen Fei smirked and gently waved Sky River Fan.
Zuo Mo felt his eyes blur and an incredibly thick pillar of water came from the sky like a water dragon, heading towards him.
Water Dragon Roar. Attack against attack.
No one would have thought that Wen Fei, such a warm and elegant person, would fight so brutally. The two were competing to see whose attack would reach the other first.
Zuo Mo snorted. His sword presence didn't change.
The Ling energy in his legs moving, he suddenly flashed towards the left. It was as though there were springs under his feet.
His speed was extremely fast and dodged the water dragon. Competing in attacks? Zuo Mo wasn't afraid.
Based on speed, nothing could compare to flying swords. He gathered his Ling energy and the water drop sword gave a slight hum. The sword turned into a stream of light, it was as fast as lightning.
A thin water curtain suddenly appeared in front of Wenfei.
The water drop sword crashed heavily against the water curtain.
The water curtain shook fiercely. Wenfei's expression behind the water curtain changed slightly.
However, the curtain shook, but still managed to stop the water drop sword.
Zuo Mo was also surprised.
This water curtain seemed to be a thin layer and he hadn't thought it could stop the water drop sword. It was much stronger than he had predicted. However, he could also see this water curtain had just managed to stop it.
If he put in a bit more effort, it would certainly break.
He was going to channel his Ling energy and hadn't thought the thick water dragon would act as if it was alive, turning nimbly and reversing back in his direction.
In the blink of an eye, the water dragon rushed in front of him.
When this water dragon appeared in front of him, he finally realized just how enormous it was. It was like a large river, roaring as it headed for his head, the presence extremely shocking.
Zuo Mo didn't even think as the water drop sword turned into a dash of light and appeared between him and the water dragon.
A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the water drop sword rose.
Waterfall.
Everyone felt the landscape suddenly flash and a waterfall seemed to have appeared in front of Zuo Mo. It was a waterfall composed of countless sword energies.
As they flowed, they accurately hit the head of the water dragon. Boom!
The head of the water dragon suddenly exploded, water splashing everywhere. The disciples that had been watching were instantly soaked, but no one moved their eyes away. Such a spectacular fight, if they missed something, it would be such a pity. The water dragon continued to flow, as though it didn't have an end. The waterfall that was floating in the sky also seemed endless.
Amazing!
Yan Mingzi said, his mouth gaping. He was completely convinced now. The other was so powerful, winning last time, it wasn't due to trickery. Hushan didn't dare to blink and nodded in empathy. I had heard before that when Fei Shixiang's Sky River fan can enter the top 3 of our generation of disciples.
It really lives up to the rumors. Yan Mingzi said, sharing in the pride, right. But my water drop sword isn't mediocre. To be able to keep up with Sky River fan, it isn't of average quality. I have really good eyes, . That's because Zuo Mo's strong.
Hushan wasn't polite. In your hands, it would be great if you could even block 5 of when Shixiang's moves.
Yan Mingzi wasn't angry. I'm not good as others in fighting. However, in buying talismans, which one of you is my match? Hushan choked, not knowing what to say.
Waves also spread in Tao Zhuer's heart. She would have never thought that Zuo Mo could keep up with Wenfei Shixiang because she knew just how strong Wenfei Shixiang was. Wenfei Shixiang wasn't famous outside the sect, but in this generation of Linging sect disciples, he was a truly strong person. He was deeply loved by the elders. That Sky River fan had been made specially for him by the sect elders and was the envy of countless people.
Wenfei Shixiang didn't fail to live up to expectations.
His talent was exceptional and he was hardworking. Adding on the nourishment from countless Lingdan, his power was extremely deep. However, he rarely fought. Even the other disciples in the sect didn't know just how strong he was. Tao Zhuer had accidentally saw Wenfei Shixiang cultivating and had been shocked. It had left a deep impression. That was why she had requested Wenfei Shixiang. She wanted to beat down Zuo Mo's bravado. Also, Tao Zhuer knew that the elders were planning for Wenfei Shixiang to make a display in the upcoming Dongfu Sword Test Conference. This horrid zombie was actually able to fight to a standstill with Wenfei Shixiang? How was this possible? Tao Zhuer felt that her brains couldn't process it. The outer sect disciples stared with wide eyes, completely silent.
Zuo Mo didn't notice, in the female disciples, an adorable and pink apple face was extremely nervous. Even her little fists couldn't help but tighten.
The two exchanged blows like lightning.
The two moves passed in the blink of an eye.
Right now, it had moved into a standstill period.
Everyone was able to release a breath. Recalling what happened, they cheered. But the two that were facing off were not so relaxed. The disdain that Wenfei had initially had disappeared completely. What took over was seriousness. He, who had been desiring to show himself at the Sword Sect conference, hadn't thought that he would meet such a strong opponent here. And Zuo Mo, 2 balls of fire furiously jumped in his eyes, his desire for battle in full swing. A standstill was disadvantageous for him. There was still another person. If he didn't quickly end the fight, then he basically had no hope of victory for the next battle. His thoughts swirling, he gave a long howl and decided to attack with all his power. Translator ramblings, more fighting. Zuo Mo has a taste of fighting now and he's a little bit addicted. Isn't the lit trio funny? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87, Strong Attack vs. Strong Attack. Chapter 87, Strong Attack vs. Strong Attack.
At the highest point of the waterfall, a flame suddenly appeared. This flame wasn't eye-catching, extremely faint, almost invisible as it burned silently. However, it was like the flame was dropped into oil, not water.
Flames quickly spread across the top of the waterfall.
On the top half of the waterfall, a cool flame flickered its crystal-clear tongues.
The waterfall was instantly lit up by the cool flame.
Each water-like sword energy became shrouded in a ball of fire.
Li water was like fire as it fell down.
The first sword energy shrouded in fire quickly landed in the water.
Boom!
A clear sound of explosion. A large section of the water dragon instantly was destroyed, water spraying everywhere.
Boom 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 boom. The stream of explosions were like fireworks, ringing endlessly. Wen Fei's expression changed. What sword move was this? Didn't the other practice a water element sword scripture? Why would there be fire?
At this moment, he didn't have the leisure to think. In the blink of an eye, only a small half of the water dragon remained after the explosions. The other sword energies had increased in power due to those harmless-looking clear flames.
Suppressing the uncertainty inside, the last bit of underestimation in his heart dissipated. He now saw Zuo Mo as the greatest opponent he had ever faced.
Wen Fei gritted his teeth, his Ling energy flowed furiously, the Sky River fan suddenly snapped shut and he pointed the fan gently at Zuo Mo.
Sky River Prison.
A spark of blue light came out of the fan and seemed to slowly fly towards Zuo Mo.
A strong feeling of danger suddenly rose in Zuo Mo.
This bit of blue light, the pressure it gave him far surpassed any of the previous moves.
He didn't dare to be inattentive.
His mind moved and the cold waterfall floating in the air instantly responded, leaping towards the blue light. Balls of clear fire. Inside were sword essences each as gentle as water. The rain of fire from the waterfall seemed to cover the blue light. Suddenly, Wen Fei opened the Sky River fan and shouted, "Open!" That blue light was suddenly like a large net, aimed directly at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo wasn't able to dodge in time and instantly was trapped. Zuo Mo only felt the blue light suddenly grow in front of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, waves filled his vision. His surroundings were a blur.
Zuo Mo was very familiar with this kind of scenery.
He had once practiced the sword in the river, and naturally was extremely familiar.
Right now, he was in an air bubble. Who would have thought that the speck of blue light would contain such thick water energy?
Those clear flames, when they entered the water, created explosions. However, there was too much water, and those little clear Li water sword energies were ineffective and instead exploded on Zuo Mo. The pressure came in on all sides and the bubble was slowly being squeezed.
Zuo Mo took a deep breath solemnly.
This was the other's final attack. Instantly, his fighting spirit burst forward. He might not be able to compare to Wei Sheng Xixiang, but he wasn't putty that these wastrels could manipulate as they willed. Zuo Mo didn't detect that after practicing the sword, he had went from the initial fear of battle to quickly not fearing battle and his desire for fighting was increasing.
He was like that now.
He became more excited the more he fought. Right now, especially when he saw Wen Fei's ultimate move, his fighting spirit had reached its peak.
Come!
He widened his eyes, shouting soundlessly inside. The waterfall which had been raging fire disappeared. The water drop sword turned into a streak of light and returned to Zuo Mo's hands. Seeming to have felt Zuo Mo's desire to fight, the body of the water drop sword vibrated, like ripples in water.
The clear hum it gave made Zuo Mo even more excited.
He closed his eyes, caressing the sword like he was caressing a lover. Without the support of the waterfall, the water which had been coming in at all sides didn't have any resistance and instantly went in. The air bubble shattered and Zuo Mo was swept into the water. Wen Fei couldn't disguise the joy on his face.
"If you were in the water, weren't you just a fish waiting for me to slice you?"
He shouted, "Up!" The ball of water containing Zuo Mo slowly flew into the sky. The ball was enormous, like a small pond.
Zuo Mo was the wild beast in the cage.
No matter how he struggled, he wouldn't be able to break free. Wen Fei was smug inside. This prison of water, it was much more secure than one made of steel. The faces of the Wu Kong Sword Sect outer sect disciples whitened. They were terrified as they looked at the large shadow cast by the ball of water as it flew higher. Zuo Mo's figure inside the water became more indistinct and could barely be made out. To say nothing else, just being smashed from such a height, it would definitely lead to internal injury.
Determination suddenly appeared on Xiaoguo's pale face.
She suddenly rushed out of the crowd, heading for Wen Fei.
"Little girl, what do you think you are doing?"
A graceful figure blocked Xiaoguo's path. Tao Zhuer's face was cheerful as she looked at Xiaoguo.
"Move aside."
Xiaoguo was angry and panicked.
However, her anger was like a little kitten baring its teeth and scratching, extremely adorable.
Ming Dao's tense heart relaxed. Seeing Xiaoguo's innocence, his eyes instantly lit up. This girl isn't bad.
What are you called? Move aside. Xiaoguo was almost crying. Hints of cruelty flashed through Wen Fei's eyes.
Looking at the ball of water in the air, he smirked smugly. Have a good taste of my Sky River prison. Finishing, he reached out with his left hand and swiped towards the ball of water. The ball of water in the sky transformed.
In the water ball, an enormous hand headed for Zuo Mo.
This guy had made him look so bad, Wen Fei didn't want to let him off that easily.
It was very interesting to play like a cat with a mouse. The Wukong disciples couldn't help but gasp in shock, not wanting to look. Hopelessness made its way onto Xiaoguo's face. She knew she wasn't a match for the two, but
a rare determination flashed through her teary eyes. Just at this time, inside the water cage, the sword pointed downwards, Zuo Mo suddenly opened his closed eyes. For some reason, he thought about the day he had comprehended Li Water Sword Essence, saw the enormous hand that was about to catch him. From the corner of his eye, he could see the figures beneath. He could imagine now smug the other person was at this time, how excited. But, my sword scripture. It's Li Water Sword Scripture. The light exploded in Zuo Mo's eyes. It was like his eyes were suddenly void of all emotion, cold like the clear flames. His two hands grasping the water drop sword, the slanted sword unhesitatingly made an upward slash against the current. Li Water burning heavens. The gigantic hand shattered. On the ground, Wen Fei's expression changed. How was it possible? How could he still counterattack in the water cage? He gritted his teeth and wanted to change his technique, but his face suddenly became empty of color. He discovered that he had completely lost control of the water cage. How was it possible? At this time, other people had detected the change in the sky and all lifted their heads. The ball of water was rapidly collapsing into itself as if there was a deep bottomless pit inside it. And when Zuo Mo's body was revealed, everyone couldn't help but inhale. In midair, the water cage had disappeared, leaving behind Zuo Mo's hands holding the sword.
Shock was on Ming Dao and Tao Juer's face.
They looked in disbelief at the sword in Zuo Mo's hands. Around the 3 chi long sword, a 10 chi long blade of blue flame slowly and silently burned. This blue flame was completely composed of water. Heavens, he had absorbed all of Wen Fei Shixiang's Sky River prison, and turned it into his own weapon. This world, how could there be such a fantastical thing? This guy, was he really only Zhuji level? Looking at Xiaoguo, Tao Juer, and Ming Dao below, Zuo Mo instantly understood what had happened. A flash of anger floated in his eyes. His two hands holding the sword, he lifted it up. The water flame on the sword was like an enormous blooming flower, soundlessly opening. Die! An angry bellow like thunder on a clear day. Containing all his anger, all his fighting spirit, all his Ling energy, Zuo Mo was like a flash of light as he chopped downwards. A ruler straight blue light suddenly appeared in midair, so bright one couldn't look directly at it. Below, the faces of Wen Fei and the others changed dramatically. This guy was crazy. His sword presence, it managed to wrap all 3 of them inside at once. At this time, the 3 couldn't attend to anything else. They all took out their final defenses. A water curtain appeared around Wen Fei, even thicker than last time. The peach blossom Ling armor on Tao Juer's body glowed brightly, peach blossoms flying in the air and shielding her inside. Ming Dao angrily took out a copper bell. The bell grew as it came into the open, firmly covering Ming Dao inside. At this time, Zuo Mo forgot everything. In his eyes, there was only the 3 people below. He was doing one thing only. That was, channeling Ling energy, furiously, insanely pushing out Ling energy. The straight and cold light landed from the sky with a strong and fierce presence, heavily smashing the 3 from above. The most commonly used sword attacks were stab and slice. Even chopping was rarely used. And people could never have thought that a sword could be used to smash. What Zuo Mo used was a smash. Like what he had raised wasn't a flying sword but a heavy hammer. Boom! The blue light flashed and swallowed the 3 people on the ground. After the ear-shattering explosion was a deathly silence. Zuo Mo's legs weakened and he sat down on the ground, panting for his life. Li Water burning heavens was too strong for him. After he completed it he basically had no offensive power left. However, he gritted his teeth as he used the water drop sword to stand up. Looking at the deep pit over 30 feet deep, he only had one word, great, but. In the large hole, Wen Fei and the others were unconscious from the explosion. Wen Fei's clothing was in tatters. The Ling armor on Tao Juer's body was almost shattered and Ming Dao's copper bell had broken into countless pieces. Zuo Mo sighed. The terrifying power of this water-burning heaven had to be credited to Wenfei's water cage. If there hadn't been so much water, it definitely wouldn't reach such a terrifying result. If countless liters of water were dropped, this was already very scary. It was time to take his spoils. Zuo Mo instantly became excited, completely disregarding any kind of manners. He was like a cat that smelled food, limping as he skipped towards the deep hole. Yan Mingzi and Hu Shan were so frightened dumb that they forgot to stop him. They were really rich. Zuo Mo sighed inside. He wasn't easy going at all. He took a water blue ring from Wenfei's hands. In reality, the best thing on his body was the Sky River fan. However, what Zuo Mo cultivated was the flying sword. This Sky River fan was good, but it wasn't suited to him. This ring wasn't normal. It definitely was the finest of the third grade. It could increase the ability to control water. However, he still needed to experiment to find the specific effects. He took a 1,000-year peachwood hairpin from Tao Zhuer's head. Slurp slurp. There were 3 formations on it. Evil removing, nourishing, focus. Good things, good things. From Mingdao's body, Zuo Mo wasn't courteous in taking off the other's pair of boots. Third grade wind passing boots. Zuo Mo was very knowledgeable. There were wind travel and movement formations on the boots and were very practical. Vicious. Yan Mingzi looked at the 3 things that Zuo Mo picked. He couldn't help but inhale. He both hurt and admired it. Hu Shan was like a statue. When he saw Zuo Mo's wolf-like and greedy gaze, he couldn't help but shudder. At this moment, he decided he didn't want the jade pendant anymore. Translator rambling, Zuo Mo is becoming rich, rich, rich. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88, The Scalping Zombie. Chapter 88, The Scalping Zombie. Everyone was dumbstruck where they stood, their minds blank. To say nothing of victory and defeat, but what the people had expected was fierce combat, exchanging blows back and forth, a tense situation, and end with a barely achieved victory. The result was 3 people were defeated by a single move. This result made everyone's jaws drop to the ground. Even the Wu Kong Sword Sect disciples who had been full of confidence in Zuo Mo had lost their ability to speak. Xiaoguo stared dazedly at Zuo Mo. How Xixian looked when he had been plundering from their bodies. Oh, why would she have used plundering? No, Xixian was appropriating his spoils. Xiaoguo unconsciously defended Xixian. For you, Zuo Mo threw the 1,000-year peachwood hairpin that he took from Tao Zhuer's head to Xiaoguo. Xiaoguo instinctively caught it. Inhales suddenly sounded among the female disciples. Their eyes suddenly became red as they looked at the peachwood hairpin on Xiaoguo's hands. They were like a herd of rabbits locked onto one single carrot. It's a pity that her Ling armor is shattered. Otherwise, removing it to give to you would be nice. Zuo Mo muttered regretfully. He completely hadn't thought about just how inappropriate it was to take off a female Xiaoju's armor in public. A moment later, Xiaoguo refocused. Looking at the peachwood hairpin on her hand shook as though it had shocked her and almost threw it away. Xixiang, this is too valuable, but... She might not recognize how good this peachwood hairpin was, but holding it in her hands, she could feel the extraordinariness of it. This peachwood hairpin, it was too valuable. This kind of thing, Xixiang should keep it for himself. She thought. Zuo Mo's eyes scanned the unconscious 3 people, impatiently saying, just take it, and stop nagging. What Xiaoguo was most afraid of was Zuo Mo's impatience. She instantly became timid and afraid of speaking. Zuo Mo strongly controlled his impulse to plunder everything from the 3 people that were unconscious. He turned his face to look at Yan Mingzi and Hu Shan. Do you guys want to fight again? That voice, it was as warm as the wolf grandmother. Yan Mingzi and Hu Shan both shuddered, their heads shaking like a rattledrum. Really, neither of you wants to fight? The 2 then nodded quickly like a chicken eating rice, their hands over their chests and their feet unconsciously moved back 2 paces. In their eyes, Zuo Mo had completely transformed into the most terrifying demon. Such a disappointment. When Zuo Mo expressionlessly said this sentence, his words were full of regret. Yan Mingzi and Hu Shan's hearts couldn't help but jump furiously. Zuo Mo waved his hand, take them away. Do not bother me in the future. It was like they had been pardoned from death. Exchanging a look, the 2 hurriedly picked up the 3 who were unconscious and ran away. They looked like they hated that their parents didn't give birth to them with 2 more legs. After their figures disappeared, Zuo Mo couldn't hold up any longer and crashed to the ground. Seeing the situation, Xiaoguo instantly was shocked and ran over to ask in panic, Xixiang, are you wounded?
Seeing the apple face full of concern, Zuo Mo's heart warmed. Oh, nothing. Just a bit tired. Zuo Mo waved his hand, pretending it was nothing. He then took out a dan from his bosom and shoved it into his mouth. Folding his legs, he started to meditate. Yan Mingzi and Hu Shan only stopped when they couldn't see Wukong Mountain anymore. The two panted. Is that guy even human?
Yan Mingzi said breathlessly, the difference here with our information is too big.
Lucky that we ran fast enough.
Hu Shan's face was relieved. Yan Mingzi still had lingering fears, exactly.
Didn't you see his eyes as he looked at us?
He wanted to strip us bare. The two couldn't help but think of Zuo Mo's eyes. As though they didn't wear clothing on a snowy day, they shivered again and said at the same time, so scary. After a while, the two gradually walked out from Zuo Mo's shadow.
Yan Mingzi pointed at the three unconscious people, what to do with them.
Hu Shan thought about how he would have to carry them to the sect and gritted his teeth, wake them up. After a while, three extremely tragic howls passed out.
Zuo Mo, I will never forgive you. Return my shoes. This girl will kill you. Zuo Mo was extremely smug.
He had completely changed his attire. His hand held the water drop sword, the streaming fireling gathering pendant at his waist, a black-blue water ring on his finger, and on his feet were the wind travel boots.
Extremely dandyish. This new set of attire, even Sui Xia, who was famous for the wealth of her family in the sect, was gaping when she saw it. She wondered inside, did Zuo Mo shitty rob a talisman shop?
While smug, he still had to live out his days.
Zuo Mo needed to spend time caring for the Ling garden that he rented.
Other than that, he couldn't stop his daily cultivation. His days were very full. However, Zuo Mo was very disappointed that for the next few days, no one came up to challenge him.
These days nothing was as fast as plundering, not even Ling farming or dan making.
This was a no investment, great profit, a sleight of hand.
Zuo Mo was regretful.
If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have beaten all of them into unconsciousness that day. A small continuous flow was the best. He was unaware that, due to his strong performance, all of Ling's sect had been shocked. Especially his demeanor when he had been receiving his trophies. Under the effort of Yan Mingzi and Hu Shan's storytelling, it reached all of Ling's sect. The nickname of the Scalping Zombie was created. The Scalping Zombie was undoubtedly the opponent that the wastrels didn't want to touch the most.
Wastrels usually relied on expensive talismans and countless jingshi to battle. However, if they went to provoke the Scalping Zombie, wasn't it giving money to the other?
If they took great talismans, and they lost, then it would be hard to keep possession of the talisman. According to the detailed description from the talisman expert Yan Mingzi and the comparison to the talismans the five people had lost, it proved that the Scalping Zombie's eyes were extremely experienced. If they lost, what they would lose was definitely the most valuable and expensive talisman they had. But if they wore only trash to go make a challenge, the already low chance of winning would head towards zero.
The wastrels of Ling's sect were all smart and perceptive.
No one dared to go provoke this Scalping Zombie. The elders of Wu Kong Sword Sect were all absent.
Zuo Mo had an extremely enjoyable life.
Especially because no one cared about him making dan. He would make a batch of golden crow pills every day.
This was a very steady source of income. However, he didn't want to spend too much effort on it.
Golden crow pills might be profitable, but it was still a first-grade lingdan, and the profits were limited. Zuo Mo's eyes had been spoiled by the fine talismans on his body. If he only relied on making golden crow pills, he would need at least half a year to be able to buy just any of the talismans he was wearing right now.
The price of normal third-grade talismans were not expensive and Zuo Mo could afford it. However, for the fine specimens like this one, the price would reach an incredible height.
Zuo Mo once again took up his previous experiment to use the essence of the sun as the primary and the Li fire seal formation as the auxiliary fire, to make a new kind of lingdan.
Taking up this eternally failing experiment wasn't completely for jingshi.
He was going for a golden crow fire. Golden crow fire was a fourth-grade fire seed.
If he had it, the low-grade lingdan he made would automatically increase a level.
Also, golden crow fire was one of the originators of all the fires in the world. It could merge with many other fire seeds. In the future, if he encountered better fire sources, he could merge it into the other fire. Of course, for Zuo Mo at this time, golden crow fire was already the best fire in the world. Even more, there was a possibility he could achieve golden crow fire through his own power.
What would fill him more full of energy and fighting spirit other than this?
He burrowed into Master's Records room and started to research for ling grasses that could endure the essence of the sun and other dominant forces.
Just as Zuo Mo prepared to focus and enter seclusion, the pink paper crane landed from the sky. Yi, what's the answer from last time's game? Zuo Mo hit his head and wailed misfortune.
These days, he had been enchanted in dan-making and threw that so-called game into the back of his head. Without any other way, he could only harden his head and reply, apologies, I was busy these days.
Yi doesn't place importance on me. I'm very hurt, Zuo Mo felt his head swell. Threat. This definitely was a threat. How about another 2 days?
Zuo Mo decided that in these 2 days, even if he had to not eat or sleep, he would definitely solve this game. He knew just how ruthless and vicious this paper crane girl was. However, he once again underestimated the paper crane girl's ruthlessness and viciousness. Just as Zuo Mo warily unfolded the pink paper crane that just flew over, he felt his eyes blur and the surroundings instantly changed.
Damned woman! Zuo Mo swore angrily.
It wasn't the first time that he encountered such a situation.
It also wasn't the first time the damned woman used this trick. Yi, don't scold me. Who made it that you didn't put importance on me? Yi doesn't want to play with me, I just have to find ways to amuse myself. This is a maze that I learned when I was 7. It's very fun. Yi, slowly enjoy it.
A sweet-to-the-bones voice came out of the air, carrying a hint of laziness and indifference.
Damned woman! Zuo Mo forced the words through his teeth.
If the other was in front of him, he would definitely leap over and use the water drop sword to chop her into mulch.
This damned uncaring, bored, and inane woman. His swearing didn't receive any reply. Zuo Mo slowly calmed down from the anger burning inside. Maze?
He scanned the surroundings. Strangely, he was slightly panicked. Under his feet was a checkerboard. Each square was 1 foot squared, either black or white, alternating as it spread to the edge of the horizon.
Illusion, this was an illusion. Zuo Mo told himself. If the other said that this was a maze formation, then it was certainly an illusion. However, all of this seemed so real. Zuo Mo could even feel the hardness of the tiles under his feet. It was completely empty. Zuo Mo seemed to be standing in the middle of nowhere, alone and without aid. Luckily, there wasn't anything dangerous. Zuo Mo was slightly comforted. He started to ponder how he would walk out of this maze formation. The formations that he knew were pitifully few, and the maze formation in front of him clearly wasn't one of those. A maze formation that damned woman knew at 7 years old. Zuo Mo started to grit his teeth again. Suddenly, a ball of mist floated out of nowhere. But the mist came quickly and left quickly. However, when the mist faded, Zuo Mo was dumbstruck as he looked at the scene in front of him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 89, Silly Yao. This chapter has been brought to you by me, Kakshura Zero, Wandering Yumi of Doom, and Warlord 212. Due to the way the cultivation system in the novel has been set up, I've decided to change a term, again. We will now have Ling energy and Ling power. Ling energy is now the energy that is spread out in the world which people absorb. Ling power is the stuff that people use, which is basically processed Ling energy. Think solar energy and solar power, in Kakshura's words. Chapter 89, Silly Yao. The mist faded and a hot spring had appeared. In the steam that rose up, a crowd of beautiful women who were bathing could be barely made out. Their eyes were alluring and extremely seductive. The smooth and silky skin seemed to have magnetism, securely holding Zuo Mo's eyes. The beauties played and laughed, disregarding Zuo Mo as empty air. When had the pitiful Zuo Mo ever seen something like this? It was like he had been struck by lightning, dumbstruck. The laughter and breathing of the women burrowed into his ear. He felt his throat was dry, his entire body hot. Something inside his body seemed to be moving. What spell was this? Zuo Mo felt his heart beat faster and faster until it felt like his heart was going to jump out of his chest, uncontrollably beating. He used all the energy in his body to struggle to swallow. He detected that his entire body wasn't normal, definitely not normal. He started to channel Ling power. It didn't have an effect. He couldn't help but be shocked. Such a strong spell. Such a strong maze formation. Calm. It was fake. Fake. Zuo Mo told himself. At this time, he should close his eyes, but for some reason, his eyelids today didn't listen to him. It seemed that there was a mysterious world in that hot spring that uncontrollably attracted his eyes. If he didn't restrain himself forcefully, his legs would unconsciously walk towards the hot spring, tracelessly capturing a person's mind and soul, imperceptibly controlling a person's body.
Zuo Mo's last bit of rationality concluded, this group of beauties were in reality a high-grade maze formation, but
4th grade or even 5th grade?
The person trapped would feel hot, the rhythm of breathing lost, the mind disturbed, Ling power channeling would be obstructed.
He reflexively swallowed again. Suddenly, Zuo Mo's pupils expanded. The hot steam suddenly disappeared.
Those beautiful women, without an exception, their heart-startling faces, their amazing bodies, the porcelain skin and a blow like no other before attacked Zuo Mo like a stream of lightning. His breathing stopped, his heart stopped at this moment as well.
Was this the final attack?
All the beauties suddenly stopped moving like they were under a paralyzing spell.
After that, with speed visible to the naked eye, they started to age and wither. The healthy and alluring skin lost the glow, the tightness, became wrinkled like the bark of a tree. Their beautiful appearance quickly withered and lost vitality.
The skin turned bad, rotted and revealed the white bones inside. In the flick of a finger, a crowd of beautiful women became a crowd of skeletons. His chest heaving, Zuo Mo felt like he had ate countless mosquitoes and wanted to throw up. This reversal of events, all the blood in his body seemed to reverse flow and he almost spat out blood.
The viciousness of this final attack. Zuo Mo was extremely shocked.
The person who created this maze formation was really strong. He hadn't felt even a bit of Ling power. This was a traceless attack. At this time, a tearing sound occurred next to his ear. The scene in front of him suddenly twisted as though it was being sucked away by something.
Beautiful women, skeleton, the black and white checkerboard, it completely disappeared.
He saw Pu Yao opening his mouth and a wisp of smoke was sucked inside.
His state seemed comfortable and satisfied. When did Pu Yao recover? Did he just ruin the maze formation right now?
Pu Yao closed his mouth and turned to look at Zuo Mo, lightly throwing down, "You have a nosebleed."
Zuo Mo dazed and hurried to touch his nose. As expected, it was red.
Ha 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 ha, Pu Yao laughed carefree, his face mischievous as he looked at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo didn't understand at all.
Bleeding proved that the other's maze formation was really too strong.
He had actually been wounded and bled without him noticing.
But why was Pu Yao laughing?
He felt that Pu Yao's laugh was slightly strange. Even now, his chest felt unspeakably uncomfortable.
The last ultimate attack, the power was too amazing.
The feeling of disgust lingered in his heart. Barely managing to calm down, Pu Yao glanced at Zuo Mo and started snickering again. He swept across the pink-colored paper on Zuo Mo's hands and snatched it over, shoving it into his mouth.
He chewed 2 times and swallowed it down.
For the second time, he had a satisfied expression.
You eat paper?" Zuo Mo pointed at Pu Yao, face full of disbelief as he asked.
Such purine energy, it would be a pity to waste it. Pu Yao thrust out a blood-red tongue and licked his lips, still hungering.
"When did you wake up?" Zuo Mo asked dumbly.
"When this maze formation started."
Pu Yao snickered.
However, Zuo Mo felt that the other's eyes as they looked at him were slightly weird.
"You've recovered?" Zuo Mo still decided to have some concern for Pu Yao. "Not that easy."
Pu Yao stretched and said lazily, "The injury this time was too much.
Recovering isn't that easy."
From his expression, he didn't seem to be that concerned with his injury. It seemed the situation was better than he had thought.
Zuo Mo felt slightly safer.
He thought about the beautiful women he had just seen.
He hurriedly asked, "What maze formation was it just now?" "Too strong.
I was injured without me noticing, but..." Ha 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 ha, Pu Yao couldn't resist and started howling with laughter again, holding his stomach.
Laughing to the point of not being able to stand up.
Zuo Mo's face was puzzled. He didn't know why Pu Yao was responding like this.
This maze formation really was powerful. At a place far away from Sky Moon Jia. Why hasn't there been a response? Is he really not tempted by beauty? Has he surrendered? A girl propped up her chin and talked to herself. A while later. Still nothing.
Her face was suspicious.
There's no reason. As long as he isn't a playboy, he shouldn't be able to resist. Is he really experienced? He didn't seem like it. Did I look wrong?
This miss dislikes that kind of men the most. She completely did not know her tempting maze formation had been altered by Pu Yao and its effect had moved from one extreme to another extreme.
She wasn't satisfied. In Little West Wind Yard. "Do you understand women?" Pu Yao asked.
"Of course."
Zuo Mo looked strangely at Pu Yao. This question was so dumb and idiotic. Had Pu Yao's mind been wounded? His mind was now unclear?
He reminded in goodwill, Li Yingfeng Shiji, Shaoguo, Master.
They are all women. No. No.
Pu Yao had previously been an old antique of 3,000 years ago, but, at least, he had been somewhat normal. But now, his mind had been wounded and become dumb.
Zuo Mo looked slightly sympathetically at Pu Yao. So pitiful. A sky Yao becoming a dumb Yao. Meeting Zuo Mo's gaze, Pu Yao snickered, "Have you been close with a woman?" Zuo Mo looked with even more sympathy at Pu Yao. "I'm close to all of them."
Pu Yao's snickers suddenly stopped, like he had choked. He suddenly found that it was very difficult to explain this matter to Zuo Mo.
"When you see them, do you have any strange thoughts in your head?" Pu Yao made a last effort. Strange thoughts?" Zuo Mo struggled, and then nodded, "I have a dot."
"So you really do have some thoughts?"
Pu Yao became excited. He continued in leading, "What thoughts?" "Selling medicine." Zuo Mo bashfully and obediently answered. Pu Yao was dumbstruck.
Zuo Mo counted on his fingers as he said, "But it's a pity that Xiaoguo is still too poor right now."
"Master, she won't buy the dan that I make."
Usually, only Liang Feng Shiji would buy. However, Su Qing Shiji also would buy. Oh, after some more time, I would advertise moisture dan to them.
And there must also be Su Yi Xia Shiji.
Oh, Haomen might be lacking, but I won't say no to Jingshi.
In the future, I will make lots and lots of dan.
Elder Wei Nan's Jade Scrolls said that women are the best people to sell to.
Pu Yao sprayed out blood and collapsed. After a while, his limbs twitched and he struggled up. He said, refusing to give up, "Didn't you just see those naked women? Didn't you feel something?"
If before, Zuo Mo had been using a look reserved for silly Yao, then now Zuo Mo's gaze as he looked at Pu Yao was like if he was looking at an idiot.
Full of pity, he said, "Pu Yao, that's the seal formation."
Gurgle gurgle. Pu Yao once again fell down, fresh blood furiously flowing out from his mouth like a spring.
So pitiful. Zuo Mo looked sympathetically at Pu Yao, who had been heavily affected. However, Zuo Mo quickly didn't have the time to sympathize with Pu Yao.
The sect leader and the others all returned to the mountain.
When Zuo Mo saw the deep exhaustion in the expression of the elders, he perceptibly didn't say anything.
The sect leader didn't say any words, only waved his hands to signal for the disciples to leave.
This time, the incident really is too big. Pei Yuan Ran sighed deeply. Sky Moon Jia would not be peaceful.
The others were silent. Yan Li's face was worried. "We have to take precautions.
Wei Sheng's talents are so outstanding, 1 in 100 years.
We need to think of ways for him to reach Jin Dan early, otherwise."
Everyone understood the rest.
A genius, no matter the talent, before they matured, they were all very fragile.
Killing an exceptional Zhuji Xiuzhe only required an average Ningmai. They only needed a seal, a talisman.
Oh, I wanted Wei Sheng to have a strong foundation.
Looking at it now, time doesn't wait for me. Pei Yuan Ran gave a deep sigh. He thought for a moment and said resolutely, "In abnormal times, we have to act abnormally. Everyone, gather all your power to help Wei Sheng." Xin Yan and Yan Li nodded at the same time. Shi Fengrong hesitated for a second and said, "What about Zuo Mo?" Pei Yuan Ran said helplessly, "Zuo Mo's talent might be outstanding.
In another sect, they naturally would take care and nurture.
But our assets, Shimmy, you know it as well. If we need to put all our energy into nurturing, we could barely just nurture Wei Sheng."
"Yes. Shimmy, I only have that much in my stores. I don't even know if there is enough for just Wei Sheng,"
Yan Lu urged.
Shi Fengrong knew that what the Shixiang said was the truth.
Wu Kong Sword Sect wasn't some large sect and didn't have much wealth. How were young experts made? Made from countless Jingshi and Lingdan.
Wei Sheng was the undisputed successor of the sect.
Shi Fengrong knew very well. However, Zuo Mo was her disciple.
She gritted her teeth. "I do not have objections on nurturing Wei Sheng. But since Zuo Mo won't have a share of the resources, then we should reimburse him in other areas. If I need to make dan for Wei Sheng, in the future, I won't have time to teach him and will have to leave him to his own devices." Speaking of it, she was slightly sorrowful and then raised her head. "I only have a request. Other than some special jade scrolls, all the jade scrolls in the sect should be open for him." This, Pei Yuan Ran was slightly hesitant. Shi Fengrong's request was against the sect's rules. But when he saw the determination on Shi Fengrong's face, he still nodded. "Yes, I agree.
Nurturing Wei Sheng.
The most important part was the supply of Lingdan.
On this point, Shi Fengrong was extremely important. Pei Yuan Ran was a charismatic person.
He thought and then stood. Since the situation is this bad, the jade scrolls would be garbage if they are in the pavilion. From today onwards, all the Jade Scrolls in the sect will be open to all inner sect disciples. And then the whole of Wu Kong Sword Sect shook.
Translator rambling, so slightly major business first. I changed the term. Second, I know and agree it totally sucks that the elders want to focus on Wei Shang.
Pei Yuan Ran is bribing Shi Fengrong, who really is trying her best within her limits since the other is her sect leader/boss. I'm going to play devil's advocate and say Pei Yuan Ran is investing in what looks to be the most profitable venture. On the other hand, the elders are terrible at making money. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 90, Pu Yao's Counterattack. Chapter 90, Pu Yao's Counterattack. From any angle, Zuo Mo wasn't a slow person.
Of course, Pu Yao might have his own opinions about this point. The changes in the sect allowed Zuo Mo to smell a strange flavor. Master had sternly told him to work hard and not slack off. She also said the Jade Scrolls in the sect, including all the scrolls in Fragrant Ginger Yard, were all open to him and he did not need to spend a single contribution point. A benefit that Zuo Mo could have only dreamed about in the past was placed in front of him, but he wasn't happy at all. The sect leader and the other Sherbois had announced these measures immediately after coming back. This meant that something had definitely happened or was going to happen. After the experiences of these 2 years, he knew this very well. Spells were Jingshi. No matter which sect or organization, they wouldn't freely pass spells to people. In the past, it was normal that the sect required contribution points for spells.
Contribution points were effectively Jingshi.
But the sect leader suddenly said that spells didn't need contribution points anymore. This clearly meant there was a problem.
Something was going to happen. Zuo Mo felt out the situation by asking if he needed to go train his body under Xianyan Sherbois. Master's answer once again proved his guess. He didn't need to go. Xianyan Sherbois was going into seclusion to forge.
After that, Master told him that she was going into seclusion to make Dan and didn't have time to teach him, so he needed to study hard on his own. The conversation between him and Master lasted for a whole 4 hours. How to study and everything else, as though she needed to make everything clear.
The bad feeling Zuo Mo felt became even heavier.
In the end, Master had hesitated and urged him to spend more time practicing the sword. It was fine if he was slowing in Dan making. If, at this time, Zuo Mo still didn't know that there was a problem, then he was truly an idiot.
Master waved her hand to send him away.
When he had stepped outside the door to the Dan room, the weak sigh that Master had given, Zuo Mo had heard it extremely clearly. Returning to the West Wind Yard, Zuo Mo's mood wasn't good, as though he was suffocating.
This day, he didn't cultivate.
At night, lying on the roof, his head pillowed on his arms, he looked at the stars in the sky in a daze. The sound tablet by his side quietly broadcasted all kinds of news.
What are you worried about? Pu Yao had come out at some unknown time. I feel that something is going to happen,
Zuo Mo said as he looked at the stars.
Something is going to happen?
2 years ago when I opened my eyes, all I thought of was surviving in the sect.
At that time, I didn't have any ideas and never thought about the future.
I got used to staying here, used to this mountain. After, Master was very good to me, even though her temper might not be good.
And Wei Sheng Xixiang, Old Black, Liang Feng Shiji, Xiaogua. Even if something is going to happen, you can't do anything about it,
Pu Yao said unconcernedly.
I know.
Zuo Mo's eyes were slightly dark. My power is so weak.
If something was really going to happen, I can't help. Then isn't that all?
Pu Yao asked strangely. But I don't want to. Gazing at the faraway stars, Zuo Mo lightly muttered.
Pu Yao became silent.
He seemed to have remembered something. The second day, early in the morning, Zuo Mo ran to the rented Ling garden and did a round of maintenance. He was just preparing to leave when someone came searching for him.
Could you be Mr. Zuo, Ling plant farmer Zuo Mo?
The person asked politely, his face intelligent.
Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. That's me. This one has long heard of your name.
A hint of joy came across the person's face, but he still showed extreme control. This one is Rong and has a little shop. I heard that Mr. Zuo Mo has planted a lot of fiery red flower.
This one came to ask if Mr. Zuo Mo is willing to sell.
Zuo Mo nodded. I did plant a lot of fiery red flower. However, there's still some time until they mature. Rong smiled and said, this one wants to reserve it first.
Oh.
What kind of reserve?
Zuo Mo hadn't thought that the market had such high demand.
His fiery red flowers hadn't matured and there were actually people that were coming up to reserve them. Since he had planted this batch of fiery red flowers to sell, it was naturally better that people were finding him.
How much has Mr. Zuo Mo planted? Hirong asked. 80 mu.
Hirong mused for a beat and then said, right now, the market price of fiery red flower is about 2 pieces of third-grade ginseng per tael.
How much does Mr. Zuo Mo think the harvest will be? About 20 caddies. Zuo Mo gave a conservative number.
As expected of a ling plant farmer, the yield is astonishing. Hirong praised. He then followed up, I'm willing to first give 60 pieces of third-grade ginseng as a down payment. If the market price in the future is lower than 2 pieces of third-grade ginseng per tael, I will buy at this price and add the remainder.
If it is higher than this price, then I will pay according to the market price. What does Mr. Zuo think?
This price was already very good.
Zuo Mo thought for a second before nodding, good. He suddenly asked, what's the price of second-grade fiery red flower?
His ling fields would produce some second-grade fiery red flower, but there wouldn't be too much.
50 pieces of third-grade ginseng per tael. Hirong was slightly shocked.
When he thought about the fact the other was a ling plant farmer, he then added, if there is second-grade fiery red flower, this one is willing to take as much as there is.
Zuo Mo then asked about the market for all kinds of herbs and medicines.
Hirong was clearly experienced.
He could almost unhesitatingly report the prices of all herbs.
After that, the two created an agreement and exchanged imprints.
The imprints, it was to leave behind one's spiritual imprint on a blank jade scroll. This way, it was easier for the two to communicate. With imprints, the paper cranes could easily find the other for convenient communication. Zuo Mo could not do flying sword messages.
He could only use paper cranes. Previously, other than the pink paper crane woman, Zuo Mo basically never used paper cranes.
Paper cranes cost money.
In the past, with his situation, he wouldn't bear it.
60 pieces of third-grade ginseng, for Zuo Mo, it was a gigantic sum of money.
Maybe he should buy a suit of ling armor. The ling armor he was wearing now was the second-grade ling armor that Yan Le Sherbois had given him. It really didn't match with the fine third-grade talismans such as Waterdrop Sword.
However, he only thought about it.
It was naturally possible to buy a third-grade ling armor with 60 pieces of third-grade ginseng, but what that amount could buy was normal third-grade ling armor. It wasn't enough for the finest armors. After thinking, he decided to temporarily not spend the ginseng. He remembered his body still contained the great consumer of ginseng, Pu Yao. As expected, when he returned to Little West Windyard, Pu Yao came out. I want the ginseng, say, what do you want to exchange it for? Pu Yao's words were very proud, but he then reminded Zuo Mo, however, this little bit of ginseng, you won't get much of a good thing in return.
What can I exchange it for? Zuo Mo wasn't dumb and tested the waters.
Even though Pu Yao's intelligence was a bit low right now, but this person's history was marked. He had forced through a lot of transactions.
Ishun, I hadn't thought that you would have learnt.
Pu Yan scanned Zuo Mo a few times and then smiled cunningly, but this is better, a fair business transaction. Just 60 pieces of third-grade ginseng, what you can exchange for is a little trick using the consciousness.
How about it?
Or you can first make a payment, learn a section, then pay to learn another section.
It's better to pay all at the same time. Zuo Mo understood Pu Yao's character very well.
If it was making regular payments, this guy would raise the price sky high.
If he was stuck in the middle, he would definitely be in trouble.
Up to you.
How about it? Do you want to learn this little trick?
Pu Yao smiled darkly, the blood eye was like it was looking at prey.
Zuo Mo felt his hairs stand up. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth, learn.
He had kept on practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, and his consciousness far surpassed the average person.
However, he didn't know how to use it.
His only use of his consciousness was when he was monitoring the lingdan during dan making.
Ha ha. Pu Yao smiled, satisfied. Ding ding dong dong.
A stream of sounds from ginseng hitting each other, and made Zuo Mo's heart ache.
60 pieces of third-grade ginseng.
Here.
Pu Yao threw a ball of light at Zuo Mo, throwing down a, we're clear. Before disappearing.
Having had a previous experience, Zuo Mo took the ball of light. The moment the light ball touched his hand, it turned to countless characters that floated in his mind.
Fragrance knowledge. Using the consciousness, able to remember the attributes of any female and never forget.
Also, as long as the other was in a radius of 500 li from the user could detect the other's position and find them. When the user was skilled, if they used this scripture, even if the other was thousands of miles away, the user could easily find them. Also, this scripture could detect the quality of the ling potential females had. At the very end, Zuo Mo saw a final sentence in conclusion, This scripture is the essential scripture for every pervert who wants to do paired cultivation.
Zuo Mo wanted to spit up blood. Pu Yao. Yi will kill you. Return Yes Jingshi.
In the little West Wing yard, a heart-wrenching howl echoed.
In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao sat on the gravestone, extremely smug and cunning, saying, "Ha ha ha, maze formation, humph humph, in the future, if anyone discuss formations with me, I'll discuss women with them." Ah ha ha.
Pu Yao still held a grudge against Zuo Mo's answer from last time. He was extremely exhilarated about this counterattack.
The next few days, Zuo Mo did not recover from this painful blow.
60 pieces of third-grade Jingshi exchanged for such an useless scripture. Zuo Mo wanted to tear Pu Yao to pieces and feed him to the dogs.
Deeply impacted, Zuo Mo decided to make golden crow pills to recover his losses. 60 pieces of third-grade Jingshi. That was 300 golden crow pills. Last time, he had made a few hundred golden crow pills and it almost killed him. Carrying grief and motivation, Zuo Mo raced for fragrant ginger yard, aspiring to furiously make golden crow pills. But quickly, he heard an unlucky news. Su Qing told him that the ingredients in the sect for the fasting pill had been used up. He hurried to ask Li Yingfeng Shiji and the news he received was like lightning on a clear day. A certain ingredient was not being supplied anymore on the market.
According to Shiji's speculations, there was someone maliciously hoarding the ingredients. The use of this ingredient was extremely widespread.
Many Lingdan required it.
One of his avenues of wealth now cut off, it was like a stick to Zuo Mo's head. Accordingly, his hatred of Pu Yao quickly rose. 60 pieces of third-grade Jingshi, it only bought a scripture that didn't have any use, especially when he didn't have much money in the first place.
He could not bear it. Zuo Mo murderously went to find Pu Yao.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 91, Merging Sword Essences. Chapter 91, Merging Sword Essences.
When Pu Yao saw Zuo Mo, he smiled. "Pu Yao, I don't want this garbage scripture. Either you return the Jingshi, or exchange it for another scripture." Zuo Mo's eyes were red, like a furious thin zombie, hatefully staring at Pu Yao. Pu Yao's light laugh was like the hiss of a snake. He slowly drawled, "There's no such thing as refunds and exchanges here.
In the future, don't think about getting Jingshi." Zuo Mo hatefully said. Pu Yao wasn't affected.
He propped up his chin, his peerlessly beautiful face full of mockery, relaxed and carefree. "I don't need your permission anyway."
Hearing this, Zuo Mo stopped breathing.
Finally, he remembered that he didn't seem to have any ways of stopping this guy.
He wasn't satisfied. Zuo Mo hated so much that his teeth ached but didn't know what to do. Being shut down by Pu Yao wasn't a surprise. If he could have gotten something off Pu Yao, then it would be an amazing matter.
The making of golden crow pills was stuck, the fiery red flowers in the Ling Gardens hadn't matured, Zuo Mo instantly lost all avenues of income.
Especially right now when he was penniless. Without Jingshi, he couldn't do anything.
Zuo Mo could only stay in the little yard and cultivate, go to the Ling Garden. Any other times, he would go to fragrant ginger yard to practice dan making. He couldn't make golden crow pills but the other dan medicines were not affected. It was lucky that his reputation was now great, and since Master was in seclusion to make dan, his tab with Su Qing could be greater. It was a pity that he couldn't find a dan that was as easy to sell and as profitable as golden crow pill. From the accounts, he was more in debt.
Su Qing wasn't concerned. This was normal. If people would earn Jingshi from the moment they started learning dan making, then everyone would be learning dan making.
Zuo Mo remembered what Master had said to him, spend more time practicing the sword. This sentence, he remembered it very clearly. The meaning behind these words didn't need to be said. Okay, since he couldn't make Jingshi, then he will practice the sword. He had already reached a pretty good level with Li Water Sword Scripture, but he had reached a barrier. He didn't have any idea of how to develop it further. What he could think about now was to see if he could merge Xin Yen Sherba's title Sword Essence and Li Water Sword Essence together. This idea had sprouted when he had seen the sword river in his consciousness that was divided in two. However, merging two different sword essences was an extremely difficult matter. Luckily, almost all the jade scrolls in the sect were open, including Xin Yen Sherba's Ice Dragon Sword Scripture. This time, the effect of opening the jade scrolls to the disciples wasn't large. Wei Sheng Shixiang was in the sword cave, Sui Shixiang was obsessed with forging, Gong Sun Xing Shiji was packing up to travel to her betrothed, Luoli Shixiang was still in seclusion, Sui Xia and Haomin didn't have much interest in the sword. Eldest Shixiang Qin Chang was on a trip to manage affairs. Overall, the person most interested in these sword scripture scrolls was Zuo Mo. What Zuo Mo was most interested in was Ice Dragon Sword Scripture. In reality, this was the Jade Scroll he was most surprised about when the scrolls had been released this time.
They even let this one out?
The sect's strongest was Void Sword Scripture, but in Zuo Mo's heart, Ice Dragon Scripture was the strongest sword scripture. He had never seen how powerful Void Sword Scripture was, but he had personally experienced Xin Yen Sherba's terrifying sword essence many times, and it had left a deep impression on him.
To be able to see the entirety of Ice Dragon Sword Scripture, it was a matter that Zuo Mo was overjoyed about. However, he quickly found that Ice Dragon Sword Scripture was like some of the Jade Scrolls in Fragrant Ginger Yard. The contents you were able to see were appropriate for the cultivation you had. If the cultivation wasn't high enough, you couldn't see the contents. This was to stop people who didn't have the cultivation but forced themselves to practice from damaging themselves. Zuo Mo couldn't see much of the contents, just the impression method of the flying sword and some of the shallower contents.
Seeing this, he couldn't help but sigh. Water Drop Sword might be much higher in grade than Ice Crystal Sword, but it wasn't as suited as Ice Crystal Sword for practicing Ice Dragon Sword Scripture. This firmed Zuo Mo's determination to merge the two sword essence. If for nothing else, it was worth it just for the Water Drop Sword. The language of Ice Dragon Sword was extremely profound and cryptic. But since Zuo Mo had a rough understanding of Ice Dragon Sword essence, using it as a reference, he was actually able to understand the majority of the contents. After reading what was available to him, Zuo Mo put down the scroll and fell into contemplation. This deep contemplation of his was 10 days long. He did not eat, drink, nor sleep, and did not rest for 10 days, but on the 10th day, Zuo Mo suddenly opened his eyes and raised his hand to form a sword energy. Poof! A streak of cool yet fiery light, containing the sharpness of a sword, hit the ground. It left behind a deep hole. On the edges of the hole, there were many traces of ice. It was a pity he could only force the two together like this. There were still many places in the new sword essence that Zuo Mo felt were very vague. It could only wait until Zuo Mo had a deeper understanding of Ice Dragon Sword Scripture and continuous battle for comprehension before he would become familiar. The new sword essence was with the Lee Water Sword essence as the primary and the Ice Dragon Sword essence as the auxiliary. Originally, Ice Dragon Sword essence was of higher grade than Lee Water Sword essence, and it should have been Ice Dragon Sword essence as primary and Lee Water Sword essence as auxiliary. But Zuo Mo's understanding of Lee Water Sword essences was far deeper than his understanding of Ice Dragon Sword essence. After the two were merged, the power of the sword energy increased dramatically. In comparison, the merging of sword moves was much easier than merging sword essences. No matter if it was Ice Dragon Sword Scripture or Lee Water Sword Scripture, they didn't have complex or long moves. It was a pity no one came for him to test his sword with. Zuo Mo suddenly started to miss those people from Linging sect. If, once in a while, someone came for him to test his sword with, and also came with a fine talisman, how great would that be? When Zuo Mo found out that his thinking had took 10 days, he instantly jumped. Uncaring of anything else, he rode the gray-beaked goose towards the Ling Garden. What he could celebrate was that the state of the fiery red flower and the other herbs in the Ling Garden were very good and there wasn't much change. He could finally release a breath. Extremely tired, he simply laid down on the grass in the Ling Garden and fell asleep. Dongfu had recovered from the previous chaotic situation. This place had once again become a gathering ground for low-level Shouja. Without those high-level Shouja, the pressure that had been in the hearts of the low-level Shouja instantly was swept away. The city became lively once again. Did you hear? The Dongfu Sword Test Conference is going to begin. I heard. You can go as long as you are Zhuji. The qualification is really low this time. Dongfu Hall has really put in a lot of resources this time. So many prizes, they are really generous. Che, so what? In the end, it would be you by who gets it. Just moving from the left pocket to the right. That's not so certain. Didn't Wu Kong Sword Sect have a genius called Wei Shang? I feel he could be a dark horse. Wei Shang? I also heard about him. Supposedly, Wu Kong Sword Sect also has a guy called the Scalping Zombie, extremely vicious. Who isn't vicious? It's only us that aren't vicious. Yu Bai, Zhong Mingyan, they are all vicious. That's so true. The news that the time for the Dongfu Sword Test Conference was quickly approaching became the hottest topic in Dongfu. The number and quality of prizes offered this time was enough to make everyone gape. No one understood what was going on in Tiansong Zi's head that he would pay such a great price to hold a sword test conference. 4th grade Green Pine Sword, 4th grade 100 Desolation Lucky Beast Belt, 4th grade Fragmented Gold Coronet, 3rd grade Rowan Sleeve, 3rd grade Sky Shirt, 3rd grade Icy Cobra Ling Armor. It had to be said that this move was extremely effective. The generous prizes greatly stirred the excitement of young Shouja, especially the poor disciples of those small sections.
Where would they have the jinxure to buy talismans?
They all drooled as they looked at the prizes. Once the news was announced, the people who registered were numerous.
Since it didn't cost anything to register, it would be stupid not to. If they were lucky, they might be able to scoop up a talisman. They wouldn't lose anything if they lost.
However, they had to start from the preliminary sword test conference and go through several rounds before entering the sword test conference. The more significant sects in Dongfu had an allotment of slots. They could directly attend the sword test conference without first going through the preliminary sword test conference.
Even though the treatment was different, the attendees didn't have many angry words.
The lower the level of the Shouja, the more they understood the realities of the world. If the world was like this, what could they be angry about? Other than the Shouja in Dongfu's surroundings, the sword test conference this time had attracted large numbers of skilled people from the other 12 primary towns. Under the lure of a heavy reward, there would be courageous people. Due to holding a sword test conference, Dongfu became abnormally busy.
It was the second day when Zuo Mo woke up.
The blinding sunlight woke him from a deep sleep. With his body fully rested, he became as vigorous and energetic as usual. When he returned to the little west windyard, he went to clean out the ling fields, sorting out the ling grasses which had matured.
He was planning on going to Dongfu at some time.
These ling grasses could be exchanged for some jinxure. Just like normal, he burrowed into the stone room and started to practice embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation and Vajra Profound Sutra.
For hours later, he opened his eyes, revealing joy.
Just now, his cultivation had broken through to the 4th level of Zhuji. Different from his consciousness which had kept on stopping before reaching third breath, the increase in his ling power was very quick. In a very short amount of time, he had broken through to Zhuji 4th level. This speed could be called terrifying. Of course, the ling vein had played a crucial role. If it wasn't for this ling vein, he would probably still be at the 2nd level. Based on this speed, he would quickly break through to Ningmai. By that time, he would finally have some measure of self-protection. In Sky Moonjia, Jindan was undoubtedly the highest level of existence.
The next level down was Ningmai.
However, the difference in power between different Ningmai Shouja was very big, but no matter what, if he reached Ningmai, he would finally leave behind the ranks of low-level Shouja.
If one didn't have much ambition, Ningmai Shouja could live a pretty good life in Sky Moonjia. The benefits and tribute a Ningmai Shouja received wasn't on the same level as a Zhuji Shouja.
After practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, Zuo Mo started Vajra Profound Sutra. As to fragrance knowledge, he threw the scripture to one side.
Studying women, it was better to study maze formations.
The version of Vajra Profound Sutra Zuo Mo practiced was the gravestone version. After practicing it for a length of time, he discovered the difference between the two versions was increasingly greater. In meditation, Zuo Mo sat upright, his entire body was like a statue forged from dark gold. Suddenly, his entire body started to tremble furiously. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 92, Een Firebead Chapter. This chapter has been brought to you by me, Wandering Yumi of Doom, and Warlord 212. Have you guys seen the revised versions of chapters 1 to 5 yet? Chapter 92, Een Firebead Chapter. Zuo Mo's body shook like dice.
The tendons in his forehead and shoulders were thick like earthworms, they were extremely horrifying.
Pu Yao had come out at some time.
Seeing Zuo Mo's state, he seemed slightly startled. Zuo Mo's body continued to tremble for almost an hour before ceasing.
Zuo Mo opened his eyes and heavily exhaled.
His eyes looked slightly uncertain. Just now, he felt that his body seemed to have changed slightly, but as to what had changed, he didn't know. He lowered his head to inspect himself and didn't make any discoveries.
There wasn't any problems with the gravestone version of Vajra Profound Sutra, right? His heart jumped. Who taught you this?
Pu Yao's voice suddenly came from behind him.
Zuo Mo jumped in fright. Turning, he released a breath upon seeing it was Pu Yao.
When you were wounded, it was written on the gravestone, but...
Pu Yao didn't seem surprised. He only nodded his head, and... Keep practicing. Zuo Mo's heart finally settled.
Since Pu Yao said for him to keep practicing, then there shouldn't be a problem. Even though he had encountered great pain when breaking through one breath with embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, but he had to admit that embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation was a good thing. Up until now, Zuo Mo hadn't found a scripture higher in level than embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation.
Fragrance knowledge truly isn't suited for you. Pu Yao said something that surprised Zuo Mo enormously. He followed up, "I'll teach you another way to use your consciousness." Zuo Mo stared at Pu Yao for a long beat. In the end, he couldn't resist asking, "Pu Yao, are you okay?" Pu Yao didn't pay attention to him, stating, "You still have a dozen or so of Yin beads. Your control of fire isn't bad. I'll teach you how to make Yin fire beads." Pu Yao really had been wounded in the head this time. The previous Pu Yao definitely wouldn't do something like this. Zuo Mo looked sympathetically at Pu Yao. Of course, he didn't say anything. If there was something to be gained freely and he didn't take it, then he would be stupid. Pu Yao was now acting stupid, but did he have to follow in stupidity? He listened extremely carefully, afraid of missing a word. Last time, Yin beads had caused a great disaster in Dongfu. However, that had also informed Zuo Mo of just how valuable Yin beads were. Without a doubt, Yin beads were good things. Valuable things. Something that even those Jindan experts were fighting over. How could it not be a good thing? The method of making Yin fire beads wasn't complicated, but the contents were extremely lengthy. After a while, Pu Yao was impatient and threw a ball of light at Zuo Mo, letting him read the entire Yin fire bead chapter by himself. To make Yin fire beads, there were 3 requirements. The first was Yin beads, the second was fire, and the third was spiritual power. The more pure and dense the Yin bead was, the higher grade the fire was, the stronger the consciousness was, the greater the power of the Yin fire bead produced. The entire chapter was completely about these 3 points. The density and formation of Yin beads were related to the level of cultivation. The manipulation of spiritual power had a crucial effect during the creation of the Yin-fired bead. But in the entire chapter, most of the contents were descriptions of all kinds of fire seeds and flames. In this chapter, the descriptions of fire seeds and flames were extremely detailed. It seemed to have ranked all of the fire seeds and flames that could be used to make Yin fire beads. One of them was the fire that Zuo Mo dreamed of, Golden Crow Fire. Due to the differences in fires, the effects of the Yin fire beads made were different. All kinds of rare and strange flames broadened Zuo Mo's knowledge and amazed him. Until he finished, he was still hungry for more. He had never thought that there would be so many kinds of flame in the world. There were even many strange and relatively unknown flames in low-grade flames. This was also the most detailed and complete scripture that he had encountered up until now. He didn't know which sect the scripture came from. To be able to study fire to this depth, they were really skilled. As he thought, his heart started to itch and he now wanted to make a few Yin fire beads. According to the records in the scripture, as long as he could find a suitable fire, the Yin fire beads that he could make would be something that even Ningmai wouldn't easily meet head-on. Yin beads, this thing was really too sensitive. Even if he did make Yin fire beads, Zuo Mo wouldn't easily use them. However, if he had this as one of his hidden cards, if it was a matter of life or death, it maybe could save him. Thinking about it, Zuo Mo was even more tempted. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao stood in front of the gravestone, smirking. "You finally couldn't bear it anymore. 3,000 years, your patience finally reached its limits? A guy who isn't willing to abide by your rules, even as old-fashioned as you actually compromised?" The gravestone was silent. Pu Yao suddenly became excited, sharpness in his blood eye, shouting, "Then why weren't you willing to compromise before?" The gravestone was still silent. Pu Yao closed his eyes. When he opened them, he was so calm that he seemed like another person. His alluring and handsome face had faint disdain. "You're dead yet you still want to leave behind your will. When did you become this stupid?" He raised his chin, coldly gazing at the gravestone. "Also, how can I let you do as you please? Dead, then you shouldn't leave anything behind." Such an interesting game. The gravestone was silent as usual. Zuo Mo wiped the sweat off his face. He cut a sorry figure, his body covered in dirt and dry leaves. Wu Kong Mountain was situated among a vast stretch of mountains. The places that had some density of Ling energy naturally were already occupied. What was abundant was a desolate landscape. Xiuzhou weren't interested in lands that had no Ling energy. They also didn't have any use for normal lumber. Other than Yao beasts, normal wild beasts were just a lump of meat in the eyes of Xiuzhou. Now that every sect raised their own Ling beasts, there naturally wasn't anyone who hunted these animals. The woods that were lacking in Ling energy, no one usually cared for them. Zuo Mo was in a poor backwater location now. It was a mountain valley, trees were growing in every direction, most of them were covered in ivy. The high mountain peak blocked the sunlight. This place never saw the sun. The air was filled with a rotting stench. It had been many years since someone had came to this mountain valley. The leaves covering the ground were extremely thick. This kind of place was a breeding ground for miasma, but Zuo Mo had prepared and made some first-grade detoxification dan.
Over the last few days, he had been making his way through this vast forest. Right now, the elders of the sect were either out on errands or in seclusion.
No one was looking over him. He was free and unrestrained.
After he had seen the complete method to making fire beads, he had the idea of searching for a fire seed. What he wanted the most was golden crow fire. In fire bead chapter had a high opinion of golden crow fire. The fire bead that was created with golden crow fire would be extremely yang and extremely masculine, astoundingly powerful. But in the short term, he could only think about golden crow fire. Before he could find a substitute herb, he couldn't do anything. Even if he found an herb that could work as a substitute, he wasn't very confident that it was possible. It was better that he would first find a low-grade fire seed. Anything would be better than the streaming fire seal formation in the Dan cauldron. If he had a fire seed, he could naturally form flames and create some fire beads. There were many low-grade fire seeds that were introduced in the fire bead chapter.
Zuo Mo was extremely motivated.
However, any place that could form fire seeds, it must be a place with plentiful Ling energy.
If this was in the past, he definitely wouldn't have any way.
But now, he had a 4th-grade black gold worm.
Even though this method seemed stupid, but Zuo Mo felt it was very plausible. He was full of confidence in this black gold worm.
It could even find a place as hidden as the rock room.
If there really was a Ling vein, it definitely could find it.
But his luck wasn't that good. He specially picked backwater places.
After searching in the mountains for a week, he still hadn't discovered anything.
Each day, he would start as soon as the sun rose. Occasionally, he would be harassed by animals, yet his hands were empty. It would be a lie to say he wasn't demotivated. But when he thought of Wei Sheng Xixiang, Zuo Mo felt that this little bit of trouble really wasn't anything.
He relaxed even more when he thought about it. If it could be easily felt, then he wouldn't have a chance at it. Looking at the surrounding geography, he decided to try.
Taking down a bamboo cylinder slightly thicker than a thumb from his waist, he uncorked it and cast a spell. The black gold worm climbed out of the cylinder, its antenna nimbly moving, and then started crawling deeper into a mountain valley.
Zuo Mo's mind became alert. There was something. This was the first time the black gold worm had reacted like this.
He had already become suspicious that this gold black worm had degenerated. He hurried behind the black gold worm, limping as he sprinted. The water drop sword quickly chopped in the front. Anywhere it passed, all the branches and ivy turned to pieces and cleared out a road. Sprinting until he reached the bottom of a cliff, Zuo Mo saw a cave about half a person high.
Weeds were growing over the opening.
If he didn't look closely, it would be hard to find.
Zuo Mo only hesitated a while before bending down and pushing in.
The inside of the cave was actually large and vast. The cold wind blew Zuo Mo's hairs on end. He scanned the surroundings. Entering his eyes was stalactites and stalagmites that had formed over thousands of years. The drip drop of water was abnormally clear in the quiet cave.
Zuo Mo quickly found the black gold worm. It had stopped over a nondescript stalagmite.
Compared to those wondrously shaped stalagmites, this stalagmite was only half a person tall, and didn't have anything that could attract a person's eye. Zuo Mo suddenly remembered a part of the fire bead chapter, and instantly became excited.
He slowly inhaled, calming down his excitement before walking towards the stalagmite. Under his control, the black gold worm reluctantly climbed down the stalagmite and moved to the side. Zuo Mo raised the water drop sword, and following the top of the stalagmite, gently stabbed in. The water drop sword easily entered. Zuo Mo suddenly had a joyous expression.
Raising the water drop sword, a milky white flame suddenly shot out of the cut.
2nd grade rare fire seed, stalagmite fire,
Greedily looking at this quietly burning milky white flame, Zuo Mo restrained the excitement and joy inside. Gathering Ling power on his hands, he reached towards the stalagmite fire. The spells to gather fire seeds were detailed in fire bead chapter, even better than the spells Zuo Mo saw in Master's Records room. Silently channeling Ling power, his hands suddenly became attractive, and with a hiss, this stalagmite fire entered his body. His expression suddenly became even more serious. Sucking the fire seed into his body didn't mean that he could celebrate.
The next step was the truly important one.
Only by taming the fire seed could the fire seed be used. But even though the stalagmite fire was just 2nd grade, but it had passed through countless months, absorbed countless amounts of Ling energy, in order to form and grow to this large.
How could it easily surrender? Translator Ramblings, Prue has his own story going on here. We will gradually learn about him over time, since he and Zuo Mo aren't going to have a heart-to-heart anytime soon. Thanks for all your comments here and on Reddit. I've been slacking off going on Reddit, but I do read them, if long after the fact.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 93 Stalagmite Fire. Chapter 93 Stalagmite Fire.
The milky white stalagmite fire was born in the stalagmites of Yin caves, and was a kind of cold fire. Sucking it into his body, Zuo Mo felt a cold energy quickly spread through the channels in his body. Even though he had prepared before, his body couldn't help but shake, the Ling power almost slipping out of control. Pushing aside his surprise, he tried to control the movement of Ling power to surround this stalagmite fire. This ball of stalagmite fire was provoked, the cold energy increasing. The milky white flame gave off a strong coldness. The coldness was also extremely humid. What was even more shocking was that, in such a freezing energy, the moisture hadn't been frozen into ice, but still existed as vapor.
Quickly, Zuo Mo felt the effect of the icy moisture. The unparalleled icy moisture, following the spitting of the flame, spread out in waves.
The cold energy they contained was even more dense. Wherever they touched the channels would be damaged. They were like an extremely corrosive mist, leaving behind patches of frozen white wherever it passed. The numbness of the channels was extremely uncomfortable.
Zuo Mo gritted his teeth, continuing to control his Ling power to suppress this stalagmite fire.
The stalagmite fire was like a trapped beast, furiously fighting, the flame spitting. The freezing moisture was like the deadly energy that this white beast spat out, trying its best to damage Zuo Mo's channels.
Zuo Mo felt pain inside.
He could only follow the method of taming fire seeds from the Yin Fire Bead chapter, furiously channeling Ling power.
The Ling power in his body suddenly changed, quickly enveloping the stalagmite fire tightly.
The stalagmite fire seemed to have detected the change as it was covered by Ling power, becoming more agitated than ever, furiously fighting.
Zuo Mo's Ling power flowed away quickly.
The stronger the struggles of the stalagmite fire became, the faster the Ling power in his body would be used up.
Zuo Mo became slightly panicked.
If this speed continued, his Ling power would quickly reach the bottom.
Damn it!
By now, this wasn't a question of whether or not he could tame this fire, but whether or not he could keep his life. If the stalagmite fire lost the suppression from Ling power, it would start burning from inside his body until he was burnt into a pile of ice.
Who would have thought assimilating a second-grade fire seed would be so difficult? This wasn't going to work. At this time, Zuo Mo couldn't attend to anything else.
He was like a gambler that was on the precipice of death, eyes red from losing. The step behind them was the fall off a 1,000-foot-high cliff. There was no place to retreat.
Since he could not retreat, then he would bet everything he had.
You're just a second-grade stalagmite fire, you dare to fight with GE.
You don't know what you've done. Strangely, the anger inside Zuo Mo suddenly erupted after he was pushed to death's door.
At this time, he didn't use Yin Fire Bead chapter. In his eyes, this stalagmite fire was just a large pest that had burrowed into his body. All of his spiritual power were gathered, and he unhesitatingly cast Art of Aged Gold.
Zuo Mo didn't have any remaining thought of taming it. He only had one thought. Kill it. A handful of golden mist transformed into a little gold sword.
It was instinct after practicing the sword for so long. Without any need to think, the sword essence erupted. The robust sword essence released itself through the little sword. A golden light flashed on the little sword and it quickly melted, the golden liquid flowing and twisting. In the flick of a finger, a miniature golden water drop sword appeared inside Zuo Mo's body. As the golden sword took shape, the robust sword essence quickly became murderous and cold. The coldness of the stalagmite fire was like the heart-piercing cold in the deep of the cold spring, and the icy sword essence exuded by the little water drop sword was like the endless cold wind of the tundra, carrying ice, sharp as a knife. Zuo Mo hadn't thought that, just at this time, Art of Aged Gold suddenly broke through to the 4th level, but surrounded by Ling power, the struggling stalagmite fire suddenly stopped, motionless. Zuo Mo's murderous intent, carried by the sword essence, was passed on to the stalagmite fire without any hindrance.
If you keep moving, I'll kill you.
If this stalagmite fire still didn't listen, then the water drop sword would cut it into pieces. He was prepared to give up this stalagmite fire. For a second-grade stalagmite fire, to pay with his life, it wasn't profitable.
But the next scene struck Zuo Mo dumb.
The milky white stalagmite fire shrunk into a small ball, like a little kid holding his legs in a ball, shaking. This action was so like what a person could do that Zuo Mo's rage decreased slightly. So weird, these days, even fire seeds bullied the weak and were afraid of the strong. Muttering in his heart, he didn't dare let down his guard.
This time, the stalagmite fire didn't stop Zuo Mo's consciousness from seeping in.
What Zuo Mo didn't know was that this stalagmite fire, formed after countless years, had a basic intelligence.
2 hours later, Zuo Mo opened his eyes, giving a long exhale.
He pointed out his index finger and a milky white flame suddenly rose from his finger, silently burning.
Thinking about the danger that had just passed, Zuo Mo still had lingering fears.
He had been yearning for a flame for a long time, but he was entirely ignorant about the process of assimilating a flame. Based on his cultivation, he would have had a difficult time taming this stalagmite fire. If he just barely tamed it, he would only end up burning himself to death. Thankfully, he had been inspired to use Art of Aged Gold and Sword Essence together to brutally suppress the stalagmite fire. However, Zuo Mo was completely ignorant of the fact that taming a fire seed was related to cultivation. It was really dangerous. Having made a trip to death's doors and come back, Zuo Mo wiped the sweat off his forehead. Thinking about the simple description in Firebead chapter and his own dangerous encounter, he muttered, it seemed like he couldn't completely believe in Firebead chapter.
If he just followed the instructions, his little life would be gone.
In the end, it was still that the things that Pu Yao gave weren't reliable. But upon further thought, he understood. Pu was a 3,000-year-old antique. The stuff he had naturally was the old things from 3,000 years ago. Those things were so old their teeth would be falling out.
How could there not be a problem? Would antiques understand going with the times? Zuo Mo continued to rant, swearing at Pu Yao as though this was what he needed to comfort his wounded soul. Of course, he could only rant. He was still afraid. It was very lucky that he hadn't made Golden Crow fire before. The second grade stalagmite fire almost took his little life. The fourth grade Golden Crow fire, he wouldn't even be able to stop it and would just burn to ash. However, in all, Zuo Mo was still very satisfied.
This stalagmite fire was a second grade rare fire seed as ranked in Firebead chapter, extremely uncommon. Zuo Mo's mind suddenly shifted. Holding the water drop sword, he slowly cut away at the stone stalagmite.
The inside of the stalagmite was hollow. When Zuo Mo saw a thin layer of milk-like liquid at the bottom of the stalagmite, he couldn't help but be overjoyed.
This milky white liquid was called stone milk.
It was an extremely rare material for dam making.
He hurriedly took out a small jade bottle from his bosom and carefully gathered all of the stone milk, not leaving behind one drop. When he saw the black gold worm that was turning on its spot restlessly, he first paused before laughing. He took out 3 drops of stone milk from the jade bottle and dropped it onto the body of the black gold worm.
Haha, GE eats meat, you drink soup.
As the white stone milk touched the shell of the black gold worm, it was like water touching sand, quickly being absorbed into the black gold worm.
The sheen of the black gold worm's shell became even finer and shiny.
The black gold worm seemed to be full, becoming motionless on the ground.
Zuo Mo knew that it was absorbing the stone milk. He took out the bamboo cylinder and put it back in.
Having gained the stalagmite fire and stone milk, Zuo Mo was impatient to return to Wukong Mountain. When the disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect saw Zuo Mo's sorry state, they were all shocked. Zuo Mo was focused on his goal, waving his hand at them, and like a burst of wind, headed straight for his own valley. Returning to the little west windyard, Zuo Mo instantly started to examine the stalagmite fire.
Stalagmite fire was a rare kind of second-grade fire seed, and naturally had its own unique attributes.
It belonged to the ranks of cold fire. Just this, it was extremely rare in low-grade fire seeds. Other than that, because it had been born in the humid, dark and cold of the cave stalagmites, it was both full of water and cold. Its flames would naturally give out cold moisture. In other words, it combined the two opposite qualities of water and fire in one entity. This attribute, it was even more rare in low-grade fire seeds. In the 5 elements, water and fire opposed each other. However, in the natural world, there were many strange entities that could perfectly merge these two completely opposing attributes together. The water sword scripture that Zuo Mo practiced was to manipulate water like fire. From a certain perspective, it also contained attributes of water and fire. This was also the best and trickiest bit of the sword scripture. However, while water sword scripture had the qualities of water and fire, but it was far from the wonders of something natural like the stalagmite fire.
Manipulate water like fire.
It was still water in the end. It just borrowed the shape of fire. Stalagmite fire was truly something that had both fire and water. However, fire was definitely its primary attribute, so it was ranked into the ranks of fire seeds. There were many kinds of fire, but it was sorted according to the attributes. Generally, there were 4 major categories of hot fire, yang fire, yin fire, and cold fire. Hot fire was the most commonly seen fire. Its most important quality was its high temperature. The streaming fire from the streaming fire seal formation was a classical hot fire. Yang fire were sorted based on being masculine and yang.
The golden crow fire that Zuo Mo dreamed about was the epitome of yang fire.
Yin fires, which were commonly also called ghost fire, were born from yin energy, such as Shura fire. Cold fire was also called icy flame. Its unique quality was cold and icy. They usually were born in extremely dark and cold places. There were also some strange and weird flames that were hard to sort. Those flames, they were usually the finest of flames and were treasures that every shoujo dreamed about. But no matter the type of flame, they would have the basic quality of fire, melting. This was also one of the reasons why the fire method was the most mainstream methods for dan making.
In the next few days, Zuo Mo studied the stalagmite fire. The present stalagmite fire was extremely tame. If he sent it east, it definitely wouldn't go west. Controlling fire depended on the consciousness. Zuo Mo's consciousness was his strong suit and he could control it with ease. He could even use some complex manipulations. After playing for a few days until he was familiar, Zuo Mo thought about making yin fire beads. Yin fire beads was only a general name. In reality, the yin fire beads that were made with different flames would all be different. Even the author of Yin Fire Bead chapter, who detailed so many fire seeds, he didn't have all of the fire seeds. There were hundreds of fire seeds recorded in the Yin Fire Bead chapter. Only 68 had a description of the related Yin fire bead. There was nothing on what was the effect of the Yin fire beads that would be created with the remaining fires. Stalagmite fire was one of the remainder. Zuo Mo himself was extremely curious. What kind of Yin fire bead would be created using such a special fire as stalagmite fire? He started to make his first Yin fire bead. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo is very ignorant, but it's not his fault. He doesn't know these things and Pu Yao takes them for granted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 94, Why do my eyes always have tears? Chapter 94, Why do my eyes always have tears? In the stone room, Zuo Mo's eyes were closed, his legs coiled up. A ball of stalagmite fire was floating in front of him. Between the milky white flames, a yin bead could be seen. His hands continuously formed the spell. Following the changes in his fingers, bursts of ling power were sent into the flame. The important part of making an yin fire bead wasn't ling power but spiritual power. His consciousness carefully controlled the fire. The spell was extremely complicated and Zuo Mo instantly felt a heavy burden, especially when he needed to endure these conditions for about an hour. The pitiful Zuo Mo didn't know that usually making yin fire beads wasn't something a Juji Shoujo could accomplish. No one had told him. Pu Yao didn't tell him. The Yin Fire Bead chapter didn't write of it. If he knew, he certainly wouldn't have tried. Sometimes, the ignorant had no fear. Zuo Mo, who had no knowledge, never even considered if his cultivation was enough to make the Yin Fire Beads. Faithfully following the instructions on the Yin Fire Bead chapter, he carefully worked at making the Yin Fire Bead. One by one, mysterious light characters were sent into the stalagmite fire and burrowed into the Yin bead. However, there was no change on the stalagmite fire or the Yin bead. Time slipped away. Sweat gradually formed on Zuo Mo's forehead. Ling power was being used up too quickly. Based on this speed, the ling power inside his body would quickly run dry. If his ling power couldn't be maintained, the Yin bead would be ruined. When he thought about it, the picture of the forest of signs in the free market proclaiming, purchasing Yin beads at high prices, floated up in Zuo Mo's mind. Something that even Jindan were willing to pay high prices to buy. Think of the price. The more he thought, the greater his flesh hurt. He seemed to see countless Jingshi waving their hands at him and flying further and further away. Damn it! As expected, Pu Yao's things weren't reliable. What, Yin Fire Bead chapter, it was a mistake chapter. What situation was this? Zuo Mo was panicked, angry and unwilling. Even though his own life wasn't in danger right now, but so many Jingshi waving goodbye to him wasn't any different from being repeatedly stabbed by daggers. If he wasn't still in the process of forging, Zuo Mo probably would have ran over to Pu Yao to start arguing. Just at this time, in his sea of consciousness, Pu Yao unconcernedly raised his head. Forging this early? Young people are really full of motivation. Finishing, he closed his eyes, mind at ease, and listened to his sound tablet. If Zuo Mo heard this, he would be spitting pints of blood. He was very pitiful, still ignorant of the situation. The only thing he was certain of right now was that he hadn't missed one word. Yet the situation in front of his eyes was completely different from the description in the Yin Fire Bead chapter. According to the Yin Fire Bead chapter, he only needed to maintain it for an hour. Right now though, his ling power was almost empty. Was his cultivation not enough? Zuo Mo finally realized the problem, but his realization had come too late. In the end, he couldn't bear to give up this Yin bead, gritting his teeth and persisting. He'll keep going as long as he was able. He couldn't just stand by and watch as the bead was wasted.
He suddenly thought about how he used his consciousness to monitor the Dan during Dan making. He took out a small portion of consciousness to carefully skimp and control the Ling power in his body. The usage of Ling power instantly lessened.
However, if it kept on going like this, he still couldn't make it.
Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and divided out another portion of his consciousness to carefully control a small ball of Ling power. To avoid conflict with the continuously changing finger motions on his hands, Zuo Mo led the burst of Ling power to the gushing spring point on the bottom of his feet. If he didn't have this little sliver of consciousness, Zuo Mo basically didn't have the attention to spare to control the Ling power.
Just the finger motions that could not be stopped were enough for him to deal with.
But since he divided his consciousness, he could do 3 things as once. The feeling of his head being divided into 3 was extremely uncomfortable. Just a little while, and Zuo Mo felt his head start to hurt. This was an extremely familiar feeling. Previously, when Xin Yen Shurbu's sword essence had wounded his consciousness, it had been this feeling. It was that time that he had landed in Pu Yao's trap of embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation.
But for Jingshi, 4 beads, Zuo Mo endured.
Using all his power, he channeled the little bit of Ling power towards the gushing spring point. He started to continuously revolve the Ling power faster. The Ling power started to revolve faster and gradually, it formed into a little whirlpool.
There seemed to be suction force coming from the bottom of his feet.
The Ling energy in the surroundings seemed to slowly move towards the little whirlpool.
This was something Zuo Mo had never tried before. But for Jingshi, Zuo Mo didn't care about it that much.
Speaking of it, the inspiration for this came from the Li Water Sword Scripture, 7 whirlpools.
If this was the speed at which he usually absorbed Ling energy, then he would have run out. Without any other solution, Zuo Mo thought of this risky way.
The Ling power on his feet quickened and Ling energy gradually was suctioned in. As the Ling energy that was sucked in entered the little whirlpool, the whirlpool started to grow, the speed increasing. The Ling energy in the surroundings seemed to be pulled, great amounts pouring towards the whirlpool in Zuo Mo's feet.
Hiss! Zuo Mo inhaled sharply, the stalagmite fire floating in front of his chest trembling, almost collapsing.
He felt like there were nails coming out of the ground, continuously being hammered into his foot.
The gushing spring point might be one of the major points in the body, but Zuo Mo had never used it to absorb Ling energy before.
Using it so heavily right now, it would be strange if it didn't hurt.
But, for Jingshi, GE will bear it.
Zuo Mo tragically and furiously continued to channel Ling power, speeding up the rate of Ling energy absorption. The Ling energy from the air, when it was absorbed into the body, needed to go through a process of refining before it can be turned into cultivation. The purer the Ling energy, the stronger the power, the more easily it could be controlled and would not influence the mind.
Zuo Mo couldn't care that much right now. Impure Ling power was still Ling power. At least, it could work in a pinch.
Right now, he was like a starving man who hadn't eaten in 10 years.
Any bit of Ling energy, he would ravenously pull it in. With the supply of new Ling power, Zuo Mo could finally relax.
The quality of the fire bead that would be forged wasn't something Zuo Mo was going to consider at this point. He would thank the heavens and earth if he could just finish.
Ge's life is always so tragic. Zuo Mo was tragically angry.
Absorbing the stalagmite fire, he had almost lost his little life. Forging the fire bead, he was in great pain. The piercing pain from his feet, the jerking pain from his consciousness being split in 3, the tearing pain from the impure Ling power moving in his channels. Why do my eyes always contain tears? Because I love the Jingshi so deeply.
Still painful. Zuo Mo was shocked that he had the time for such nonsensical thoughts at this time, but he quickly didn't have the attention.
Ling energy, not having been purified, it was much harder to control. The spells that he could easily complete before now became extremely difficult.
The interior of his body was at a precarious equilibrium.
The slightest shift in the balance would be broken, leading to a complete loss. Therefore, he bore the pain and the tears, carefully maintaining the equilibrium inside his body. In the rock room, Zuo Mo was like a whirlpool, the Ling energy surrounding him flooding in. As the Ling energy entered his body, the stalagmite fire in front of him grew. Zuo Mo's clothes moved despite the lack of wind, flapping around.
The sweat on his forehead continuously poured down. Even the dense Ling energy in the rock room couldn't endure the ferocity of Zuo Mo's absorption and emptied out.
Only the Ling energy from the Ling vein continuously entered the bottom of Zuo Mo's feet. The bottom of Zuo Mo's feet were now bright red, like heated metal. If one looked closely, they would discover the rock-hard leg now seemed as though it had epilepsy, contorting and jerking.
When the last spell was cast into the stalagmite fire, Zuo Mo couldn't stand up anymore, collapsing to the ground. He was so tired he didn't even want to move a finger. His entire body was like a toad that had been desinued, his limbs doing strange convulsing motions. Pain. As he lied down, he instantly started to wail. The tearing pain of his channels, the throbbing pain from his wounded consciousness, and the piercing pain from the bottom of his feet. They all reminded him how bad his state was. After wailing for a while, Zuo Mo struggled up and crawled to pick up the fire bead. The graying bead now seemed like clear glass. There were strands of white patterns inside, like clouds floating on a blue sky. So beautiful. Zuo Mo's eyes became intoxicated. He felt that the pain he had just suffered through was worth it. He didn't know how powerful this fire bead was, but looking at such a beautiful bead, and thinking about how hard it had been to make it, did he dare to use it to test its power? Like it was a treasure, he carefully put it away. He struggled to stand and instantly shouted in pain. At some unknown time, his right foot had swollen into a ball. Just the slightest touch, much less walking, would result in a sharp needle-like pain. It really was people die for wealth, animals die for food. Zuo Mo thought as he maintained a strange posture as he jumped on one leg out of the rock room. For this fire bead, he had paid a serious price. It was relatively easy to deal with the wound in his consciousness. Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation was specifically for healing consciousness wounds. What was more serious was the damage in his channels. He had to run to Fragrant Ginger Yard to find Su Qing for a few medical dan in order to slowly heal him. Thankfully, for Shouja, channel damage might not be usual, but it was one of the most common situations, so the sect didn't lack for treatments. When Su Qing saw Zuo Mo's sorry state, she was very shocked. Zuo Mo Shixiang's name was now known far and wide. At least, the name of the scalping zombie was known in the area around Wu Kong Sword Sect. The wastrels from Linging Sect, it had been quite a few days since they came to harass the sect. Who had beaten Shixiang this badly? However, it wasn't her place to ask. She hurriedly took out 5 medical dan, handing them to Zuo Mo. Seeing Zuo Mo take them and turn around, she hesitated, and then weakly added, Shixiang, it's 1 piece of 3rd grade Jingshi for each dan. In total, it's 5 3rd grade Jingshi. The one-legged Zuo Mo's body shook. He almost fell down. He really made a great loss. And right now, he didn't have 1 Jingshi left. He could only wave his hand, deferring, on the tab. 1 piece of Jingshi stumped heroes. Oh. Su Cheng nodded and then reminded Zuo Mo, Shixiang, the payment deadline is in 10 days, don't forget. Shixiang is owing, let me see. Finishing, she took out a little book and flipped 2 pages, reciting, the materials that Shixiang had been using for dan making hadn't been cleared yet. Adding on today, in total, it is 30 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo felt everything darken. Translator ramblings, everything for Jingshi. Zuo Mo was really lacking in knowledge. It's a bit like telling a 3-year-old how to make dynamite and telling him it explodes but not anything else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 95, A Method Forced Out. Chapter 95, A Method Forced Out. 30 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi. If this was not long ago, he wouldn't feel it was anything major, but for him at the present, this was undoubtedly a large debt. He could not make golden crow pills, so his most important income source was cut off. He did have a lot of beads, but he didn't dare to sell them. It had caused such a ruckus recently and he had almost lost his little life. If someone found out that he had beads, if someone knew that the person who was selling beads last time was him, then his little life was definitely not going to survive. Jingshi was valuable, but his life was even more precious. There was still some time until the fiery red flower in the Ling Gardens would mature, and he couldn't exchange for Jingshi right now. He could risk it and sell the moisture dan. But right now, he only had 3 moisture dan. The efficiency of the water method really made people speechless. He could sell the icy cloud grass for a pretty good price, but for Ling grasses this rare, if he sold it, it would be hard to buy in the future. Gather together 30 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi in 10 days. These recent days, it kept on circling in his head. Even when he was nourishing his channels, he was still pondering it. But as time passed away, and the deadline of 10 days was coming closer, Zuo Mo still didn't have a solution. Did he have to go sell some of the talismans? His gaze landed on the talismans on his own body and ached in pain. These were all the finest of the 3rd grade talismans. It would be a pity to sell them. As to the Vambrace and Ling armor Sui Shixiang and Yan Leshurbo sold him, the quality was so and wouldn't sell for a high price. Why haven't the people from Linging Sect come even once these days? If a few more came, wouldn't this problem be solved? Not just 30 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi, even if it was double that, it wouldn't be a problem. The people from Linging sect didn't have one cheap item on their body.
Those days were dangerous, but he had suddenly became rich. Zuo Mo yearned for those days, the satisfaction and happiness that had risen. Suddenly, his mind moved.
They weren't coming to find Ji could go find them. Once this idea popped out, Zuo Mo instantly became excited.
He jumped up from the floor, limping as he paced back and forth, his mouth muttering. The first reaction he had was, it was plausible. However, he restrained the joy inside and started to ponder the problems involved.
Being challenged and going to challenge was completely different things.
If he went to challenge at someone else's territory, if he wasn't careful, he would be swarmed. He needed to make sure the other side would respond, yet wouldn't enrage the other side so they would swarm him, and he couldn't alarm the elders of Linging sect.
He needed to think about this, make a good plan.
In the dark room, Zuo Mo rubbed his chin, his zombie face expressionless. Only that pair of eyes flashed with the light of Jingshi. The Dongfu Sword Test Conference was an extremely hot topic. From the size and the influence, the Dongfu Sword Test Conference naturally couldn't compare to the Sword Test Conference of the entire Kunlun realm. However, the generous prizes attracted many young experts who didn't have much wealth, dramatically increasing the skill level of the Sword Test Conference.
As the skill level of the conference increased, some young experts who were not tempted by the prizes into attending left their sects to travel to Dongfu.
This was a rare chance to spar with other sections. They didn't care about the prizes, but such a great chance to gain experience, it would be too much of a pity to miss it. For these non-local experts, if they wanted to attend the Sword Test Conference, they needed to start from the preliminary Sword Test Conference. Consequently, even the preliminary conference became a very popular spectacle, lots of experts and a great viewing experience. Gu Rongping, coming from one of the 13 primary towns of Dongfu, Clear Sky Lake, his Heart Lake sword was untraceable. From the first round of the prelims, he was undefeated for all 13 rounds. His appearance was extremely dignified and handsome, his conduct elegant, quickly becoming the best cultivation partner in the eyes of Dongfu's females. Every one of his battles would be extremely noisy, the screams of the females ringing in the ears. Starting from the 5th round, those women had formed groups to seek information, and do all kinds of things to disturb the opponent.
Gu Rongping quickly became the opponent others didn't want to encounter the most. Coming from another primary town, Gu Feng was the most eye-catching young talent. His little ghost sword was strange and hard to predict, the power was astounding. Adding on his unpredictable footwork, he was labeled the hardest opponent to fight with. Coming out of poverty, no sect, no family, Nan Menyang brightened everyone's eyes. His talent was strange, extreme strength. The second grade, Vajrachant, was used with his Mountain Breaker sword, for an extremely offensive and powerful style. The broadsword moved strong like they could break a mountain. He attracted the eyes of many sections. Such a great piece of jade, if they would take him in, they would only profit. Other young experts like Nan Menyang who didn't have a sect or family started to come out and display their talents. The Dongfu Sword Test Conference attracted the eyes of all the powers. Each sect was always hungry for talented disciples. No one who be bothered by having too many geniuses in their sect. A sect's prosperity and continuation wasn't dependent on one person. Sky Moonjia's well-known sects, other than sending their disciples for experience, also send out their elders to discover those youths of great potential. The little sects hoped to rope in those disciples with no family or sect. The bigger sects even dared to go after the geniuses of the small sections. Persuasion, prices, promises. Even the cause of it all, Tianzongzi, had never thought that his action of holding the Dongfu Sword Test Conference would actually cause a shuffling of the powers in Sky Moonjia. In the stone room, Zuo Mo stretched out, his bones cracking. He expressionlessly opened his eyes glowing with a light like that of a wolf. The damaged channels in his body had fully recovered. His consciousness had also recovered. These recent days, he had cultivated very hard. The progression of Vajra Profound Sutra was a surprise to him. He had originally assumed that the gravestone version would be significantly slower. Yet after the initial slow period, Zuo Mo's progression was extremely quick. However, the unexpected speed of improvement made him insecure. Many times, he had been doubting himself, suspicious that he was cultivating it incorrectly. Recently, due to the string of incidents that he encountered in cultivation, it made Zuo Mo suspicious of anything to do with Pu Yao. Even though this Vajra Profound Sutra didn't come from Pu Yao, but the gravestone under Pu Yao's butt. Other than healing, Zuo Mo spent all his time cultivating. There were still 3 days until the deadline. Fully recovered and ready, Zuo Mo decided to set out. He had prepared very well already. Like the Lingdan that could restore Ling power, even if it was 2 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi, Zuo Mo still gritted his teeth and put 5 on the tab. Linging sect was located at Linging Mountain.
Coming to the mountain gate of Linging Mountain, looking at the magnificent gate entirely made out of jade, Zuo Mo couldn't help but sigh at the wealth of Linging Sect. Linging Sect had 19 peaks, the area they occupied was more than 7 times the area of Wu Kong Sword Sect. Supposedly, Linging Sect had started out with 1 peak, but the sect leaders had been skilled at management and the other 18 peaks had all been bought by the sect leaders with Jingshi. Linging Sect's main gate faced the road, and could be reached by rock stairs. The location was extremely advantageous and many people passed by. In reality, Zuo Mo's heart was beating hard. In Dongfu, Linging Sect's reputation was much more famous than Wu Kong Sword Sect. Linging Sect had more than a few dozen disciples that were in Juji alone. No matter how strong you were, if they all attacked you, you couldn't make it. But thinking about the 3 days until the deadline, Zuo Mo felt a burst of courage. Looking at the mountain gates that were carved out of jade, Zuo Mo wanted to tear it down and lug it home, then sell it for Jingshi. Calm. He needed to be calm. Zuo Mo repeatedly told himself. Thinking about the plan he had made earlier. The disciples from Linging Sect had noticed the stranger very early on. Hey, what are you doing here? A Linging Sect disciple shouted as his brows furrowed, don't you know this is Linging Sect? He scanned Zuo Mo and said scornfully, our sect's rules, those improperly dressed cannot enter. The other Linging Sect disciple said discontentedly, shitty, don't waste words with him. Just throw him out. This crowd of little minions, Zuo Mo naturally didn't take them seriously. To say nothing else, but the fact that these two didn't have much on their body was enough for Zuo Mo to disregard them. He was too lazy to pay attention to them, unconcernedly stating, call Wen Fei out. The expressions of the 2 Linging Sect disciples changed. One of them lectured, you dare to call Wen Shixiang. I am Zuo Mo of Wu Kong Sword Sect. Zuo Mo lazily interrupted. The lecturing voice suddenly stopped, the faces of the 2 people changing. The scalping zombie, the 2 looked at each other, and the person who had been speaking shuddered. The other person instantly ran towards the mountain. Seeing the reactions, Zuo Mo was very smug. It seemed that GE did have a reputation. But then he became slightly discontent. This nickname was really not pleasing to the ear. A short while later, Wen Fei and a group of people dressed in a multitude of colors appeared in Zuo Mo's vision. Zuo Mo's mind became alert, the light in his eyes increasing. They were like that of a wolf, having just seen a herd of fat sheep. Each motion this crowd of people made, Zuo Mo seemed to see human-like structures composed of countless Jingshi moving. When Wen Fei saw Zuo Mo, his face instantly became dark. The old hate and the new hate collided and rose. He said coldly, brothers, what coming here today, is it to return the talismans you have borrowed from me and my brothers? Zuo Mo silently thought that this person was cunning and really wasn't a friendly person. He snickered, borrow? Is brother Wen joking? Our sect's rules, anyone that comes to challenge must leave behind a talisman to show the result. If this one lost, brother Wen can also pick a talisman from this one's body to serve as a memento. This is our sect's rules, 1 battle, 1 talisman. It's a pity that brother Wen's luck wasn't very good and lost to this one. If brother Wen wants to take it back, you can challenge me again at any time. However, if brother Wen loses, you have to pay another talisman. Zuo Mo bullshitted. Having his defeat being mentioned in front of the public, Wen Fei's face was dark but he could not argue. Tao Zhuer saw Wen Fei was on the edge of losing control and thought the little rat was horrid. She could only stand out, then why has brothers what come this time? To show off in front of our sect, Zuo Mo's spine straightened, standing taller, the light in his eyes increasing, his 2 hands fisted as he bowed in the direction of Wukong Mountains, his voice deep and grave. Miss Tao is joking. There were 5 Shixiang from Linging Sect who came overall to challenge our sect. Our sect leaders have sternly taught us, our Wu Kong Sword Sect may be small, but needs to maintain our reputation. And has also said that matters between disciples should be resolved by disciples. This matter had started because of me and naturally cannot be given to someone else. I have not come with discourtesy but to ask for guidance from 5 of the Linging Sect Shixiang, 1 by 1. After these 5 fights, no matter win or loss, this matter will be resolved. I heard that the Shixiang of Linging Sect have always been magnanimous and the sect's conduct is just. To be able to spar with 5 of the Shixiang, 1 by 1, this little disciple would be happy even if I didn't win. Please, help guide me. The passerbys only saw that at the gate of Linging Sect, a thin youth was facing the wealthy experts of Linging Sect, dignified and calm, not afraid, and all stopped in their steps. The words were loud and clear, extremely resolute. Passing through the air, the listeners felt their blood boil. Translator ramblings, warning, peaceful days are over for a little while. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 96, A Cold Light. Chapter 96, A Cold Light. Zuo Mo made a very detailed plan.
First, he had to declare his intentions.
This seemingly useless action was in reality very important.
It could effectively stop the incident from running out of control. If the two sides really ended up having a major disagreement, the ones who would lose would definitely be Wu Kong Sword Sect, who had less people.
The second effect was to not alert the elders of the sect.
Originally, Zuo Mo had thought of making an even bigger spectacle so the chances they would all attack him together would be smaller. But if too many people watched, the face of Linging sect would be damaged, and the elders of the sect would quickly find his elders.
The sect leader definitely wouldn't forgive him. Even more, Zuo Mo had deliberately flattered them. What disciples have always been magnanimous, and the sect's conduct is just.
It was all to push the other onto the rack to roast.
How could he make the other accept an one-on-one challenge?
He needed to make sure they saw hope of victory.
As long as the others felt they could win, they definitely wouldn't retreat.
Especially when they were being challenged.
Due to their confidence, their face, they would accept it.
Consequently, Zuo Mo challenged to fight 5 people one after the other. In his words, he had emphasized one by one twice.
The one that was at a disadvantage in this plan was Zuo Mo.
His core idea was very simple. He would first place himself in a disadvantageous position. The disciples of Linging sect, no matter if it was confidence or face, it wouldn't be good for them to go over the line.
One person battling 5 in a row. If it was like this and Linging sect still lost, these people could only suck it up.
Their elders would have nothing to say and wouldn't have the face to go to Wukong Mountain to make trouble for Zuo Mo.
They couldn't afford the embarrassment.
Of course, one person fighting 5 in a row was extremely disadvantageous for Zuo Mo.
He wasn't so confident to the point he believed he could win over all 5.
But he didn't need to win all the fights. He had come for the Jingshi.
Everything was fine as long as he made a profit. In other words, if he could win 3 out of the 5 fights, he would make a profit. Of course, the prerequisite was that the talismans on the losers didn't suck. The level of difficulty in winning 5 fights was too high. Zuo Mo had never thought about it. Winning 3 battles, Zuo Mo felt that it might be risky, but it was possible.
In the last little while, his cultivation had increased greatly, and the initial merging between Li Water Sword Essence and Tidal Sword Essence had increased his confidence. So after thinking it over, the large debts caused Zuo Mo to make a decision and come. He had been very cunning with his virtuous words. When he saw the value of what this group of people was wearing, Zuo Mo's desire for battle rose.
Luxury was a crime.
Each of them had at least a few talismans that were not lower in value than what Zuo Mo had taken.
He wouldn't be making a loss today.
As to the one battle, one talisman, he had just made it up. In any case, no one would run to the sect leader to ask for proof.
Great.
This one admires brothers was bravery very much. Brother Zuo is right, disciples have a responsibility to the reputation of their sect.
Since Brother Zuo has made a challenge, we will naturally receive it. Count me in.
One person walked out of the crowd of Linging sect disciples. This person was the eldest disciple of Linging sect, Lin Yuan. His face was proud as he looked at Zuo Mo with a raised chin.
Lin Yuan was the eldest disciple in Linging sect.
He had strong connections to Linging sect, his family was a famous merchant clan in Skymoonjia, and his wealth was the greatest among all of the disciples. Due to the fact that his family's business provided great aid to Linging sect, it caused his status in Linging sect to be very special. Tao Zhuer looked in sympathy at eldest Qixiang, but tightly closed her mouth, not saying a word. Eldest Qixiang usually was very conceited, and in Linging sect, where everyone competed on background and family, no one dared to go against him, gradually forming his conceited and arrogant temper. Yan Mingzi hid in the back, mockery in his eyes. Perhaps, out of all these people, he was the one who most accurately guessed Zuo Mo's aim. For some reason, when he saw Zuo Mo, he would think of the other's greedy expression when he was plundering. Hu Shan and the others had tasted defeat at Zuo Mo's hands and smirked in the shadows. There were many disciples in Linging sect, constantly fighting, and their relationships were very complicated. They naturally were willing to see others trip up. That way, no one would mock them about this incident again. They had spread the name of the scalping zombie far and wide, but the great majority of people hadn't seen it for themselves. How could they believe it? Especially when it was the conceited and arrogant disciples of Linging sect. They only felt that Hu Shan and the others weren't strong enough. They didn't even pay attention when Wen Fei was defeated. Rather, they scorned Wen Fei. So Wen Fei Xixian, who was the focus of the elders, also had an inflated reputation. Even a guy from a little sect like Wu Kong Sword Sect whose main profession was making medicine could defeat him.
If that wasn't an inflated reputation, then what was?
Wen Fei kept on feeling that there was smugness hidden deep in Zuo Mo's eyes. The two had fought before. He didn't believe one bit the words that had come out of Zuo Mo's mouth. When he saw eldest Qi Lin Yuan step out, he instantly knew that it was bad. He was very clear what eldest Qi true power was. Even he had been defeated, how would eldest Qi even be a match? At this time, the cheers of the disciples caused the shadow over his heart to darken.
Eldest Qi is mighty. As expected from eldest Qi.
This composure, take a look at it. What's called being a role model, this is called a role model. Eldest Qi, let him have a taste of how powerful our Linging sect is. What scalping zombie, when he comes here, he's the only one getting scalped.
The flattery flowed like a flood.
The light on Lin Yuan's face as he stepped out was even brighter. The head was raised high, like an arrogant and smug rooster.
Such honor, would they let eldest Qi take it all?
Some opponents of Lin Yuan who were in secret conflict with him couldn't restrain themselves and stood out as well.
Count me in. I'll come. Dare to bully our Linging sect.
Humph, this one will see just how good you are. Another 3 people came out, all of them heads of various factions in Linging sect. If they didn't stand up now, it would be hard to maintain power in their factions. As expected, when the 3 came out, their faction members became excited and felt it was a great honor, calling out flattery.
Wen Fei grimaced inside. He glanced at Zuo Mo out of the corner of his eyes.
He felt that under the expressionless visage, the other would definitely be laughing. The people who step out, if it was machinations and scheming, partisan politics, they were very good. But if it was the sword... He saw a few more people wanting to join in and could only push hard at the Shixiang beside him and shout loudly. Chang Shixiang at the end. Chang Shixiang, who had been pushed out, looked with slight surprise at Wen Fei, and said, I had assumed you would have another fight.
Why push me out?
Please, Shixiang, help me take back my ring.
Wen Fei had a pleading expression.
A surprised expression made its way onto Chang Shixiang's face.
Wen Fei's actions directly admitted that he wasn't a match. He looked in interest at Zuo Mo.
He turned his face to smile at Wen Fei, all right. After Wen Fei shouted, all the voices suddenly stopped. The people who had been tempted all shrunk back. The mood became slightly strange. The fiery atmosphere suddenly became silent, completely silent. The expressions of the 3 who had said they would fight became slightly unnatural.
There wasn't much change in Lin Yuan's expression, but the uncontrollable wariness in his eyes made Zuo Mo pay special attention to this Chang Shixiang.
It seemed this person was strong. Tao Zhuer and the others, after hearing Wen Fei yelled Chang Shixiang at the end, they first paused and then became joyous.
Oh, now that's something to see.
Hu Shan said in a quiet voice, unable to suppress the excitement in his voice.
That's so true.
After Chang Shixiang fought 2 years ago, until now, I've never seen Chang Shixiang fight again.
Yan Ningzi was extremely excited.
Chang Shixiang has been resting his body and mind, Hu Shan said.
Che, only ghosts believe that. Yan Ningzi said disdainfully.
Tao Zhuer suddenly turned around and added, even ghosts don't believe it.
Lin Yuan was dissatisfied with the present mood.
This damned guy called Chang, nothing good happened whenever he came out. He spoke to break the suffocating silence, all right.
However, we'll say it first. If you lose, I can take a talisman from you. Naturally.
There was still no expression on Zuo Mo's zombie face.
No one could see what he was thinking.
He weakly added, but if you want this water drop sword, you have to wait until after the 5 fights for me to give you. I don't have a substitute flying sword.
No problem.
Lin Yuan generously said. He looked like he was already the victor. Lin Yuan's supporters became excited again. They widened their eyes, afraid of missing a detail. Thinking about the picture of eldest Shixiang beating this horrid zombie up, it would be very interesting. The water drop sword floated in front of Zuo Mo's chest like a leaf floating in water.
Chang Shixiang's eyes focused.
His eyes were very experienced. The water drop sword looked like it was quietly floating, but in reality, it was making extremely small movements. It was like a snake that had already found its target and was waiting for a chance.
This was an extremely tiny detail.
However, he had to rejudge the strength of this weak-looking youth. In comparison, Wen Fei's response was much faster and his face much uglier. He had fought with Zuo Mo before and he had a direct understanding of the other's strength. Right now, this opening move gave him great pressure that hadn't appeared when they had fought last time.
There was only one explanation. In this interval of time, Zuo Mo had become stronger. Zuo Mo's legs were naturally spread out, his face slightly lowered, his eyes looking down like an old monk in meditation. Lin Yuan smirked and took out his flying sword. This was a flying sword that was entirely gold, countless seals carved on it. Between the seals, golden light flashed like ripples of water. Yang Emperor Sword, 4th grade. He said proudly. Hiss, the shoujo in the surroundings inhaled sharply, their eyes hot as they looked at the sparkling gold sword. A 4th grade flying sword was very rare in Skymoonjia. Enjoying the envious and admiring glances of everyone else, Lin Yuan's mood was very good. He postured, "You are a guest. This one will let you have 3 moves." Zuo Mo didn't move. It was like he didn't hear it. Seeing the situation, Lin Yuan was dissatisfied with Zuo Mo's lack of cooperation and snorted, "If you were looking for death, then don't blame this one. Attack!" The sound fell and Zuo Mo suddenly opened his eyes. It was impossible to describe the cold light that flashed through Zuo Mo's eyes. It was like an extremely sharp and vicious sword energy, and also like a poisonous snake that had been hiding in the shadows who suddenly bared its fangs. The water drop sword that had been quietly floating in front of his chest disappeared. It suddenly appeared at Lin Yuan's neck, the sword point slightly spilling out a sword energy, just barely grazing Lin Yuan's neck. Lin Yuan's expression was dumb as he stood, maintaining his posture. He was afraid to move. On his well-maintained and lily-white neck, a drop of blood was very bright. The mountain gate of Linging sect was deathly silent. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo planned pretty far ahead. Everything to make a profit. For the people who were commented on the name, I forgot to add that one factor in scalping zombie was that scalpers seek a profit, and that really fits Zuo Mo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 97, Lin Yuan's plotting. Chapter 97, Lin Yuan's plotting. Lin Yuan's entire body was still, beads of sweat sliding off his face, his eyes filled with terror. He could clearly feel the bone-aching coldness from the sword energy that was just touching his skin. All the hairs on his body were raised. He didn't tremble. It wasn't that he was bolstered by his bravery, but that he didn't dare to. He did his best to maintain his posture, afraid that the slightest bit of movement would cause the sword energy to move. For some unknown reason, he kept on feeling that if there was an accident, the sword energy at the tip of the flying sword would unhesitatingly cut into his neck. Maybe it was the steadiness of the flying sword, maybe it was Zuo Mo's eyes, maybe. It didn't matter that he knew Zuo Mo didn't dare to kill him, but he didn't dare to gamble. "I surrender." Lin Yuan's voice was dry and raspy, nothing remaining of the past conceit and proudness. It echoed in a patch of silence and could be heard clearly. The coldness disappeared from his neck without any warning. Lin Yuan's heart finally settled down. He swallowed, looking in terror at Zuo Mo and the water drop sword that was peacefully floating in front of his chest. There was only one thought in his head. This person couldn't be provoked. The spectators finally managed to react, dissolving into noise. Disbelief was on everyone's faces. No one could have thought that the entire battle would finish so quickly. When Lin Yuan took out the 4th grade Yang Emperor sword, the great majority had already assumed his victory. The gap between 4th grade and 3rd grade flying swords was an extremely large one. But, one move, and Lin Yuan lost. In the crowd of spectators, a cold light flashed through a pair of eyes hidden in the shadows. Lin Yuan focused. He pretended to be generous and opened, "I lost. You can take down any of the talismans on my body." People like him, what they were afraid of losing was both the fight and their honor. Losing in battle wasn't major. He hadn't created his power based using physical power. But if he lost his reputation, then it was really sweeping the floor. His heart was still beating heavily. "Please do not pick." Then the Ling armor on Brother Lin's body. Zuo Mo said. "All right." Lin Yuan rushed to answer, afraid Zuo Mo would take it back. He had been afraid that Zuo Mo would pick the 4th grade Yang Emperor sword. The Moonwater Black Turtle armor might be a fine 3rd grade Ling armor, and he had put a lot of effort into getting it, but it couldn't compare to Yang Emperor sword. Yang Emperor sword had been bestowed down by the sect leader. If it was lost, it would be bad for him. Lin Yuan rapidly took the Ling armor off his body, throwing it to Zuo Mo, deliberately pretending to be forthright. "Brothers were really as skilled. Lin Yuan has no compunctions about losing. I'll take Brother Zuo as my friend. In the future if you need any help, please speak." Zuo Mo raised his hands in a greeting. "Brother Lin's demeanor is extraordinary, this little brother admires it. To be able to interact with people like Brother Lin, this little brother feels very honored."
His hands, however, were extremely fast and impolite in putting the Moonwater Black Turtle armor onto his body. The Moonwater Black Turtle armor was entirely black, constructed of 36 black turtle shells, and forged with essence of moonwater. It was extremely durable. Zuo Mo could tell as he put the armor on that this was far better than the Ling armor that Yan Leshurbois had given him. It was both comfortable and breathable, and the Ling energy inside the black turtle armor slowly seeped into Zuo Mo's body, extremely pleasurable. Zuo Mo felt extremely good inside, disregarding the size that came from the surroundings. Of course, he knew that, based on just the price, the 4th grade, Yang Emperor sword, that Lin Yuan had far surpassed this, Moonwater Black Turtle armor. However, this was also where he was the smartest. If he demanded the Yang Emperor sword, even though Lin Yuan would give the Yang Emperor sword to him due to face, but that way, this incident would increase in severity. A 4th grade flying sword, there wasn't many of those in Wu Kong Sword Sect. In all of the disciples, only Wei Sheng Shixiang's splitting rainbow was 4th grade. Coveting this flying sword, that was waiting for the other elders to come find him.
Not just that, he would also enter into an unsolvable disagreement with Lin Yuan. The other would certainly hate him. Also, Yang Emperor's sword wasn't suited for Zuo Mo.
At most, he could sell it for some jingshi. But, Moonwater Black Turtle armor, he could use it right now. Wearing it on his body, his defensive power would increase dramatically.
He would have more confidence in making a profit this time. On someone else's territory, being too arrogant meant a terrible death. Zuo Mo got a bargain and gave Lin Yuan enough face.
Lin Yuan managed to keep possession of Yang Emperor's sword, and got face, his mood instantly rose. As for the Moonwater Black Turtle armor, just a 3rd grade talisman, he didn't care that much. Lin Yuan threw a jade scroll at Zuo Mo, generously saying, "This jade scroll has the directions to use this Moonwater Black Turtle armor. For this armor to land in the hands of a hero like Brother Zuo, this little brother is very honored." He then scanned the surroundings, and said clearly, "Brother Zuo is 1 against 5. Everyone should admire his courage. However, is our Linging sect those that take advantage of others?" This unskilled one suggests that, after each of Brother Zuo's fights, he can rest for an hour to recover his Ling energy, and be fair.
How does everyone feel? Lin Yuan's actions instantly aroused the agreement of many people.
Lin Shixiang is really an honest person. Didn't think that a disciple of Linging sect could have a demeanor like this.
It really isn't easy.
No matter if it was the disciples of Linging sect or the other spectators, they all spoke praises.
Zuo Mo took the jade scroll, praising, "Brother Lin is really a genuine person."
However, the faces of the 3 people who were going to fight next were extremely bad, their eyes hateful as they glared at Lin Yuan.
Chang Shixiang, however, was staring at Zuo Mo, his expression pondering. Zuo Mo hadn't thought that the situation would change to be like this.
Looking at the eyes of the other 3 people, Zuo Mo's heart was like a mirror.
This Lin Yuan really helped him out.
With this jade scroll, he didn't need to search on his own. 1 hour, it was enough for him to broadly grasp how to use this Ling armor. As to recovering Ling energy, the previous fight had been so quick he basically hadn't used any Ling energy at all. Lin Yuan bowed with his hands at Zuo Mo and proudly went back to his troop. That demeanor, there was nothing remaining of his expression when he had just lost.
The shitty that were dependent on him gave a flood of praise for Lin Yuan's generosity.
Lin Yuan pretended to calmly wave his hand, smirking inside. He didn't have good intentions in giving the instructions to the Moonwater Black Turtle armor to Zuo Mo. He had gone first and lost. If his competitors won, then no matter how successful his performance was, it wouldn't make a difference. He had been generous in giving the Moonwater Black Turtle armor to Zuo Mo and suggested that Zuo Mo could rest for an hour between each fight so to undermine the people after him. Increasing Zuo Mo's power was attacking his opponents. If those people also lost, he would have lost honorably. If the other people wanted to copy him, it definitely wouldn't have the same effect. The other people were not able to object to Lin Yuan's reasonable suggestions. They could only stare with dark faces at Zuo Mo sitting cross-legged on the ground.
An hour later, Zuo Mo finally opened his eyes.
He was extremely happy inside. As expected, this Moonwater Black Turtle armor was very good. There were natural seal formations on the shells of black turtles. When they were used, flying swords would have a hard time breaking through. The second Linging sect disciple had been impatiently waiting long ago.
When Zuo Mo opened his eyes, he walked out.
He threw the bright red cape off his body, revealing the tight clothes underneath. When the other tore off the cape, Zuo Mo's eyes became straight.
This guy.
Disregarding the glowing Ling armor on his body, not saying anything of the finest third-grade vambrace, Zuo Mo wouldn't even look at the bright red, crimson blood bull boots, his eyes were staring fixedly at the other's waist, wrist, and chest. On the belt, there was a miscellany of paper seals. Oh no, a collection of paper seals that would make someone think this guy sold seals for a living. Second grade, turtle shell seal. Second grade, multiple ghost shadows. Second grade, domineering 5 thunder seal. On the wrists, a circle of one-use talismans were tied. Second grade, sharp-headed prickly snake shuttle. Second grade, one-star galaxy. Second grade, light rain twin sparrows. There were a few pouches hanging on his chest, the smell of medicine wafting out. To Zuo Mo, whose main profession was Dan and medicine, he was too familiar with this smell. Ling returning Dan, that was used to recover Ling energy, definitely not lower than second grade. Red flower Dan, used to stem bleeding, also not lower than second grade. The plum-colored Dan, that had a special smell, second grade miasma. On the outside of his legs, hanging on one of them was a second grade, Great Sun Moonwheel, the other a second grade, Skynet. Not just Zuo Mo, all the spectators were completely dumbstruck. Yan Mingzi snickered. It looks like Wang Shixiang is going all out, using his ultimate medicine seal style from the start. Hu Shan looked with fear at Wang Shixiang, who was standing fully armored. Only upon personal experience can one know the power of Wang Shixiang's medicine seal style. He had once fought against Wang Shixiang, and had been completely suppressed for the entire battle, almost to the point he couldn't raise his head. Yan Mingzi nodded sympathetically. The Shixiang that use medicine and seals in our sect cannot be counted, but to be like Wang Shixiang, to use the medicine seal style to such a degree, it had never happened before. Hu Shan, Wang Shixiang does have some real skill. Yan Mingzi added, his wealth is really abundant. The two couldn't help but fall silent. The disciples of Lingying sect might all have wealthy families, but there were still very drastic differences between them. Like Wang Shixiang, who dared to use seals and medicine to such a degree, if he didn't have the wealth to back it up, he wouldn't dare to do so. Everyone could understand the core philosophy of the medicine seal style, to use Jingshi to win. While everyone could understand the concept, but it was another matter if they could do it. Wang Shixiang's seal medicine style once again proved a truth that had existed for countless years. This world, when you throw enough Jingshi at someone, the great majority of the time, you could win. Maybe, as a person, Wang Shixiang was not as personable as Lin Yuan, but his seal medicine style was still very famous in Lingying sect. When he tore off the cape and revealed all he owned, all of the Lingying sect disciples suddenly became excited. That was because, in Lingying sect, the absolute majority of disciples believed deeply in one truth: the person with the most Jingshi was the one that was right. To the Xiuzha that were passing by, this scene was an extremely heavy blow. These days, there was someone who could armor himself to such a frightening degree? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 98, Zuo Mo's Fury and Heartache. Chapter 98, Zuo Mo's Fury and Heartache. After a long while, Zuo Mo's soul finally returned to his body. Even though his own attire had improved dramatically over the past, but seeing the other armed to the teeth, Zuo Mo couldn't help but lose his soul. Of course, this wasn't due to shock at the other's power, but shock at so many talismans, paper seals, and Lingdan. Damn it! Zuo Mo's eyes were bloody red. He looked as though he wanted to strip the other bare. When GE is penniless, you. Zuo Mo, who had come to fight for 30 pieces of second-grade Jingshi, felt a burst of anger leave his chest and rush upwards. He was completely infuriated. Come! Wang Shixiang shouted confidently, and moved first. He was extremely wary of the heat-flowing water that Zuo Mo had sent out. Untraceable and fast, he didn't have a grasp on whether he would be able to combat it. Learning a lesson from Lin Yuan's fight, he decided to attack first, so after he spoke, he attacked. The multiple ghost shadow seal, that had already been gripped on both his hands beforehand, made a light bang. Everyone felt their eyes blur, and then 5 Wang Shixiang suddenly appeared on the battlefield. As expected, it is still this unrivaled and wretched starting move. Hu Shan sighed. Second grade, multiple ghost shadow seal. It could make 2 fake illusions that were exactly the same as the user. Using 2 of them simultaneously, there were instantly 4 illusions. Adding on the real one, it was hard to detect the real Wang Shixiang. This multiple ghost shadow seal evidently had been made well. It was extremely detailed to confuse the fakes with the real one. Other than cultivating a spell like Sky Eyes, Ghost Eyes, or Yin Yang Eyes, it was basically impossible to tell. Zuo Mo hadn't practiced a spell like that. He also hadn't thought that the other would use up 2 second-grade, multiple ghost shadow seal, at once. This expenditure, it was frightening. 1 second-grade, multiple ghost shadow seal, would require at least 20 pieces of 3rd-grade Jingshi. 2 of them was 40 pieces of 3rd-grade Jingshi. Gu was aching to hit someone like you. Zuo, a poor guy, Mo's fighting spirit started to burn like a prairie fire, almost lighting up all the blood in his body. Since there are 5 of you, then all of you can accept it.
Zuo Mo gritted his teeth, raising his hand for 7 whirlpools, and it completely surrounded all 5 figures. This move was an extremely wide-range attack, perfectly suited for dealing with multiple Ghost Shadow Seal. The fake ones were, in the end, fake. When they were torn by the sword energies, they instantly broke. It evidently was not the first time Wang Shixiang had encountered this situation. He wasn't panicked, his 2 hands blurring, whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 paper seals leapt from his hand. Turtle Seal, Vajrapani Seal, Empty Explosion Seal. 2 layers of protection were added to Wang Shixiang's body. The inner green one was Turtle Seal, the outer one was Vajrapani Seal. The moment the Empty Explosion Seal was thrown out, it exploded with a bang. A large shock occurred on the battlefield, an invisible high-speed airwave viciously spread out. The 7 whirlpools that had just destroyed the fake illusions instantly were smashed to pieces by this explosive airwave. At the center of the explosion, Wang Shixiang was not afraid. He had just put on 2 defensive paper seals on his body. The effect was evident at this time. The Empty Explosion Seal was astoundingly powerful, but it still could not break through the 2 layers of protective armor. He was untouched. The spectators jumped in fright. Such an unreasonable way of battle, this was the first time they had seen it. The blood of the Linging sect disciples were all boiling. They all knew that once Wang Shixiang was at an advantage, just wait for the storm to arrive. Zuo Mo was both sorrowful and furious. 2nd grade, Turtle Seal, 15 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi, 2nd grade, Vajrapani Seal, 15 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi, 2nd grade, Empty Explosion Seal, 30 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi. This string of numbers flowed across Zuo Mo's heart. Wang Shixiang's practiced response allowed him to take the initiative. He unhesitatingly started his attack. Sharp-headed Prickle Snake Shuttle, 1-Star Galaxy, and Light Rain Double Sparrow were like a pack of wolves that smelt blood, murderously howling as they leapt at Zuo Mo. The howl of the sharp-headed Prickly Snake Shuttle was able to shock a person's soul. The 3CUN Snake Shuttle suddenly transformed in midair into a thin black snake. Like a streak of black lightning, it displayed its vicious and sharp fangs. 1-Star Galaxy was 7 dots of blue light, like a galaxy. It seemed extremely beautiful, without any killing intent. When Light Rain Double Sparrow flew into the air, it turned into 2 blue fork-tailed sparrow. With simultaneous calls, they flew a strange shape and headed straight for Zuo Mo. Wang Shixiang's move this time was extremely beautiful. All of Zuo Mo's retreats had been sealed shut. He had no place to escape. These one-use talismans were much more expensive than paper seals. 30 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi, 40 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi, 30 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi, another string of numbers flew past Zuo Mo's heart. Every time a number flowed past, Zuo Mo's heart felt pain. Up until now, he had successively felt pain 8 times. Any person who was in pain for 8 times, if they still seemed normal, then they were very skilled. But clearly, Zuo Mo wasn't. After his heart broke for the 8th time, the anger in his chest instantly reached a climax. If fire was used to describe someone's anger, then Zuo Mo was composed entirely of fire, blood-red flames streaming out of his body and into the sky. If he could tolerate this, what else couldn't he tolerate? No one could tolerate this. All the anger gathered and compressed at this instant. His eyes widened angrily, his hands moving as though he was throwing a large ball, crouching forward. The water drop sword gave a clear ring and flew into the sky. The 5th move of Li Water Sword Scripture, Banana Rain. Wang Shixiang felt the sky above him darken and reflexively raised his head. His pupils suddenly widened, his expression changing, but not paying any more attention to the talismans that had left his hand, he raised his hand and threw out 2, domineering 5 Thunder Seal, and then whipped his hand to throw out a little red umbrella. The little umbrella was extremely small, about half the size of a pen. When it was sent out, it started to grow, flying above his head and protecting him. This was a one-use 2nd grade talisman, Sleeve Umbrella. Even though it was a one-use talisman, it was extremely expensive. Even Wang Shixiang, when it wasn't a crucial time, didn't bear to use it. However, the present situation was dangerous and he had no hesitations about using this card. Once the 2, domineering 5 Thunder Seals, left, it turned into 2 strings of 5 interconnected thunder exploding in the air. The banana rain referred to the rain hitting the banana plant. Other than this, there was another meaning. It was rumored, in the ancient era, there was an 8th grade talisman called the banana fan. A gentle wave of this fan would create endless flames. Many heroes had been killed with this little banana fan. It had then become one of the most famous 5 attributed talismans. The banana of Banana Rain had the meaning of fire. The rain was a rain of fire, the fire was a snowy white cold fire. The area of Linging sect suddenly became cold. Even the completely jade mountain gate had a thin layer of frost. The fire had not arrived, but the coldness had explosively started to spread. Having merged in the tidal sword essence composed of countless icicles, the Li water sword essence had been completely changed. Originally, it had been a clear fire shape of water. Right now, it seemed slightly similar to Zuo Mo's icy stalagmite fire. The fire rain, which was white and cold, gave off the feeling that it was snowing instead. However, no one was entranced by this beautiful scene. They were all shocked by the fatal murderous intent. In the white fire rain, sword essence crisscrossed, cold and icy, sharp, unable to be broken, endless. The 5 interconnected thunder crackled and howled as it rushed towards the slowly descending rain of fire in the sky. Many people silently praised the quickness of Wang Shixiang's reaction. The 2, domineering 5 thunder seal, were very powerful. If it could block for a while, the 3 one-use talismans he had put out earlier could successfully attack Zuo Mo. The white fire rain that seemed to be slowly moving met the 5 thunder. Crack, crack, crack. Like the sound of electricity flashing in the water, the 2 strings of 5 interconnected thunder didn't even last for a second before strangely vanishing. Everyone who was watching all were shocked. In the middle of it all, deeply feeling the power in Zuo Mo's move, Wang Shixiang wasn't just shocked. This time, his face was slightly pale. He was praying that the sleeve umbrella would be effective. As an afterthought, he quickly threw out the Great Sun Moonwheel and Skynet. Between protecting his life and killing the enemy, he chose to protect his life. Facing the 3 talismans that were gearing for him, Zuo Mo didn't dodge. He activated the Moonwater Black Turtle Armor. A blue light suddenly erupted from the black armor. A circle of light that was like water waves suddenly appeared around Zuo Mo. To be secure, he also started Vajra Profound Sutra. A layer of dark gold quickly appeared on the arms, head, and other parts that were exposed to the outside. Between protecting his life and killing the enemy, Zuo Mo chose to kill the enemy. He was gambling. Gambling that the other would choose to protect himself. He had won his gamble. The 3 one-use talismans that didn't have a person controlling them seemed powerful. When they hit the water like blue light around Zuo Mo, the circle of light did shudder fiercely, and Zuo Mo's insides were affected and took a few steps back. However, these 3 one-use talismans had no lasting power, and turned to light, disappearing into the air. Zuo Mo had blocked these 3 one-use talismans. That meant that his risky endeavor had been successful and had taken the initiative. Right now, he could easily control the banana rain. Anger boiling, Zuo Mo smirked coldly. This move had just begun. The sleeve umbrella managed to stop the fire rain for a while. Even though the sword energies in the fire rain created cracks when they hit the umbrella, but this talisman that he had spent so much jingshi to buy now showed it was worth that many jingshi, managing to block off the fire rain. However, he couldn't be on the defense. That would mean defeat. Wang Shixiang was an extremely experienced fighter. Looking at the seemingly untouched Zuo Mo nearby, he gritted his teeth. But when he saw the light coming off the other's armor, his hate towards Lin Yuan was even greater. However, he didn't become dumb due to anger. He knew, if he won this match, that was slapping Lin Yuan's face in front of everyone. The acting that Lin Yuan had done beforehand would be completely wasted. Only he could be the hero. His hands reached for his waist. Seeing the other take out a stack of red and green paper seals from his waist, Zuo Mo, anger burning up his body, seemed to see rows of numbers flying past his eyes, his heart also seeming to feel throbbing pain. Wastrel. Shameless. Zuo Mo bared his teeth, the furious anger that covered his body exploding, his anger reaching its maximum. He unhesitatingly sent out the killing move that he had been readying for a long time. Translator ramblings. The plant is or musabaju, commonly known as the Japanese banana. The author took the famous banana leaf fan of the journey to the west and moved it into this world. Without me noticing, we've crept past 10% of the chapters. 817 chapters to go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 99, Seal Soldier. Chapter 99, Seal Soldier. Layered Wave. The white fire rain that was covering the sky gradually started to gather, merging into a white pillar of rain. The rain pillar shook, creating sprays, one wave after another, like an enormous white snake shaking in the sky, continuously shaking its body to attack that red umbrella. The power kept on gathering, kept on increasing. If it was said that it had been the rain hitting idly the banana leaf before, now it was a storm, the intensity having multiplied. Sleeve Umbrella was still a one-use talisman in the end. It had not been nurtured for a long time. At this time, it couldn't bear the attack anymore and scattered with a boom. Great Sun Moonwheel wasn't a defensive talisman in the first place and was even weaker, basically torn to pieces.
The Skynet was also shredded by countless sword energies. The questions relating to the power of talismans were extremely complex. Other than their grade, it was also connected to the time the Xiuzhi spent imprinting on the talisman. Usually, the longer they spent imprinting on it, the talisman would be more nimble and easier to control. The power would also be greater. This was why talismans had to be nourished. Other than this, some Xiuzhi who were skilled in seal formations, as their cultivation increased, they would forge the seal formations inside the talisman. Like Zuo Mo's water drop sword, if it landed on Xin Yin Shirbua's hands and was reforged, it could easily rise to 4th or 5th grade. But with Zuo Mo's pitiful cultivation, he didn't have the power to control it if it was 4th grade. It wasn't always, the higher the grade, the better the talisman. It depended on whether or not the talisman was suitable. The 4th grade, Yang Emperor sword, that Lin Yuan had was able to be controlled by Zhuji cultivators and was a very rare specimen. The benefit of a one-use talisman was that it did not need to be imprinted to be used. However, its power was far from the same grade talismans that had been nourished for a long time. People only had limited amounts of time and energy. The more talismans they had, the less they could spend imprinting on each talismans. Consequently, a true expert wouldn't have an abundance of talismans. They would only focus on imprinting a few and rely on those for most of their fights. If they could not easily manipulate their talismans in battle, it was an easy opportunity for their opponents. Talismans could aid or subdue each other. There were many patterns involved, and it was hard for people to predict all the situations encountered in battle. If they could stock up on a few one-use talismans that did not need to be imprinted, they would get a few more choices. It was the same rationale with paper seals. However, it was extremely rare for someone to use talismans and paper seals to such an extreme as Wang Shixiang. In the eyes of truly powerful experts, one-use talismans could work in an emergency, but it was too weak. In the lower-level fights, this kind of expendable strategy would almost always win. It was a pity that he had encountered Zuo Mo who had comprehended sword essence. Sword moves that had sword essence as the core, the power would increase and would surpass the cultivator of the same power level. Only now did Wang Shixiang suddenly realize in shock that the white flame falling from the sky was not fire, nor rain, but sword energies. He almost could not believe this discovery. A guy in Zhuji, how could he give such a terrifying sword move? But in front of this many people, would Wang Shixiang be content with surrendering like this? He had his own pride. Red flashed through his eyes. He gritted his teeth. All in. A gold paper seal instantly appeared on his hand. Seal soldier. Someone from Linging Sword Sect who had been spectating shouted in shock, causing the crowd to rumble. Everyone's eyes were instantly attracted by the little gold paper seal. For the first time, Chang Shixiang had a serious expression. Among the crows, there was also a pair of eyes which suddenly became bright in the shadows. Chang Shixiang seemed to have perceived it, turning to glance over the crowd. Yan Mingzi muttered dazedly, "This is a seal soldier?" Hu Shan gaped, speechless. The families of most Linging Set disciples were wealthy. Their experiences and knowledge wasn't something a poor guy like Zuo Mo could compare with. Zuo Mo might not recognize what this seal soldier was, but listening to the shocked murmurs of the crowd, he also knew that it was something magnificently powerful. However, at this time, his chest was filled with the sharp sword essence and he could not retreat. Wang Shixiang's face was solemn, his fingers moving, and his mouth quickly recited, "Powerful warrior protects master." As he finished speaking, a golden-armored soldier 3 zhang tall appeared beside him. The features of the golden-armored soldier were not clear. His entire body was enveloped inside the golden armor. He was standing without a weapon, but a heavy killing aura swept the whole field, and people couldn't not help but be in awe. The golden-armored soldier, as it appeared, turned his head up towards the white rain snake in the sky, his hand pushing up, and boomed, "Ha!" Everyone felt their ears ring, like someone had taken a hammer and gave a blow to them. Everyone was shocked. Even Chang Shixiang, who had been calm all this while, slightly changed his expression. It was like the mighty white water pillar met an invisible barrier and splashed in all directions. Wang Shixiang, who was positioned underneath it, was untouched. Zuo Mo's chest felt like it was hit. He grunted. A sweet fishy taste spread out in his mouth. He could help but be aghast. What was this? At this time, he could not retreat. He refocused and once again attacked. Pew! Wang Shixiang, who had been standing underneath the golden armor soldier, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The golden armored soldier towering over him wavered and then vanished like it was an illusion. I lost. Wang Shixiang's face was as pale as powder. He clearly had been wounded. He staggered as though he could collapse at any time. Zuo Mo finally released a breath. This fight had been really dangerous. If the other had used the paper seal at the start, he would have been the one to lose. His eyes couldn't help but look at the gold paper seal that had landed in front of Wang Shixiang. The gold of the paper seal was much duller than before.
This seal soldier can only be used one more time. Knowing what Zuo Mo was thinking, Wang Shixiang said. Then I'll take it. Zuo Mo said unhesitatingly.
Even though he didn't want to have a grudge with the other, but the impression that this seal soldier gave him was too deep. He had never seen such a powerful, terrifying paper seal.
Wang Shixiang didn't waste words.
He threw the seal soldier to Zuo Mo and then a jade scroll. This is the spell for the seal soldier.
Zuo Mo carefully took the seal soldier in jade scroll.
This seal soldier was something that could protect his life. Jingshi was important, but his little life was even more important. Something that could protect his life, the more he had, the better. This guy called Wang might be a bit of a prodigal son and was a few words, but Zuo Mo felt he was much easier on the eyes than Lin Yuan.
Wang Shixiang walked back among the disciples. He didn't have the energy to mind anything else, dropping to the ground, and sat cross-legged.
His wounds were not insignificant. This battle had really been a series of up and downs. The people who had watched were also alarmed and shocked. Wang Shixiang's loss had caused many of the Linging sect disciples' faces to turn ugly, especially the two that were up next, whose faces were like dirt. They were far from being as strong as Wang Shixiang, and had less Jingshi than him. Just at this time, Chang Shixiang, who had been placed at the end, walked out. The Linging sect disciples who had been making a commotion instantly quieted, their eyes looking straight at Chang Shixiang. Zuo Mo's expression changed slightly. He just had received light internal injuries.
This guy named Chang, it could be seen he wasn't a simple character. Was it that he couldn't wait any longer?
Chang Shixiang suddenly turned, beckoning at the two who were up next. Come here. The two exchanged a look, hesitated but still forced themselves to walk over.
You two do not have to fight, you aren't a match.
Chang Shixiang said serenely. Turning, he said to Zuo Mo, pick 2 items.
Zuo Mo was in a daze. Looking at the two people, he couldn't help but hesitate.
Chang Shixiang turned his face back, his eyes landing on the two. The two were like frightened rabbits, hurriedly saying, Chang Shixiang can make the decision.
Zuo Mo was not polite in demanding a belt and a pair of vambraces from the two. They were pretty good among third-grade items.
The two did have pain on their faces, but immediately took it down, handing it off to Zuo Mo. When Zuo Mo took them, Chang Shixiang said to Lin Yuan, 1, Red Flower Dan, 3rd grade.
Lin Yuan grimaced.
Without a second word, he took out a 3rd grade, Red Flower Dan, throwing it to Chang Shixiang. Chang Shixiang then threw the 3rd grade, Red Flower Dan, to Zuo Mo. Heal yourself first. Finishing, he sat down himself to rest. Zuo Mo wasn't sanctimonious and shoved the Red Flower Dan into his mouth. Up to now, this 3rd grade, Red Flower pill, was the highest grade Lingdan that he had ever consumed. It turned into a hot stream, spreading through his organs, extremely comfortable. He didn't dare to slack off, channeling Ling power to dissolve the power of the medicine. There was a strange silence. It was like the peace before the storm, making people feel suffocated. Yan Mingzi said in a low voice, let's move back a bit. Hearing this, Hu Shan and Tao Zhuer also were startled awake, hurriedly falling back about 7 zhang. There were many people who also had the same idea as them. All the Linging sect disciples seemed to understand each other and all moved back. The only people standing in their original spots were Wenfei and a few others. The surrounding Xiuzhou watched this migration. However, they did not move. They felt that the distance right now was enough to be safe. They'll regret it later.
Yan Mingzi mocked.
Yes, the horror of Chang Shixiang, you would only believe it after you experience it personally.
Hu Shan said empathetically. Who do you think will win?
Tao Zhuer asked.
Do we need to even discuss it? The scalping zombie might have some skill, but can he compare to Chang Shixiang?
Let's hope that there won't be any blood. There isn't anyone here that could stop him. Terror filled Yan Mingzi's eyes.
Should we back up a bit more? Yan Mingzi shuddered and couldn't help saying. That's true, Yan Mingzi nodded. Do you have the spirit traveling seal? I have 2. Hu Shan took out 2 spirit traveling seals. Give me one.
Yan Mingzi hurriedly snatched one, holding it in a death grip. At the side, one person couldn't stop himself. Do you have to exaggerate so much? Hasn't Chang Shixiang been relaxing and cultivating his personality? Yang Mingzi, Hu Shan, and Tao Zhuer first paused and then all had sympathy on their faces as they looked at the person. The person couldn't bear the three's gaze, his face flushing. Chang Shixiang is always writing sutras every day. I've seen it myself.
He also raises ling beasts. So dumb. Yan Ningzi shook his head. Idiot.
Hu Shan rolled his eyes and spat out.
Let's move back a bit more. Tao Juer directly disregarded the person and said to the other two. At this time, Zuo Mo finally stood up. Translator ramblings, the little Linging sect trio is pretty humorous and a source of information.
Zuo Mo has gotten much better at fighting compared to his first ever fight a long time ago. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 100, Bloody Chang Hang.
This chapter has been brought to you by me, Warlord 212, Kakshura 0, and Wandering Yumi of Doom.
Chapter 100, Bloody Chang Hang.
The moment Zuo Mo stood up, Chang Shixiang opened his eyes and also stood.
I am Chang Hong. Chang Hong made a simple introduction.
It looked as though he was talking of daily life with a friend.
I am Zuo Mo warily answered.
For some reason, this Chang Hang that didn't show any signs of power made him feel pressure. A kind of pressure that he had only felt from Wei Shang Shixiang. Taking the chance, he closely examined the other. A short pale green and grey robe that had faded from washing. It was abnormally different among the magnificent brocades of the Linging sect disciples. A round face, short hair, the hair like wires, each strand sticking up. You surprised me, Chang Hong continued. I heard that your Shixiang Wei Shang had comprehended sword essence but hadn't thought that you also had comprehended sword essence. A rumble instantly sounded from the surroundings. They might have inexperienced eyes and did not see Zuo Mo's true power, but everyone knew what comprehending sword essence meant.
The faces of Lin Yuan and the others relaxed.
To say nothing of anything eyes, it wasn't an embarrassment to lose to a genius who had comprehended sword essence. Even Wang Shixiang, who was sitting on the ground, couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. If he knew that Zuo Mo had comprehended sword essence, he definitely wouldn't have stepped out to fight. Everyone's eyes as they looked at Zuo Mo were completely different, full of awe and respect. Of course, there was also some jealousy and envy among those. Zuo Mo shook his head. I can't compare to Shixiang. He was extremely shocked inside.
Chang Hong could tell his power level with a look. His own cultivation definitely wasn't weak. You do not have to be too modest.
Chang Hong carelessly waved his hand. I will find Wei Sheng in the future. Seeing the other speak so carelessly of Wei Shang Shixiang, Zuo Mo was very uncomfortable inside, and snorted, let's compete first before saying so. Chang Hong shook his head, you are not a match for me.
How would you know before we try? Zuo Mo said, discontent. I'm on the verge of becoming Ningmai. Chang Hang's light words made Zuo Mo speechless. Zuo Mo had to admit that Chang Hong was right.
The cultivation between them differed too much. His cultivation had grown furiously, but it was only the 4th level of Zhuji right now. The other was on the verge of Ningmai, which was the 10th level of Zhuji. Even though he had once won against his Zhuji Shouja when he was a Lianqi, but he was very clear that half of the reason could be attributed to his opponent. His opponent now was Chang Hong.
Zuo Mo couldn't help but glance at the other.
The steadiness of the other's attitude, and the oppressing pressure made him believe the other was very strong. Zuo Mo's battle experience was now extremely rich. What people he could fight, what people he should avoid, Zuo Mo was very clear.
I surrender. Which item do you want? Zuo Mo blurted out very quickly.
He had come for wealth. Now that he had made so much, even if he surrendered this one, he had already won 4. Such rich prizes, he was already content. From a glance, it could be seen that he wasn't on the same level as Chang Hang and definitely had no chance of victory. It would be better to admit defeat. If he was wounded by the other, then he would have a deficit. As a businessperson, a sense of when to retreat was essential. Zuo Mo comforted himself. Chang Hong started at Zuo Mo for a beat and smiled, you are a smart person. I just know my limits, Zuo Mo said as he raised his hands. He wanted to leave very badly. The longer he stayed, the more he felt this mediocre-looking man was dangerous.
Chang Shixiang can pick whatever item you want.
This little brother will present it with both hands. Chang Hong was not moved, his eyes looking in the distance, indifferently saying, if you can survive one of my moves, then leave with the things.
If you can't receive it, then leave behind everything. Zuo Mo's heart jumped.
The easier Chang Hong talked, the more unsafe he felt. Chang Shixiang, this little brother. The place I stand, you have to abide by my rules. Chang Hong didn't turn his eyes. The surrounding crowd were silent. Even the air seemed to become dense and murderous.
Everyone couldn't help but stop breathing.
They all knew that the most spectacular part of the day had arrived.
All of the Linging sect disciples were excited. The dominance that Chang Hong Shixiang displayed totally conquered them. Even Tao Zhuer's large eyes didn't want to leave Chang Hong Shixiang's body for an instant. Up until now, Chang Hong hadn't displayed any power, and didn't make any motions. However, he was like the owner of the land, extremely matter-of-fact, and unable to be doubted. Zuo Mo took a deep breath. He realized that he could not avoid this fight. The request the other gave was not outrageous. He only had to endure one of the other's moves, and it would count as Zuo Mo's victory. If he didn't agree, then all the victories he had today would instantly turn to dust. The other had enough reason to surrounding him. The move that Chang Hong used was the one that Zuo Mo used before. He first put himself at a disadvantageous position, and then forced the other to walk the path he picked. This feeling, it really was bad. Zuo Mo shook his head, and threw these distracting thoughts to the back of his head. Today's battle, it was all on this one move. However, even a Ningmai cultivator, they shouldn't be able to say they could get rid of him in one move. Since he could not avoid it, then come. Thinking it through, Zuo Mo adjusted himself into position and said calmly, as Shixiang wishes. Not bad. I like you, Chang Hong nodded in praise. He then opened his clothes, revealing a bare upper half. In between his clavicles, there was a copper ring. What was that for? The Xiozha in the surroundings were also puzzled. They began putting their heads together and discussing it. It was the complete opposite of the Linging sect disciples. Excitement was on all of their faces, each one arching their necks, staring tightly at Chang Shixiang as though some exciting thing was going to happen. Zuo Mo was also slightly puzzled, but he kept his guard up, not daring to slack off. Chang Hong closed his eyes, his right hand touching the copper ring between his clavicles. Then he did a move that shocked everyone. He slowly pulled on the copper ring. Hiss! Connected below the copper ring was a blood-red blade. It was slowly pulled out of the flesh of Chang Heng's chest. There wasn't any pain on Chang Heng's body. Quite the opposite, his expression was slightly warm and intoxicated. Zuo Mo's hair stood as he looked at the weird and bloody picture in front of him. Not just Zuo Mo, but almost everyone in the surroundings had a terrified expression. Some that were less brave already had run to the side and started to heave. Too savage, Yan Mingzi trembled, saying with excitement. When this blood-red sword was completely pulled out of Chang Heng's body, the terror reached the bones of every single person. This was a very strange sword. The sword was not long, about 1 chi long, 2 fingers wide. The body was entirely blood-red. There was no sword guard or grip. The blood-red blade connected directly to the copper ring. The width of the ring was just enough to be worn on the fingers. What was strange was that there was no wound on Chang Heng's body. The spot between his clavicles was smooth and markless. The scene was just a man holding a slightly strange red flying sword, but anyone who had seen what had preceded it definitely would not be able to forget it. Such a weird and bloody scene. Chang Hong opened his eyes, his expression normal. His voice hadn't changed at all compared to before. This ring sword is called Blood Spider. Zuo Mo felt his skin prickle. As though he was facing a great enemy, his hands as they held the sword couldn't help but start sweating. If the pressure that Chang Hong had given him before could be said to be faint but omnipresent, then the Chang Hong with Blood Spider on his hand gave him an ocean of pressure, without any place for him to escape. The sudden change in pressure could cause those who had weak minds to collapse in that instant. Zuo Mo had a feeling that everyone in front of his eyes gradually became dyed with a layer of blood red. Zuo Mo reflexively tightened his grip on the water drop sword. The sword suddenly passed him a warm and serene water essence. Even though it was extremely faint, at this time, it dramatically decreased his nervousness. No! If this kept on going, he would lose without even fighting. Zuo Mo closed his eyes and stopped his breathing. Then he started using embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. The Ling power in his body started to move, and his consciousness started to become lively. Gradually, the terror in Zuo Mo's heart started to decrease. His fretful heart gradually became serene. At some time, a bloodline appeared in Chang Heng's eyes. He gave a praising glance at Zuo Mo. In the eyes of other people, this look caused a coldness to spread from the bottom of their hearts, like a savage blood spider coldly focusing on his prey. He lightly swung his finger. The bloody spider sword on his finger spun rapidly, creating a bloody red circle of light. As the blood spider sword spun faster, it started to ring. Gradually, the ringing became an extremely icy hiss. An extremely domineering and savage presence, with Chang Hong at the center, appeared. At this time, the spectators nearby had pale faces. They all wanted to turn and escape. However, they found that their legs were wobbly. Crash, crash, they all fell to the ground. There was only someone wearing a black gauze hat standing at his original spot. His clothes flapped in the wind, but the gauze in front of face didn't move at all. What could be barely made out through the gauze was a pair of narrow and knife-sharp eyes. Zuo Mo felt that he was in a sea of blood. Enormous blood waves roiling and howling, smashing against each other, blocking out the sun. He was like a little boat, extremely small, floating uncertainly as though he would be swallowed by the gigantic waves at any instant. Suddenly, a blood wave rose in front of him, transforming into an extremely ugly blood beast, opening his jaws and howled as it leapt at him. Gripping the water drop sword, having stopped his breathing and closed his eyes, all of Zuo Mo's Ling power had all been sent into the water drop sword. The water drop sword was like a little river, waves rippling, changing constantly. As the gigantic mouth was going to swallow him, he slowly raised the little river in his hand. The little river that had been the water drop sword suddenly changed. Flames rose out of the water, spreading a shocking cold. The short little river moved and swayed like the tide. If Zuo Mo could see it, he would find that the present appearance of the water drop sword was the same as the sword river in his consciousness. Blossoms of water-shaped flames, as they spat, they would also create countless icicle-like sword energies. The movement of the tide continuously became larger, the water-shaped flames burning fiercely, the icy energy rising. It was as though Zuo Mo was holding a ball of flame in his hand. All the clothing on his body turned to pieces. With an angry shout, using all the energy in his body, from the bottom rising against the current up, he forcefully sliced. The first time after he merged the sword essences, Li water burning heavens. Translator ramblings, what goes around, comes around. He. Chang Heng's bloody spider is approximately 33.3 centimeters long and 3.33 centimeters wide. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.